Chapter 1. Transcendence as the Ancestor Emperor. In a world where the path of martial arts reigns supreme, the strong consume the essence of the stars as if it were a river, their every gesture capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. They occupy lofty positions, revered by multitudes. People from all walks of life toil diligently, striving to strengthen themselves, eagerly awaiting the day they ascend to the pinnacle, ruling over the realm with all beneath them in submission. Yet, to become the ultimate powerhouse, one must possess talent, resources, and fortuitous opportunities. None can be neglected. Among the countless practitioners scattered across the world, few emerge as true paragons of strength. In the kingdom of Rome, at the royal tombs, a somber atmosphere pervades the chamber is filled with officials, their faces devoid of expression. Small groups huddle, whispering, while the royal heirs appear despondent, their demeanor numb and their gazes lost. At the forefront stands the sovereign of Rome, Emperor Rong Ruizong. Your Majesty, it has been 7 days, an elderly minister bows beside him. Unmoved, Rong Ruizong gazes upward at the numerous spirit tablets on the offering table, those of the past emperors of Rome. Your Majesty, it is time to concede. The imperial envoy will not arrive, the old minister sighs. The kingdom of Rome is doomed. For 9,000 years, the Rong clan has ruled. Shall it perish in my reign? I refuse to accept this. Rong Ruizong retorts fiercely. Zhao and Rome are both vassal states of the empire. Why has the empire not sent an envoy? Why? With a sudden force, he slams his hand down upon the offering table. Bang! The table trembles, the tablets of past emperors sway precariously, and suddenly, the one at the very top crashes down, shattering before Rong Ruizong. Ancestor Emperor! Rong Ruizong exclaims in shock, his expression changing dramatically. That was the tablet of the founding emperor of Rome, the Ancestor Emperor. Could it be the decay of 9,000 years? Or perhaps, is it truly the heavens signaling the demise of Rome? At that moment, from the broken fragments of the tablet, a strange azure mist emerges, swirling and expanding, swiftly transforming into a human form. Draped in a menacing black dragon robe, the figure's face is chiseled as if carved from stone. Though his hair is white, he exudes an overwhelming presence, standing atop the offering table, gazing down at the crowd. A sudden upheaval ensues. All eyes in the tomb turn towards him. The foremost figure, Rong Ruizong, pales once more, bowing deeply to the ground, repeatedly knocking his head. Rong clan's 23rd descendant, Rong Ruizong, pays homage to the Ancestor Emperor. Ancestor Emperor, the founding emperor of the Rong clan. It is the illustrious Emperor Rong Yi. Members of the royal family and officials prostrate themselves, kneeling in reverence. In the once buzzing tomb, silence reigns. One could hear a pin drop, as no one dares to lift their heads without the Ancestor Emperor's decree. The mist on the offering table continues to swirl, the image of the Ancestor Emperor shifting from that of an imposing elder to that of a young man in his prime. His once commanding gaze now appears bewildered. What in the world is happening? Rong Yi observes the throng of kneeling subjects, then glances at his own form, realizing he is merely a manifestation of mist. In the next instant, a flood of unfamiliar memories surges into his mind, and he comprehends the situation at hand. He has become the Ancestor Emperor of Rome. Yet the true Ancestor Emperor perished 9,000 years ago. He is but a spectral representation of the ancestor, his soul materialized before the crowd. As for the Kingdom of Rome, it is a vassal state of the Western Qing Empire, overshadowed by even more powerful nations such as the Divine Nation and the Holy Nation. Ding! Detection of hosts' inherited memories. System activated. 12-100. The Supreme Empire Ascendant System is now at your service. A mechanical, icy voice echoes in his ears, pulling Rong Yi's consciousness into the depths of his mind. Within his consciousness lies a sphere of light the size of a fist, within which stands a towering mountain, occupying nearly 90% of the sphere's interior. As the mechanical voice continues, a beam of radiant light erupts from the mountain, piercing through the sphere and projecting a screen displaying all of Rong Yi's information. Host, Rong Yi. Identity, Ancestor Emperor of Rome. Status, Soul Form. Cultivation none. Divine abilities authority. Items. Novice gift pack. Marketplace. Not yet open. Kingdom of Rome. Vassal of the Western Qing Empire. Imperial fortune. 30. Status of Rome. Kingdom on the brink of collapse. My heavens! Not only have I become a deceased ancestor emperor, but I am also the ancestor emperor of a kingdom on the verge of oblivion. Gazing at the status of Rome, with the glaring red words kingdom on the brink of collapse, Rome is engulfed in despair. Ding! The Supreme Empire Ascendant System aims to establish the strongest empire. Main quest issued. Unify the world. Ding! Detection of crisis in the Kingdom of Rome. Morale is low. External threats loom. Side quest issued. Recapture the capital. Complete the quests, and the system will reward you with a gift pack containing various items. Goodness! This is a call for a father to rise and save the world. Rome shifts his gaze to the novice gift pack. With no cultivation or abilities, and merely a soul form, he can only rely on the system to fend off external threats. Ding! The system has detected the host's desires and adjusted the novice gift pack content according to the status of Rome. The host may open it at any time. The mechanical voice of the system is cold, yet surprisingly accommodating. Open it. Rome commands. A large gift box materializes on the screen, and at his command, it bursts open, revealing 3 items. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Great General Wu Qi. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 50,000 Wei Wu troops. Heavily armored and invincible infantry. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a 9-hole Divine Lotus clone. Soul may enter, transforming into a human form. Wow! Not bad. This is a gift pack that ensures both generals and troops. It truly addresses the current predicament. In a 9-hole Divine Lotus clone, I recall that Nezha's body in the Investiture of the Gods was reconstructed from a 9-hole Divine Lotus. As Romi examines the screen, the item section now displays Great General Wu Qi, 50,000 Wei Wu troops, and 9-hole Divine Lotus clone, replacing the novice gift pack. Withdrawing from his consciousness, his gaze returns to the kneeling crowd, who remain respectful, none daring to lift their eyes. Recalling the memories of the former ancestor emperor, Rome mimics rise. Speak of the matters at hand, and tell this emperor the truth. Thank you, ancestor emperor. The crowd stands, not daring to breathe too heavily. 9,000 years ago, the ancestor emperor carved a path through a sea of corpses and rivers of blood to establish the Kingdom of Rome, earning the recognition of the Western Qing Empire and formally becoming its vassal. These ministers might dare to advise Emperor Rong Ruizong, but they would never presume to act recklessly before the ancestor emperor. As for the royal heirs, they are all descendants of the ancestor emperor who would not show utmost respect. You are the 23rd monarch of the Kingdom of Rome. Let it be you who speaks. Rong commands, gazing down at Rong Ruizong. Though he has shifted from an elder's visage to that of a young man, Rong Ruizong does not hesitate and solemnly recounts. It began as minor skirmishes along the borders. The Zhao Crown Prince, overestimating his strength, repeatedly provoked our soldiers. In retaliation, our troops severed the Crown Prince's arm, prompting Zhao to invade. Our forces have fortified Yushan Pass, which you, Ancestor Emperor, know to be a stronghold. Yet, I am uncertain why the Crown Prince Rongqi. Rong Ruizong pauses, looking towards Rongyi. Rongyi interjects, thus, Yushan Pass fell. Zhao's army surged forth, directly assaulting the capital, forcing you to retreat to the royal tombs, seeking aid from the empire, hoping for an envoy to dissuade Zhao. Rong Ruizong's face flushes with guilt as he kneels once more. Ancestor Emperor, my descendants have been unfilial, tarnishing your name and leading Rome to this dire state. 1,000 deaths would not suffice. Please, Ancestor Emperor, save the Kingdom of Rome. Bang, bang, bang. As Rong Ruizong knocks his head against the ground, his considerable strength shatters the stone floor, causing Rong to grimace. Enough! This is your Kingdom of Rome, and also the legacy of my life. How dare you speak of saving it? Rong glances at the crowd within the tomb, then returns his focus to Rong Ruizong. Rise! Rong Ruizong stands, trembling with trepidation. Rong Yi releases a surge of authority, causing the air in the tomb to freeze, as if encased in ice. There are certain truths I shall speak only once. Those with strength shall aid one another, those without shall be trampled. To linger here, hoping for the Empire to send envoys, is nothing short of a daydream. Who among you dares to fight? Rong Yi gazes down, his presence imposing. An elder minister standing beside Rong Ruizong suddenly speaks. Ancestor Emperor, Zhao's 300,000 troops have already captured the capital, while our kingdom of Rome has no soldiers left. It seems only the Empire can resolve this siege. Rong Yi turns to face the minister, his imposing aura bearing down upon him. Who are you? The elder trembles, attempting to maintain composure as he bows. I am Zhang Puyuan, the Minister of Rights. Zhang Ping, you seem to have misunderstood my words just now. Rong Yi thinks to himself that if he were not currently in a soul form with no cultivation, he would have pressed Zhang to the ground for such demoralizing words. In a confrontation between two armies, what is of utmost importance? It is, of course, belief. Rong Yi aims to rekindle the lost spirit of this dispirited crowd. Yet Zhang Puiyuan's words have disrupted that intent. It appears he must reveal his trump card. Rong Yi smirks disdainfully, declaring, moreover, who said that our kingdom of Rome has no soldiers. Do you truly believe this grand tomb is meant to house the 22 emperors alongside me? What? There are soldiers within the tomb? I had no idea there were soldiers guarding the tomb. The words of the ancestor emperor must be true. The tomb is colossal, standing at 10,000 zhang, and the army must number at least 500,000. That is sufficient to vanquish the Zhao kingdom. The crowd's faces lit up with excitement. However, the mention of 500,000 left Rong Yi taken aback. After all, he possessed a mere 50,000 Wei Wu troops. Yet, these Wei Wu troops were not to be underestimated during the spring and autumn period and the warring states. Under the leadership of Wu Qi, they had famously triumphed over 500,000 with just 50,000. It was evident that 50,000 Wei Wu troops could indeed stand against 500,000 soldiers. Boom! At that very moment, the imperial tomb shook violently, and dust rained down from above. A voice echoed from outside. Rong Ruizong, your Rome kingdom has perished, yet you still cower within, clinging to life. Dare you take a glance outside? Ha ha ha! Behold the heads of your Rome subjects, piled higher than mountains. Do not harbor delusions of the Empire. Sending envoys, our Zhao kingdom has already reached an agreement with the Empire. If you continue to hide within, tomorrow will witness another 10,000 heads. We shall not cease until you emerge. Swish! Rong Yi's gaze fell upon Rong Ruizong, who trembled in fear. 10,000 innocent lives a day. You hide in the tomb. Rong Ruizong, you truly deserve death. Rong Yi's eyes blazed with fury as he turned to all the royal family members and officials. You all deserve death. Abandoning your people for self-preservation, such treachery must be punished. Chapter 2. Wei Wu Troops. Rong Yi, consumed by rage, felt an overwhelming urge to strike down those before him. He had initially thought these individuals were merely lacking in spirit, but to sacrifice the lives of the common folk for their own safety was beyond comprehension. Ancestor Emperor, please quell your wrath. Spare us. Rong Ruizong pleaded, prostrating himself on the ground. The remaining officials and royal family members knelt as well. Ancestor Emperor, we too were left with no choice. Please grant us mercy. Zhang Puyan, who knelt half a step behind Rong Ruizong, spoke up. Rong Yi's expression darkened as he surveyed the kneeling crowd. Suddenly, he noticed that among the royal family, there were men, women, and children, yet among the officials, there was not a single woman or child present. He inquired again, Zhang Puyan, I ask you, where are your family members? Zhang Puyan paused momentarily, then raised his head, reporting to the ancestor emperor, I have sent my family to the Linjian sect, where they will be safe. Thank you for your concern. The Linjian sect, a cultivation sect located within the Rong kingdom, established over 9,000 years ago, it lingered in Rong Yi's inherited memories. During times of war between nations, cultivation sects typically remained uninvolved even if one nation fell. Life within these sects continued peacefully. Thus, Zhang Puyan's decision to send his family to the Linjian sect ensured their utmost safety. Romi furrowed his brow and looked at the others. What of you? Have you sent your families to the Linjian sect? Reporting to the Ancestor Emperor, my family is in Taisher City. Taisher City, another cultivation sect. My family has been sent to Tianqing Pavilion. My family. Dog officials. Without waiting to hear the full reports from the officials, Romi bellowed, his voice reverberating. You are all dog officials. For 9,000 years, the Rome Kingdom has stood, and yet among the entire court, not a single one is worthy of use. The nation ought to be extinguished. The crowd turned pale, trembling in fear. Boom! At that moment, the imperial tomb shook once more. The voice from outside rang out again. Rome Ruizong, will you not come out to meet your fate? Hiding within the tomb, you shall pay for the lives of your Rome subjects. Rome Ruizong's body trembled uncontrollably, filled with dread. Scoundrel, the people of Zhao deserve 1,000 cuts. Rome coldly retorted. Where is our great General Wu Qi? Where are our heavily armored Wei Wu troops? Beep. Does the host confirm the summoning of General Wu Qi and 5,000 Wei Wu troops? Summon. Beep. Summoning successful. As the system's voice faded, a weighty and ominous aura emanated from deep within the tomb. Boom! It felt as though countless soldiers were stomping their feet, causing the entire imperial tomb to tremble. I am General Wu Qi. Roar! The Wei Wu troops are here. Boom! 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 Under Wu Qi's command, the heavily armored Wei Wu troops emerged from the depths of the tomb, wielding long halberds. Such formidable soldiers. What a majestic force this truly is, an army that has triumphed in countless battles. To think our Rome Kingdom possesses such a mighty force. Each soldier already at the realm of enlightenment, our nation's foundation, is indeed profound. Look at that general, he seems somewhat unfamiliar. Yet his aura reveals he is a cultivator at the Dan Condensation realm. Beep! Imperial Luck 10. Beep! Imperial Luck 20. Imperial Luck. Beep! Congratulations to the host. Imperial Luck has surpassed 100, unlocking the basic system marketplace. The host may exchange Imperial Luck for items in the system marketplace. For specifics, please click to view the system marketplace. With the appearance of Wu Qi and the Wei Wu troops, the officials and royal family members were left in shock. The system alert indicated an increase in Imperial Luck, and the words Basic Marketplace appeared on the screen. Click to enter. Enlightenment Pills, 1 point of Imperial Luck can be exchanged for 100. Refinement Pills, 1 point of Imperial Luck can be exchanged for 10. Blood Refinement Pills, 1 point of Imperial Luck can be exchanged for 10. 9th Grade Star Soldier Frostbite Blade, 1 point of Imperial Luck can be exchanged. 8th Grade Star Soldier Swallowing Scale Sword, 10 points of Imperial Luck can be exchanged. Techniques, martial arts, talismans, formations, sorcery, and puppetry. The system marketplace was truly all-encompassing and replete with treasures. My goodness! With Imperial Luck, it feels as though I can have whatever I desire. Rome marveled, affirming that this was indeed the most powerful Imperial Rise system. Utterly invincible. With Wu Qi leading the Wei Wu troops forth, the crowd was astounded, and Rome garnered Imperial Luck. From this, he deduced that Imperial Luck was granted to those who pledged allegiance to the Rome Kingdom. Thus, as long as he repelled the Zhao Kingdom, copious amounts of Imperial Luck would be within his grasp, and he could select whatever he wished from the system marketplace. Boom! I am General Wu Qi, paying my respects to the Ancestor Emperor. Boom! The Wei Wu troops pay their respects to the Ancestor Emperor. A single general and 5,000 armored soldiers knelt on one knee, their voices booming like thunder, causing those with slightly weaker cultivation to bleed from their ears. Romi exited the system marketplace and beheld the left corridor of the tomb, densely filled with kneeling Wei Wu troops. Thankfully, the corridor was wide and lengthy enough to accommodate so many soldiers. They were clad in dark blue-black armor, donned iron helmets, wielding long halberds over 10 feet long, and even carried 10 short spears on their backs, with long swords slung at their waists. While they differed somewhat from the historical Wei Wu troops, they were undoubtedly even more ferocious and formidable than the ones who had defeated 500,000 Qin soldiers with just 50,000. Gazing at the general kneeling at the forefront of the army, clad in the same iron helmet and armor as the Wei Wu troops, draped in a red cloak, and wielding a slender, sharp sword. Romy noted his not particularly tall stature, but the heavy aura he emanated, akin to an imposing mountain. His bright eyes and handsome features radiated a commanding presence, his voice resonating like a great bell, exuding the demeanor of a great general. General Wu, there are 300,000 Zhao soldiers outside, rampantly slaughtering our Rome subjects. I hereby command you to defeat those 300,000 soldiers. Can you accomplish this task? Rome did not wish for the Wei Wu troops of 50,000 to face the Zhao soldiers of 300,000, but he had no other choice. He could only place his hopes upon them. Ancestor Emperor, I swear to fulfill your command with my life. Wu Qi responded without hesitation. Rome glanced at Rong Ruizong and instructed, "You shall inform General Wu of the details regarding the Zhao soldiers." "Yes, Ancestor Emperor." Rong Ruizong promptly replied. The Zhao army consists of 300,000 soldiers, including 200,000 infantry, 50,000 crossbowmen, and 50,000 cavalry, led by the Dan Condensation Realm General Quang Liangwang, with 12 commanding generals under his command, all of whom are at the Transformation Realm. Romy nodded, turning to Wu Qi, and tentatively suggested, "General Wu, I propose that under the cover of night, we launch a surprise attack, destroy their crossbows, release their horses, and take the opportunity to slay a few generals to harass them for a few days. When the Zhao soldiers are weary, we can engage in a decisive battle." Wu Qi remained unperturbed and offered a compliment. Ancestor Emperor possesses great foresight and cares for the soldiers. After a brief pause, he continued, "However, I believe that a mere 300,000 soldiers are within our grasp. They could be defeated in a single day." "What?" Rong was taken aback. Wu Qi asserted, "Ancestor Emperor, please allow me to lead the Wei Wu troops to confront the 300,000 Zhao soldiers. We shall undoubtedly drive them back and restore our nation's prestige. Do you, General Wu, have confidence in this?" Rong asked, his throat dry, unable to believe his ears. Wu Qi's expression was resolute. "Victory is assured." "Damn it, this is a gamble. How could I tarnish my name?" Rong waved his hand decisively. "Very well. General Wu, I entrust everything to you. You may decide on all matters at your discretion. I shall obey the Ancestor Emperor's decree." Wu Qi acknowledged the command. Suddenly rising, he faced the Wei Wu troops. "All soldiers, heed my command. Within one day, defeat the Zhao soldiers. Capture General Quang Liangwang." "Yes." The Wei Wu troops roared in unison. Romy pointed towards the entrance of the tomb. "Open the gates." Immediately, individuals rushed to either side of the massive, heavy stone door, preparing to open it. However, the Minister of State, Zhang Puyin, suddenly interjected, "Ancestor Emperor, this is unwise. The Zhao kingdom boasts 300,000 soldiers." Romy turned to look. This was already the second time Zhang Puyin had undermined the morale of the troops. The old man was truly cunning. It left Rome with doubts. Could it be that Zhang Puyin was a spy for the Zhao kingdom? "Zhang Puyin, are your ears failing you? Did you not hear my words before? And now you cannot comprehend what General Wu has said?" Rome's voice turned icy. Minister Zhang Puyin, of advanced years, shall retire to his homeland and need not deliberate on state affairs any longer. Alas, the ancestral emperor has dismissed the minister. The courtiers, both civil and military, wore expressions that fluctuated between uncertainty and alarm. "You are merely the ancestral emperor of Rome nation. You have no authority to dismiss me." Zhang Puyin glared at Romy. Romy's gaze grew ever more frigid. "Haha, what a grand jest. This Rome nation belongs to me. I have no power to dismiss you. If I were to slay you, you would deserve it." A chill gripped Zhang Puiyuan's heart, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "Humph." Rome, he let out a cold snort. "Open the gates." Several individuals worked in unison to pry open the stone door. Beyond the stone door lay a layer of magical barriers, and beyond those, multiple massive gates. With the enchantments disabled, the colossal gates creaked open one by one. "Ah, Rong Ruizong, you finally have the courage to emerge." Accompanied by the acrid stench of blood, a mocking voice drifted in. neither too loud nor too soft. Outside, 70,000 heads of the common folk lay haphazardly piled. Chapter 3. The recapture of the capital. Outside the imperial mausoleum, rivers of blood flowed, and severed heads were heaped like mountains. Tens of thousands of soldiers surrounded the mausoleum, and a towering general, whose fierce eyes resembled those of a leopard, stood beside the grim pile of heads, oblivious to the stench of carnage that permeated the art. As he witnessed the barriers of the mausoleum's formation dissolve. A flicker of malice crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by disdain. Rong Ruizong, after slaughtering 70,000 of your citizens, have you finally found the courage to emerge? It seems you are prepared to meet your demise. Your Rong nation is no more. The lands of your Rong nation now belong entirely to my Zhao nation, and its people shall henceforth be subjects of Zhao. Furthermore, the wealth of your Rong family shall also be claimed by my Zhao nation. His voice reverberated within the tomb, causing Rong Yi to twitch involuntarily. How dare he steal from a sovereign? How dare he threaten his father, the Grand Emperor of Rong? The people, the lands, the riches of Rong rightfully belong to him. Seize him, Rong Yi commanded coldly. At your command. Wu Qi responded, his aura surging as he issued orders to the Wei Wu troops. All soldiers, heed my call. Charge forth. Yes. The Wei Wu soldiers roared, their thundering voices echoing upwards. Unimpeded by the formation's barriers, the Zhao general's eyelids twitched in alarm, realizing he had no knowledge of how many Rong soldiers remained inside the mausoleum. Judging by the momentum, there were likely many. Relay my orders. Immediately mobilize 30,000 cavalry and 30,000 crossbowmen. The Zhao general waved his hand, commanding his troops to form ranks. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from within the tomb. The Zhao general looked up, his gaze sharpening as he saw General Wu Qi leading the Wei Wu soldiers in a fierce charge out of the mausoleum. Quickly, block their advance. The Zhao general raised his hand, and his soldiers rushed forward to form a defensive line. In the blink of an eye, they established a protective formation. Bang, bang, bang. The Wei Wu soldiers, undeterred, charged forward under General Wu Qi's command. Clang, just 30 paces away. Wu Qi suddenly drew his sword, thrusting it forward. Desperate struggle? The Zhao general sneered. Hold the line. Once the cavalry and crossbowmen arrive, we shall annihilate them all. No sooner had he spoken than his expression turned to one of horror. The Wei Wu soldiers, pulling out their short spears, launched a relentless barrage that shattered the Zhao defensive formation. The Wei Wu soldiers, like a tidal wave, overwhelmed the Zhao army, leaving them in disarray as they fled in panic. Discarding their armor, Wu Qi surged ahead, locking his sights on the Zhao general, who, despite his attempts to escape, was quickly caught in mere moments. Wu Qi's swift strike severed the tendons in the Zhao general's legs. Causing him to stumble and fall to the ground, Wu Qi seized him, lifting him effortlessly and returning to the mausoleum. The Zhao soldiers either surrendered or fled, leaving behind thousands of corpses, many of whom had been struck down by thrown spears before the real battle had even begun. The confrontation had been devastating, and the Zhao had offered no resistance whatsoever. Remarkably, not a single Wei Wu soldier had fallen. Wu Qi returned to the mausoleum, tossing the captured Zhao general before Rong Yi. Your Majesty, I am fortunate to have fulfilled my duty by bringing this scoundrel alive. A murmur of disbelief swept through the ranks of Rong's civil and military officials, the royal family, as they witnessed the swift resolution of the battle. Were the Wei Wu soldiers truly this formidable? Ding. Imperial fortune 50-50-40. The overwhelming victory ignited a spark of hope within those in the mausoleum, as Rong Yi's imperial fortune continued to rise. Yet, Rong Yi's gaze remained fixed on the Zhao general. I shall ask you this. Who ordered the massacre of the innocents? Though the Zhao general did not recognize Rong Yi, he could discern that he was the highest authority present. With even the ruler of Rong Ruizong, forced to stand in submission beside him, he spat contemptuously, sneering, Ha! I am the one who slaughtered your Rong citizens. If you have the guts, kill me within the hour. My Zhao cavalry and crossbowmen will arrive and eradicate every last one of you. Not even the unarmed populace will be spared. You deserve 1,000 deaths. Rong Yi's voice turned frigid. I know of a certain form of torture that would be quite fitting for you. He commanded, bring him here and suspend him. Immediately, several martial officials from Rong stepped forward, each grasping a limb of the Zhao general, hoisting him parallel to the ground. just high enough for a sword to reach. They produced 4 long swords, driving the tips into his limbs. Dog Emperor, if you have the ability, kill me, the Zhao general writhed and screamed. Yet, with each thrash, the blades twisted deeper, blood cascading down their lengths. Rongyi declared, killing you would be too mundane. I desire to see you bleed out, allowing you to fully grasp the sensation of life slipping away, Dog Emperor. You shall not die well. My Zhao soldiers will trample your Rong mausoleum to the ground. We shall slaughter every last one of your people, the Zhao general cursed in hysteria. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of hooves echoed outside the mausoleum as the Zhao cavalry charged forth. The horses galloped with vigor, and their riders urged them onward, forming a pointed formation like a blade unsheathed, intent on breaching the ranks of the Wei Wu soldiers. However, the Wei Wu soldiers stood firm, unyielding in their formation. Their long halberds thrust forward as they suddenly charged towards the Zhao cavalry. Kill! Thud! 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 The halberds pierced the necks of the war horses, their momentum relentless, toppling the mounts and sending their riders crashing to the ground. Trampled into a pulp by the oncoming cavalry, in the midst of the clash, an invisible barrier seemed to rise, preventing the Zhao cavalry from breaking through, while countless horses fell. Swish! The Wei Wu soldiers abandoned their halberds, drawing their broadswords as they fearlessly surged into battle. How can they be so strong? They all possessed the Qi Awakening Realm. The Qi Awakening Realm, with its myriad of meridians and channels, each unblocked point granting immeasurable strength. When all were opened, one became a force of 1,000 Jun. Each Wei Wu soldier was of the Qi Awakening Realm, wielding at least several hundred Jun of power, and with their coordinated efforts, they decimated the Zhao cavalry. Retreat. Fall back. We can only rely on long-range crossbow fire to take them down, the cavalry commander urged, as the remaining Zhao forces scattered. Blood flowed freely, and countless corpses lay strewn about. The Wei Wu soldiers, drenched in blood, did not become bloodthirsty. Instead, they sheathed their blades, drawing their short spears, their bodies coiling like drawn bows, gathering strength before launching them with ferocity. Thud, thud, thud. The short spears, far mightier than arrows, pierced through the Zhao cavalry, impaling riders and horses alike. Your Majesty, we have repelled the Zhao cavalry, Wu Qi reported. Meanwhile, the Zhao general, now barely able to move, managed to lift his gaze to the floating figure of Rong Yi. Hearing the anguished cries of the defeated Zhao cavalry outside, he cast a deep, considering look at Wu Qi, realizing he had underestimated the Wei Wu soldiers. This army, indeed, lived up to its reputation of invincibility. Moments later, Wu Qi returned with further news. The Zhao crossbowmen have retreated. We have captured 30,000 and slain 20,000, defeating an army of over 100,000 Zhao troops. The Wei Wu soldiers have truly proven themselves as a force capable of facing 100 foes. Ding! Imperial Fortune 30 Ding! Imperial Fortune 20 in this battle. Rong Yi's accumulation of Imperial Fortune surpassed 500. Your Majesty, there is no need to wait until nightfall. I can drive the Zhao army away and reclaim the capital. Wu Qi declared resolutely. Excellent, General Wu has achieved great merit. Once this battle concludes, I shall reward you handsomely. Rong Yi shot a glance at Zhang Puyuan, the former minister, his meaning clear. You claim that we could not withstand the Zhao's 300,000 troops. Yet General Wu Qi has decisively defeated them without a full day's effort. Zhang Puyuan hung his head in silence as Wu Qi strode away with purpose. 2 hours later, the head of the Zhao military commander, Quang Liang, was delivered to the mausoleum. The Zhao army, once numbering 300,000, had been routed. Only 3 of the 12 great generals remained to flee with the remnants of their forces. Thus, the capital was reclaimed. The captured Zhao general, having bled out, succumbed to his wounds. Rong Yi led the royal family and civil and military officials back to the palace. As he emerged from the mausoleum, a scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield lay before him. Thankfully, Rong Yi had inherited the memories of the true Grand Emperor of Rome, providing him with some resistance to the gruesome sight. However, the royal family and officials, accustomed to a life of luxury, were less fortunate, each one retching at the harrowing scene outside. Yet, having reclaimed the capital, Rong Yi had anticipated a flood of imperial fortune, only to find that not a single point had been accrued on his journey back to the palace. He understood that the Rong dynasty had deeply wounded the hearts of the common folk. Chapter 4. Crown Prince Rong Qi-ding, Side Quest. Reclaim the capital. Successfully completed. Reward. 1 host gift pack. Ding. New side quest released. Completely defeat the Zhao nation and recover all territories. Upon returning to the imperial palace and entering the council hall, the voice of the system resonated. Rong Yi's consciousness surged into his mind, and he immediately beheld the item section on the glowing screen. Following the great General Wu Qi and 50,000 Wei Wu soldiers, a new package label appeared. He chose not to open the package for the moment, nor did he pay heed to the latest system task. The pressing matter at hand was to restore the image of the Rong royal family in the hearts of the people and rekindle their sense of belonging to the Rong kingdom. However, previously, Rong Ruizong had led the royal kin and civil and military officials to abandon the populace, seeking refuge in the royal tombs for a full 7 days, resulting in the slaughter of 70,000 citizens by the Zhao state. This incident had inflicted a grievous blow upon the people. A royal family that could not protect its subjects, even forsaking them, was utterly unworthy to wield power over the nation. Rong Yi cast a glance at Rong Ruizong and the civil and military officials below, realizing that the heart of the issue lay with these individuals. Thus, the solution must also originate from them. At that moment, as Rong Yi was racking his brain, melding his understanding with the inherited memories to devise a plan, a 17 or 18-year-old maiden from the royal family suddenly stepped forward and, with a thud, knelt before him. Ancestor Emperor. The girl, her face awash with despair and tears, pleaded, Ancestor Emperor, please save my elder brother. The Crown Prince, I beseech you, bestow your grace. Rong Yi furrowed his brow. Just as he was about to speak, Rong Ruizong bellowed angrily, impudent. The crisis of the Rong kingdom remains unresolved. How could the Ancestor Emperor spare any time? You should withdraw at once. As soon as he finished speaking, another official added, if it were not for the Crown Prince's loss of Yushan Pass, how could the Zhao army have so easily breached our capital? No, it is not so. The royal maiden wept profusely, her pleading gaze fixed on Rong Yi, Ancestor Emperor. It is not as they say, humph. The Crown Prince's incompetence led to the loss of the crucial Yushan Pass. He is deserving of death. How dare he seek the Ancestor Emperor's rescue? Scoffed that official. Rong Yi found this remark intolerable. You are but a mere official. Who grants you the authority to condemn the Crown Prince? As a member of the Rong royal family, you have no right to speak. He was already incensed by the individuals before him, and now his expression darkened even further. The crowd fell silent in fear. Rong Yi's voice turned frigid as he declared, if the Crown Prince is deserving of death for losing Yushan Pass, what of you? You stood by and watched as 70,000 citizens met a gruesome fate. What did you do? Should your crimes not warrant 1,000 cuts? Ancestor Emperor, spare us. The crowd trembled in terror. Rong Yi shifted his gaze to the royal maiden, demanding, tell me, what happened with the Crown Prince? Seeing a glimmer of hope, the royal maiden hurriedly spoke, Ancestor Emperor, it is not as they claim. They have shifted all the blame onto my elder brother. In truth, he valiantly defended Yushan Pass, never retreating an inch when Yushan Pass fell. He fought valiantly but was gravely wounded, leading to his unconscious state. The soldiers risked their lives to break through the siege and brought him back to the capital. Rong Yi inquired, where is the Crown Prince now? My elder brother is still in the royal tombs, the royal maiden replied. She was the younger sister of Crown Prince Rong Qi, Princess Pingyang. The Crown Prince lay severely injured and unconscious after losing Yushan Pass, and the entire court condemned him. Even Rong Ruizong, shrouded by the shadow of the fallen kingdom, harbored discontent towards the Crown Prince. For a long time, it was Princess Pingyang who had cared for him. Rong Yi dispatched 2 military officials to carry the Crown Prince from the royal tomb to the council hall. The Crown Prince was unconscious, pallid, and his lips were dry and bluish. His body was swathed in white bandages, and a single glance revealed the severity of his injuries. Regardless of whether the Crown Prince had lost Yushan Pass, the mere fact that he sustained such grievous injuries while defending it rendered him 100 times more commendable than those royal kin and officials who had clung to their lives at the expense of the common folk. Ancestor Emperor, please save my elder brother. Princess Pingyang knelt beside the Crown Prince, weeping profusely. Rong Yi glided over, his ethereal form gently settling beside the Crown Prince. Ding! The system's voice timely resonated. detected that Crown Prince Rongqi is gravely injured and unconscious. The host may exchange for a 5th-grade vitality-infused divine pill in the primary system store to heal his wounds. The system's announcement echoed. Elixirs, star soldiers, martial techniques, and methods were categorized from 1st to 9th grade, with 9th grade being the lowest and 1st grade the highest. Beyond the 1st grade, there even existed transcendent tiers. The 5th grade vitality-infused divine pill was exceedingly rare in the Rong Kingdom, which was merely a vassal state. Even in the more powerful Shiqing Empire above the Rong Kingdom, 5th grade pills were quite precious. They were only commonly found in even mightier divine or sacred nations. However, for Rong-yi, as long as he possessed sufficient imperial fortune, he could easily exchange for them in the system store. Upon locating the 5th grade vitality-infused divine pill, he glanced at the required imperial fortune and felt disheartened. It was precisely 500, no more, no less. Just for one vitality-infused divine pill, Rong-yi's imperial fortune dwindled to a mere fraction. He felt a pang in his heart. Hesitating, a sudden idea sparked in his mind, and he decisively exchanged for a vitality-infused divine pill. As if conjured from thin air, he presented the pill to Princess Pingyang to administer to Crown Prince Rongqi. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, and gradually, color returned to Crown Prince Rongqi's face, while his cracked, bluish lips slowly regained their rosy hue. Within a few breaths, Rongqi's eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? The council hall. At that moment, a rush of memories flooded back to Rongqi, and he suddenly rose, spotting Rong Ruizong on the opposite side. Rongqi hurriedly knelt, exclaiming, "Father, I am guilty. I lost Yushan Pass." As he spoke, he suddenly noticed that Rong Ruizong's gaze was fixed behind him. Rongqi turned and beheld a young man with a striking countenance and a cold demeanor, his mind vaguely recalling the figure, but unable to place him. That is the Ancestor Emperor. Our revered Ancestor Emperor, it was he who saved my elder brother. Princess Pingyang softly reminded him. The moment Crown Prince Rongqi heard this, his memories crystallized. The royal tombs contained numerous portraits of the Ancestor Emperor, spanning from youth to old age, seen during ancestral rites. The young man before him was indeed the Ancestor Emperor. Rongqi had seen the Ancestor Emperor. He prostrated himself, pleading, "I beg forgiveness, Ancestor Emperor. Thank you for saving my life. Please, bestow your judgment upon me." "What crime have you committed?" Rongyi retorted. Rongqi replied, "Yushan Pass is the lifeblood of the Rong Kingdom. My loss of it has placed the nation in peril, awakening the Ancestor Emperor's ire. My sins are unforgivable." "Ha ha ha!" Rongyi laughed heartily, surveying the civil and military officials and royal kin around him. "Your injuries were all endured in the defense of Yushan Pass. If you are guilty, then what of this group of scoundrels who harmed 70,000 citizens? Should they not be punished with the utmost severity? Their entire lineage wiped out." As he spoke, Rongyi's expression turned grave. "Proclaim my edict. From this day forth, Rong Ruizong shall no longer serve as monarch. Rongqi shall ascend the throne. Collect the heads of 70,000 citizens and construct the Hall of the People, burning incense daily to honor the souls of the deceased. All those who hid in the royal tombs, disregarding the lives of the citizens, shall receive 1,000 strikes of the rod, life or death. It matters not. Execute immediately." Chapter 5. The people 1,000 strikes of the rod. Execute immediately. The civil and military officials and royal kin displayed expressions of terror, trembling in fear. This was akin to a death sentence. Receiving 1,000 strikes would not only leave them in agony but could even break their very backs. "Ancestor Emperor, spare us. I beseech you, Ancestor Emperor, quell your anger and show mercy. We shall never dare again. Please forgive us this once." The crowd, filled with trepidation, begged for leniency. Rongyi remained unmoved, continuing in a calm tone. "Moreover, since the Zhao state invaded the palace and plundered numerous treasures from the national treasury, the funds required for the construction of the Hall of the People shall be borne by you all. You managed to send your families to the cultivation sects for refuge, and I trust your wealth accompanied them, untouched by the Zhao's pillaging. Yet you forsook the common folk. Therefore, this money must come from you." Zhang Puyuan, who had already been dismissed, seemed to seize the opportunity and immediately interjected, "Ancestor Emperor, we can provide the funds, but I hope you would spare us for the sake of constructing the Hall of the People." Heh, what a splendid idea you have. Rongyi retorted with a cold smile. 1,000 strikes of the rod are a penalty from the Rong royal family and officials to the people. There shall be no escape from your sins. You? Zhang Pu Yuan's expression darkened. Ancestor Emperor, I must remind you, water can both carry and overturn a boat. Civilian? Rongyi raised an eyebrow. You have been dismissed. Furthermore, do you think that you, with your ilk, can dictate the fate of the Rong kingdom? You overestimate yourselves. Ancestor Emperor, all of our descendants have entered cultivation sections. I advise you not to disrupt the established order between us and the sects. Zhang Pu Yuan, in a desperate bid, showed no fear of the Ancestor Emperor. Rongyi ignored Zhang Pu Yuan, his aura imposing, as if he were a towering mountain. Come forth, yes. Several Wei Wu soldiers entered the hall. Drag these individuals out. Announce in the city that the punishment shall be executed in half an hour, and let the common folk witness it, Rongyi commanded. Understood. The Wei Wu soldiers would not question Rongyi's orders. Summoning more soldiers to escort the civil and military officials and royal kin. Ancestor Emperor, spare us. I shall never dare again. Ancestor Emperor, I have erred, and I beseech the benevolence of the Ancestral Emperor. The crowd hastily implored for mercy. Rongyi maintained a stoic demeanor. Some, emboldened by their superior prowess compared to the Wei martial troops, contemplated rebellion. However, General Wu Qi intervened to subdue them, leading the individuals away one by one. Simultaneously, on another front, the Wei martial troops emerged from the palace to post notices, knocking on doors to inform every household. The citizens, having endured the ravages of Zhao soldiers, were engulfed by an inescapable shadow of despair. Upon learning of Rong Ruizong's abdication and the ascension of Prince Rongqi as emperor, who subsequently imposed punishment upon the civil and military officials as well as the royal family, disbelief swept through them. Humph! Merely a charade. Do they think they can deceive us? My son was killed by Zhao soldiers on the very first day. Where were the royal family and officials? Hiding in the imperial tombs? Too fearful to emerge. Tears were shed by the elderly, while women grieved quietly and children wailed. Our ancestors served the people of Rong State, yet Rong State has so callously abandoned us. I have resolved to leave Rong State. Indeed, if Rong State cannot even protect its capital and disregards its citizens, are we to remain here merely to await death? Rong State has truly inflicted deep wounds upon the hearts of its people. In the midst of the war between the two nations, such calamity and cruelty should not have led to the slaughter of innocents. Yet, the royal family and officials of Rong State cowered in the tombs. Forcing Zhao State to resort to such desperate measures. 7 days have passed, shattering countless families, rivers of blood flowing, and corpses piled high. I am eager to witness what further tricks Rong State has in store, declared an elderly man, devastated by the loss of his son. Half an hour later, on the Grand Avenue before the palace, thousands of citizens looked on as civil and military officials along with royal descendants, under the custody of Wei martial troops, prostrated themselves upon the ground, including Princess Pingyang. Each individual was flanked by 3 Wei martial troops wielding staffs, among the entire court of civil and military officials and the Rong royal family. Only one person remained unpunished, the designated sovereign, Rongqi. The appointed time had arrived. 1,000 strikes would be administered, regardless of life or death. Wu Qi conveyed Rongyi's decree. As Rongqi stood at the palace gate, Rongyi gazed from the moon viewing tower of the palace. Observing the citizens' expressions of disdain upon hearing the decree, it was evident they awaited the spectacle of Rong State's performance. Execute, with Wu Qi's command. The sound of staffs striking resonated heavily. Ah! The punished cried out in agony. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Could this truly be real punishment? It was inconceivable. Just wait and see. It won't be long before they ease up on the force. Humph! Perhaps they have something stuffed in their trousers. Those cries are merely for show. The majority remained unconvinced. The Wei martial troops, however, paid no heed to the citizens' comments, wielding their staffs with unrelenting force, delivering blow after blow, causing those beneath the staffs to scream in agony. Blood! Look, it is blood. One person's rear was the first to break, blood seeping through and staining their trousers. With a sharp crack, a Wei martial troop exerted too much force, breaking the staff. This is genuine punishment. After 100 strikes, their trousers lay in tatters, flesh and blood mangled. The second Wei martial troop took over, delivering blows with unyielding strength, indeed disregarding life and death. 500 strikes among the citizens, some began to count. The royal descendants and officials, being cultivators, endured longer. However, even now, some succumbed, fainting from the torment. "Spit? Well done. Kill them," exclaimed an elderly man, cursing vehemently. "Strike! Strike!" the citizens, with red eyes, shouted in a cathartic frenzy. As three-way martial troops took turns, ensuring each strike was forceful, by the time the 600th strike landed, the first casualty emerged. The 700th strike. Another was cleaved in half. The Wei martial troops did not relent. For a full hour, each strike was delivered with considerable force. Upon completion of the 1,000 strikes, over 70 individuals lay dead, and the remaining were barely clinging to life, likely to perish soon after. "Oh, how they deserve to die! How they deserve to die!" The citizens wept bitterly. Ding! Imperial luck 100, Imperial luck 100, 70, 20. The system's voice resonated, indicating that the Imperial luck was still not as abundant as anticipated. With hundreds of thousands of citizens in the capital, the acquisition of just over 1,000 points of Imperial luck was exceedingly meager. Alas, winning back the hearts of the populace is a heavy burden. Rongyi sighed and returned to the palace. To restore the people's trust in Rong State, it was imperative that they witness its might, understanding that no nation could infringe upon Rong State. Life in Rong State would never again witness the atrocities of Zhao soldiers against its citizens. Their lives would be safeguarded by Rong State. Thus, the next step was to vanquish Zhao State, offering their blood as a tribute to the 70,000 souls lost in the capital. A thought crossed his mind. There remained an unopened gift pack, a side quest to utterly defeat Zhao State and reclaim all territories, awaiting completion. Although Zhao State's 300,000 troops had been defeated, they merely retreated to Yushan Pass, not entirely withdrawing from Rong State, with 12 cities still under Zhao control. Ding! Does the host wish to open the gift pack? The system has adjusted the contents based on Rong State's current condition. The voice was cold and mechanical, yet still remarkably humanized, which Rongyi appreciated. Without hesitation, he opened the gift pack. Chapter 6. Physical Form and Cultivation. Ding! Gift pack opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 50,000 Qin crossbowmen and the legendary General Bai Qi. The system's voice remained as cold and mechanical as ever, devoid of fluctuation, yet Rongyi leaped in exhilaration. What? Qin crossbowmen? By heavens! This is the ultimate weapon of Qin Shi Huang, famed for its invincibility in battle. Even in later eras, people referred to the formidable Qin crossbow with a name of unparalleled might, the Qin Annihilation Crossbow. Capable of obliterating even stars, its power and range are unparalleled. As for the infamous General Bai Qi, his reputation for slaughtering 400,000 soldiers was legendary. During the Warring States period, every nation trembled at the mere mention of his name. A single man's renown was worth 1,000,000 troops. Coupled with his courage and wisdom, he was invincible on the battlefield. He was the greatest contributor to Qin's unification of the 6 states. Oh my! Summoning the god of death Bai Qi along with 50,000 Qin crossbowmen, in conjunction with Wu Qi and the Wei martial troops, would surely crush Zhao's state into the ground. If memory serves me right, Bai Qi's slaughter of Zhao's 400,000 soldiers during the Warring States period is quite poetic. Ding! Does the host wish to summon the god of death Bai Qi and 50,000 Qin crossbowmen? The system inquired. Not just yet. Rongyi planned to wait until they reached Yushan Pass before summoning the god of death Bai Qi and the 50,000 Qin crossbowmen. This time, he would lead the charge himself. He could not afford to appear in the form of a soul. He prepared to refine his 9-hole Divine Lotus avatar. Summoning the 9-hole Divine Lotus avatar, he entered it according to the system's instructions. Gradually merging with the avatar, as time passed, Rongyi began to sense his surroundings. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself completely merged with the 9-hole Divine Lotus avatar. Approaching a bronze mirror, he beheld a youthful figure with cascading black hair and a prominent nose. His eyes, deep and dark like a tranquil abyss, and his face, sharply defined as if chiseled by a sculptor, radiated an imposing aura, exuding an extraordinary presence. His consciousness entered his mind, and the display screen revealed his information. Host, Rongyi. Status, 9-hole Divine Lotus Avatar. Cultivation, none. Note, The nine-hole Divine Lotus avatar possesses boundless potential. The host may ingest elixirs to rapidly enhance cultivation without any risk of instability. Divine powers. Might. Items: General Wu Qi, 50,000 Wei martial troops, God of Death by Qi, 50,000 Qin crossbowmen. Store: Basic System Store, Imperial Luck, 1,240. Rome State Status: Surrounded on all sides. Ding! Does the host wish to exchange elixirs to enhance cultivation? Cultivation consists of three major realms: postnatal, star body, and innate realms. The postnatal realm is divided into 5 stages: knowledge origin, aperture opening, essence gathering, transformation, and foundation establishment, with each stage further divided into initial, minor, major, and perfection. The star body realm encompasses the stages of elixir condensation, celestial aspect, star mansion, and star realm, also with subdivisions of initial, minor, major, and perfection. In this world, anyone aspiring to embark on the path of cultivation must cultivate mental power, which is the essence of spiritual force. To perceive star essence with mental power is the knowledge origin realm. Following the knowledge origin realm, the aperture opening stage involves opening the 108 acupoints in the human body. Each opened acupoint increases 1s strength by 10 June once all 108 acupoints are opened. The cultivator possesses 1,000 June of strength. This is followed by the essence gathering realm. Each stage is intricately connected, necessitating a grounded approach to steadily advance 1s cultivation. However, this applies to ordinary individuals. Rong Yi, however, possessed the boundless potential of the nine-hole Divine Lotus avatar. Even if he were to consume copious amounts of elixirs to enhance his cultivation, there would be no risk of instability. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully exchanged for a quality-less elixir, the Nourishing Essence Pill. 10 golden pills the size of fingertips appeared in Rong Yi's hand, exuding a faint herbal fragrance. Upon consuming them all, Rong Yi felt a warm flow rise within his abdomen. Spreading through his limbs, he soon noticed that streams of star essence flowed through the air like gentle rivulets. Knowledge origin realm initialized, progressing through the small, major, and perfected stages. Ding! Does the host wish to exchange for the 9-tier aperture opening pill? Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully exchanged for the 9-tier pill, the aperture opening pill. With a series of crisp sounds akin to bubbles bursting, the Qiao Shuidan was consumed, opening up the meridians one by one, leading to a solid elevation in cultivation. 2 days later, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host! You have transcended the post-heaven realm, elevating your cultivation to the. Upon detecting the host's breakthrough, the system shall reward the host with a grand gift package. During these 2 days, Rong Yi consumed pills incessantly, exhausting much of the imperial fortune, yet his cultivation ascended to the initial stage of a cultivation boost accompanied by a grand gift package. Rong Yi chuckled softly and opened the grand gift package. Ding! Successfully opened the grand gift package. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the ancestral level technique. You may begin your practice at any time. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the 8th grade attack martial art. You may begin your practice at any moment. Congratulations, host! You have received the 8th grade movement technique. You may commence your practice at any time. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the 8th grade defensive technique. You may begin your practice at your leisure. By the heavens! An ancestral level technique? Techniques in martial arts are classified from 1 to 9 grades, with 9 being the lowest and 1 the highest. Beneath grade 9, there exists nothingness, and above grade 1, there are superior, imperial, holy, and ancestral levels. To open a grand gift package and receive an ancestral level technique is unprecedented. Such techniques are rare even in the realms of vassal states, and perhaps non-existent in empires, divine realms, or even holy nations. Only the most elite lineages possess them, truly remarkable. With the system in hand, the world is mine. As for martial arts, they employ special methods to wield star essence, unleashing it with immense might. There are 5 categories: attack, movement, defense, exploration, and healing. Rong Yi did not harbor extravagant expectations for ancestral-level martial arts. The demand for star essence varies with the grade of the martial art. Higher grades require more star essence. Even should the grand gift package yield an ancestral-level martial art, Rong Yi would presently be unable to employ it. While the 8th grade martial arts suit him perfectly, he resolved to practice all, in an instant, for memories surged within Rong Yi's mind, as if instinctively acquired. The star essence flowed through his meridians in accordance with the ancestral-level technique, circulating within his body. With a mere thought, he could summon the 3 8th-grade martial techniques at will. This provided him with a means of self-defense. Rising to his feet, Rongyi instructed the Wei Wu soldiers guarding the hall to summon everyone. The first to arrive was General Wu Qi, followed by Rong Ruizong, Rong Qi, and other members of the royal family in succession. Moments later, all had gathered. Rongyi announced the expedition for the following day, stating that he would personally lead the Wei Wu soldiers to breach the Yu Mountain Pass and reclaim lost territories. They would march into the Zhao Kingdom and exact blood for blood. Rong Qi, once I have vanquished the Zhao Kingdom, you shall ascend to the throne. In the meantime, the establishment of the Wanmin Pavilion is of utmost priority. And we must swiftly select talents to gradually replace the 100 officials, revitalizing the court. I wish to witness a flourishing Rong Kingdom, where the common folk are treated as the sovereign's children, rather than abandoned by negligent officials. With that, Rong Yi turned to the royal kin, urging them to diligently cultivate, as they would all enter the army in the future to safeguard the borders of the Rong Kingdom. Ensuring the honor of the Rong imperial family is upheld. Chapter 7. Yu Mountain Pass. The following day, the army commenced its march. Rong Yi, alongside General Wu Qi, led 50,000 Wei Wu soldiers northward to the Yu Mountain Pass. The Rong Kingdom comprises 7 prefectures and 92 cities, with 12 cities in the Yu Mountain Prefecture, situated north of the pass and closer to the Zhao Kingdom. The Zhao Kingdom's 300,000 troops, having invaded the capital of the Rong Kingdom, were swiftly defeated by the Wei Wu soldiers, retreating to the Yu Mountain Pass, where they remained entrenched, still holding 12 cities of the Rong Kingdom. Along the journey, Rongyi witnessed the devastation wrought by war upon the Rong Kingdom. Homes shattered, families torn apart, and the populace suffering immensely. The Zhao troops, akin to marauders, ravaged the land, leaving the common people in dire straits. Shrouded in despair and sorrow, further solidifying Rongyi's resolve to annihilate the Zhao Kingdom. Day and night, the Wei Wu soldiers, each possessing the cultivation of the opening realm, surpassed regular armies in endurance. After several days, they arrived at the Yu Mountain Pass point 3 miles ahead. A continuous mountain range loomed, with a towering fortress obstructing their path. The dark walls were impregnable, standing several dozen feet high, and Zhao soldiers stood resolutely atop, exhibiting none of the previous despair from their defeat. Ding! Does the host wish to summon the god of war, Bai Qi, along with 50,000 Qin crossbowmen? Summon! Ding! Congratulations, host! The god of war, Bai Qi, has been successfully summoned. Congratulations, host! 50,000 Qin crossbowmen have been successfully summoned. As the system's voice faded, the space ahead distorted, and figures materialized from thin air. It was none other than the Qin crossbowmen, clad in black armor, armed with crossbows and carrying hundreds of bolts. Their dark crossbows and taut bowstrings glimmered ominously in the sunlight. At the forefront, the god of war, Bai Qi, emerged, contrary to expectations of a fearsome visage. He possessed a medium stature and a scholarly demeanor. Had it not been for the faint yet chilling aura of slaughter emanating from him, one might mistake him for a learned scholar rather than a general known for commanding the execution of 400,000 soldiers. Minister Bai Qi, I pay my respects to the ancestral emperor. He spoke calmly and unhurriedly. Bai Qi slightly bowed, leaving those unaware of the context incredulous. Who would dare believe that such a mild-mannered individual was the infamous god of war responsible for the slaughter? General Bai, please, no formalities. Rongyi nodded in satisfaction, gesturing towards Wu Qi beside him, introducing, this is General Wu Qi. Although both were renowned generals from the Spring and Autumn period and Warring States era. Summoned here, they were strangers, General Wu, General Bai. The two exchanged polite gestures and a few pleasantries before their attention returned to the distant Yu Mountain Pass. Ancestral Emperor, the Qin crossbowman's bolts possess sufficient range to reach within the Yu Mountain Pass. Bai Qi asserted, his killing intent palpable. I suggest igniting the crossbow bolts to create chaos within the city, allowing General Wu and myself to infiltrate during the turmoil and open the gates. This is indeed a commendable strategy. Rongyi's eyes gleamed with coldness. As for how many Zhao soldiers would perish in the process, that consideration was entirely out of mind. One must not forget that many lives are often sacrificed for a general's victory. Given the Zhao soldiers' transgressions against the civilians, their demise is hardly regrettable. Very well, convey my imperial decree. Commence the siege at once. Yes. This subordinate accepts the orders. Yes. I shall comply with the imperial decree. Generals Wu Qi and Bai Qi accepted the command. The Wei Wu soldiers and the Qin crossbowmen, both summoned by the system, showed no surprise at the sudden appearance of the latter. The 100,000 troops marched toward the Yu Mountain Pass. Look, it's the Rong Kingdom army. A Zhao soldier stationed atop the wall of the Yu Mountain Pass suddenly bellowed. Quickly inform the general. The Zhao soldiers moved in an orderly fashion, taking their positions to draw their bows and arrows. While a messenger swiftly descended from the wall, racing towards the general's quarters, boom, 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 boom. The war drums thundered, and countless Zhao soldiers scrambled atop the walls. Several generals draped in red cloaks hastily approached. The former supreme commander of the Zhao troops, a general who had barely escaped with his life, upon seeing the 100,000-strong army below, was instantly filled with dread. Them, the last remnants of the Rong Kingdom. They are the ones who defeated the supreme commander and vanquished 300,000 troops. In the center stood a middle-aged general, who, despite his prowess, felt no fear upon reaching the Yu Mountain Pass. Prepared for this confrontation for days, the Zhao Kingdom was ready to engage the Rong Kingdom in a decisive battle here. Indeed, if the Rong Kingdom desires to reclaim its lost territories, they must assault the city. The Yu Mountain Pass is easily defended but hard to attack, ensuring that they shall come to no return. One general sneered in agreement. All troops, listen up. Shoot all intruders with a volley of arrows. And show no mercy. The general has spoken. The troops erupted with enthusiasm, their voices rumbling like thunder, ascending to the heavens. Heh, quite the display of spirit. Soon they shall learn what true might entails, even from hundreds of feet away. Rong Yi could hear the roars of the Zhao soldiers. Not long prior, the Zhao Kingdom's 300,000 troops had been routed by 5,000 Wei Wu soldiers, and it was baffling where they found their courage now. General Wu Qi and the god of war, Bai Qi, led the Wei Wu soldiers and the Qin crossbowmen closer, positioning the crossbowmen at the forefront, while the Wei Wu soldiers took their place at the rear. When they were 50 feet from the Yu Mountain Pass, the army halted. Here, they were just beyond the Zhao archers' range but fully within that of the Qin crossbowmen. Huh. Why have they stopped? Are they not assaulting the city? A Zhao general atop the wall questioned in confusion. Look, it seems they are igniting their arrowheads. Several generals raised their eyebrows. One of them suddenly chuckled coldly. Is the Rong Kingdom's crossbowmen insane? They are still 50 feet from the Yu Mountain Pass. Do they intend to shoot arrows from there? 50 feet for crossbow bolts? Those must be at least 9th-grade star weapons. Another general mocked. Ha! Does the Rong Kingdom truly believe it can equip all its soldiers with 9th-grade star weapons? It seems they do not genuinely intend to breach the Yu Mountain Pass. The middle-aged general, positioned centrally, believed he had unraveled the truth, viewing it merely as a show for the Rong Kingdom's populace. 50 feet away, even our Zhao archers, positioned above, cannot reach them. They must not wish for casualties. If they do not assault the city, how can we eradicate them? A general proposed. Why don't we charge out and catch them off guard? Thoroughly annihilating the Rong Kingdom's army. This would be a significant military achievement. There are those who are restless, eager to test their mettle. The former Grand General of the 12 Guards recalls the ferocity and valor of the Wei Wu troops. And the prowess of General Wu Qi sends a shiver down his spine. Gentlemen, he implores, let us proceed with caution. We are fortified at Yushan Pass, which is easy to defend but perilously foolish to engage the enemy directly. The nearby generals cast derisive glances, one of them scoffing, General Li, have you been intimidated by the forces of Ronghua? Ha ha ha. Perhaps you should return home to recuperate. A mere 100,000 soldiers from Ronghua? We, the Zhao Kingdom, boast 500,000 fierce warriors. With a mere gesture, we could annihilate them. This group has long believed that the defeat of the Grand Marshal was due to carelessness, failing to comprehend the might of the Wei Wu troops. To pit 5,000 against 30,000, such an outcome is utterly implausible. Chapter 8. The siege. Look, they truly intend to shoot arrows, exclaimed the leftmost Zhao general, pointing. Indeed, as the general predicted, the Rong troops have no intention of mounting an assault on the city. They merely seek to placate the citizens of Ronghua. The other generals laughed heartily. Observing their jovial banter, the Zhao soldiers, who had initially considered raising their shields in defense, relaxed their tense postures. An old veteran on the battlefield chuckled softly. 50 zhang? That arrow cannot possibly reach. Yet, a A crossbowman beside him, visibly shaken, was a survivor who had fled from the capital of Ronghua. Having witnessed the formidable strength of the Wei Wu troops, he felt a chill creep through him as he beheld the thousands of Qin crossbowmen below. Let us remain vigilant. The forces of Ronghua exhibit some peculiarities. The veteran shot him a disgruntled glance. Do you not understand my words? Have you ever seen arrows that can fly such distances? You must have been frightened by Ronghua, scoffed another soldier. How dare you disrupt our morale? Be cautious, or I shall report you and ensure your execution to maintain discipline, protested the crossbowman quietly. Coward. You ought to be more wary of yourself. The veteran sneered, dismissing him and turning away. The crossbowman, indeed, remained cautious, raising his shield to protect himself 50 zhang away. The Qin crossbowmen drew their bows, the arrows poised, flames licking their tips, aimed directly at Yushan Pass. Loose the arrows, commanded Rong Yi. Fire, echoed the orders of the god of death. By Qi, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows soared forth like a torrential rain of fire. Let us wager. How far can the arrows of Ronghua reach? Jested a Zhao general atop the wall. I wager 20 zhang, 30 zhang, 30 zhang. You overestimate Ronghua. At most 25 zhang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flaming arrows, trailing brilliant fire, hurtled towards Yushan Pass. This is bad. The Zhao general's expression shifted dramatically. The arrows are coming, defensive positions. But alas, it was too late. The arrows descended, their formidable force piercing through the armor of Zhao soldiers, the flames igniting and splattering in all directions. They are 9-rank star soldiers. Ronghua possesses 9-rank star soldiers. The battlements erupted into chaos as Zhao generals scrambled to evade, soldiers ducking for cover behind their shields. Stay low behind your shields, murmured a surviving Zhao crossbowman, glancing at the lifeless body of a veteran beside him. I warned you to be careful. Why did you not listen? The arrow had struck the veteran's left eye, exiting through the back of his head, sparks igniting all around as he slowly caught fire. The first wave of arrows fell, quickly followed by the second and third, an unrelenting barrage. The Qin crossbowmen, each carrying over 100 arrows, unleashed their fiery assault in waves that could endure for 200 volleys. Flames erupted atop Yushan Pass, sending Zhao soldiers into disarray, while arrows soared over the walls, raining down into the city. The rear supply troops, oblivious to the chaos, were suddenly besieged by a torrent of arrows, resulting in countless casualties as flames engulfed the area. Your Majesty, Yushan Pass is in utter disarray. I, along with General Wu, shall seize the opportunity to infiltrate the city and open the gates upon witnessing the turmoil. The god of death by Qi deemed the moment ripe and replied, Excellent, proceed with caution, both of you. Rong Yi, observing the chaos atop Yushan Pass, recognized the opportunity as well. Indeed, General Wu Qi and the god of death by Qi set forth, one veering left, the other right, maneuvering through the turmoil. Both were masters of the perfected condensation realm, their star energy surging, their feet propelled by the wind. They soared forward as if arrows released from a bow. In mere moments, they reached the wall and leapt into the city. The Zhao soldiers, cowering beneath the hail of arrows and concealed by the trees below, remained unaware of their presence until the duo arrived at the city gates. Who goes there? Below, the 100 soldiers guarding the gates eyed the newcomers warily. General Wu Qi and the god of death by Qi wasted no words. Like tigers among sheep, they dispatched Zhao soldiers with lethal efficiency. In the blink of an eye, dozens lay slain, while others fled in panic. Creak. The gates of Yushan Pass swung open. Generals, they have ceased firing, declared a Zhao general atop the wall, noticing the Qin crossbowmen had stopped their barrage. Rong Yi commanded, 10,000 troops, advance on the city. The Wei Wu troops and the Qin crossbowmen surged forward. They are attacking the city, exclaimed one soldier, his heart racing. Attack? The Zhao general's eyes lit up. Quickly, prepare the soldiers for a counterattack. Report. Just then, a messenger sprinted forth, kneeling before the generals. Your Excellencies, the city gates have fallen. 2 from Ronghua have infiltrated the city and opened the gates. What? The generals were taken aback. Relay the order to the troops. Prepare for battle. With over 10,000 crossbowmen stationed atop the walls to obstruct the advance of the Rong forces, the remainder of the troops gathered. The Zhao generals rushed to the gates, only to find them wide open, with General Wu Qi and the god of death by Qi standing resolutely, One to the left and one to the right. It is him. He is the one who killed Marshal Quang. One of the former 12 guards of Zhao stared at Wu Qi in terror. Scoundrels! Kill these two at once. Charge forth. Let us fight to the death against Ronghua. The Zhao general bellowed, with the range of the Qin crossbowmen's bolts. They were no better than sitting ducks at Yushan Pass. It was better to charge forth. Onward. The Zhao general led the charge. General Wu Qi and the god of death Bai Qi stood firm at the entrance. Exuding an aura of invincibility, the Zhao general lunged forward. He shouted, "Take advantage of their momentary disarray and eliminate these two." Several surrounded them, two being masters of the perfected condensation realm, while the others were of the foundational realm. Believing they could overwhelm Wu Qi and Bai Qi, they pressed their attack. Unexpectedly, Wu Qi drew his sword with a flick of his wrist, and with no discernible movement, heads began to roll. The god of death Bai Qi smiled slightly, unleashing a flurry of punches and strikes, dispatching the Zhao generals as easily as dealing with common soldiers. How could they be this strong? Zhao kingdom is doomed, lamented a fallen Zhao general as he breathed his last. Outside the city, approaching 30 zhang, the Qin crossbowmen raised their bows and arrows, targeting the walls, forcing the Zhao crossbowmen to shrink back and shield the advance of the Wei Wu troops. General Wu Qi and the god of death Bai Qi dealt with the Zhao generals. The Wei Wu troops surged into the city. Rongyi followed closely, witnessing the overwhelming strength of the Wei Wu troops firsthand. 50,000 against 500,000. The long spears in the hands of the Wei Wu troops were like reapers of death, harvesting lives, while their shorter spears claimed lives from 100 zhang away. In terms of individual strength and military coordination, they utterly crushed the Zhao forces. By the heavens! Not only could 50,000 withstand 500,000, but even 1,000,000 would likely be overwhelmed. Rongyi realized he had underestimated the Wei Wu troops. With such a formidable army at his command, unifying the realm was surely just a matter of time. Chapter 9. The Courage to Surrender. I surrender. I surrender. Spare my life. A Zhao general, encircled by 100 Wei Wu soldiers, perceived the dire situation and cast down his weapon, shouting at Rongyi. The Wei Wu troops slaughtered Zhao soldiers who cast aside their armor and fled in disarray, scattering like leaves in a tempest, while the rear Qin crossbowmen unleashed a relentless volley, indifferent to the carnage. Rongyi approached, and the Wei Wu soldiers parted before him. The Zhao general pleaded, "I surrender." "You cannot kill a captive soldier." Rongyi replied coldly with a smirk, "Surrender? Has my approval been granted? Your Zhao forces have ravaged my people. Now you dare claim that I cannot kill captives? To slay you would be to offend the heavens." The Zhao general retorted, "Ha! One day, this world will belong to me." Rongyi fixed his gaze upon the Zhao general. "Your time has come." With a swift motion, he unleashed his star energy, employing the technique of the condensation blade, the energy coalescing into a blade-like form, which he then swung down with tremendous force. Rongyi had merely achieved the initial stages of the Ning Dan realm, while that general from the Zhao kingdom was but at the foundation establishment level, lacking even the strength to resist. With a single stroke, he cleaved through, severing the body in twain and annihilating the Zhao soldiers. "I shall wash the Yushan Pass in blood," Rongyi bellowed, raising his hand as multiple streams of star essence erupted forth, piercing the visages of the nearby Zhao soldiers, entering through their foreheads and claiming their lives. War knows no right or wrong. However, to harm innocents and slaughter defenseless civilians is the greatest disgrace of warfare. North of the Yushan Pass, beyond the 12 cities of Yushan County, lies the territory of the Zhao kingdom. The Zhao soldiers fled in disarray toward the north, but behind them, the sharp spears of the Wei Wuzhu and the lethal arrows of the Qin crossbowmen relentlessly harvested lives. With those able to escape being fewer than 1 in 100. Blood was strewn about, and severed limbs lay scattered across the ground, creating rivers of crimson and a gathering of malevolence. An hour later, apart from the Wei Wuzhu and the Qin crossbowmen, not a single soul remained alive at Yushan Pass. The Wei Wuzhu and the Qin crossbowmen, renowned throughout history, faced the Yushan Pass, which resembled a hell on earth, without even a frown, let alone any sign of discomfort. Corpses piled high, a fire ignited, sending billowing black smoke soaring into the heavens. Rongyi stood at the forefront, his expression devoid of emotion, akin to a demon risen from the underworld, slaying without a blink. "Your Majesty, we have discovered 2 maps." Major General Wu Qi approached, holding 2 scrolls of animal hide, Unfurling them revealed one to be a map of Rong Kingdom, while the other depicted Zhao Kingdom, annotated with meticulous detail, including every county, every city, every road, troop strength, and provisions clearly inscribed. How could Zhao Kingdom possess such a detailed map of Rong Kingdom? Rong Yi's brow furrowed slightly. The map contained exhaustive notes, and with this map in hand, should Zhao Kingdom breach the Yushan Pass, entering and exiting Rong Kingdom would be as effortless as traversing an unguarded land. Surely, there is a traitor among us. The first face to emerge in Rong Yi's mind was Zhang Pu Yuan. Once I eradicate Zhao Kingdom, I will drag you out. He cast the map of Rong Kingdom into the flames, reducing it to ashes while scrutinizing the Zhao map. The land of Zhao was several times that of Rong, encompassing 78 counties and over 300 cities. The capital of Zhao was situated deep within its territory, with military camps established in all directions, led by the 4 great cavalry generals. This campaign was commanded by the Grand Marshal, leading the 4 cavalry generals southward, with Zhao Kingdom nearly committing all its forces. Your Majesty, there remain 12 cities in Zhao Kingdom's grasp within Rong Kingdom. The nearest, Shangyuan City, is merely 300 miles away. By the end of today, I shall undoubtedly reclaim Shangyuan City, Major General Wu Qi asserted. There's no need. Upon receiving the news of Yushan Pass's fall, the commander of Shangyuan City will surely choose to retreat. The Yushan Pass is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The Wei Wuzhu and the Qin crossbowmen have easily breached it, and the soldiers who manage to escape will certainly relay the news at that time. The commanders of the other 12 cities, if they possess even a modicum of rationality, will opt for retreat rather than stubbornly holding their ground. Your Majesty, what shall our next step be? The killing god Bai Qi, noticing Rong Yi's unwavering gaze upon the Zhao map, tentatively inquired, Are we to attack Zhao Kingdom? Rong Yi smiled mysteriously, glancing at the 2 generals beside him. Do you dare to engage in something thrilling? Thrilling? Major General Wu Qi was momentarily taken aback. The killing god Bai Qi also appeared puzzled, not grasping the emperor's ingenious plan. We shall strike straight to the heart. Advancing towards the Zhao capital, Rong Yi's gaze fixed resolutely as he pointed to the capital of Zhao Kingdom on the map. What? Both Major General Wu Qi and the killing god Bai Qi trembled at the revelation. Indeed, it was thrilling. Zhao Kingdom was left with only the county troops, their combat prowess significantly inferior to that of the national army. With the battle capabilities of the Wei Wuzhu and the Qin crossbowmen, penetrating into their territory and wreaking havoc would be a trivial task. Rong Yi spoke with audacity and fervor. We shall charge directly to their capital. If we eliminate the Zhao royal family, the 78 counties will surely descend into chaos, presenting a prime opportunity to annex Zhao Kingdom. Major General Wu Qi and the killing god Bai Qi were momentarily stunned before slowly regaining their composure. Major General Wu Qi bowed respectfully to Rong Yi, exclaiming, Your Majesty is a visionary, a military genius. Your Majesty possesses the courage and ambition. This plan is exceedingly clever. Destroy the Zhao family, scatter the counties, and break through one by one. It is indeed a well-conceived scheme. The killing god Bai Qi also expressed his admiration for Rong Yi's audacity and resolve. Then it is settled. All armies shall rest and prepare to march under the cover of night. Rong Yi declared decisively. In the capital of Rong Kingdom, at the Zhang residence, within the Grand Hall, over 100 officials were either seated or standing. Zhang Pu Yuan, occupying the highest seat, gently placed down his teacup. Surely, you have all heard the news. Emperor Tianyi has reclaimed Yushan Pass. Pausing, his shadowy gaze swept across the faces of the assembly. I have summoned you here to inquire, in the days to come, shall Rong Kingdom place its fate entirely in the hands of Emperor Tianyi? Can you all accept this? I cannot accept. An elderly voice rose from the left, belonging to the Chancellor of the Central Secretariat, a high-ranking official of the second tier, having recently endured 1,000 lashes, narrowly escaping with his life thanks to his cultivation at the transformation realm. He had spent several days recuperating. I too cannot accept. Echoed the Minister of Revenue. I have pondered this matter. For the sake of those 70,000 ants, he ordered us to be punished, claiming dozens of lives. We are the pillars of Rong Kingdom. How can we be compared to those mere ants? Precisely. Without us, who shall govern the vast expanse of Rong Kingdom? Zhang Pu Yuan observed the officials as they voiced their grievances one after another. After waiting for a moment, seeing that the opportunity was ripe for them to unleash their ire, he cleared his throat. Gentlemen, I have already conferred with several princes of Rong Kingdom. They have expressed their willingness to cede the 12 cities north of Yushan Pass to Zhao Kingdom, uniting with them to launch a concerted attack on Emperor Tian Yi and eliminate him. Thus, north of Yushan Pass shall belong to Zhao Kingdom, while south shall remain Rong Kingdom in due course. Both nations shall sign a century-long peace treaty and shake hands in reconciliation. Chapter 10. Generous Rewards. Ceding cities to Zhao Kingdom. The second official on the right, a diplomat, asked incredulously, "Why must we cede cities?" A flicker of cold light flashed in Zhang Pu Yuan's eyes. Yet before he could respond, the Chancellor of the Central Secretariat interjected, "Without ceding the cities, how can we persuade Zhao Kingdom to ally with us? How can we demonstrate our sincerity?" The diplomat retorted, "Emperor Tian Yi has already breached Yushan Pass. His next step is likely to attack Zhao Kingdom. Our alliance with Zhao Kingdom serves to encircle him. Why do we still need to show sincerity? Zhao Kingdom would be eager for this. Humph, do you believe that with merely 50,000 troops, Emperor Tian Yi can hope to invade Zhao Kingdom? That is sheer folly," the Chancellor of the Central Secretariat remarked coldly. They were still unaware that Rong Yi had summoned an additional 50,000 Qin crossbowmen in the killing god by Qi, mistakenly believing he had only 50,000 troops. If Emperor Tian Yi's 50,000 men posed no threat to Zhao Kingdom, then why would Zhao Kingdom ally with us? The diplomat countered. "You?" the Chancellor of the Central Secretariat faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. "Enough. I have summoned you not to engage in bickering." Zhang Pu Yuan spoke slowly. Although he had been demoted to a commoner by Rong Yi, he retained considerable respect among the officials. In an instant, the hall of over 100 people fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Those in favor of ceding the cities, please step to the left. Those opposed, please step to the right. I agree. The Chancellor of the Central Secretariat was the first to voice his support. I oppose. The diplomat declared resolutely. I agree. I agree. I oppose. After a quarter of an hour, among the over 100 people, more than 80 expressed their support, while over 20 opposed. Guards. Zhang Pu Yuan bellowed with vigor. With a clatter, dozens of guards from the Zhang residence surged in, brandishing long blades, charging towards the 20 or so dissenters on the right, swiftly claiming their lives. "Ah, Zhang Pu Yuan, how ruthless you are! Zhang Pu Yuan, you traitor, selling out the homeland, may you not find peace. You are all traitors to the nation." Unperturbed, Zhang Pu Yuan replied, "Regardless of our actions, we are forced by Emperor Tian Yi. We merely wish to escape his tyranny." Turning his attention to those who agreed, he continued, "Gentlemen, I have secured the consent of several princes. Soon, I shall reach out to the Linjian sect and the 13 cultivation sects of Rong Kingdom, seeking powerful individuals to assist in a coordinated strike against Emperor Tian Yi. At that time, the required costs for summoning the sect strong would fall upon you all as well." Led by the Chancellor of the Central Secretariat, those in favor of the plan nodded in agreement. "Certainly, certainly, we defer to Lord Zhang's arrangements." Meanwhile, Rong Yi was determined to strike at the heart of Zhao Kingdom. He had left not a single soldier in the capital of Rong Kingdom, trusting in Rong Ruizong and Rong Qi's ability to maintain stability. Little did he anticipate that Zhang Pu Yuan had secretly conspired with the princes and officials, leveraging the influence of the cultivation sects to ally with Zhao Kingdom. As dusk approached, a layer of crimson haze seemed to rise over Yushan Pass. Rong Yi, Major General Wu Qi, and the killing god by Qi led an army of 100,000 northward towards Zhao Kingdom. The grand army advanced silently and swiftly, just as Rong Yi had surmised. The defenders of the Zhao Kingdom, stationed at Shangyuan City and the northern fortifications of Yushan Pass, retreated in haste, leaving behind desolate and chaotic cities. In the latter half of the night, 100,000-strong force arrived at the border between Rong and Zhao, where the Zhao defensive line had grown lax and morale among their troops was dismally low. Within a mere quarter of an hour, they breached the defenses and decimated 30,000 Zhao soldiers. Rong Yi officially set foot on Zhao territory. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Side quest: utterly defeat the Zhao Kingdom and reclaim all territories. Successfully completed. Reward: a gift package for the host. Ding! Initiating the latest side quest: annihilate the Zhao royal family and annex Zhao's lands. At this moment, the system's voice resonated timely. Would the host like to open the gift package? Open. As Rong Yi's consciousness absorbed the information, ding! Gift package successfully opened. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the 18 riders of Yin Yun. Congratulations to the host. You have acquired 5 each of the 7th grade talismans, Flowing Cloud Talisman and Thunderfire Talisman. Congratulations to the host. You have gained an opportunity to elevate the Summoner-S cultivation by a significant tier. Congratulations to the host. You have acquired a system space with a radius of 3,000 zhong, capable of storing items. Upon unwrapping the package, a cascade of rewards brought a broader smile to Rongyi's face. As the difficulty of the side quests increased, so did the richness of the rewards. The 18 riders of Yin Yun, a formidable cavalry unit forged by Luo Yi during the Sui and Tang dynasties, comprised 18 individuals clad in light armor, draped in black cloaks, their faces masked, and heads wrapped in black cloth, leaving only their eyes visible. Each bore a crescent-shaped saber at their waist, a great bow on their backs, and 18 arrows, with their riding boots equipped with daggers. They roamed the vast desert, elusive and swift, bringing about appalling carnage upon their every appearance. They were as quick as the wind and fierce as fire, leaving no trace in their wake. With strong bows and curved sabers, they excelled in both horsemanship and archery, able to face 100 foes without ever tasting defeat. The 7th grade talisman, Flowing Cloud Talisman, was a speed-enhancing charm, while the Thunderfire Talisman served as an offensive charm, equivalent to the full-force strike of a cultivator at the initial stage of the Celestial Resonance Realm. This realm, which connects heaven and earth and the starry rivers, possesses internal star elements that rival 100 times that of the Dan Condensation Realm. Such a level has already transcended the shackles of heaven and earth, allowing for aerial flight, marking a crucial juncture in the path of cultivation and serving as a dividing line for a cultivator's strength. As for the opportunity to elevate the Summoner-S cultivation by a significant tier, it meant that Generals Wu Qi and the God of Slaughter Bai Qi, currently at the peak of the Dan Condensation Realm, would ascend to the consummate state of the Celestial Resonance Realm if either was enhanced. Lastly, the system space required no further elaboration. It could store items and was vast enough to accommodate a mountain effortlessly. Ding! Would the host like to summon the 18 riders of Yin Yun? Summon. As Rongyi's command resonated, the 18 riders, clad in black attire and armor, immediately manifested before him. Whoosh! The 18 riders dismounted and knelt in reverence. The 18 riders of Yin Yun pay their respects to the Lord. Each of them was a master at the Dan Condensation Realm, and their steeds were also initial-stage demonic beasts of the same caliber. This force was exceedingly formidable, sufficient to wreak havoc upon the Zhao Kingdom. With the 18 riders of Yin Yun scouting ahead, the 100,000 troops followed closely behind, penetrating deeper into Zhao territory. Armed with a detailed map of Zhao, their route was already predetermined. However, the massive army could not conceal its movements, thus progressing at full speed towards the Zhao capital. Along the way, anyone who dared obstruct them was crushed without mercy, leaving no survivors. Yet, when encountering cities or villages that cowered in fear, Rongyi chose to bypass them, maintaining a clear objective: the Zhao capital. News of Ronggua's army advancing into Zhao's heartland spread like wildfire throughout the Zhao kingdom. What? The army of Ronggua has crossed Lushan County? Lushan County is less than 3,000 miles from the Zhao capital. Zhao's civil and military officials were left astounded. How could the previously beleaguered Rong kingdom suddenly rebound with such a formidable army? Panic ensued in the Zhao capital. Your Majesty, the military strength of Ronggua is formidable. Our Zhao soldiers cannot withstand them. In the Grand Hall, a middle-aged man sat upon the dragon throne, the Zhao monarch, whose sunken eyes and restrained gaze conveyed a sense of gravity. He spoke in a hushed yet commanding tone. My loyal ministers, do not panic. I have reached an agreement with the Chancellor of Ronggua, Zhangpu Yuan. Ronggua will summon their sect's powerful cultivators to jointly besiege the Ronggua army alongside us. Chapter 11. The Assault on Zhao Capital. After a private discussion with Zhangpu Yuan, the Zhao monarch commanded the governors of various counties to dispatch their forces to guard the capital while simultaneously reaching out to Zhao's cultivation sects, imploring them to send forth more powerful individuals to counter Rongyi. However, due to the ongoing conflict, the cultivation sects were prohibited from intervening. They would only send their disciples into battle once Ronggua's sect made the first move. Rongyi had yet to encounter any cultivators from the sections. The Wei martial soldiers and the Great Qin crossbowmen marched with remarkable speed. During the initial 2 days at Zhao's borders, they could still observe fleeing Zhao soldiers. Each time they did, Rongyi would dispatch the 18 riders of Yin Yun to slaughter those defeated troops. These Zhao soldiers bore the blood of Ronggua's citizens on their hands. Blood must be avenged with blood. After 2 days, as Rong Yi led his 100,000 troops deeper into Zhao's heartland, there were no longer any Zhao soldiers in sight. Having passed through Lushan County, they had entered the very core of Zhao, where the county government surrounded the capital, feeling utterly secure. This place was several thousand miles away from Ronggua, devoid of the tension typically associated with a battlefield. Instead, it was filled with exuberance. Every city and village was plastered with edicts from the Zhao monarch, proclaiming the triumph over Ronggua. The citizens of Zhao believed that this battle would surely end in their victory, leading to the annexation of Ronggua and an expansion of Zhao's territory. However, alongside this exuberance came exorbitant taxes. The Zhao monarch, having initiated war, drained vast resources and military funds, continually adding new recruits to the army. In stark contrast to the devastation in Ronggua, the citizens of Zhao appeared to be suffering the burdens of war as well. 3 days later, they arrived at the Zhao capital, poised before the city. The grand Zhao capital sprawled over an area of more than 100 square miles, featuring an outer city, an inner city, and an imperial city, vastly larger than Ronggua's capital, with walls resembling impenetrable steel. The entire fortress loomed like a colossal beast before them. The 100,000 troops appeared as mere ants before this imposing city. Surrounding the Zhao capital, over 200,000 soldiers from the county governments had been mobilized to defend it. Rong Yi observed that the walls of Zhao capital displayed 6 different military banners, representing 6 county forces, densely packed with soldiers. Every 3 zhang was equipped with a giant crossbow, and every 9 zhang stood a menacing trebuchet. The Zhao capital was thoroughly fortified. "Where is Emperor Tian Yi?" The Zhao monarch ascended the city wall, his voice, resonating like thunder, echoed down to the ground below. Rong Yi, accompanied by Generals Wu Qi and Bai Qi, advanced several dozen paces forward. "Are you the Zhao monarch? The Tianyi emperor has intruded into my Zhao, attacking my capital. It is utterly outrageous." The Zhao monarch declared coldly. Rong Yi replied, "Compared to your Zhao army's slaughter of innocents, this act pales in comparison to the outrage." The Zhao monarch sneered dismissively. "Tianyi emperor, do you truly believe that with your mere 100,000 soldiers, you can seize my Zhao capital? What a grand jest! You have ravaged my Zhao, and countless soldiers have perished. Do not blame me for being heartless. If I do not annihilate you today, I fear the feudal lords will mock my Zhao for its weakness." With that, the Zhao monarch casually drew an arrow from the side and snapped it with a crack. "Tianyi emperor, if today I do not eradicate your 100,000 troops, I shall be as this broken arrow. With your rabble, do you think you can slay my 100,000 soldiers?" Rong Yi laughed heartily, raising his right hand to signal. "All troops, heed my command. Attack the city." Thud, thud, thud. The 18 riders of Yin Yun took the lead, charging forward, followed closely by the great Qin crossbowmen. Behind them, the Wei martial soldiers marched in a synchronized and heavy-footed manner, steadily closing in on the walls of Zhao capital. The towering walls dazzled the eyes, while the giant crossbows and trebuchets atop gleamed with lethal intent. 100 zhang, 50 zhang. Thud, thud, thud. As the 18 riders of Yin Yun spurred their horses, their steeds erupted with star energy, surging forward like 18 black arrows aimed straight ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 18 riders drew their bows, unleashing a flurry of star-energized arrows before the Zhao soldiers could even react. Their target was never the city itself. From the very beginning, their aim was the giant crossbows and trebuchets atop the walls. Only those colossal weapons posed a threat to the great Qin crossbowmen from a distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows shot forth, swift as lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous explosions echoed as the giant crossbows and trebuchets on the Zhao capital's walls were systematically destroyed. The massive crossbows and trebuchets shattered, sending debris raining down and reducing several nearby soldiers to mere pulp. Those 18 warriors are terrifying. Their bows and arrows are at least 7th-grade star weaponry. They cannot be stopped. The walls erupted into chaos. The Zhao monarch, who had just issued his threats, wore a grim expression. "Protect your majesty. Your majesty, please retreat quickly." The Zhao monarch was escorted away by his guards. As the 18 riders of Yin Yun approached within 30 zhang of the Zhao capital, they split into 2 groups, racing towards either flank. Meanwhile, the 5,000 great Qin crossbowmen stood ready. "Loosen the arrows." As the Yinyun 18 riders dispersed, Rongyi let out a sharp command, bang, bang, bang. The long arrows were unleashed. A dense rain of arrows, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun, surged fiercely towards the city walls. The already panicked Zhao army had failed to establish any effective defense. With the downpour of arrows, blood splattered everywhere. At least 1,000 men on the walls fell to the ground, struck by arrows. In just one wave of attack, the Zhao army was thrown into disarray. The terror of those 18 cavalrymen was already formidable, but the 50,000 crossbowmen were equally fearsome. What kind of infernal crossbowmen are these? With such an extensive range and devastating power, at a distance of 50 paces, the arrows could penetrate armor from below. General, we cannot defend ourselves. There is simply no way to retaliate. The Zhao soldiers cried out in despair. Fleeing in utter disarray. 6 generals wielding their great swords attempted to block the incoming arrows. Being cultivators of the foundational realm, and with the arrows not overly dense, they sustained little injury to this moment. The Yinyun 18 riders suddenly circled back, drawing their longbows taut, their sharp arrows aimed directly at the 6 Zhao generals. Not more, not less, precisely 3 arrows aimed at each general. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows shot forth from the Yinyun 18 riders were incomparable to those of the Qin crossbowmen. Carrying tremendous force, in an instant, shadows flickered past, and the 6 Zhao generals bravely resisting on the walls were each struck by 3 arrows, piercing their foreheads, throats, and hearts in the blink of an eye. Their lives were snuffed out, and they toppled from the city walls, crashing down and turning into a gruesome mass. The soldiers on the walls were utterly suppressed by the Qin crossbowmen, watching his soldiers flee down the walls. The Zhao ruler was nearly driven to the brink of vomiting blood. He had never fought such a humiliating battle. I command that Kuang Litong lead the imperial guards to come. The Zhao ruler nearly roared his orders. Chapter 12. Overwhelming pressure. Kuang Litong, a master at the pinnacle of the foundational realm, leader of the imperial guards, and also the grand marshal of the Zhao army, was the younger brother of Kuang Liang. Seeing that the troops from the 6 counties could not hold the walls, the Zhao ruler, in a fit of rage, ordered Kuang Litong to lead the imperial guards to the front lines. Your Majesty, you must not, they implored. Please, Your Majesty, reconsider. General Kuang must guard the imperial city and cannot be dispatched elsewhere. It would be wise for Your Majesty to abandon the outer city and retreat to the inner city. A host of ministers fervently counseled him. Silence. The Zhao ruler bellowed. If we cannot hold the outer city, the inner city and the imperial city will also fall. The walls of the inner city and the imperial city were not as tall and sturdy as those of the outer city. Faced with the ferocious army of Rong Kingdom, perhaps they could hold the outer city walls, but retreating to the inner city and the imperial city would leave them with no chance at all. Moments later, Kuang Litong led 30,000 imperial guards, pouring forth to defend the outer city. The imperial guards, deemed the strongest army of Zhao, were comprised of soldiers rigorously selected from the 4 major military camps. Each soldier was tall and robust, with a resolute demeanor, exhibiting strict military discipline and swift action. Under Kuang Litong's command, they braved the rain of arrows and ascended the walls, in stark contrast to the chaotic county soldiers on the walls. The imperial guards formed groups of 10, raising their shields in unison to resist the hail of arrows. After nurturing troops for 1,000 days, we must use them in a single moment. Hold the line, Kuang Litong shouted, ever ready to counterattack. If they wish to besiege the city, they must scale the walls, and then it will be our chance to strike back. Useless. A pack of useless fools. The Zhao ruler stood at the foot of the walls, cursing the county soldiers. Seeing the imperial guards stabilize the situation brought a flicker of satisfaction to his face as he glanced at the ministers. It is indeed my imperial guards that are effective. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers bowed in praise. Humph. The Zhao ruler scoffed coldly, awaiting the Rong army's siege and the imperial guards' retaliation. Yet at that moment, 2 figures darted forth, none other than the great General Wu Qi and the slaughter god Bai Qi, moving with astonishing speed, heading straight for the Zhao city walls. Archers, kill those 2, Kuang Litong shouted. Instantly, countless arrows shot towards the great General Wu Qi and the slaughter god Bai Qi. Yet all was destined to be in vain. The great General Wu Qi and the slaughter god Bai Qi, both at the pinnacle of the foundational realm, were not perturbed by the arrows. They moved with the swiftness of stars, casually deflecting the countless arrows as if swatting flies. Soon, they reached the foot of the walls. "Boulders! Hurl them at them!" with a command. The stones that should have been launched by the catapults were instead lifted by several imperial guards and hurled at the great General Wu Qi and the slaughter god Bai Qi. The massive stones fell with tremendous force. However, the great General Wu Qi and the slaughter god Bai Qi, agile in their movements, dodged left and right, avoiding even the edges of the stones. With a sudden burst of energy, the great General Wu Qi and the slaughter god Bai Qi leapt into the air, their toes barely touching the edge of the walls, swiftly ascending to the top. "Kill them!" The imperial guards drew their blades. Surrounding the great General Wu Qi and the slaughter god Bai Qi, Kuang Litong rushed forward, fist poised to strike at the great General Wu Qi. "Rong Kingdom's general, how dare you ascend the walls of my Zhao capital? You seek death at the pinnacle of the foundational realm? You overestimate yourself." The great General Wu Qi chuckled lightly, drawing his long sword with a sharp sound, instantly severing Kuang Litong's hand. Swish, the sword did not stop there. Swiftly cleaving downwards to behead Kuang Litong, the general is dead. The general has been slain. At the base of the walls, the Zhao ruler waited for good news, only to hear of the chaos among the imperial guards on the walls upon receiving the news of Kuang Litong's death. The ministers turned pale. "Your Majesty, we must retreat." The Zhao ruler stood dumbfounded for a moment. "Even my imperial guards cannot withstand the Rong army? Your Majesty, please retreat to the inner city and await the arrival of the powerful cultivators from the sects to annihilate the Rong army." It would be an easy task. The ministers urged once more. "Yes, yes, I still have the sects." The Zhao ruler seemed to regain his senses. "I will inquire when the cultivators from the 13 sects of Rong Kingdom will arrive." At this point, the Zhao ruler still did not forget that the Zhao sects would only move after the Rong cultivators arrived. Accompanied by the ministers, the Zhao ruler fled towards the inner city. On the walls, having claimed Kuang Litong's head with a single strike, the great General Wu Qi and the slaughter god Bai Qi charged forth, easily breaking through the imperial guards' defenses. In mere moments, they reached the city gates of Zhao capital, flinging them open. Bang, bang, bang. The Wei Wuzhu entered the fray. Heavily armored soldiers, unmatched in combat. As the Wei Wuzhu swept into the outer city of Zhao, a new wave of slaughter commenced. "I surrender. Do not kill me," we yield. Whether it was the county soldiers or the Zhao imperial guards, upon witnessing the might and cold-bloodedness of the Wei Wuzhu, they were filled with terror, discarding their weapons and surrendering en masse. Surrender? Himph! This emperor does not accept surrender. Rong Yi's gaze was icy. "Kill them. Ah, you tyrant! You shall surely face divine retribution. We curse you with our lives. Why do you not accept our surrender, tyrant?" Having relinquished their weapons and lost even their last shred of resistance, they were mercilessly slaughtered, their only response being cries of anger and curses. "Killing more soldiers of Zhao is but a tribute to the souls of my Rong kingdom." Rong Yi strode purposefully toward the inner city of Zhao. "I shall offer the capital of Zhao as a tribute to the souls. I shall wash the land of Rong with blood. I shall pay homage to the commoners of Zhao." Behind him, the Wei Wuzhu coldly harvested lives, blood flowing like a river, a palpable aura of malevolence, invisible to the naked eye, coalesced behind Rong Yi, transforming into a terrifying three-headed, six-armed demon with a ghastly visage, unleashing a silent roar toward the heavens. The heavens and earth darkened, clouds swirling ominously. Bearing the weight of the malevolent spirit and treading upon a river of blood, Rong Yi arrived at the gates of the inner city. Gazing up at the paltry number of guards atop the walls, each trembling in fear. "Zhao ruler, did you not proclaim your intent to slaughter my 100,000 soldiers?" Rong Yi laughed uproariously. "Can you do it? Can your Zhao do it?" Thud, thud, thud. The Yinyun 18 riders galloped forth, leaping from their steeds to ascend the walls with the grace of a hawk. The soldiers, barely mustering the courage to hold their ground, fled in terror. The inner city was breached. Half an hour later, the imperial city fell as well. The tides of fortune had turned, and this time, it was the Zhao royal family that hid within the royal tombs. Clinging to life through the protective arrays of the tomb, Rong Yi led his army to the front of the royal tomb. Much like the capital city, the Zhao royal tomb was several times larger than the Rong royal tomb, enveloped in a faint veil of protective light. Rong Yi, however, did not imitate the previous slaughter of the Zhao soldiers against the commoners, forcing the royal family to emerge from the tomb. Esteemed generals, do you have any good methods to deal with the erase barrier? Rong Yi inquired of the great General Wu Qi, the slaughter god by Qi, and the Yinyun 18 riders. Everyone shook their heads. The great General Wu Qi and the slaughter god by Qi were adept in warfare, and the Yinyun 18 riders were ruthless in battle, but none had studied the ways of the protective arrays. In that moment, they found themselves at a loss. Rong Yi licked his lips. Since they were unfamiliar with the arrays, then brute force would suffice. Everyone, attack the Zhao royal tomb's barrier in turns. This emperor shall see how long this barrier can withstand. Chapter 13. The two celestial sovereigns Bang, 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 General Wu Qi, the god of death by Qi, the 18 riders of Yinyun, 50,000 Wei Wu soldiers, and 50,000 Qin crossbowmen unleashed a relentless barrage upon the array's protective barrier surrounding the Zhao family royal tomb. The thunderous sounds reverberated endlessly, resembling the shell of a tortoise. Rong Yi ground his teeth in frustration, for the array showed no signs of yielding. After half an hour, he commanded everyone to cease their efforts. Let us see how long you can endure within. He then ordered a portion of the Wei Wu soldiers to guard the city walls while the rest, grouped in teams of 10, were dispatched to raid the homes of Zhao's ministers. The 18 riders of Yinyun proceeded to the national treasury of Zhao to plunder its wealth. The soldiers in the capital of Zhao fled or perished, leaving only the trembling common folk hiding in their homes. The gates of the officials' residences were tightly shut as the Wei Wu soldiers broke them down, with the guards too frightened to resist. Watching as the soldiers carried off all the valuables within, piles of gold and silver treasures, colorful jewels scattered about, and hundreds of 9th and 8th grade star soldiers, along with various 9th and 8th grade elixirs and rare treasures, were seized. With no outsiders present, Rong Yi waved his hand, swiftly absorbing all these treasures into the system space, draining Zhao's wealth entirely. At that moment, a Wei Wu soldier stationed at the city wall rushed in to report that outside the city, over 100 figures were approaching at an astonishing speed. Before Rong Yi could send someone to investigate, the newcomers had already entered the city, heading straight for the Zhao family royal tomb. These over 100 individuals were all practitioners from various sects, the weakest among them possessing foundational cultivation, while many were at the Dan condensation stage. At the forefront of the group were 2 elderly men, their powerful auras exuding an overwhelming presence, floating a foot above the ground. Indeed, they were celestial sovereigns. They gathered formidable practitioners from both Rong and Zhao states. Tianyi Emperor, today marks your demise. Among the crowd, Rong Yi recognized a familiar face, Zhang Puyuan, the former minister of the Rong state. Zhang Puyuan's eyes were filled with malice. You have been expelled from the Rong state. Expelled from the Rong state? Rong Yi chuckled. I single-handedly established Rong. Who dares to expel me? In a bid to incite the sects into action, Zhang Puyuan contrived a seemingly noble justification. The sects abstained from intervening in the war between the two states. Yet you, Rong Yi, do not belong to Rong. Slaughtering the Zhao capital, should the sects eliminate you, it would be a righteous act. As I reclaim lost territories and attack Zhao, you dare play these games behind my back? You seek death. Rong Yi's gaze gradually turned icy. Ha ha ha, seek death? Tianyi Emperor, do you believe this is still 9,000 years ago? The current Rong state does not belong to you. Zhang Puyuan laughed heartily. Let me inform you, the Zhao state's conquest of Yushan Pass was aided by my covert assistance. Were it not for you, Rong would have perished long ago. Oh? Rong Yi's voice rose in pitch. I said Yushan Pass is easy to defend but hard to attack. How could Rong Qi have lost Yushan Pass? So it was you, the traitor. Tianyi Emperor, you should not have returned to life. Although you saved Rong, no officials, soldiers, or royal descendants are willing to be ruled by you. Zhang Puyuan pointed at Rong Yi. You are a tyrant. A tyrant? Rong Yi scoffed. Punishing you corrupt officials makes me a tyrant? Slaughtering Zhao's soldiers makes me a tyrant. If treating all equally and loving the people as my own is tyranny, then I gladly accept the title. Humph. You dare to be defiant even at death's door. Zhang Puyuan snorted coldly, bowing to the 2 elders before him. I implore the esteemed elders to act and eliminate the traitor Rong Yi. The 2 elders, one the supreme elder of the Lin Jian sect from Rong, appeared frail and aged, yet their aura was as profound as a mountain. The other, the supreme elder of the Tai Su sect from Zhao, was of average stature. yet bore the youthful appearance of someone who had not aged, suggesting remarkable cultivation. Zhang Puyuan introduced the two, and the supreme elder of the Linjian sect glanced at Rong Yi, saying, "You are no match for us. I advise you to surrender and avoid unnecessary suffering." "You old fool. We haven't even fought yet, and you claim I'm not your opponent? You look as if a gust of wind could topple you, yet you speak such bravado?" Rong Yi thought bitterly while slightly tilting his head. "General Wu, what is the cultivation level of those two?" General Wu Qi's expression turned grave, his body tense in readiness. "Your Majesty, both possess the initial stage of the celestial sovereign realm. They are formidable opponents. The celestial sovereign realm connects one to the cosmos, the internal star essence surpassing that of a foundational practitioner by 100-fold. Such a realm transcends the constraints of the earth, allowing for flight and myriad abilities. Initial stage of the celestial sovereign realm. Upon hearing this, Rong Yi felt a sense of relief. He had not forgotten that he still possessed an opportunity to elevate his summoned allies by a major realm, which he had yet to utilize. Whether it be General Wu Qi, the god of death by Qi, or one of the 18 riders of Yin Yun, elevating any one of them by a major realm would be sufficient to crush the incoming foes. Truly, with the system at hand, the world is mine. Ding. Does the host wish to use the opportunity to elevate a summoner by a major realm? The system's voice resonated. Warning to the host. Elevating a summoner's realm will require half an hour. Please prepare in advance. What the hell? Another half an hour needed. Rong Yi had always assumed that as soon as he requested to use that opportunity, the target would instantaneously achieve the elevation. He did not expect it to require half an hour. Immediately elevate General Wu Qi's cultivation. As Rong Yi's command fell, General Wu Qi gradually stepped back, with the god of death by Qi, the 18 riders, and a throng of soldiers behind him. General Wu Qi's retreat went unnoticed. Once he slipped into the crowd, his figure vanished, being retrieved by the system. Ding! Elevating General Wu Qi's cultivation. The progress displayed on the screen in Rong Yi's mind. Rong Yi, you have captured the Zhao capital and slaughtered soldiers, committing unspeakable atrocities. Do you still wish to resist? Seeing Rong Yi remain silent, the supreme elder of the Tai Su sect from Zhao spoke with authority. "I shall ask you, Rong Yi," he continued. "If you wish to surrender, you may do so. But would you prefer to squat down with your hands on your head or raise your hands and turn around? You dare mock us, seek death?" The supreme elder of the Linjian sect erupted with rage, his form shooting like an arrow towards Rong Yi. "You old bastard. I was serious." Rong Yi's lips twitched. Realizing his intention to stall for time had inadvertently escalated into an immediate battle. Being celestial sovereigns, they displayed a complete lack of patience, their cultivation lacking the composure necessary to remain calm. There was no way he would wait for death. Rong Yi summoned his star essence and executed the falling star technique, rapidly dashing to the side. Unbeknownst to him, the supreme elder of the Linjian sect was indeed terrifying. Catching up in the blink of an eye, damn it, Rong Yi cursed under his breath, flipping his wrist to reveal a purple talisman, which was, in fact, a 7th-grade attack talisman. The Thunderfire Talisman, channeling his star essence. He hurled the Thunderfire Talisman. Taste my Thunderfire Talisman, Chapter 14. Time-limited task. The 7th-grade attack talisman, the Thunderfire Talisman, equated to a full force strike from a practitioner at the initial stage of the celestial sovereign realm. Rong Yi infused it with star essence and threw it at the supreme elder of the Linjian sect. "Humph! You think your power can hold out against us? Prepare to die." The supreme elder of the Linjian sect dismissed the attack with disdain, sneering. Suddenly, a flash of purple flame erupted. The violent star essence exploded forth, causing even the supreme elder's eyelids to twitch in alarm. "Is that a 7th-grade talisman?" The supreme elder of the Linjian sect shouted, hastily retreating as the talisman neared. Scale armor. In a hurry, he activated his 9th-grade defensive technique, channeling his star essence outward in a frenzied surge. In an instant, star essence coalesced above his head, forming numerous 3-inch scales that densely shielded his body. Resembling a pangolin curling into a protective ball, boom! The purple flames, accompanied by a thunderous roar, crashed down. Crack, crack! Amidst the violent collision, a distinct shattering sound echoed from the center of impact. Bang! The purple flames erupted, scattering in all directions. Upon hitting the ground, they scorched through the bluestone surface, leaving chaos and destruction in their wake. The supreme elder of the Lin Jian sect, in disarray, managed to escape, his hair and sleeves singed, appearing disheveled and enraged. You royal Rong clan possess 7th grade talismans? The supreme elder of the Lin Jian sect glared coldly at Rong Yi. Let me see how many you have. Humph. I have plenty of talismans. Come and try if you dare. Rong Yi bore an air of confidence, yet within, he harbored thoughts of mere delay. After all, his true identity was that of the founding emperor of the Rong kingdom. A sovereign from 9 millennia past, and the depths of his capabilities were unknown to all that in that moment. He had indeed managed to intimidate the esteemed elder of the Lin Jian sect. The two locked gazes. With Rong Yi clutching a thunderfire talisman, while the elder, surrounded by swirling star essence, remained on high alert, neither daring to make the first move. Meanwhile, chaos had erupted elsewhere. The god of slaughter, Bai Qi, engaged in fierce combat with the elder of the Taishu sect from Zhao Kingdom. Finding himself at a disadvantage yet managing to hold his ground, the Yinyun 18 riders occasionally launched surprise attacks, ensuring that defeat was not imminent in the short term. Each of the 18 riders had reached the pinnacle of the Dan gathering realm, mounted on war horses that were nascent demon beasts at the initial stage of the same realm. Faced with the onslaught of over 100 disciples from various sects, the riders unsheathed their curved sabers. Striking at vital points, the massive hooves of their war horses, akin to boulders, bore tremendous force. A single stomp could compel even the most formidable cultivator to exert their utmost effort. Yet among the sect disciples, there were a dozen who had attained perfection in the Dan gathering realm. Each time they struck, their overwhelming might forced the Yinyun 18 riders to continually retreat. Defeat was but a matter of time. However, if they could endure for half an hour, General Wu Qi would elevate his cultivation to the consummate level of the celestial manifestation realm, and all their foes would perish. Rong Yi and the elder of the Lin Jian sect remained locked in a standoff. Ding! A time-limited mission was triggered. Overcoming a higher level, eliminate the elder of the Lin Jian sect. Reward. A superlative gift pack. Just as Rong Yi reveled in his feigned bravado to buy time, the system's cold, mechanical voice chimed in. What? Rong Yi was taken aback. Overcoming a higher level? Goodness. Father is already trembling at the prospect of grappling with the elder. How can you expect him to challenge and kill him? That is a cultivator of the celestial manifestation realm, communing with the cosmos, breaking through the shackles of the heavens. Their star essence is at least 100 times that of a Dan gathering cultivator. How on earth can I challenge someone of a higher tier? I fear I might not survive the attempt. Ding. The system reminded the host that the time-limited mission was not mandatory, and the host could choose to decline. However, completing the mission would yield a superlative gift pack, containing exceedingly rare treasures that would greatly benefit the host's future. The system stated, devoid of any emotion, that based on its assessment, the elder of the Lin Jian sect, possessing merely the initial stage of the celestial manifestation realm, had mediocre qualifications and combat prowess, rendering him one of the weakest at his level. The host, possessing the initial stage of the Dan gathering realm, practiced the ancestral level technique, the Shattering Heaven decision, as well as 3 8th grade martial arts, and held 4 7th grade Thunderfire talismans and 5 7th grade Flowing Cloud talismans, all sufficient for a challenge of this nature. I can defeat the elder of the Lin Jian sect? Rong Yi asked incredulously. The system elaborated that after comprehensive evaluation, the host had a 90% chance of succeeding in the challenge, with the remaining 10% attributed to the host's lack of conviction. Ding! Will the host accept the time-limited mission? The deadline. Eliminate the elder of the Lin Jian sect before General Wu Qi successfully elevates his cultivation. Rong Yi hesitated slightly. If he declined the mission, he would still need to buy time until General Wu Qi's cultivation ascended. Accepting the mission meant he must eliminate the elder before Wu Qi's success. Regardless, the time frame remained fixed at half an hour. Since he needed to delay anyway, he might as well accept the mission. If he failed to complete it, he could wait for General Wu Qi to emerge and then strike, incurring no loss. But the thought of the potential rewards from a completed mission, his mouth watered at the idea of a superlative gift pack, which would yield exceedingly rare treasures. Resolutely, Rong Yi gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Ding! The host has successfully accepted the time-limited mission. Please complete it promptly. With the system's voice fading, Rong Yi's gaze towards the elder transformed. Previously, he had feigned confidence with a hint of wariness. Now, his eyes glimmered with intensity. his mind racing with thoughts of how to vanquish his opponent. In an instant, the roles of hunter and prey had reversed. Moreover, Rongyi felt no qualms about slaying the elder in this life-and-death scenario. Compassion would only amount to self-imposed execution. Suddenly, Rongyi sprang into action. With his right hand clutching the 7th-grade Thunderfire Talisman, he hurled it towards the elder. Star essence surged, akin to warm currents coursing through his body. "Now, take this, your majesty's Thunderfire Talisman." The elder's eyelids twitched violently as he hastily summoned star essence to shield himself. In the next moment, nothing happened. The 7th-grade Thunderfire Talisman remained clenched in Rongyi's hand. As he looked mockingly at the elder, who was now on high alert. "Oh dear, look at you, so frightened. Do you now comprehend the might of my Thunderfire Talismans? You scoundrel! How dare you deceive me?" The elder's eyes blazed with fury. Rongyi shouted triumphantly, yet in truth, he had not activated the Thunderfire Talisman to attack the elder. "Just playing with you. What are you going to do about it?" Rongyi's star essence began to circulate once more as he raised his right hand again. "This time, I am dead serious." As he spoke, he swung his hand down, as if to forcefully throw the Thunderfire Talisman. "Ha! You think I would fall for the same trick twice?" The elder scoffed, yet in an instant, a cold light erupted, forming a massive star essence blade that cleaved towards the elder. Caught unawares, the elder's mocking smile faltered as he realized the star essence blade was about to slice through him. In a swift motion, he raised his left hand, star essence enveloping his fingers, and with a grasp, he caught the descending blade. Crack! His arm trembled as the star essence shattered around his fingers, his palm splitting open. A trickle of blood seeping forth. An 8th-grade martial technique. The condensing blade slash. Even with a higher cultivation level, facing such a sudden attack left him injured. Chapter 15. Battle with the Elder of the Linjian sect. Truth and deception intertwined. Rongyi grinned as the elder seethed with rage. Though his left hand was injured, not even a minor wound could be called a slight, considering their disparity in cultivation. In this context, even the loss of a single hair would be a humiliation. Are you not convinced? Would you care to experience my Thunderfire Talismans again? Rongyi waved the purple talisman in his right hand. You seek death? The elder's eyes were bloodshot with rage, twisted in a terrifying grimace. I shall flay your skin and peel your flesh, subject you to 1,000 tortures, making you wish for death but find no escape. Oh dear, you are quite ruthless. Thank goodness you are not a sovereign. Or you would outdo me as a tyrant. Rongyi chuckled dismissively. Swish! The elder stomped the ground, his figure soaring into the air like an eagle diving down upon Rongyi. 9th-grade martial technique. Mountain cracking claw. His right hand shot forth, fingers curling into a claw shape as star essence surged through his veins. Boom! As he forcefully struck down with his claw, a massive eagle's iron talon erupted towards Rongyi's head. The might of the 9th-grade martial technique far exceeded that of Rongyi's 8th-grade techniques, amplified by the intimidation of the 7th-grade Thunderfire Talismans, preventing the elder from unleashing his full power. As he retained a fraction of his strength for defense, Rongyi's heart raced, and he executed the 8th-grade movement technique, falling star step, transforming into a streak of starlight as he rapidly darted aside. Boom! The enormous iron talon struck the ground, where Rongyi had just been, creating a crater 3 yards wide and half a foot deep, with the surrounding earth cracking like a spider web in all directions. A powerful shockwave enveloped the area, leaving Rongyi's scalp tingling and his mouth agape. Goodness, can the celestial manifestation realm cultivators be any stronger? This is the weakest among them at the same level? Rongyi swallowed hard. The elder, having missed his attack, pursued Rongyi once more. You little rascal, witness my Thunderfire Talisman. Without a moment's hesitation, Rongyi raised his right hand again. Scale armor. The elder's advancing form immediately slowed as star essence coalesced into layers of scales upon his body. Yet again, Rongyi feigned an attack, this time not truly throwing the Thunderfire Talisman. 9th-grade martial technique. Death-claiming finger. The elder formed his fingers into a sword, executing a sword technique that unleashed a dazzling streak of light, aimed squarely at Rongyi's forehead. The speed of the death-claiming finger surpassed that of the mountain-cracking claw by several folds. While the latter emphasized might and area of effect, the former prioritized speed. Aiming for a single, lethal strike? Goodness, this is life-threatening. Rong Yi's eyes narrowed, pupils constricting as he dared not delay. He promptly summoned a 7th-grade movement talisman, the Flowing Cloud Talisman. Instantly, he felt his body lighten, and without hesitation, he executed the falling star step, vanishing and reappearing several dozen yards away at an astonishing speed. Thud! The death-claiming fingers struck the ground, instantly creating a bottomless pit where it landed. Dodge? I wonder where you think you can escape to. The elder pursued relentlessly. Observe my condensing blade slash. Rong Yi countered, unleashing the condensing blade slash, directing a star essence blade towards the elder. Boom. The venerable elder of the Linjian sect, unyielding and resolute, did not flinch as the colossal blade of star essence struck against the star essence form scales, shattering into mere powder, dissipating into the ether. An 8th-tier offensive martial technique was utterly vanquished by a 9th-tier defensive art. Take another blow from this emperor, with the surge of star essence within him. Rong Yi unleashed another formidable strike, congealed blade slash, congealed blade slash, congealed blade slash. In one breath, Rong Yi unleashed a barrage of over 10 colossal blades of star essence. The elder's gaze was icy as he permitted the blades to collide with his defenses, watching them disintegrate into fragments, unable to inflict any harm upon him. Thunderfire Talisman. Suddenly, the tone of Rong Yi shifted. The elder's eyes narrowed. This was precisely the moment he had been anticipating. The vast star essence surged forth like a mighty river, continuously infusing into the defensive star essence scales. Boom. Just as the elder's full defensive measures were in place, a colossal blade of star essence struck down, cleaving into the scales that were now several times sturdier than before. Rong Yi, yet again, taunted the elder. Are you foolish? If I truly intended to throw a Thunderfire Talisman, would I announce it aloud? Rong Yi regarded the elder with disdain. Very well. You have brought this upon yourself. The elder was nearly apoplectic with rage. At that moment, the array barrier of the Zhao clan's royal tomb abruptly dissipated. The Zhao royal descendants and the civil and military officials of the Zhao state, alerted by the commotion outside, realized that the cultivators from both the Rong and Zhao nations had arrived, and immediately surged out from the royal tomb. The Zhao monarch caught sight of Rong Yi being pursued by the elder and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed his initial stage of the congealed Dan realm, charging towards Rong Yi. The other Zhao individuals, including fellow sect disciples, engaged in a flanking assault against the Yinyun 18 riders, while many others plunged into the ranks of Wei soldiers and Qin crossbowmen. The Wei soldiers and Qin crossbowmen formed a defensive formation, successfully withstanding the incoming onslaught. Yet, the Yinyun 18 riders and the God of Death, Bai Qi, found themselves in dire straits. Initially, Bai Qi's cultivation was a tier lower than that of the elder of the Tai Su sect, and thanks to the occasional ambushes from the Yinyun 18 riders, he had managed to hold his ground. However, with the Zhao royal descendants and officials now joining the fray, the Yinyun 18 riders were too preoccupied to launch further ambushes against the Tai Su sect elder, forcing Bai Qi to retreat step by step. Swish! The Zhao monarch was almost upon Rong Yi. Tiani Emperor, do you not seek the annihilation of my Zhao state? Come forth. I am right here. Come and slay me. The Zhao monarch clenched his right fist and swung it violently towards Rong Yi. Whoosh! The elder of the Linjian sect flickered and appeared beside the Zhao monarch, raising his hand to send the monarch flying. He is mine. Do not interfere, the elder commanded with a thunderous voice. Boom. The Zhao monarch was sent tumbling for several dozen feet, crashing to the ground and dragging a long trail, his figure disheveled as he spat a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha, it seems there is no need for me to kill you myself, Rong Yi smirked, casting a sidelong glance at the Zhao monarch. The monarch's expression fluctuated between anger and calmness, but he gradually rose, unexpectedly bowing deeply to the elder of the Linjian sect, admitting, it was my impudence. I implore you, senior, to take action and eliminate him. To be adaptable is the mark of a true hero. The elder of the Linjian sect snorted coldly. Having been wary of Rong Yi's Thunderfire talismans and having been outwitted by him several times, he was already frustrated by his inability to subdue Rong Yi, and now the Zhao monarch had come to ruin his mood. Fortunately, the Zhao monarch recognized the gravity of the situation and did not leverage his identity as a king to pressure the elder of the Linjian sect. I shall handle this myself. You may merely observe, the elder declared icily. Chapter 16. 7th Tier Thunderfire Talisman.
Behold my congealed blade slash. Savor my congealed blade slash. This time, I am serious. Thunderfire Talisman. Ha ha ha, another ruse. It appears you are quite terrified of my Thunderfire Talismans. Rong Yi and the elder of the Linjian sect resumed their fierce battle. The elder, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, was consumed with rage. The Zhao monarch, nursing his injuries, stood by, his gaze directed at the elder with a darkness that surpassed even that directed at Rong Yi, lost in his own thoughts. Zhang Puyuan, frail and aged, emerged from nowhere, possessing only foundational cultivation, and refrained from joining the chaotic battle. He swiftly approached the Zhao monarch and respectfully bowed, "Your Majesty." The Zhao monarch cast a glance at Zhang Puyuan, who forced a smile and pointed at the elder of the Linjian sect engaged in battle with Rong Yi, saying, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. That individual is the elder of the Linjian sect. The origin of the 7th-tier talisman wielded by the Tiani Emperor is unclear, yet its might was considerable, initially catching the elder off guard, instilling a sense of caution that hampered his ability to subdue Rong Yi, resulting in his growing irritation. In no matter. The Zhao monarch waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Puan smiled, "Your Majesty, the Tiani Emperor cannot sustain this for long. As long as the elder of the Linjian sect buys time and forces him to exhaust his 7th-tier talismans, it will be the end for the Tiani Emperor. I eagerly anticipate it." The Zhao monarch replied. Zhang Puyuan nodded in agreement, falling silent as both turned their attention to the clash between Rong Yi and the elder of the Linjian sect. Rong Yi continuously intimidated the elder, feigning the summoning of Thunderfire talismans, yet his true offensive consisted solely of his singularly practiced 8th-tier martial technique, congealed blade slash. The elder of the Linjian sect soared through the air, ensuring ample space for retreat and maintaining a safe distance to counter the Thunderfire talismans. Allowing for adequate defensive preparation, Deadly Finger, the elder thrust his finger out, unleashing star essence that erupted from his fingertips. Not this again. Rong Yi activated his second flowing cloud talisman, his form darting swiftly. Fortunate that the flowing cloud talisman was not an instant-use talisman, but rather one whose effects would endure for a short duration. He flew rapidly, leaving behind traces of afterimages, encircling the elder from all angles. Delivering congealed blade slashes, boom, boom, boom. The congealed blade slashes collided with the elder's star essence scales, shattering into fragments. Thunderfire talisman. Rong Yi feigned another assault, pretending to summon the talisman. Humph. The elder remained unfazed. He had discerned Rong Yi's bluster. "You are left with only that one 7th-tier talisman, aren't you?" The elder smirked. "I possess an abundance of talismans. Come, test me." Rong Yi raised an eyebrow in provocation, sensing that the moment was nearing maturity. It was an opportune time to strike down the elder. "Do you think I fear your 7th-tier talismans?" The elder of the Linjian sect charged forward. "Your Majesty, the Tiani Emperor is finished." Zhang Puyuan exclaimed, filled with excitement. The Zhao monarch's expression darkened, revealing no hint of joy. He seemed to prefer that the elder of the Linjian sect let down his guard and allowed Rong Yi to turn the tables. After all, the situation was already set. Even if Rong Yi survived, he posed little threat. It would be far more satisfying to see the elder, that brazen scoundrel who dared to assault me, perish. However, such a conclusion was improbable, as Rong Yi was merely at the initial stage of the congealed Dan realm, while the elder was a formidable figure of the Tianxiang realm. Kill him, Zhang Puan muttered, grinding his teeth. Fists clenched tightly, swish, the elder of the Linjian sect lunged forward, his right hand reaching out to seize Rong Yi's throat, leaving himself wide open, seemingly unafraid of Rong Yi's Thunderfire talismans. However, Rong Yi did not seize the opportunity to truly summon the talisman. He understood that the elder was intentionally baiting him. However, the tactics employed were too simplistic. First, provoking him, then leaving himself unguarded, likely only effective against a child of 3. Falling star step. Activating his third flowing cloud talisman, Rong Yi's figure swiftly retreated. "Come forth. Produce your Thunderfire talismans. Do you not possess many 7th-tier talismans?" The elder's visage twisted with fury as he pursued Rong Yi relentlessly. "Why are you running? Come here. I am right before you. Where are your Thunderfire talismans?" Rong Yi, relying on the speed afforded by the 7th-tier flowing cloud talisman, evaded the elder's grasp, darting left and right, while the elder could not keep pace. Falling behind, taunting him with scorn, boom, Boom, boom. Meanwhile, the 18 steeds of the Yinyun 18 riders were the first to be defeated, their nostrils spewing blood, their bodies marred with wounds, flesh torn, bones fractured, exposing their white cores. Following that, the Yinyun 18 riders, having exhausted their arrows, found their curved blades dulled, their black cloaks in tatters, drenched in blood, with at least 30 of their comrades perishing at the hands of their adversarial sect disciples. Ultimately, sheer numbers overwhelmed them, leading to their downfall. The 18 steeds and riders formed a defensive circle, their backs pressed together, fighting like cornered beasts, their eyes cold and devoid of mercy. None uttered a word of surrender, resisting with their very lives. Lastly, the god of death, Bai Qi, felt his star essence waning, being unable to contend with the Tianxiang realm powerhouse. His ability to endure until now was already remarkable. Unlike Rong Yi, he lacked the Thunderfire talismans to intimidate the elder of the Tai Su sect, who had persistently pressed the attack. The elder seized the opportunity, advancing suddenly and delivering a crushing blow to Bai Qi's chest, sending him hurtling away. Rong Yi, your forces have been defeated. Do you still hope to turn the tide? Beside the ruler of Zhao, Zhang Puyuan, upon witnessing the defeat of the 18 riders of Yinyun and the legendary general Bai Qi, immediately exclaimed, Rong Yi, retreat at once. Turning his head, he beheld the formidable Bai Qi being struck down and the 18 riders making their final stand. Only those who laugh last are the true victors. Rong Yi, you have lost. Even though 9,000 years ago you roamed the world and established the Rong kingdom, today is no longer your era. Zhang Puyuan sneered as he shouted, on that day, you should never have awakened, nor should you have scolded us, the civil and military officials, for the sake of those insignificant ants. The consequences you face today are merely the results of seeds you have sown yesterday. Is that so? Rong Yi replied with a dismissive glance at Zhang Puyuan. Are you certain that the ones who will laugh last will be you? Will it be your lot? With that, Rong Yi abruptly turned and charged towards the Grand Elder of the Linjian sect. Shouting, Thunderfire Talisman, boom! Star essence surged through his meridians. The ancestral level technique, the shaking heaven decision, was indeed formidable. Despite having unleashed 8th tier martial skills countless times over this duration, his star essence remained abundant. The Grand Elder of the Linjian sect, with his defenses wide open, momentarily conjured a series of star essence scales to protect himself. However, once again, he was outmaneuvered by Rong Yi. Bang! A colossal star essence blade cleaved down upon the scales, shattering them to fragments. Damn it! The Grand Elder of the Linjian sect roared in fury. Thunderfire Talisman! Rong Yi shouted once more. You won't deceive me. Come and die. The Grand Elder of the Linjian sect remained unfazed, bellowing in rage. Suddenly, a burst of purple light erupted. Rong Yi had indeed unleashed the Thunderfire talismans. Moreover, he activated all 4 remaining talismans at once. Damn it! The Grand Elder's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 17. Completing the task in the air. The star essence became chaotic, and purple flames ignited, transforming into a fireball over 10 feet in diameter, descending upon them. Rong Yi had been waiting for this opportunity. His sole means of attack, the condensed blade slash, would prove ineffective against the Grand Elder of the Linjian sect. Go slay the Grand Elder. He still needed those 4 7th-tier Thunderfire talismans. It was evident that the combined power of the 4 talismans would exceed that of a single one. Thus, he had consistently intimidated the Grand Elder with the threat of the Thunderfire talismans, dulling his awareness. At this moment, seizing the perfect opportunity, Rong Yi unhesitatingly cast all 4 7th-tier Thunderfire talismans. The Grand Elder, consumed by rage, had been outsmarted by Rong Yi multiple times and was now eager to capture him, ultimately revealing a flaw. The purple flames flickered with arcs of electricity, the air distorted by the scorching heat, and the arcs crackled within the flames like a ferocious thunder beast. Too close for comfort, the Grand Elder had no time to react. His only defense lay in the star essence scales that had formed before him. However, had it been merely one Thunderfire talisman, he might have been able to withstand it. Yet, the Grand Elder sensed that the mass of purple flames, charged with electricity, contained a power far beyond what the scales could resist. Boom! In an instant, the purple flames descended, striking the Grand Elder of the Linjian sect. The purple fire enveloped him, and the arcs of lightning pierced through. Crack! He could not even endure for half a breath before the star essence scales shattered before him. The purple fire and lightning arcs consumed him. Boom! A shockwave erupted, stirring dust and debris, spreading outward. What? What is that? Zhang Puyuan's eyes narrowed in shock. How can this be? The previous 7th-tier talismans did not possess such might. Deep within the eyes of the ruler of Zhao, an unusual light flickered. Could it truly kill the Grand Elder of the Linjian sect? Just as both were lost in their thoughts, the 8th-tier defensive martial skill activated. Star essence remained intact. The star essence flowed from his body like water, enveloping him in a spherical shield. To ensure the Grand Elder's demise, Rongyi surged toward the site where the purple fire had struck. At this moment, the purple fire and lightning arcs had erupted, unleashing their maximum power. The purple flames detonated, scattering in all directions, accompanied by the lightning arcs that pounded the ground, charring it black, falling star step. Rongyi swiftly dodged the clusters of purple fire, darting to the center, where he instantly beheld the Grand Elder of the Linjian sect. His garments tattered, burnt through with charred holes, bits of fabric hanging from him. Clusters of purple fire scorching his flesh to charcoal, and his face a mask of terror, blood and flesh a horrific sight. Is he not dead yet? Rongyi sensed the aura of the Grand Elder and, with a downward sweep of his right hand, executed the condensed blade slash, a massive star essence blade slicing down. Puff! The Grand Elder's head was severed in an instant. Ding! Detected the death of the Grand Elder of the Linjian sect. Congratulations, host, on completing the time task. Congratulations, host, on receiving the super gift package. Would you like to open it? The system's voice appeared at an opportune moment. Not right now. This is not the time to assess rewards. Having slain the Grand Elder of the Linjian sect, I still have to deal with the Grand Elder of the Taisu sect, yet I have no more 7th-tier Thunderfire talismans. The legendary Bai Qi and the 18 riders of Yinyun had been defeated, and the Wei troops and Qin crossbowmen were firmly on the defensive, unable to assist against these powerful disciples of the section system. How long until General Wu Qi's cultivation can be enhanced to complete the task? Only General Wu Qi could turn the tide. Ding! General Wu Qi requires 20 breaths of time to enhance his cultivation. The system's cold, unfeeling voice was like music to Rongyi's ears. 20 breaths. In just 20 breaths, Rongyi kicked the severed head of the Grand Elder of the Linjian sect, dragging it through the blood-soaked ground until it rolled to the feet of the ruler of Zhao and Zhang Puan. You actually killed the Grand Elder of the Linjian sect. Zhang Puyuan trembled, staring incredulously at the blood-soaked head before him. A flicker of joy appeared in the ruler of Zhao's dark gaze. Had it not been for Zhang Puyuan's presence, he would have wanted to stomp on that head master, Grand Elder. The commotion from the 4 Thunderfire talismans had drawn everyone's attention. Upon witnessing the head roll out, Rongyi stood tall, and among the disciples of the sect, a dozen gasps echoed. Rongyi, you dare to kill the Grand Elder of the Linjian sect? You are seeking death. You have killed my master. I shall tear you into 1,000 pieces. Disciples of the Linjian sect glared viciously at Rongyi. If you wish to kill me, then come, Rongyi scoffed, a derisive smile on his face. Rongyi, you are too arrogant, the Grand Elder of the Taisu sect bellowed. You relied on the Thunderfire talismans to slay the Grand Elder of the Linjian sect. Let us see if you possess any talismans left to kill me. Do I need talismans to kill you? Rongyi chuckled lightly. You are the one walking the path to your own demise. 20 breaths had passed. Ding! Congratulations, host. General Wu Qi's cultivation enhancement successful. Would you like to summon him? Summon? The Grand Elder of the Taisu sect, initially wary of Rongyi possibly summoning the Thunderfire talismans, was taken aback as a figure suddenly appeared, suspended in the air, radiating an overwhelming presence. Resembling a colossal mountain, clutching a long sword, his gaze was cold and piercing, clad in armor with a crimson cloak billowing behind him. None other than General Wu Qi. Who are you? The Grand Elder of the Taisu sect exclaimed in shock. General Wu Qi remained silent, his form resembling a bolt of lightning, as he swiftly closed in on the Grand Elder of the Taisu sect. The Grand Elder was struck with terror, attempting to evade while hurriedly summoning his defenses. Clang! Yet, General Wu Qi's speed was too swift. The Grand Elder of the Taisu sect could not evade in time. The long sword was drawn, slicing through the air with a chilling brilliance, almost splitting it in two, and in a flash, The sword light severed the head of the Grand Elder of the Tai Su sect. Puff! A fresh head soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain. It is him. He is the one who killed General Zhao Guo's commander-in-chief, Kuang Liang. Zhang Puan recognized General Wu Qi at once, his eyes widening in realization. Kill them all for me. With the Grand Elder of the Tai Su sect slain, the remaining foes were mere minions. General Wu Qi surged forth, his long sword claiming lives. Ah, spare us, Your Majesty Tian-yi. We know we were wrong. Despot, my Linjian sect will surely take your life. The disciples of the sect shrieked in terror. Heh, I have long desired for us to be irreconcilable. Rong-yi laughed coldly, slowly advancing toward the ruler of Zhao and Zhang Puyuan. Thud! Zhang Puyuan collapsed to his knees. Your Majesty, this humble minister knows his wrongs. I shall never dare again. I beg you, spare me. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he repeatedly bowed. It is a commoner, not a humble minister, Rong-yi corrected him, and as his words fell, he delivered a swift kick to Zhang Puyuan's heart, shattering it. Zhang Puyuan's body flew back, landing several feet away, devoid of life. Rong-yi turned to the ruler of Zhao. The ruler's face was shrouded in shadows, revealing no hint of panic, though his gaze held a trace of hesitation. Your Majesty Tian-yi, someone wishes to see you. He raised his hand, holding a palm-sized jade talisman, which he infused with celestial energy, directing it towards Rong-yi. After a few breaths, a figure materialized within the jade talisman. Chapter 18. The Great Hunt Among Nations. Unless absolutely necessary, the monarch of Zhao had no intention of seeking the assistance of that esteemed figure from the empire. He had initially believed that an alliance between the two nation sects would be sufficient to eliminate Rong-yi. However, he was unaware that Rong-yi had such a formidable ally under his command. General Wu Qi unleashed a merciless slaughter, while the infamous Butcher by Qi and the 18 riders of Yinyun rose in defiance. With General Wu Qi's prowess, the loss of 2 grandmasters from the celestial realm posed no threat whatsoever. Behind them, heads rolled like autumn leaves, and rivers of blood flowed amidst anguished cries. Rong-yi remained unperturbed, gazing at the jade talisman in the hands of the Zhao monarch. The talisman projected an image of an elderly man, whose aged countenance bore the indifference of one long accustomed to high office. Clad in a scarlet brocade robe, upon seeing Rong-yi, his eyes flickered slightly, a smile crept to his lips, and he spoke. You must be the esteemed Emperor Tian-yi of the Rong Kingdom. Indeed, I am the one, Rong-yi replied, understanding that this jade talisman was a communication device inscribed with a formation that allowed messages to be sent from miles away. He could see the old man, and the old man could see him as well. The elder in the talisman clasped his hands and introduced himself. I am Zhang Kai, a minister of the Eastern Wanhou division of the empire. The Rong and Zhao kingdoms both belong to the vassal states of the Western Qing Empire. The agency overseeing these vassal states was the Wanhou division, which comprised hundreds of them. Centered around the Western Qing Empire, these states were distributed in the 4 cardinal directions, leading to the division of the Wanhou division into eastern, western, southern, and northern branches. Several days prior, Zhao had invaded the capital of the Rong Kingdom, prompting the former monarch, Rong Ruizong, to send a plea for aid to the Eastern Wanhou division. The division had dispatched envoys, demanding Zhao's withdrawal. However, Rong Kingdom never received the envoy's arrival. Had it not been for Rong-yi's intervention, Rong Kingdom would have perished by now. With Zhao on the brink of destruction, the Eastern Wanhou division finally chose to intervene. A smile graced Rong-yi's lips as he acknowledged. Ah, it is Minister Zhang of the Eastern Wanhou division. Too kind, too kind. Your Majesty Tian-yi, you flatter me, Zhang Kai replied with a smile that lacked sincerity. Rong-yi raised an eyebrow, swiftly changing the subject. Minister Zhang, there is a matter I find perplexing, and I hope you can enlighten me. After a brief pause, without waiting for Zhang Kai's response, he inquired directly, half a month ago, Zhao invaded the capital of my Rong Kingdom, and we sought aid from the Eastern Wanhou division. Yet there was no response. I wonder if you were aware of this matter? Zhang Kai's eyes flickered. He had not anticipated such a direct question. Shaking his head, he replied, I was in seclusion for some time and only learned of it later. Then it appears you were unaware at that time, Minister Zhang, Rong-yi remarked coolly, concealing his disdain. The old fox continued to feign ignorance, but it mattered little. I have awakened and am poised to trample Zhao. Invading their capital, Your Majesty Tian-yi, you must not, Zhang Kai insisted with righteousness. The East Wanhou Division's subordinates have informed me of the situation, but I implore you to consider the bigger picture and withdraw your forces immediately. What do you mean? What bigger picture? Rong Yi frowned. Zhang Kai continued, have you forgotten? In just over 2 months, on the 23rd of August, the Great Hunt Among Nations will be held. Rong Yi recalled a vague memory surfacing in his mind. The Great Hunt Among Nations, an imposing name, yet only 40 vassal states would participate, namely those from the east, west, south, and north, with only the 10 most powerful states qualifying. It was a means for the empire to bestow substantial rewards while maintaining control over its vassal states. The Great Hunt was often accompanied by slaughter and bloodshed. Vassal states with prior grievances would intensify their conflicts during this annual event, leading to fierce competition. But what did the Great Hunt have to do with Zhao? Rong Yi was perplexed. Zhang Kai explained, it seems the time has dulled your memory, Your Majesty Tian Yi. During the Great Hunt, vassal states are prohibited from engaging in combat. Otherwise, it would be seen as a disregard for the empire's authority. Inviting a united retaliation, Rong Yi was taken aback, quickly countering, but there are still over 2 months until the Great Hunt. We are currently in a state of preparation, and war cannot erupt. Indeed, Zhang Kai confirmed. Rong Yi chuckled, realizing the duplicity of Zhang Kai's position. He immediately pressed, then why is it acceptable for Zhao to attack Rome? Wasn't it also a state of preparation half a month ago? Precisely. The preparation period for the Great Hunt officially began 3 days ago. Zhang Kai's voice chilled. He had thought that by merely appearing and offering a few words, Rong Yi would retreat. However, given the current situation, it seemed they would have to confront each other openly. But Rong Yi, upon hearing Zhang Kai's words, felt a surge of disbelief. How could such shamelessness exist in the world? He thought to himself. What benefits have you received from Zhao? Did Zhao's monarch offer you his mother for your bed, or allow you to indulge in his harem? Suddenly, a revelation struck Rong Yi as he looked at Zhang Kai and the Zhao monarch, his gaze shifting dramatically. Could it be that you two are? The thought was too horrific to entertain, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Unaware of Rong Yi's sordid thoughts, Zhang Kai noticed the peculiar look in Rong Yi's eyes and promptly declared, Your Majesty Tian Yi, in my capacity as a senior official of the Eastern Wanhou Division, I command you to withdraw your forces from Zhao immediately. How audacious! Rong Yi scoffed inwardly. As his kingdom faced annihilation, Zhang Kai was still in bed with the Zhao monarch. Externally, he maintained a facade of righteousness. Minister Zhang, are you suggesting that only Zhao is allowed to attack Rong? While Rong is forbidden from retaliating against Zhao, Zhang Kai's eyes turned icy. Currently, it is the period of the Great Hunt. No military actions are permitted. Ha! The preparations for the Great Hunt. What a farce. The preparation period is dictated at the whim of the Eastern Wanhou Division. If you say 3 days ago, then it was 3 days ago. Even if you claim 10 days ago, it would still hold true. But Rong Yi was not swayed by such tactics. Zhao must perish, and the Zhao family must be exterminated. The system's side quests awaited completion, and the people of Rong Kingdom awaited their fate. Moreover, Rong Yi was eager to absorb the imperial fortune to strengthen himself through the system. Concealing his true intentions was impossible. War would be the means to sustain war. It was merely a matter of rallying the surrounding vassal states against him. With the influence of the Eastern Wanhou Division, a mere small vassal state like Rong Kingdom was hardly significant enough to provoke the empire's intervention. As for the neighboring vassal states, Rong Yi would crush them. He had not forgotten the main quest of the system, which was to unify the realm. Not only the Western Qing Empire, but even the divine and holy kingdoms would become targets for Rong Yi. Now was the crucial moment to take the first step. Rong Yi seized the communication jade talisman from the Zhao monarch and turned to face him. Minister Zhang, 70,000 citizens of my Rong capital have been slaughtered. The vast territories of the Rong kingdom lay in ruins, with countless families displaced. All thanks to the Zhao royal family. This is a matter of national grievance and personal hatred. If I do not avenge this, I am unworthy of being a ruler. Understanding the importance of having a just cause, Rong Yi knew that whatever his ultimate goal, he must first seize the moral high ground. General Wu, Rong Yi bellowed. General Wu Qi soared forward, gripping his bloodied sword. Rong Yi, you dare? Sensing the situation escalating, Zhang Kai's voice crackled with urgency through the jade talisman. Kill him! Rong Yi locked eyes with the Zhao monarch. Issuing a resolute command. Chapter 19. The unbeaten General Rong Yi, you dare? Zhang Kai's voice echoed with fury through the communication talisman. The Zhao monarch, once brimming with confidence, was now overtaken by shock and terror. You cannot kill me. The Zhao monarch's terrified gaze flickered between Rong Yi and General Wu Qi, who brandished his sword. No. Do not kill me. The Eastern Wanhou Division will not let you go. Minister Zhang will not spare you. Minister Zhang. Help, help. The Zhao monarch cried desperately into the jade talisman. Kill him, Rong Yi commanded. With a swift motion, General Wu Qi thrust his sword, piercing the Zhao monarch's heart. A surge of celestial energy coursed through, and with a soft thud, the monarch's insides shattered. The Zhao monarch's pleas for mercy abruptly ceased, and his body fell lifelessly to the ground. Rong Yi, you are courting death. Zhang Kai roared, resembling a furious lion ready to tear Rong Yi apart through the communication talisman. You are provoking the Empire's authority? The Rong Kingdom will be besieged by a coalition of nations. Rong Yi turned the talisman towards himself, smiling as he replied, but I do not believe this matter will attract the Empire's attention. The vassal states under the Empire number over 200. A mere Zhao kingdom. What harm would its fall bring? Moreover, the so-called preparations for the Great Hunt are merely at your discretion, Minister Zhang. I have no intention of provoking the Empire, but blood debts must be repaid in kind. With a decisive motion, Rong Yi shattered the jade talisman, scattering the fragments away in the west, hundreds of thousands of miles away, within a grand mansion in a bustling city. Zhang Kai's expression darkened as he felt the talisman dim in his grasp. Furious, he erupted. With a thunderous clap, he smashed the wooden table before him into splinters. Fool! You seek your own demise. Do you think it is still 9,000 years ago? This is no longer your era. Zhang Kai, filled with unrestrained fury, roared with a voice that echoed like thunder, his aura erupting with such intensity that it surpassed even the great General Wu Qi, resembling the vastness of rivers and seas. Boom! In an instant, buildings crumbled, dust billowed, and debris flew, as waves of force rippled through the air. Yet, Zhang Kai stood firm, untouched by even a speck of dust, having regained his composure. If you seek death, then I shall grant it. Zhang Kai declared, his voice as cold as ice. Summon someone. Swish. Although the buildings had collapsed, no one appeared. However, at Zhang Kai's command, a middle-aged man in gray swiftly approached. Why, Lord? The gray-clad man knelt before him. Zhang Kai instructed, you are to summon the kings of Qi, Yan, and Tu, commanding them to mobilize their armies against Ronghua. Within 2 months, Ronghua must be annihilated. Furthermore, there is a fully realized practitioner of the Tianxiang realm in Ronghua. You are to deal with him, understood? The gray-clad man responded promptly. Zhang Kai reiterated his insistence that the war must conclude within 2 months, without disrupting the grand hunt of the nations. Rest assured. My lord, within 2 months, Ronghua shall surely fall, the gray-clad man affirmed decisively. Rong Yi discarded a fragment of the communication jade talisman, completely dismissing Zhang Kai. Rong Yi believed that Zhang Kai would not escalate matters to the imperial hierarchy. The empire had sent Zhang Kai to manage the eastern vassal states. If he were to report every issue to the higher-ups, the elders of the eastern 10,000 lords would have replaced him long ago. This was a rather simplistic notion. One must demonstrate their capability to the higher authorities, showcasing the results of their governance. Hence, Rong Yi surmised that Zhang Kai would indeed command the neighboring states to besiege Ronghua. Just as Zhang Kai had said, a united assault. Rong Yi felt no fear regarding this. Among the eastern vassal states, although Zhao was not the strongest, it ranked within the top 10. His 100,000 troops could easily subdue Zhao, rendering the other nations insignificant. The Zhao royal family would be entirely eradicated, and all civil and military officials would be slaughtered. Rong Yi commanded generals Wu Qi and Bai Qi, generals, lead your 100,000 troops. Splitting into 2 routes, to the various prefectures of Zhao, swallowing Zhao's territory. Spare those who surrender. Those who resist shall be executed without mercy. Yes, this subordinate obeys. Both generals Wu Qi and Bai Qi replied in unison. Honoring the imperial edict. Yun of Yin, accompany me back to Ronghua. I wish to see who dares to expel me from my own land. Rong Yi turned to the 18 riders of Yun. Yes, the 18 riders responded in unison. Ding, congratulations, host. Side quest. Annihilate the Zhao royal family and swallow Zhao's territory has been successfully completed. Reward package granted. As Rong Yi finalized his commands, The voices of Generals Wu Qi and Bai Qi echoed as they led their troops onward, followed closely by the system's notification. Ding, new side quest initiated. Defeat the besieging vassal states and demand war reparations. It appeared that the system shared Rongyi's thoughts. Zhang Kai would indeed instruct the surrounding vassal states to mobilize against Ronghua. To the north of Ronghua lay Zhao, already trampled by Rongyi's forces. Tio the west was Tu, considerably weaker than Zhao. Tio the east was Yin, comparable in strength to Zhao, both being among the top 10 vassal states of the east. To the south of Ronghua was Qi, known for its extensive waterways and exceptional naval forces. It was evident that only these 3 vassal states would take up arms against Ronghua. Ding. Does the host wish to open the reward package? The contents have been adjusted according to the host's current needs. The system's voice remained as cold as ever, carrying a hint of humanity in its routine operations. Rongyi now possessed a super reward package and a regular reward package, and he proceeded to open both at once. Ding. Reward package successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the undefeated General Li Mu. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 50,000 Zhao Iron Cavalry. Congratulations, host. You have received a fully realized demon beast of the Ningdan realm. A black-backed tiger. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 8-rank pills, 4 symbols condensation pills. Zhao Iron Cavalry? What on earth is that? In the span of 5,000 years of Chinese history, I have never heard of such a formidable cavalry. Rongyi was utterly perplexed, as it appeared this was the first time the system's package had yielded an entirely unknown army. Ding. Please do not question, host. Although Zhao Iron Cavalry is not well known, this cavalry once served under the undefeated General Li Mu. It was specially prepared for the convenience of commanding General Li Mu. The system promptly clarified, so that's how it is that I knew the system wouldn't provide useless items. Rongyi nodded. The Zhao Iron Cavalry may be obscure, but the undefeated General Li Mu certainly had a grand reputation. A lifetime of warfare without a single defeat during the spring and autumn warring states period. Had it not been for the schemes of the Qin state and the Zhao king's paranoia leading to the execution of the undefeated General Li Mu, the unification of the 6 states by Qin might never have occurred. This illustrates the prowess of the undefeated General Li Mu. One man could rival the great Qin. Ha ha, splendid. With the addition of the undefeated General Li Mu, the task of unifying the world has taken a significant leap forward. Rongyi laughed heartily. The fully realized black-backed tiger was just right for a steed. The 10 8-rank pills, 4 symbols condensation pills, are miraculous medicines for improving cultivation. Consuming these pills can rapidly enhance one's prowess. Ding! The super reward package is now being opened. The system explained to Rongyi before continuing with the package opening. Ding! Congratulations, host. The super reward package has been successfully opened. Rongyi's heart raced with excitement. Chapter 20. Refugees. Ding! Super reward package successfully opened. Rongyi's heart brimmed with anticipation. The system had stated that the super reward package would yield exceedingly rare treasures, greatly beneficial for Rongyi's future. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an unnamed star weapon, the Killing Blade, a blade for slaying. It devours star essence and blood, capable of infinitely enhancing its quality. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ancestral-level body refining technique, Dragon Elephant 9 Calamities. Cultivate the power of the Dragon Elephant, traverse the Dragon Elephant Calamities, sanctifying the flesh and shattering the void with your fists. Congratulations, host. You have received the Azura clan's secret technique, Blood Slaughter Azura. By employing this technique, briefly unleash star essence and blood, enhancing combat strength. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the true classic of formations, documenting the 3,000 original formations of the world. Mastering it to perfection allows for the unraveling of all formations. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ancestral-level alchemy technique, Sun and Moon Combined Refinement. While refining pills, using this technique significantly increases the likelihood of success and enhances the quality of the pills. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ancestral-level talisman-making technique, Entering Immortal Journey. When crafting talismans, employing this technique can condense star essence, with the brush moving like an immortal, enhancing the success rate and quality of the talismans. By the heavens, I've struck it rich. Rongyi listened to the system's voice echo in his mind. His consciousness flooded with excitement as he saw lines of text on the screen. Body refining techniques, Azura secret techniques, formations, alchemy techniques, talisman-making techniques. all covered by this one super reward package. Most importantly, everything obtained was of the highest caliber. Moreover, the killing blade, capable of infinite upgrades, implies the potential to evolve into an imperial or even ancestral level weapon in the future. Rong-yi could hardly fathom the magnitude of the system's origins. Ding! Does the host wish to summon the rewards? The system's unchanging cold voice implied that regardless of how precious the items from the packages were, it was all taken for granted. Rong-yi suppressed his urge to summon all the rewards at once. He wanted to learn from the system, to remain calm, unperturbed even in the face of calamity. Surely future packages would yield even more extraordinary items. After a moment's contemplation, Rong-yi decided to return to the capital of Rongwo with the 18 riders of Yun. As he was in need of a steed, he then summoned the fully realized demon beast, the black-backed tiger, Roar, a majestic black tiger, roughly 10 feet long and 6 feet tall, materialized from thin air. Its patterned long tail resembling an iron whip, and its powerful limbs radiating strength. With a gaping maw, it let out a deep roar that sent shivers down the spine. The black-backed tiger approached Rong-yi, affectionately nudging its head against his ARM.AS for the other rewards. They could be thoroughly examined on the way back. 18 riders of Yun. Accompany me back to Rongwa. Rong-yi mounted the black-backed tiger, leading the charge. Yes, the 18 riders swiftly mounted their steeds, closely following him. In the blink of an eye, they exited Zhao's capital, heading south. Compared to the destruction caused by Zhao's invasion of Rongwa, Rong-yi's advance with 100,000 troops toward Zhao's capital had scarcely affected the Zhao populace. Only a few short-sighted city guards had attempted to intercept Rong-yi, only to be met with a devastating onslaught from the Wei martial troops and the Qin crossbowmen, resulting in the loss of tens of thousands of lives as they fled in disarray. 2 days later, Rong-yi's entourage arrived at the border between Rong and Zhao. During these 2 days, apart from not summoning the undefeated General Li Mu and the Zhao Iron Cavalry, Rong-yi had thoroughly studied all the rewards. Consuming the 8-rank pills, the 4 symbols condensation pills, the effects far exceeded those of 9-rank pills. Each pill took over an hour to completely absorb its effects. After consuming all 10 pills, Rong-yi's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Ningdan realm. The unnamed star weapon, the killing blade, a lethal weapon measuring 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide, boasted a deep blood groove along its blade, which Rong-yi knew was the place where the killing blade absorbed star essence and blood. The body refining technique, Dragon Elephant 9 Calamities, the Azura secret technique, Blood Slaughter Azura, the true classic of formations, the Sun and Moon combined refinement alchemy technique, and the entering immortal journey talisman making technique were all now under his study. Fortunately, Rong-yi did not have to start from scratch with these disciplines. Rather, it was a form of inheritance. Regarding the memories of these techniques and secret arts, they suddenly emerged in my mind as if they were innate instincts, effortlessly accessible. Any single one of them would suffice for Rong-yi to endure years of arduous cultivation. However, with the system at hand, as long as I accumulate sufficient imperial fortune, elixirs, talismans, and the like, exchanging for them would be a mere formality. There would be no need for me to concoct them myself. Rong-yi, having taken advantage of the situation, is quite clever. The few secret methods he possesses, if leaked, would likely incite a storm of bloodshed, leading to a fierce struggle among cultivators across the realm. As the group crossed the now erased boundary, they entered the territory of Yushan County in the Rong Kingdom. In less than an hour, they arrived at Yushan Pass. Immediately, they were met with countless war refugees, each resembling a mere shell of a person, trudging towards the gates. The densely packed refugees, burdened with their belongings and accompanied by families, wore expressions of numbness. What could be the cause of this? Rong-yi was perplexed as to why the citizens of Yushan County were flocking towards the gates. He had clearly led an army to reclaim Yushan County, invading the Zhao Kingdom and slaughtering the Zhao royal family alongside their civil and military officials. Hundreds of severed heads were stored in the system space, intended to be returned to the capital of Rong Kingdom for a memorial at the 10,000 people pavilion, honoring the 70,000 lost souls. Yet, why did the citizens of Rong Kingdom perceive Yushan County as unsafe? At that moment, a convoy passed by Rong-yi, a dozen horse-drawn carriages, with their glossy manes held high, advanced with an air of grandeur, indicating that their owner was either wealthy or noble. How could such a prosperous family still exist in Yushan County, which had been invaded by the Zhao Kingdom? Rong-yi was filled with suspicion. Suddenly, one of the carriages slowed down, and a head poked out from the cabin. With a face as dark as charcoal and small eyes that darted about, the figure resembled a reincarnated rat spirit. "Brother, what a fine tiger you have," the rat spirit remarked, grinning as it addressed Rong Yi's black-backed tiger. "I've never heard of anyone possessing such a formidable tiger. May I ask from which city you hail?" Rong Yi discerned that the rat spirit was merely at the awakening stage, unable to sense the presence of him and his companions. If only the rat spirit knew that the tiger it spoke of was a fully realized beast of the Dan condensation stage, it would surely be terrified. Eager to gather information, Rong Yi replied, "We hail from Jeshur City. May I ask your name?" "Ah, so you are from Jeshur City?" The rat spirit chuckled, squinting. "I am Li Xiaofei from Donglong City. Are you also seeking to join a cultivation sect?" "Join a cultivation sect?" A flicker of confusion crossed Rong Yi's eyes. Not noticing Rong Yi's uncertainty, Li Xiaofei continued, "Which sect are you heading for?" "There are 13 sects within the gates. Fate has brought us together, so let me share a bit of insider information. Do not say I did not look after you." Li Xiaofei spoke with an air of secrecy. "In the future, it seems that the Linjian sect will dominate the cultivation scene within the gates. My elder has connections." Li Xiaofei gestured to the south, seemingly indicating the direction of the capital of Rong Kingdom. "Minister Zhang Puyuan is a high-ranking official, a good official. Minister Zhang has united the 13 cultivation sects, including Linjian sect, to negotiate with the Zhao Kingdom, demanding a ceasefire. The Zhao Kingdom proposed ceding Yushan County in exchange for peace. And thanks to the intervention of the elder from Linjian sect, Minister Zhang ultimately sacrificed 12 cities north of Yushan Pass for the sake of the common folk, with Linjian sect contributing the most. Don't you think they will dominate the cultivation scene from now on? Zhang Puyuan, a good official? Linjian sect? Ceding cities?" Rong Yi was momentarily stunned, trying to grasp the connections among these events. How audacious of Zhang Puyuan to fabricate lies to deceive the citizens of Rong Kingdom. Believing that his actions against Rong Yi were foolproof, yet the citizens of Rong Kingdom genuinely believed him. Rong Yi turned to Li Xiaofei and inquired, "Not long ago, an army repelled the Zhao Kingdom. Did you not witness it? Why then cede the cities?" "Oh, you mean the troops that pushed back the Zhao Kingdom from the capital?" Li Xiaofei laughed. That was indeed Minister Zhang's elite army. However, their numbers were somewhat lacking. With only 50,000 infantry, surely insufficient to withstand the Zhao forces. It would be better to reach an early truce. What utter shamelessness! When did my father's Wei Wuzhu become Zhang Puyuan's elite army? Brother, speaking of which cultivation sect are you aiming to join? If you don't mind, I could take you to Linjian sect," Li Xiaofei boasted, his face beaming with pride. "I have connections there. Do you know Zhang Haoming? The son of Minister Zhang. He is a direct disciple of Linjian sect. We are quite close." Rong Yi's thoughts raced. This commotion caused by Zhang Puyuan had led the citizens of the 12 cities in Yushan County to seek refuge within the gates, harboring no goodwill towards the Rong royal family, but instead feeling gratitude towards Zhang Puyuan. Truly, the royal family bore the brunt of the blame, while Zhang Puyuan reaped the benefits. The most critical point was that, as things stood, Rong Yi feared he would receive not a shred of imperial fortune. After all the effort spent invading the capital of Zhao Kingdom, what meaning did it hold now? Now that Zhang Puyuan was dead and the Zhao royal family annihilated, Rong Yi was determined to reveal the truth to the world. Ding! A limited time mission has been triggered. Reveal the truth and annihilate Linjian sect. The host must complete it within 3 days for a reward package. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. The system aligned perfectly with Rong Yi's thoughts, advocating for the truth to be unveiled. Truly the strongest system for the rise of an empire, understanding the importance of winning the people's hearts. Moreover, it even added a task to annihilate Linjian sect. The 13 cultivation sects of the Rong Kingdom indeed warranted some reprimanding. They occupied the land and resources of Rong Kingdom, developing their sects without offering assistance during the kingdom's time of peril. And yet they dared to conspire with Zhang Puyuan to eliminate Rong Yi. This was unforgivable. It was high time to make an example of them, to show these sects who truly held power in Rong Kingdom. What are you hesitating for? Let me tell you, miss this opportunity, and there may not be another. If it weren't for the fact that you seem somewhat agreeable, I wouldn't even consider bringing you along. Rong Yi's contemplation, perceived as hesitation by Li Xiaofei, prompted the latter to roll his eyes and plead earnestly. All right then, I shall take my leave. Rong Yi offered a slight bow to Li Xiaofei. Don't mention it. No need for such formalities. Li Xiaofei's eyes sparkled as he shifted his gaze back to Rongyi's black-backed tiger. Brother, your tiger is truly magnificent. The implication was clear in an instant. Rongyi understood why Li Xiaofei was so enthusiastic. He was clearly coveting the black-backed tiger. Pretending not to catch the hint, Rongyi replied, riding a tiger is far less comfortable than riding in your carriage. That's a misconception. Li Xiaofei shook his head vigorously, his small eyes gleaming. How about we swap? You take the carriage for comfort, while I ride the tiger for prestige. Forget it. This tiger is skittish. Rongyi waved his hand dismissively. Li Xiaofei immediately rolled his eyes. Skittish? That is quite an excuse. He persisted, brother. I will give you 10,000 taels of silver if you sell me the tiger. Rongyi shook his head. 20,000? 30,000? 100,000. That's my final offer. Please sell it to me. I cannot go higher. As Li Xiaofei continued to bargain with himself, the convoy passed through Yushan Pass, and Rongyi, accompanied by the Yinyan 18 riders, entered the gates. Among the carriages, the front one held Li Xiaofei's family, while 3 carriages behind were occupied by maids and servants, with the remaining carriages laden with the wealth of the Li family. Each carriage was guarded by 4 protectors, mostly at the awakening stage. Upon entering Yushan Pass, the convoy headed westward, where the Linjian sect was situated, occupying the vast expanse of Molishan, establishing their sect and welcoming disciples from all around. The most renowned feature of Linjian sect was the Sword Cave Mountain, a peak of modest height, yet devoid of vegetation, riddled with caverns, within which swords were hidden, hence the name. According to those who took notice, Sword Cave Mountain had over 1,000 caverns, concealing at least 100,000 swords, most of which were broken or useless, but there were also 9-grade star weapons, and even 8-grade weapons. It was said that within the largest cavern at the mountain's summit, there awaited a 7-grade star weapon for the fated individual to claim. The Linjian sect also used Sword Cave Mountain as a testing ground for new disciples. Climbing 100 zhang was a requirement to qualify for entry as an outer disciple, while those who reached 1,000 zhang would be admitted as inner disciples. Those who obtained 9-grade star weapons would be accepted as elite disciples, while those who secured 8-grade star weapons would ascend to become direct disciples of the sect. Naturally, Li Xiaofei fantasized about obtaining an 8-grade star weapon and becoming a direct disciple, thus soaring to success. Moreover, in an effort to sway Rongyi into selling him the black-backed tiger, Li Xiaofei expounded upon numerous highlights of the Sword Cave Mountain. After half a day's time, despite Li Xiaofei's fervent entreaties, Rongyi remained unmoved, causing Li Xiaofei to glare in frustration. As the number of passers-by dwindled, the sun hung high in the sky, mercilessly scorching the earth below. Suddenly, one of the Yinyan 18 riders tightened his legs around his horse's belly, advancing towards Rongyi and whispering, "Your Majesty, there is a situation." "No need to pay it any mind," Rongyi replied, having already sensed the ambush laid at the mountain pass, awaiting the convoy's arrival. The Li family remained oblivious, and the convoy continued its rapid advance. In the blink of an eye, the convoy entered the mountain pass. From the thickets on either side, a dozen figures emerged, each wielding weapons, be it spears or broadswords. Blocking their retreat, at the forefront, a mounted bandit leader led a cohort of ruffians to obstruct the convoy. "Ha! After waiting so long, I've finally encountered some wealthy prey." The horse-riding bandit leader surveyed the convoy with satisfaction. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter bandits! Li Xiaofei peered out from the carriage. His demeanor relaxed as he reassured Rongyi, "Fear not, brother. These little bandits are utterly blind. Daring to rob my Li family is tantamount to seeking death." The convoy was forced to halt, and from the foremost carriage emerged a middle-aged man who approached the bandit leader. However, within mere moments, the bandit leader suddenly drew his blade, striking the middle-aged man's face and nearly severing half of it. "Damn it. How dare you lay hands on my family's steward? You seek death." Li Xiaofei, who had been peering out, was instantly consumed by rage. Chapter 22. The eve of action in broad daylight. "How dare you obstruct and rob us? You seek death." Li Xiaofei leaped down, shooting forth like an arrow. The bandit leader, noticing him, clamped his legs around his horse's belly and charged at Li Xiaofei. "Is that all you've got?" The bandit leader swung his long knife to cleave. Just then, a powerful surge of star energy erupted from a nearby carriage, revealing an individual within possessing the cultivation of the Foundation establishment realm. The bandit leader's expression changed drastically, clearly unprepared for the presence of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet it was too late to withdraw. A middle-aged man burst forth from the carriage, star energy flaring as it enveloped his right hand, igniting into a blazing inferno, akin to a serpent of fire. Fiery serpent fist, he shouted in a deep voice. Boom! The bandit leader raised his sword to defend, but the long knife shattered under the force, and the fiery serpent struck his face, instantly reducing his head to ashes. Father, why did you intervene? Li Xiaofei turned to the middle-aged man. I could have killed him. The middle-aged man was none other than Li Zhong, the head of the Li family. Li Zhong's right fist was enshrouded in flames, exuding an overwhelming aura as he surveyed the surroundings. Do not waste time. Eliminate them all. Yes, the Li family's guards responded. This group of bandits, with the exception of their leader who had some cultivation, were mostly of the Qi Awakening and Qi Opening realms. Utterly incapable of withstanding the Li family's guards, in an instant, the bandits either fell or fled. Li Zhong cast a glance at Rongyi from a distance and quietly inquired of Li Xiaofei. Have we uncovered their background? Father, that brat is quite tight-lipped. I haven't managed to pry it out of him yet, Li Xiaofei replied. But it matters not whose family he belongs to in Jeshur City. Once we reach the Lingjian sect, we shall hand him over to young Master Zhang, and he will have to comply. Indeed, Li Zhong nodded and Li Xiaofei chuckled coldly. That brat still has no idea that I intend to present his black tiger and subordinates as gifts to someone, believing I truly plan to bring him to the Lingjian sect to join the sect. Observing as the family's guards dispatched several bandits, while the remaining bandits fled into the woods, Li Zhong refrained from ordering a pursuit. Instead, returning to the carriage to continue their journey, Li Xiaofei swaggered to the rear of the convoy, smiling at Rongyi. Rest assured, brother, these little bandits cannot harm my Li family. Follow your brother, and I guarantee your safe passage. He then shifted his gaze to the black-backed tiger. Have you given it any thought? Brother, do buy it for me? Rongyi continued to decline, yet his mind was occupied with the recent bandits and the now headless bandit leader. Aside from the bandit leader, the majority of the bandits were poorly dressed middle-aged men of low cultivation, with a few gaunt, emaciated figures clearly recognizable as war refugees. Alas, we must address the livelihood of the people. He sighed internally. Zhang Puyuan was indeed correct. Water can both carry a boat and capsize it. For the Rong Kingdom, the people are akin to water. As their quality of life improves and the state provides a secure living environment, the populace will develop a sense of belonging to the nation. If the state is fraught with turmoil and everyone turns to banditry, it would indeed be a wonder for the nation to thrive. The convoy continued onward, traveling day and night for another day. Rongyi suddenly noticed that the scars of war were gradually diminishing. The land was no longer strewn with devastation, and the people were living their lives normally, without dislocation. Further ahead, a grand city came into view, its dark blue walls towering and thick, bustling with activity at the gates, filled with laughter and joy. Entirely unaffected by the war point 10 miles to the left of the city lay a continuous mountain range. The location of the Lingjian sect, known as Moli Mountain. Wow, we have finally arrived, Li Xiaofei exclaimed, peeking into the carriage. That right there is Lingjian City. Look how lively it is, compared to our 12 cities beyond the pass. It is far superior. With the Lingjian sect in place, the Zhao Kingdom would not dare to dispatch troops to attack Lingjian City, and people from within 100 miles flocked there for refuge. As the convoy approached the city, the guards at the gate were not soldiers, but rather several disciples of the Lingjian sect, donned in moon-white sword attire, wielding long swords, scrutinizing the ebb and flow of the crowd. Once we meet young Master Zhang tonight, in a few days when the Lingjian sect opens the Sword Cave Mountain, we can embark on our trial. With that, the group entered the city. Due to Rongyi's black-backed tiger, passers-by cast curious glances, while the Lingjian sect disciples remained unfazed, inquiring briefly before allowing the group to pass. Upon entering the city, they found a tavern to rest. Each retreated to their rooms to recuperate. Without Li Xiaofei buzzing incessantly in his ear, Rongyi finally relished a moment of peace. In his mind, he entered the sea of consciousness, gazing at the illuminated screen filled with information. Host. Rongyi status. 9 Poor Divine Lotus Avatar Cultivation. Perfected Foundation Establishment Realm. Note. 9 Poor Divine Lotus Avatar possesses boundless potential. The host may rapidly enhance their cultivation by consuming elixirs without concerns of instability. Abilities. Might. Formation. Alchemy. Talisman items. General Wu Qi. 50,000 Wei Wu soldiers. God of Slaughter by Qi. 50,000 Qin crossbowmen. Yinyan 18 riders, Invincible General Li Mu, 50,000 Zhao Iron Cavalry Marketplace. Basic System Marketplace Imperial Luck, 315 Rong Kingdom status. Surrounded by enemies system, Rong Yi thought quietly to himself. Ding! The strongest Imperial Rise system continues to serve the host. The system promptly responded. Rong Yi inquired, what level of cultivation does the Invincible General Li Mu possess when summoned? Having accepted the system's time-limited task to reveal the truth and annihilate the Lingjian sect, he knew he must prepare adequately. The Lingjian sect undoubtedly harbored more than one celestial correspondence realm elder, and at this moment, he had no means to discern how many such powerful figures remained within its ranks. To avoid unforeseen circumstances, he needed to first ascertain his own combat strength and strategize how to deal with the Lingjian sect. Ding! The Invincible General Li Mu is at the perfected celestial correspondence realm. The system replied. Previously summoned General Wu Qi and God of Slaughter by Qi were both at the perfected Foundation Establishment realm. Yet now the Invincible General Li Mu had attained the perfected celestial correspondence realm. Rong Yi understood that this was due to the Rong Kingdom's victory over the Zhao Kingdom and his own cultivation advancement. The system had always been quite human-like in its approach. At present, Rong Yi had achieved the perfected Foundation Establishment realm, and thus summoning another cultivator of the same realm would provide little benefit. The system aimed to bolster Rong Yi and the Rong Kingdom's strength, naturally offering formidable power. The perfected celestial correspondence realm was, as Rong Yi anticipated, a confirmation of the system's capabilities. Armed with this assurance, Rong Yi resolved that after meeting Zhang Puyuan's son, Zhang Haoming, tonight, he would take action against the Lingjian sect. Half a day passed in silence. 3 hours later, as dusk fell, a heavy knock resounded at the door. Bang, 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 brother. It's time to go. I'll take you to meet young Master Zhang. Li Xiaofei's voice echoed from outside. Rong Yi, sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance flashing before he rose to exit. Li Xiaofei stood outside with two companions, and upon seeing Rong Yi, he eagerly pulled him downstairs. Rong Yi was taken aback to discover that Li Xiaofei actually intended to ride horses to their destination, urging him to mount the black-backed tiger alongside him while explaining, though the journey isn't long. We must not lose face for our 12 cities beyond the pass. Riding horses adds to our prestige. In Rong Yi's heart lingered a sense of bewilderment. He was unaware that Li Xiaofei intended to present the black-backed tiger as a gift to Zhang Haoming. However, tonight's plan was already to deal with the Lingjian sect, and both the Yin Yun 18 riders and the black-backed tiger were to covertly make their way to the tavern where Li Xiaofei and Zhang Haoming were to meet. Now, it was merely a matter of transitioning the black-backed tiger from the shadows into the light, without any alteration to the original scheme. The trio, 2 horses and 1 tiger, strolled down the street. Chapter 23. Entering the tavern. Lingjian City was constructed in allegiance to the Lingjian sect. As the foremost disciple of the Lingjian sect, it was only fitting that Zhang Haoming dined at the most opulent establishment in Lingjian City. Situated in the bustling heart of the city, even at night, the streets were ablaze with light, and pedestrians flowed continuously. After a quarter of an hour, Li Xiaofei led Rong Yi to the tavern. The 6-story building was abuzz with chatter, and 4 disciples clad in sword attire from the Lingjian sect stood guard at the entrance. Stop! The tavern is closed to guests tonight. All idle individuals are to retreat. Upon seeing Li Xiaofei and Rong Yi approach, a Lingjian sect disciple bellowed. With a smile on his face, Li Xiaofei dismounted and stepped forward, producing a letter from his bosom. Senior brother, I am a disciple of the Li family from beyond the borders. Here to pay a visit to senior brother Zhang Haoming tonight. This is my invitation. I kindly ask you to take a look. As he handed over the letter, he discreetly slipped a vial of elixir into the disciple's hand. This is a recovery pill. I hope you will graciously accept it. The Lingjian sect disciple accepted the elixir, cast a cursory glance at the invitation, and returned it. You may enter. The banquet is about to commence. Thank you, senior brother. Li Xiaofei bowed deeply, instructing Rong Yi to leave the black-backed tiger in the care of 2 guards from the Li family, and was just about to lead Rong Yi into the tavern when, stop! The Lingjian sect disciple suddenly spoke coldly. And who is this? I allowed you entry because you possess an invitation, but you have no right to bring anyone with you. Li Xiaofei's expression faltered slightly. His face paling, he forced a smile and gestured for a private discussion. Senior brother, may I have a word? The Lingjian sect disciple hesitated for a moment, his gaze shifting between Rong Yi and Li Xiaofei. Noticing Rong Yi's calm demeanor as he simply stared at the tavern, and seeing Li Xiaofei's smile that was more painful than a frown, he finally took a few steps to the side. Li Xiaofei gave Rong Yi a reassuring glance and quickly approached the Linjian sect disciple, whispering something in hushed tones. The disciple's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at Rong Yi, then back at Li Xiaofei. Before reluctantly nodding, the two returned, and Li Xiaofei cupped his hands in gratitude towards the Linjian sect disciple. "Thank you, senior brother. Brother, let us proceed inside." The disciple granted them passage, and Li Xiaofei escorted Rong Yi into the tavern. Inside, the tavern was already teeming with patrons, many of whom recognized Li Xiaofei and greeted him warmly. "Look over there, brother. Those are all renowned scions of noble families from our Rong nation," Li Xiaofei remarked to Rong Yi. "See that slender figure on the left, dressed in blue robes? That is the young lord of Shuryan City." Rong Yi glanced over and noted the man's sallow complexion, deep-set eyes tinged with purple, unmistakable signs of excessive indulgence, and that fellow in gray. He is the only son of the Xiahe Zhang family. The Xiahe Zhang family is no trifling matter. They have 3 foundation establishment cultivators within their ranks, and it is said that the family head may soon break through to the core formation stage. Rong Yi turned his head to see a youth clad in gray martial attire, whose resolute expression and steady aura suggested he had diligently honed his skills. That is the 3rd young master of the Hushi Lu family, and over there, the 7th son of the Huangfu family. Huangfu family? A royal lineage. Rong Yi couldn't help but observe them closely, committing their identities to memory in times of national peril. These individuals, who dared not serve their country, had the audacity to conspire against it with the Linjian sect. They would certainly pay for their treachery in the future. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaofei, who was oblivious to Rong Yi's true identity, his boastful introductions of these influential figures inadvertently facilitated Rong Yi's plans for retribution. As they continued their introductions, the two ascended slowly to the 6th floor. On the 6th floor, unlike the bustling lower levels, the atmosphere was comparatively tranquil. In the center sat a youthful figure with bright eyes and a striking brow, radiating an air of prominence. Clearly, he was Zhang Pu Yuan's son, Zhang Haoming. At this moment, Zhang Haoming was blissfully unaware that his father had met a tragic end. He believed that in just a couple of days, once his father achieved success, the Rong nation would no longer belong to the Rong clan but would instead be theirs, the Zhang family's realm. Though his face wore a light smile, his brow bore a haughty demeanor. He likely regarded himself as the prince of the Rong nation. "Greetings, senior brother Zhang." Li Xiaofei hastened forward, bowing deeply, unabashedly flattering him. "It has been several years since I last saw senior brother Zhang after parting ways in the capital, and I often reminisce about your teachings. I strive diligently in my training, aspiring to join the Linjian sect and to continually hear your wise words. And you are?" Zhang Haoming found the flattery pleasant, yet failed to recognize the identity of the one bestowing it. Li Xiaofei, undeterred, maintained his excited demeanor. "I am but a disciple of the Li family from beyond the borders. Oh, so you are brother Li. Please, take a seat." Zhang Haoming suddenly recalled, chuckling lightly. But take a seat is a term reserved for royalty. As a mere disciple of the Linjian sect, how dare you presume such familiarity? How audacious! Li Xiaofei hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your gracious invitation, senior brother Zhang. Who is this person? Why does he not bow before senior brother Zhang?" A stout, short youth nearby cast a scrutinizing glance at Rong Yi, suddenly frowning. Just as Li Xiaofei settled into his seat, he abruptly sprang up, finally revealing his true intentions. "Senior brother, this individual is a disciple from the border town of Jeshur, and he possesses an extraordinary black tiger. I brought him to Linjian City to persuade him to present the tiger to you." "Oh, a black tiger." Zhang Haoming's brows lifted with interest as he turned his gaze toward Rong Yi. "Since this brother is so considerate, I shall graciously accept." In his words, he had already claimed Rong Yi's black-backed tiger for himself, showing little regard for Rong Yi's feelings. Rong Yi, however, merely smiled faintly. There is no such thing as free gifts in this world. Li Xiaofei's obsequiousness surely harbors ulterior motives. I never claimed I would present the black-backed tiger to Zhang Haoming. Rong Yi turned his gaze to Li Xiaofei. The latter's expression stiffened, and he stubbornly replied, "You accompanied me on this journey, and you clearly stated your intention to present the black tiger to senior brother Zhang along the way. Why now do you go back on your word?" Zhang Haoming's expression darkened as well, but he forced a smile. If this brother is unwilling to gift the tiger to me, I shall purchase it from you. I sincerely hope you can part with it. Maintaining a facade of propriety, Zhang Haoming suppressed the ire building within him. Rong Yi smirked, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. I do not wish to sell it. At this declaration, the atmosphere on the 6th floor shifted dramatically, with many present turning pale. This was an utter affront to Zhang Haoming. In both the Linjian sect and the capital of the Rong nation, who would dare treat him with such disrespect? Brat, you seek death. Li Xiaofei suddenly erupted, preparing to strike Rong Yi. Chapter 24. A frog at the bottom of the well. Li Xiaofei glared furiously, having never anticipated that Rong Yi would be so ungrateful. Since entering the tavern, he had continuously introduced the scions of noble families to Rong Yi, intending to apply pressure and showcase the power of the Rong nation, all to persuade Rong Yi to gift the black tiger to Zhang Haoming. Yet, to his shock, Rong Yi not only refused to bestow the tiger, but even when Zhang Haoming offered to purchase it, Rong Yi still dared to decline. It was as if he was courting death. I command you, apologize to senior brother Zhang at once. Li Xiaofei summoned his star essence, glaring at Rong Yi with menace. He had anticipated that after witnessing the influential figures in the tavern, Rong Yi would willingly present the black tiger, seeking favor with Zhang Haoming, thus gaining his attention and protection. Yet now, with Rong Yi's refusal, Zhang Haoming's temper flared. If that ire were to spill over onto Li Xiaofei, it would be a most regrettable outcome. To salvage his standing in Zhang Haoming's eyes, Li Xiaofei planned to break Rong Yi's legs after he bowed in apology, thus making amends to Zhang Haoming. His malicious intent was all too evident. However, Rong Yi merely raised an eyebrow at the command. Command me? Ha! What a grand jest! Who in the entire Rong nation possesses the authority to issue commands to me? Before he could speak further, Li Xiaofei continued, You will kneel before senior brother Zhang. Bow your head in repentance. Otherwise, you shall be opposing senior brother Zhang, opposing everyone in this tavern, and opposing all the noble families of the Rong nation. Do not presume that just because you hail from a mere clan in Jeshur City, you can speak thus to senior brother Zhang. The entire Rong nation, from top to bottom, knows that it is destined to be ruled by the Zhang family. And Zhang Haoming is the prince of the Rong nation. Rong Yi scoffed, shaking his head with a smirk. One person does not represent the will of the entire Rong nation. How grandiose! Zhang Haoming's expression gradually darkened. Rong Yi's words dripped with mockery, entirely counter to the demeanor of one aspiring to join the Linjian sect. Instead, it appeared as though he had come specifically to stir trouble. If Rong Yi were aware of Zhang Haoming's thoughts, he would undoubtedly nod in agreement, admitting that he had indeed come seeking conflict, and that the prize of Zhang Haoming's father still lay within his own spatial realm. With a face full of fury, Li Xiaofei stepped forward with a sudden intensity, demanding, Kneel down. Do you not understand? Kneel. Kneel. Apologize to brother Zhang. The crowd on the 6th floor rose in unison, their voices cold and commanding, surrounding Rong Yi with a menacing aura. Among them were disciples of the Linjian sect and the scions of noble families from the Rong kingdom, all accustomed to arrogance and oppression, now poised to collectively assault Rong Yi. Li Xiaofei regarded Rong Yi with a mocking smile. Convinced that Rong Yi would eventually submit, the individuals here boasted at least the cultivation level of the nascent origin realm, while brother Zhang Haoming was at the pinnacle of the transformation origin realm. As a mere disciple from the small city of Jeshur, Rong Yi's lowly cultivation and feeble backing rendered him no more than a target for coercion. Otherwise, not only would he suffer, but his entire family could face dire repercussions, even to the extent of being implicated and punished across 9 clans. Rong Yi surveyed the encroaching throng, noting the furious glares of some, ready to strike, while others bore expressions of derision, viewing him as inconsequential. Still not kneeling? Li Xiaofei, enraged by Rong Yi's reluctance to bend, lunged forward, raising his leg to kick at Rong Yi's calf. Kneel. The might of the Enlightenment realm erupted with a force that seemed intent not merely on making Rong Yi kneel, but to shatter his legs altogether. Had Rong Yi possessed lesser abilities, he would have surely succumbed to Li Xiaofei's assault. However, Rong Yi was at the consummate level of the condensation Dan realm. With a slight shift of his body, he raised his left leg, gently nudging his knee upwards. Bang! Crack! Li Xiaofei's kick collided with Rong Yi's knee as though his own calf had recklessly crashed into it. The dull thud was accompanied by the ominous sound of bones fracturing. Rong Yi stood firm as a rock, while the pain from the broken bones coursed through Li Xiaofei. rendering his face a ghostly white. He stumbled back, emitting a pained howl, collapsing to the ground. Cradling his injured leg, his body trembling from agony. The onlookers were taken aback. They had not anticipated Rong Yi's prowess, nor Li Xiaofei's swift defeat. Zhang Haoming's expression darkened, a shadow of rage crossing his face. In all his days, as the son of the esteemed minister of the Rong Kingdom, he had never endured such humiliation. The minister of the Rong Kingdom ranked just below the emperor, commanding respect from all. Yet this scoundrel before him seemed to be testing his limits. He resolved silently to use this incident as an example, to eradicate the forces behind Rong Yi, demonstrating the fate of those who dared to disrespect him to the entire Rong Kingdom. The crowd sensed Zhang Haoming's wrath, and soon, a disciple in a sword robe from the Linjian sect stepped forward, exclaiming, "Bold scoundrel, how dare you commit violence in Linjian City? You are provoking the Linjian sect." The disciple summoned his star essence, revealing his nascent origin realm cultivation, and launched an attack at Rong Yi. "Surrender now." Provoking the Linjian sect? Rong Yi chuckled lightly. "Do you truly believe your sect is worthy of such a provocation?" He was the emperor of the Rong Kingdom, while the Linjian sect was merely one of the 13 cultivation sects within the kingdom, hardly deserving of his attention. Moreover, he had come here with the intent to obliterate the Linjian sect. "Speak disrespectfully, and you seek death." The disciple of the Linjian sect clenched his fist and charged toward Rong Yi with a powerful strike aimed at his face. The star essence enveloped his fist. Hard as iron, a blow that could shatter stone. The disciple reveled in his strength, believing this moment would earn him Zhang Haoming's favor. However, just as he lunged, he saw a blur before his eyes. Unable to discern Rong Yi's movement, bang! A resounding crash echoed, and suddenly his vision darkened. A ringing filled his ears, and his body was involuntarily hurled aside. Rong Yi had effortlessly swatted him away, as if brushing aside a mere fly. His palm striking the disciple's cheek and sending him flying. Faced with a condensation Dan realm cultivator, the nascent origin disciple was utterly insignificant. Even 100 of his kind would pose no threat. The assembled crowd stood in stunned silence. The Linjian disciple, a nascent origin practitioner, had been dispatched with such ease. While they had initially dismissed Rong Yi's victory over Li Xiaofei, this display of power against a nascent origin disciple commanded their attention. Could it be the transformation origin realm? Even Zhang Haoming raised an eyebrow, pondering whether Rong Yi was the chief disciple of another sect. Such youth and achievement in the transformation origin realm would mark him as a considerable talent within the Rong Kingdom. Among the Linjian sect, Zhang Haoming was the sole practitioner at the peak of the transformation origin realm, on the verge of entering the foundation establishment realm, a true prodigy of the Rong Kingdom. Yet, he could not fathom that Rong Yi not only surpassed the transformation origin realm but was, in fact, at the pinnacle of the condensation Dan realm. This boy might be in the transformation origin realm. Everyone, charge together. A disciple of the transformation origin realm from the Linjian sect stepped forth, drawing his sword with a resounding clang, the tip aimed directly at Rong Yi's brow. "Let us combine our strength to slay him." The crowd rallied in response, converging upon Rong Yi. "Kill me?" Rong Yi regarded the thrusting sword with disdain. Perhaps in the eyes of those in the transformation origin realm, the strike appeared swift and fierce, akin to a lightning bolt, yet to Rong Yi, it moved as slowly as a snail, filled with flaws. "Can you truly succeed?" He raised his right hand, and with a crisp sound, he effortlessly pinched the blade between his index and middle fingers. As if it were a mere twig, with a semblance of a smile, Rong Yi observed the sword-wielding disciple, who, despite attempting to summon his star essence and exert force, found the sword's tip merely an inch from Rong Yi's face. Unable to advance or retreat, as the encroaching crowd closed in, Rong Yi flicked his wrist, snapping the sword cleanly in half. Gripping the broken tip, he flung it like an arrow, striking one of the assailants in the chest. Thud! The blade pierced through, and without pausing, Rong Yi delivered a series of kicks, each landing with a resounding crack, sending the foremost attackers sprawling back, their bones shattered, their bodies contorted. Is he truly at the pinnacle of the transformation origin realm? The crowd recoiled, their expressions turning pale, all eyes drawn to Zhang Haoming. Each level of cultivation, from the nascent origin to the transformation origin, involved vast differences in the star essence contained within one's body. Only a formidable force could contend with an adept at the peak of their realm. For the crowd, Their champion was naturally Zhang Haoming, also at the pinnacle of the transformation origin realm. Clap! Rongyi took a few steps forward. The crowd involuntarily staggered back, creating space for him as he approached Zhang Haoming, the distance between them bridged by a mere table. Zhang Haoming glanced at the fallen figures. A veneer of calm masking his fury. Your actions are excessively ruthless. Clinging to the pride of his transformation origin realm prowess, he attempted to maintain a facade of indifference before Rongyi. While I know not where you hail from, this is the Linjian sect. Your behavior here is quite inappropriate. Rongyi chuckled coldly. Am I not allowed to defend myself against such a mob? He grew weary of debating with Zhang Haoming, casually revealing 2 severed heads from his spatial ring, tossing them onto the table with a thud, facing Zhang Haoming directly. The heads, disheveled and aged, bore the marks of violence. One particularly charred and disfigured, a horrifying sight to behold. Initially, Zhang Haoming's expression was one of icy resolve, determined to have Rongyi executed regardless of his identity. However, upon seeing the 2 severed heads, shock coursed through him, his complexion drained of color, sweat standing on end, eyes wide with terror. Father, the Grand Elder. Those 2 heads belonged to the Grand Elder of the Linjian sect and Zhang Pu Yuan himself. Who are you? Zhang Haoming's voice trembled as he fixed his gaze on Rongyi, who remained calm. The onlookers, anticipating Zhang Haoming's retaliation against Rongyi, felt a chill run down their spines. Realizing the identities of the severed heads, they understood that they belonged to Zhang Haoming's father, Zhang Pu Yuan, and the Grand Elder of the Linjian sect. The Grand Elder is dead? How is this possible? Several disciples of the Linjian sect were aghast. A being of the celestial alignment realm could not have perished. Why were their heads in this man's possession? The minister is dead too. Was it not said that the Rong family would soon fall under the sway of the Zhang family? Was it not claimed that the Linjian sect would dominate the Rong kingdom henceforth? What was happening? You inquire about my identity? Rongyi's voice was cold as ice, sending chills through those present. I am Rongyi, the emperor of the Rong kingdom, the heavenly emperor Tian-Yi. His gaze fell upon the prostrate Li Xiaofei, who shrank back, shivering. Everywhere Rongyi's eyes landed, heads bowed in submission, none daring to meet his gaze. Zhang Haoming, lost in despair, suddenly roared, You dare to kill my father? I will have your life. In a fit of madness, Zhang Haoming lunged at Rongyi. Boom. Star essence erupted, carrying with it an overwhelming force as Zhang Haoming swung his fist with ferocity. You shall not succeed. Rongyi, without even casting a glance at Zhang Haoming, raised his hand to block, seized, and twisted. Bang! Crack! The star essence enveloping Zhang Haoming's fist dispersed under Rongyi's twisting force, and his arm was abruptly broken. Ah! Cold sweat poured down Zhang Haoming's forehead as he screamed in agony. He was utterly no match for Rongyi. Even his perfected cultivation at the Dan formation stage was insufficient, as a mere finger from Rongyi could easily crush him. Slap! Rongyi raised his hand and tossed the head of the elder of the Linjian sect to a nearby disciple. The disciple, panic-stricken, hurriedly caught the severed head. Go. Summon your sect's strongest. Tell them that this sovereign demands his life. Rongyi then pulled over a chair and sat down. The disciple, holding the elder's head, was momentarily at a loss. Do you not understand my words? Rongyi inquired coldly. I can understand. The disciple trembled and immediately turned to descend the stairs, racing back to the sect with utmost speed. Rongyi approached the window and glanced downstairs. The Yinyun 18 riders were already waiting below, poised for action. He was uncertain if the Linjian sect still had any practitioners at the celestial alignment stage, but it was certainly wise to prepare thoroughly. Previously, he had killed the elder of the Linjian sect, who was at the initial stage of the celestial alignment realm, using talismans while possessing only the initial accomplishment of the Dan formation stage. Now, having reached the perfected Dan formation stage and cultivated the ancestral level technique, the Shaking Heaven decision, his foundation was profound. If he were to enhance his combat abilities, he could undoubtedly crush ordinary celestial alignment practitioners. This would serve as an excellent opportunity to hone my practical skills using the Linjian sect. Rongyi mused inwardly. Regardless of how exceptional the system was, one must still grow stronger. At that moment, a bright flash streaked across the pitch-black night sky, resembling lightning as it rapidly approached, flying in midair. It was a celestial alignment practitioner. There was only one. It seemed the Lingjian sect's foundation was not as formidable as it appeared. Rong-yi silently activated the shaking heaven decision, channeling star essence in preparation for battle. The bright flash cut through the sky and gradually manifested into the figure of a middle-aged man clad in purple robes, with a square face and broad forehead, crowned with jade, presenting the image of a dashing scholar. It was the sect master. The Lingjian sect disciple seemed to see a glimmer of hope, excitedly exclaiming, "I did not expect the sect master to be at the celestial alignment stage. Ha ha. A strong celestial alignment practitioner. He dared to boast before about killing our sect's strongest." Some looked at Rong-yi with contempt, scoffing. "Let us see how he intends to kill a celestial alignment practitioner. Ha! He is undoubtedly doomed to provoke our Lingjian sect. Even if he is the Tiani emperor, he must die." Rong-yi turned to glance at them, and those who had been mocking him immediately recoiled. Silenced by fear, "Humph, the sect master is still over 100 feet away. We shall endure for now and see who ultimately prevails. You shall soon taste the bitterness of your folly," the group muttered under their breath. Gritting their teeth, Rong-yi merely cast a fleeting glance at the cacophony of voices, and they all fell silent, lowering their heads in submission. Rong-yi spoke softly, "You claim this sovereign cannot slay a celestial alignment practitioner. Then how did your sect's elder meet his demise?" The crowd was momentarily stunned. Indeed, the elder was also a strong celestial alignment practitioner, yet his head had fallen into the hands of the Tiani emperor. Did this not imply that the sect master is in peril? It dawned on them how formidable the Tiani emperor truly was. They had previously contemplated coercing him, and now their hearts were filled with dread. Thankful he had refrained from killing, or none within this tavern would have survived. "No. You were able to kill the elder because he was advanced in years, though at the celestial alignment stage. He could not exert his full power." Zhang Haoming shouted with reddened eyes, "With you alone, our sect master will undoubtedly vanquish you." The crowd trembled at his words, but none dared to speak up. They were not like Zhang Haoming, who was madly shouting. Regardless of whether the Tiani emperor could contend with the sect master, he was more than capable of slaughtering them. The sect master was still far off. If they angered the Tiani emperor, their lives would be forfeit. Hee, Rong-yi chuckled lightly, dismissing their words. How could his strength be comprehended by these frogs at the bottom of the well? He turned back, channeling the star essence within his body, condensing it beneath his feet, and with a sudden leap, he sprang out of the window. With a gentle push of his toes against the window ledge, he soared across to the rooftop of the adjacent building. At this moment, the sect master of the Lingjian sect had already approached. The crowd on the 6th floor of the tavern rushed to the windows, and Zhang Haoming's face twisted in rage as he chanted, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" One disciple beside him did not forget to flatter, "Brother Zhang, the sect master will surely be able to slay him." Avenging Lord Zhang Bang. The mention of Zhang Puyuan's death struck a nerve with Zhang Haoming, who, in a sudden fit of rage, backhanded the disciple to the ground. "I am well aware of the sect master's capabilities. Must you speak so foolishly?" The disciple, bewildered, covered his face in silence. The others, too, dared not say more, cautiously distancing themselves from Zhang Haoming as they continued to watch outside. The sect master of the Lingjian sect soared forward, and from a distance he spotted Rong-yi leaping out of the tavern. Without hesitation, he unleashed his star essence and waved his hand, sending forth a torrent of star essence as if a long rainbow piercing the sun. Rushing towards Rong-yi, boom! Rong-yi clenched his fist, his figure resembling a longbow, his arm like an arrow, drawing back to release. The star essence enveloped his fist, power coalescing, as the torrent of star essence approached. He struck out with a thunderous punch. The brilliance of the star essence exploded in the dark of night, and at the instant of collision with the star essence torrent, it shattered as if made of paper. Obliterated effortlessly. Is this the strength of a celestial alignment practitioner? Rong-yi mused inwardly. He had initially prepared himself, thinking that with his perfected Dan formation stage prowess, he would need to exert all his focus against the Lingjian sect's sect master. Yet this single punch left him in a daze. Ding! The system alerted the host. The host has cultivated the ancestral level technique, shaking heaven decision, and with the 9 orifices divine lotus clone, his potential remains to be fully explored. The system's voice timely enlightened Rong-yi, his eyes brightened. Thus, It was not that the sect master of the Lingjian sect was too weak, but rather that he himself was too strong. When he was at the initial stage of the Dan formation, he could not directly confront a celestial alignment practitioner, but he was already qualified to entangle with them. Now, at the perfected Dan formation stage, he was indeed capable of a head-on clash, and this was without fully unleashing his strength. How terrifying would he be if he did? Ha ha ha. Is this all the strength the sect master of the Lingjian sect possesses? Rongyi laughed heartily as he shattered the star essence torrent, his joyous laughter echoing through the night. The expression of the sect master shifted drastically. He had sensed from afar that Rongyi merely exuded the aura of the perfected Dan formation stage, yet had not broken through to the celestial alignment realm. He had thought this torrent of star essence would be sufficient to subdue Rongyi, but never had he anticipated that Rongyi would crush it with a single punch. Tiani Emperor, you have led your forces into the Zhao Kingdom, committing heinous bloodshed without reason, yet you still refuse to surrender. You have been expelled from the Rong Kingdom. Such a fiend must be eradicated by all. The sect master of the Lingjian sect activated his techniques, preparing to unleash his full strength. Rongyi raised an eyebrow. Unjustified bloodshed? A fiend. He had merely defeated the Zhao Kingdom to save the Rong Kingdom. Yet he was labeled a fiend? These people were truly shameless. They sought to eliminate him while fearing to cross a line, fabricating such excuses. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Rongyi's face displayed derision. The Rong Kingdom was established solely by my hand. Who has the right to expel me from the Rong Kingdom? As for being a fiend, if I am indeed a fiend, so be it. I am a fiend dedicated to slaying despicable and shameless individuals like you. With that, without allowing the sect master of the Lingjian sect to speak further, Rongyi leaped into the air, charging towards him with a violent assault. Condensed blade strike. With a distance of merely a few dozen feet remaining, Rongyi swung his hand, and a blade of star essence suddenly cleaved through the air. The crescent moon-shaped star essence blade seemed to slice the very air in two, moving with such speed that it left a phantom in the night sky. Swiftly descending upon the sect master of the Lingjian sect, the sect master's eyelids twitched violently. He sensed that the star essence blade was far too swift, and the power contained within it was ominously overwhelming. As the blade approached, its sharpness surged forth, rendering him unable to withstand it, compelling him to retreat hastily. Heavenly flood transforms into water. The sect master of the Lingjian sect felt the star essence surging within him, rushing forth to envelop his surroundings like a torrential flood, forming a river that flowed around him. This was the defensive martial technique of the sect master. Puff! The condensed blade strike came crashing down. The star essence blade struck the torrent of star essence, cleaving a gap, while the sect master's star essence was continuously washed and eroded by the blade. Condensed blade strike. Condensed blade strike. Condensed blade strike. Rongyi unleashed 3 consecutive condensed blade strikes, each producing a massive star essence blade. The sect master's heart sank as he dared not delay, hastily intensifying his defensive technique, augmenting the force of the heavenly flood transforms into water. But at that moment, the sect master's complexion truly changed. He saw Rongyi unleash 3 star essence blades in succession, and he himself followed closely behind the last blade, advancing towards the sect master. Puff! 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 The star essence blades pierced through the torrent of star essence, one after another, cleaving through the deluge. Rongyi boldly surged into the torrent of stellar essence, the energy manifesting upon his skin to shield his body as he braved the overwhelming force. Clenching his fists, he struck towards the master of the Lingjian sect. The sect leader, taken aback by Rongyi's audacity, hastily prepared to counter as he saw the fist shatter the stellar current and approach him. With no time to lose, he retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! The Lingjian sect's master felt an overwhelming force radiating from the collision, coursing through his arm and numbing half of his body, causing his internal organs to tremble. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he stared in shock, propelled backward. How could it be? The depth of his stellar essence is astonishing. He was merely at the Dan condensation stage. The Lingjian sect's master silently screamed. Observing from the tavern, the disciples of the Lingjian sect and the aristocracy of the Rong state were equally astonished. The Tiani Emperor is truly formidable. Chapter 27. The might of the killing blade. The Lingjian sect's master crashed down. creating a hole in the building opposite. Rong Yi descended, his tightly clenched fists brimming with power. With his perfected Dan condensation cultivation, he had defeated a celestial transformation cultivator using merely 80% of his strength. Yet, for Rong Yi, there was little to boast about, as he was but a manifestation of the nine-hole divine lotus, wielding ancestral techniques such as the shaking heaven decision, thus enjoying a significant advantage. The Linjian sect's master was merely a minor figure, a weak celestial transformation practitioner. Overcoming an adversary of a higher realm was entirely expected. Rong Yi's foundation could only be compared to the most exceptional talents across the realms. Even the imperial heirs of the Western Qing Empire, or the divine progeny of the Divine Kingdom, or the holy sons of the Sacred Kingdom, paled in comparison to Rong Yi. This, too, was the foundation of the strongest imperial ascension system. How could this be? How could the master be defeated? On the 6th floor of the tavern, Zhang Haoming trembled, his face ashen, filled with disbelief as he clutched the window frame, his knuckles white from exertion. The disciples around him subtly distanced themselves, seemingly wishing to avoid Zhang Haoming's misfortune, perhaps seeking to dissociate from him. The Linjian sect disciples who had previously flattered Zhang Haoming now gleamed with schadenfreude. Swish! The Linjian sect's master staggered up from the ruins, hastily retreating, dragging his injured body, yet managing to flee even faster than he had arrived. You in the tavern, do not leave even a step. Rong Yi commanded the Yinyun 18 riders who had long awaited below. The Yinyun 18 riders complied, leaping Tinzhong in a single bound, pursuing the Linjian sect's master across the rooftops. The two raced towards the Linjian sect. Just as they leaped out of the Linjian city, Rong Yi spotted dozens of figures approaching from the direction of the Linjian sect. Elders and deacons of the Linjian sect. It seemed the Linjian sect had witnessed the head of the supreme elder. The master had taken the lead, with the elders and deacons close behind, intent on annihilating Rong Yi and his companions within Linjian city. However, those elders and deacons, at most, could only reach the Dan condensation stage, their speed far inferior to that of the Linjian sect's master. They could hardly fathom that before they could arrive, the master had already been defeated. All elders and deacons, heed my command. Retreat at once. Activate the Sword Cave Mountain Formation, the fleeing Linjian sect's master urgently declared, channeling his stellar essence. The elders and deacons, rushing towards Linjian city, were momentarily stunned. Why were they retreating before even reaching Linjian city? And activating the Sword Cave Mountain Formation? They looked up at the master, gasping in shock. The master appeared pale as paper, with blood at the corners of his mouth, and his sleeves tattered, evidence of his clash with Rong Yi. He was no longer the refined figure they knew, but a desperate fugitive. Looking back, a figure surged forward with overwhelming momentum, akin to a streak of aurora, rapidly closing in. The stellar essence emanating from him was vast and powerful, leaving the elders and deacons gasping for breath. The master has been defeated. So soon? The expressions of the dozens of elders and deacons were a mix of disbelief and turmoil. What are you dawdling for? Retreat, quickly! The Linjian sect's master bellowed as he soared above them, not pausing for a moment, darting past the heads of the elders and deacons. Behind him, the relentless Rong Yi was already in pursuit. These individuals were all from the Linjian sect. Rong Yi also heard the master shout, and a thought struck him. His blade, the killing blade, which could be infinitely upgraded. These individuals were the perfect nourishment for it. System, summon the killing blade. He silently urged. Ding, congratulations, host, you have successfully summoned the unranked killing blade. Upon the system's announcement, Rong Yi raised his hand, and the killing blade manifested. The blade, 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide, bore a deep blood groove running its length. As soon as the killing blade was in his grasp, a wave of bloodthirst and murderous intent enveloped him, a faint aura of blood appearing around the blade. Eager to devour vitality and stellar essence to elevate its rank, run, quickly. An elder of the Linjian sect, witnessing Rong Yi draw his long blade, immediately turned to flee, following closely after the Linjian sect's master. Why run? With so many of us, should we fear just one? Another elder, coldly composed, was unafraid, observing that Rong Yi's aura was merely at the Dan condensation stage, certainly unable to traverse the skies, and had not yet broken through the shackles of the realms. The master must have fallen into some ambush, which led to his defeat. We have so many, how could we possibly fear him? Several middle-aged elders and deacons quickly echoed this sentiment. Nearby, a few elderly elders, hair white as snow, remarked, since the master has called for a retreat and intends to activate the Sword Cave Mountain formation, there must be good reason for it. We must not act recklessly. Humph! Act recklessly? This is the territory of our Linjian sect, where we can both attack and defend. Why should we fear just one person? The leading elder of the main combat faction retorted coldly. While they hesitated, Rongyi had already closed in, wielding the killing blade. The leading combat faction's elders and deacons immediately channeled their stellar essence, unleashing their power, encircling Rongyi. The retreat faction's elders and deacons found themselves in a predicament. Wanting to obey the master's orders and retreat, but unable to abandon their comrades in the midst of battle. Everyone, together, formed the sword formation. The elders and deacons of the Linjian sect shouted in unison, their stellar essence coalescing into sword light, instantly forming a massive sword formation that gathered their collective strength into 100-zhang-wide sword chi, swiftly cleaving towards Rongyi. Come at me! Rongyi howled to the heavens, unafraid of the oncoming assault, charging directly ahead. Let this emperor break through. The killing blade slashed diagonally, cleaving through the 100-zhang sword chi boom. The violent collision unleashed a tempest that swept in all directions. The Linjian sect's master, already fleeing, suddenly realized that the elders and deacons were forming a sword formation to engage Rongyi. His pace faltered, his expression shifting as he understood that those remaining elders and deacons were doomed to perish. You? The Linjian sect's master sighed inwardly, turning away to flee, no longer glancing back, and soaring towards Sword Cave Mountain. Bang! Rongyi severed the 100-zhang sword chi, his form flashing as he swiftly approached an elder of the Linjian sect. A cold smile gracing his lips, die. With a swift motion, the blade fell, blood spraying. In one strike, he claimed the life of the Linjian sect elder, Buzz. The killing blade trembled, emitting a resonant hum, eagerly absorbing stellar essence and vitality. Rongyi could distinctly feel the weight of the killing blade gradually increasing, the killing intent within it accumulating. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a perfected Dan condensation practitioner. The killing blade absorbed vitality and stellar essence, successfully elevating its quality to a 9th-grade star weapon. The system's voice echoed in his mind as Rongyi gazed at the numerous Linjian sect elders and deacons, envisioning divine weapons beckoning to him. In that moment, he surged forward, the blade slicing through the air like a chilling wind, overwhelming his foes. The cries of despair echoed, as the Linjian sect elders and deacons changed countenance, engulfed in terror. Chapter 28. The Sword Cave Mountain Formation. The Linjian sect elders and deacons, who had initially intended to cooperate and slay Rongyi, realized his formidable strength only after he had claimed the lives of several of their comrades. They understood why the master had commanded a retreat. Rongyi was too powerful. They were simply no match for him. The master was not ambushed but had been outmatched from the outset. Yet, they grasped this truth all too late. Those who kill are often killed in turn. If they sought to slay Rongyi, they must bear the risk of being slain by him, though they had never conceived of such a possibility. One by one, they retreated in panic, hastening towards the Linjian sect, for their only hope lay in the Sword Cave Mountain Formation to suppress Rongyi. Think you can escape? Humph! Die! Rongyi transformed into a vengeful specter, pursuing the Linjian sect elders and deacons, who could not soar through the skies like their master, their speed unable to match his, making it effortless for him to close the gap. Swish! The long blade cleaved through, claiming life after life. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a minor Foundation establishment practitioner. The killing blade absorbs stellar essence and vitality. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a perfected Dan condensation practitioner. The killing blade absorbs stellar essence and vitality. Ding! Congratulations, host. The quality of the killing blade has risen to an 8th-grade star weapon. Ding! Congratulations, host. The quality of the killing blade has risen to a 7th-grade star weapon. A multitude of corpses lay scattered, their blood staining the earth crimson, while the murderous blade shimmered with a sinister red glint. The deep grooves in the blade, steeped in blood, seemed to devour the essence of stars and the vitality of life. Having claimed so many lives, the blade had only ascended to the rank of a 7th-grade star weapon. Rongyi sensed that to elevate the blade to a 6th-grade star weapon, even the essence and vitality of the sect master of the Linjian sect would fall woefully short. With a swift flick of his wrist, he sheathed the blade into the System S space. The lifeless bodies of all the elder and steward members of the Linjian sect lay behind him, each succumbing to a single fatal strike. Rongyi surged forward towards the Linjian sect, which was nestled amidst the undulating peaks of the Moli Mountain, dense with flourishing forests. As he advanced deeper into the woods, even in the dark of night, the Sword Cave Mountain of the Linjian sect was unmistakable. It was a barren peak, devoid of any vegetation, riddled with grotesque rocks and countless pits, adorned with swords thrust into the earth, resembling thorns growing from the mountain itself. Without hesitation, Rongyi darted inside. In an instant, the Sword Cave Mountain emitted a low, rumbling sound, almost as if it were alive. The clangs of swords echoed, as countless long swords emerged from the stone, inch by inch, as if they were dragons unleashed from their slumber. Tani Huang, you are indeed formidable, but within this array of Sword Cave Mountain, I shall take your head. The voice of the Linjian sect's master resonated from all directions, rendering his location a mystery. Such grand declarations, let this emperor witness your true prowess. Rongyi's star essence surged forth, enveloping him. Humph! All swords, attack! The master of the Linjian sect snorted coldly, and the sound of numerous metal clashes reverberated. Over 10,000 long swords surged forth, surrounding Rongyi, forming a colossal dragon of swords that swept through the air, emitting a piercing shriek akin to a dragon's roar. The sheer onslaught of over 10,000 long swords descended like a tempest, their sharpness palpable even from a distance, threatening to rend him asunder. Utilizing the array, their might was akin to that of a perfected celestial being. Rongyi mused inwardly as the star essence coursed around him, cocooning him within. With an 8th-grade defensive martial technique, his star essence remained intact. Moreover, numerous colossal blades of star essence coalesced around him, and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed them towards the oncoming torrent of long swords. Congeal and slash, boom, boom, boom. The colossal blades of star essence collided with the long swords, causing the sword array to quiver slightly before shattering the blades into fragments. Yet they continued their relentless advance. Bearing down on Rongyi, now this is intriguing. Rongyi raised a hand and summoned the murderous blade from the system space. Swish! The dragon of long swords swept forth, and the mere sword chi contained within threatened to fracture his defensive technique. If I cannot withstand this, I shall cleave through your sword array. With a flourish, the blade was unleashed. The clash of blades echoed, sparks flying. The quality of the blade had indeed reached the level of a 7th-grade star weapon, slicing through the incoming long swords as if they were but mud, severing long swords, cutting through sword chi, shattering everything in its path. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have severed a 9th-grade star weapon long sword. The murderous blade absorbs star essence. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Rongyi's mind raced, realizing that severing star weapons also allowed for the absorption of star essence. Indeed, star essence was contained within the star weapons, and the murderous blade was capable of devouring them. Ha ha ha! Let all of you become nourishment for my blade. With frenzied swings, the murderous blade, wielding the might of a 7th-grade star weapon, crushed all long swords. Did you not claim that your Linjian sect's Sword Cave Mountain possessed 7th-grade star weapons? Allow this emperor to witness. The remnants of shattered swords littered the ground, as the multitude of long swords visibly dwindled before his eyes. Most were unranked star weapons, providing only meager star essence for the blade, while a few were 9th-grade star weapons, offering scant star essence to be consumed. You seek your own demise, the master of the Linjian sect bellowed. Initially, he had no intention of summoning the 7th-grade star weapon, the blazing flame sword. Activating it would expend an immense amount of star essence, and once utilized, the Sword Cave Mountain array would require a decade to recuperate. Yet, the myriad sword array could not contend with Rongyi, leaving him with no choice but to act. Rongyi quickly perceived the temperature of the Sword Cave Mountain escalating rapidly, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, with molten lava coursing beneath the surface. Was this the might of the 7th-grade star weapon of Sword Cave Mountain? It bore a striking contrast to the murderous blade, which, aside from its hardness and sharpness, possessed no additional might, yet the murderous blade could cleave through anything. Puff! Atop the sword cave mountain, a brilliant pillar of fire erupted, soaring into the heavens. All long swords on the mountain bowed down as if commoners before an emperor, trembling in fear and daring not to gaze upwards. From within the pillar of fire emerged a howling fire wolf, its fiery eyes illuminating the night for miles, its fearsome maw roaring at Rong-eat boom. The fire wolf lunged downward, its fiery form revealing a blazing long sword at its core. Inscribed with fiery runes, the very embodiment of the 7th grade star weapon, the blazing flame sword. Rong-yi dared not underestimate this assault, for it was not merely the 7th grade star weapon he faced, but also the power of the sword cave mountain array. Gripping his blade with both hands, he fervently infused star essence into the murderous blade, and as the fire wolf charged, he swung downward. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted from the point of impact, causing the entire sword cave mountain to tremble. Rong-yi staggered back, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground, his hands trembling from the force of the blow. He activated the ancestral level technique, the heaven-shaking decision, continuously channeling star essence into the murderous blade. Roar! The fire wolf lunged once more. Rong-yi stood resolute, raising both hands as the murderous blade descended for a second strike. Boom! The impact fractured his grip, blood seeping from his palms. Yet, Rong-yi's expression remained unchanged as he swung again. Boom, boom, boom. The murderous blade clashed with the fire wolf, their blows evenly matched, each collision threatening to shatter the sword cave mountain. After over 100 clashes, the fire wolf's form had visibly diminished, while Rong-yi grew increasingly emboldened, his eyes shimmering with excitement, reveling in the thrill of battle. Sever! With a thunderous roar, he brought the murderous blade down, cleaving the fire wolf in two. Clang, clang, clang. The blade fell rapidly, striking the blazing flame sword thrice. The first strike opened a gash in the blazing flame sword. The second strike cracked its blade. The third strike severed it completely. The murderous blade remained unscathed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have severed the 7th grade star weapon, the blazing flame sword. The murderous blade absorbed star essence. The flames upon the blazing flame sword extinguished in an instant, falling like scrap metal. Chapter 29. Annihilation of the Linjian sect. The blazing flame sword has been destroyed. The Linjian sect master, manipulating the sword cave mountain array from the shadows, nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief. What grade was the long blade in Tianyi Huang's hands? How could it be so resilient? He had clashed with the 7th grade blazing flame sword and cleaved it in twain. Without the blazing flame sword, the sword cave mountain array had lost its core, its power diminished by at least 80%. With the remaining 9th grade and a few 8th grade star weapons, they stood no chance against Rong-yi. Furthermore, the clash between Rong-yi and the blazing flame sword had revealed the Linjian sect master's position. At that moment, Rong-yi, shaking out his numb arms, soared towards the mountain's summit. Thousands of long swords soared through the air, surrounding Rong-yi yet maintaining a distance of several dozen feet, refraining from striking. As he took a step forward, the multitude of swords retreated, creating a striking spectacle, a single figure driving back thousands of long swords. In the blink of an eye, Rong-yi ascended the mountain peak, reaching the opposite side of Sword Cave Mountain. Descending 100 feet, he found a deep well, several feet wide and seemingly bottomless. The very heart of the Sword Cave Mountain array. The walls bore intricate array engravings, densely packed and glimmering with a faint light. The Linjian sect master floated within the well, controlling the Sword Cave Mountain array. Will you come out willingly, or shall I invite you out? Rong-yi inquired calmly, gazing down from the well's edge. The Linjian sect master wore a bitter smile, fully aware of his utter defeat. With the last resort of the Sword Cave Mountain array, the blazing flame sword, shattered in the hands of Tianyi Huang, he made no attempt to resist as he soared out of the well. Just as his feet touched the edge of the well and he began to offer a courteous greeting, swish! A flash of cold light flickered from the corner of his eye, akin to a thunderbolt. Arriving in an instant, the Linjian sect master felt his world spin, his head severed and sent flying, landing with a thud on the ground. In his final moments, he beheld his own headless body, blood gushing forth from the severed neck. Still wishing to utter empty words? This emperor's time is precious. Rong-yi cast a glance at the severed head. Ding! Congratulations, Host, you have slain a nascent celestial being cultivator. The murderous blade absorbs vitality and star essence. Ding! Congratulations, host. The quality of the murderous blade has successfully ascended to a 6th grade star weapon. With the system's notifications, Rong-yi distinctly felt the weight of the murderous blade increase, its blade becoming even more solid and sharp. After collecting the Linjian sect master's head, Rong-yi descended from Sword Cave Mountain, heading straight for the sect's entrance. The commotion from the battle atop Sword Cave Mountain had already reverberated throughout the Linjian sect, summoning all remaining elders, stewards, and disciples to the base of the mountain. When they beheld a tall youth with cascading black hair descending the mountain, a heavy dread settled in their hearts. What do you intend to do? You dare to intrude upon my Linjian sect? The 7th-grade cultivating sect of the Empire will not let you go. The state and the cultivating sects have maintained a non-interference policy. You are provoking all cultivating sects beneath heaven. An elder with a weathered face stood at the forefront, threateningly proclaimed. You Linjian sect dispatched a supreme elder to the capital of Zhao, attempting to assassinate this emperor. Thus, the line has already been crossed. Rong-yi surged forth, the murderous blade in hand, ready to reap lives. In an instant, the elders and stewards of the Linjian sect were annihilated, leaving only the disciples of the sect, each pale as death, their legs trembling in fear. They dreaded that a mere word of intimidation from Rong-yi would compel them to immediately kneel and beg for mercy. I shall spare your lives, but all of you must promptly make your way to Linjian City. However, should anyone dare to flee, do not blame me for taking your life. Rong-yi sheathed his weapon. The tens of thousands of Linjian sect disciples gazed upon the hundreds of corpses of their elders and stewards. Nodding eagerly in agreement, obediently heading towards Linjian City.as for Rong-yi, he entered the Linjian sect, seizing all its treasures. Tens of thousands of 9th-grade elixirs, over 1,000 8th-grade elixirs, and even a dozen 7th-grade elixirs were discovered by him. Additionally, he claimed the star soldiers and forging materials from the forging pavilion, as well as the tomes and martial techniques from the library pavilion. Indeed, it was evident that slaughtering and plundering was the true path to wealth. With a bountiful harvest in hand, he set the Linjian sect ablaze. When Rong-yi returned to Linjian City, the multitude of Linjian sect disciples had already gathered outside the city. Rong-yi then commanded the Yin Yun 18 riders to bring forth the patrons from the tavern. The commotion of battle had also roused the residents of Linjian City, who emerged in droves to witness the unfolding events. As dawn broke, casting a pale light in the east, the city gates of Linjian City were crowded with over 100,000 individuals, including the disciples of the Linjian sect and the townsfolk. What transpired last night? Did someone provoke the Linjian sect? Is that not courting death? Courting death? Ha! Just look at those Linjian sect disciples, who usually flaunt their might. Now they are all covered in grime. Who is really courting death here? I heard it was someone from the Rong royal family. I also heard it was the Tiani emperor. The crowd buzzed with gossip and speculation. As the sun rose higher, a figure leisurely ascended the walls of Linjian City. Clad in black robes with hair as dark as night, his eyes sparkled like stars, his tall stature exuding an air of authority. It was none other than Ronggua's Tiani emperor. Rong-yi, with a mere wave of his hand, hundreds of severed heads fell from the sky, landing at the foot of the wall. Among them were the heads of the Linjian sect's sect master. Elders and stewards, today, the Linjian sect has been vanquished, Rong-yi proclaimed, his voice resonating like a mighty bell. A stir erupted within the crowd. Ignoring their reactions, Rong-yi continued. Months ago, the Zhao kingdom invaded the territory of Ronggua. Traitor Zhang Puyin betrayed our nation, leading to the fall of Yushan Pass, resulting in immense casualties for Ronggua as Zhao's forces advanced southward. Recently, I personally led an army of 100,000 to repel Zhao. Pursuing them northward, our brave soldiers stormed the Zhao capital, forcing the Zhao royal family to hide within their mausoleum. However, the Linjian sect conspired with the traitor Zhang Puyin, secretly dispatching a high elder of the Tianxiang realm to Zhao's capital with the intent to slay us. Such a sect, residing on the territory of Ronggua while engaging in nefarious deeds, deserves annihilation. At that moment, one of the Yin Yun 18 riders pushed Zhang Haoming forward, compelling him to kneel beside Rong-yi. This man was the son of the traitor Zhang Puyin and a talented disciple of the Linjian sect, well known among the crowd. He had long abused his power, oppressing the weak, and deserved death 1,000 times over. With that, The blade swung down. Thud. Zhang Haoming's head fell into the pile of severed heads before the eyes of the masses. I am Ronggua's Tiani Emperor. Ronggua shall be under my protection. Rong Yi declared loudly. Below, the hearts of the 100,000 citizens were stirred. It turned out it was not Zhang Puyuan who repelled Zhao, but the Tiani Emperor. It seemed the emperor had indeed penetrated Zhao's capital. The 12 cities beyond the pass would not need to be ceded. Tears welled in the eyes of the elderly who had been displaced and sought refuge in Linjian City. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the timed mission. Unveil the truth and exterminate the Linjian sect. Rewards package acquired. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 Imperial Luck, 50/70/100 the long-awaited Imperial Luck. Chapter 30. The Conference of the 100 Clans. A rewards package has been obtained. The Imperial Luck was an unexpected delight. And in a mere moment, it had exceeded 3,000. Ding. Does the host wish to open the rewards package? The system inquired. Rongyi promptly chose to open it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 7th grade offensive martial technique, Mountain Opening Seal. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 7th grade offensive martial technique, Frost Shattering Fist. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 7th grade talismans, Thunderfire Talismans. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 7th grade talismans, Golden Armor Talismans. The Golden Armor Talisman, a defensive talisman, can transform into a star-formed golden armor around the user, allowing them to withstand a strike from a Tian Xiang Realm Cultivator. Each time the rewards package was opened, Rongyi was thoroughly satisfied with the acquisitions. This time, aside from the Thunderfire and Golden Armor Talismans, the 7th grade martial techniques Mountain Opening Seal and Frost Shattering Fist were the most crucial rewards. Although 7th grade martial techniques are merely 1 grade above 8th grade techniques, their power doubles. Correspondingly, the star energy consumed to unleash these techniques also doubles. However, for Rongyi, the increased consumption of star energy posed no issue. Having cultivated the ancestral level technique, the Shattering Sky Decision, his star energy was as vast as the ocean. And with his perfected cultivation in the condensed Dan realm, the star energy within him far surpassed that of an initial Tian Xiang realm cultivator. It was ample to sustain the execution of 7th grade martial techniques. Ding! Does the host wish to practice the martial techniques? Yes. A familiar sensation arose from the depths of his heart, as if he had previously practiced the Mountain Opening Seal and Frost Shattering Fist, merely forgotten and now needed a brief review to unleash them. After practicing a few times, he would grasp their profound meanings and reach a level of mastery. Standing atop the city wall, Rongyi swiftly practiced the 2 7th grade martial techniques. As his consciousness withdrew from the sea of awareness, below, the 100,000 citizens gazed up in admiration. The Linjian sect had been destroyed, yet 12 other cultivation sects remained. And the grievances of the noble families of Ronggua were yet to be addressed. A towering structure rises from the ground. To establish the strongest empire, the system could only serve a guiding role. The stability of the nation remained paramount. Rongyi then addressed the 100,000 citizens below. People of Ronggua, in 5 days, I shall establish the hall of 10,000 people in the capital to honor the souls of the deceased. At that time, I will convene the conference of the 100 clans to discuss methods for strengthening our nation. All prominent families of Ronggua, those with 20 or more members, must send representatives to the capital to attend. At this point, Rongyi paused, his voice turning cold and chilling, continuing. Should you fail to attend, do not blame me for my lack of mercy in the future. I implore all of you to spread the word. Yes, we shall obey the decree of the Tiani Emperor. The 100,000 citizens bowed in unison, not a single soul daring to resist. What a jest! The Tiani Emperor had annihilated the strongest Linjian sect among the 13 sects. Who would dare to provoke him now, courting death in such a manner? Rongyi nodded in satisfaction, then leaped down from the city wall. He instructed the Yin Yun 18 riders to dispatch 12 of their number to the other 12 cultivation sections. On one hand, they were to invite those 12 sects to attend the conference of the 100 clans. On the other hand, they were to notify the prominent families of Ronggua to send their offspring to the cultivation sects, ensuring the news of the conference reached their families. With this approach, while it couldn't be guaranteed that all families of Ronggua would attend the conference, at least 90% would receive the news. The 12 riders set off first, dispersing in different directions towards the 12 sections. Rongyi rode his black-backed tiger, accompanied by the remaining 6 riders, returning to the capital. As they watched the Tiani emperor depart, Li Xiaofei, mixed among the 100,000 citizens, let out a sigh of relief. Having witnessed the Tiani emperor sever Zhang Haoming's head, Li Xiaofei had genuinely feared for his life, thinking his fate would mirror that of Zhang Haoming. Yet, unexpectedly, it seemed the Tiani emperor had forgotten him, and Li Xiaofei felt a sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity. Had he known days prior that the figure before him was the Tiani emperor, he wouldn't have dared to utter a word, and his heart still raced with fear. The pile of hundreds of heads at the base of the wall was no mere illusion, and it wasn't just Li Xiaofei who felt relieved. The others from the tavern's 6th floor last night shared the same sentiment. Each of them had threatened the Tiani emperor in one way or another, fearing that a moment of displeasure from him could result in their heads rolling as well. Reflecting on their earlier arrogance, boasting, jeering, and overly audacious, they were now gripped by terror. As for Rong Yi, he naturally did not forget these individuals. However, the relationship between him and them was akin to that of a giant and an ant. Would a giant pay heed to an ant? Clearly, no. Rong Yi had more pressing matters to attend to. He needed to ascertain who dared to conspire with Zhang Puyuan to oust him, the founding emperor of the Rong lineage. From Rongguo, was it the Crown Prince Rongqi, or the former ruler, Rong Ruizong? If either of these individuals were involved, Rong Yi would need to find someone else to take charge of Rongguo, someone he could control. Galloping forward without pause, Rong Yi arrived at the capital half a day later. Days prior, when Rong Yi led his troops to counterattack Zhao, he left not a single soldier to guard the capital. Now, at the city gates of the capital, 2 squads of soldiers stood guard. These soldiers, clad in battle armor, glared fiercely, coldly reprimanding passers-by, their long spears striking down upon the common folk without hesitation. They even rummaged through the belongings of travelers, brazenly taking precious items for themselves in broad daylight. Were these brigands or soldiers tasked with protecting the homeland? As they witnessed their belongings being taken away, the common folk wore expressions of despair, yet dared not resist, hastily retreating, seeking their demise. Rong Yi was seething with rage. Damn it! My father is tirelessly striving to uphold the Rong nation, while you parasites conspire behind his back with soldiers like you. How could Rong nation possibly survive? Disable their cultivation, shatter their limbs, and have them hanged on the city walls for all to see? Rong Yi's voice trembled with fury. 6 riders received their orders, spurring their horses forward in a gallop. Hey, stop! What are you doing? This is the capital. Dismount at once. A soldier, noticing the 6 riders approaching, shouted loudly. The riders spoke not a word. They leaped down like fierce tigers descending a mountain, striking the soldier's abdomen with a palm, shattering his dantian and rendering his meridians useless. Ah! The soldier screamed in agony, and then, with brutal force, his limbs were mercilessly broken. Who are you? 2 squads of soldiers swiftly surrounded them, their long halberds pointing at the 6 figures clad in black. How dare you wreak havoc in the capital? Do you not realize where you are? Yet the 6 remained silent, their hands unceasing, delivering palm strikes to the soldiers' dantians. They obliterated their cultivation and then shattered their limbs. Moments later, more than 20 soldiers, their cultivation destroyed and limbs broken, hung in a row on the city wall, barely clinging to life. Rong Yi cast a cold glance before riding his black-backed tiger slowly into the city. The onlookers among the populace huddled together, not daring to breathe a word. The black-backed tiger halted beside them, and Rong Yi addressed the crowd. Rest assured, such occurrences shall no longer transpire in Rong Nation. May I ask who you are? A cautious citizen inquired. I am Rong Yi, he replied tersely before proceeding into the city. Rong Yi, the Emperor of Tiani. The citizens behind him seemed to glimpse hope, their cheers ringing out incessantly. Chapter 31. Qingzhou in the Imperial Palace, dozens of sword-bearing guards stood watch at the gates. While soldiers patrolled repeatedly, before Rong Yi could reach the palace gate, he was halted. The events at the city gate had not yet spread, and the guards were unaware of Rong Yi's identity. Halt! This is the Imperial Palace. Unauthorized individuals must withdraw immediately. Unauthorized individuals? One of the riders among the 6 scoffed coldly. Open your eyes and behold, this is the Emperor of Tiani. The Emperor of Tiani? The guards froze in shock. Was this not the one who saved the Rong nation from imminent collapse and led the army to repel Zhao? Didn't T. Lord Zhang go to Zhao to eliminate the Emperor of Tianyi? The head guard, who was actually a confidant of Zhang Puyuan, was aware of certain secrets. Withdraw at once, commanded the rider from the six. The guards, pressured by his imposing aura, instinctively stepped back. The head guard furrowed his brow. Impossible! Lord Zhang clearly took the Linjian sect members to Zhao to intercept the Emperor of Tianyi. How could the Emperor possibly return? Is this person an impostor? Yet all civil and military officials, as well as royal kin, know the Emperor of Tianyi. Who would be mad enough to impersonate him in the palace? Rongyi noticed the head guard's fluctuating expression and surmised the situation. He promptly patted the tiger's head, and the black-backed tiger advanced, coming before the head guard. The head guard looked up at Rongyi, meeting his starry, profound eyes, his heart tightening and throat constricting. It seems you are aware of Zhang Puan's plot against me, Rongyi spoke slowly. Hearing this, the head guard felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his legs trembling. Had he not been holding himself up, he would have collapsed to the ground, begging for mercy. Perfect. I have something I need you to temporarily safeguard for me. With a flick of his wrist, a severed head appeared as if from thin air and was tossed before the head guard, who instinctively caught it. Upon inspection, it was unmistakably the head of Zhang Puan. Thud. The head guard's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. Emperor of Tianyi, spare me. I was coerced by Zhang Puyuan. His forehead knocked against the stone floor, cracking it. Rongyi disregarded the head guard, riding forward toward the palace. Meanwhile, in the rear hall of the palace, a table laden with exquisite delicacies and several jugs of fine wine was occupied by 3 royal offspring garbed in dragon robes, surrounded by beautiful women who continuously poured wine and served dishes. While they indulged in their pleasures, it has been 4 days. Why hasn't Zhang Puyuan sent word? One of the royal offspring, after sipping wine and caressing the delicate leg of a beauty, expressed his concern. Another, with his hand already tucked inside the clothing of a woman, casually replied, perhaps he has been delayed at Linjian sect. Rest assured, the Emperor of Tianyi is as good as dead. Zhang Puyuan has stated he would invite the elder of Linjian sect to take action, and he is a powerful figure of the Tianxiang realm. Eldest brother, this matter was discussed between you and Zhang Puyuan. He is treacherous and ruthless. You must be cautious of him in the future. The last royal offspring warned. Though not worry, I shall kill Zhang Puyuan eventually. For now, I am merely using his hand to eliminate the Emperor of Tianyi. Does he think this is 9,000 years ago? How dare he reprimand us? Humph. I shall make him understand that this world is no longer the Rong nation he once established. Oh, I am quite curious. In today's world, who does it belong to? Suddenly, a cold voice questioned from outside the hall, and a tall figure slowly entered. Hair cascading like a waterfall, eyes shimmering like stars, his expression resolute. Who dares intrude upon the rear hall? Seeking death? The 3 royal offspring instantly rose, their voices cold. However, upon seeing the true visage of the Emperor of Tianyi, their faces paled, a suffocating sensation enveloping them. Tianyi Emperor. One royal offspring stammered, his heart racing to his throat. It appears you 3 conspired with Zhang Puyuan to assassinate me, Rongyi stated. Where are Rong Ruizong and Rong Qi? They are imprisoned in the dungeon, one royal offspring replied. With a swift turn, Rongyi left the rear hall, casting back a command, kill them. The air turned icy, as if frozen solid in the rear hall. One of the Yin Yun 18 riders stepped in, and with a flash of the curved blade, the 3 royal offspring lay lifeless. The accompanying beauties turned pale, fainting in terror. Upon exiting, Rongyi instructed another of the Yin Yun 18 riders to fetch Rong Ruizong and Rong Qi from the dungeon, while he returned to his previous residence. Half an hour later, the pale-faced Rong Ruizong and Rong Qi were brought forth, and to Rong Yi's surprise, Princess Pingyang was also imprisoned in the dungeon. We pay our respects to the ancestor emperor. We have failed to protect the capital. Please mete out punishment. The 3 knelt in fear and trepidation. Rongyi waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I share in this fault as well. I set out for Zhao without leaving you a single soldier, allowing Zhang Puyuan to exploit the gap. Rong Ruizong appeared guilt-ridden, having been the previous monarch, yet found himself overshadowed by Zhang Puan's machinations. Feeling deeply ashamed, Rong Qi's expression was equally grim. Although he had not yet ascended the throne, Rongyi had entrusted the entire Rong nation to him, and such a calamity had befallen them, making it impossible for him to escape blame. Oh, not dwell on it in times of turmoil. Such events are to be expected, and your cultivations are too weak. You must improve swiftly. Rong-yi waved his hand, casting forth the martial arts manuals, techniques, and ninth and 8th grade elixirs seized from Linjian sect before Rong Ruizong and the others. These resources for cultivation are for you. Elevate your strength quickly. In 5 days, we shall open the Wanmin Pavilion, and Rong Qi shall ascend the throne, convening a grand assembly of the 100 clans. At this moment, to the west of Rong Nation, spanning countless miles, lay a bustling metropolis with a population of billions. Covering vast expanses, its towering walls reaching heights of 100 zhong. This was none other than the imperial capital of the Xiqing Empire. In a certain manner, a plaque adorned with the words Wan Ho Si was prominently displayed. This place served as the headquarters of the 4 divisions of the Wan Ho Si within the Xiqing Empire. An elderly man clad in luxurious black robes sat in the main hall, while a young woman veiled in sheer fabric reported to him. The young woman, dressed in martial attire, perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, with willow-like brows and apricot eyes, exuding an aura of heroism. Her report concerned the recent events in Rong Nation, specifically Rong-E's annihilation of Linjian sect. The elderly man listened, his expression unchanging. The Emperor of Tianyi is indeed as decisive and ruthless as rumored. Qing Zhu, now that Zhao has been vanquished, take a formal invitation to the Emperor of Tianyi, inviting him to participate in the grand hunt of the nations. Yes, I shall obey the master's command. The young woman named Qing Zhu immediately accepted her orders. The elderly man was none other than the master of the Wan Ho Si, overseeing the 4 divisions of the Xiqing Empire. Chapter 32. Blood Kill Pavilion in less than half an hour. A secret edict reached the East Wan Ho Si, landing in the hands of Zhang Kai. Initially, Zhang Kai's expression changed dramatically, brimming with rage. After a moment, he calmed himself, his gaze darkening as he murmured to himself, "Yet, this also presents a fine opportunity. I can kill him during the grand hunt." At this very moment, the graceful and ethereal Tingzhu, her delicate visage veiled by gossamer, bore an invitation in hand as she ventured alone toward the illustrious Rong Nation. The imperial lineage of Rongyi had amassed over 6,000 years of celestial fortune, and amongst the spoils from the plundering of the Linjian sect were a considerable number of 7th grade elixirs. With merely 4 days remaining until the opening of the Wanmin Pavilion, Rongyi resolved to elevate his cultivation to the celestial aspect realm, primarily focusing on the body-refining technique, the 9 calamities of the dragon and elephant. Unlike martial techniques, the 9 calamities of the dragon and elephant, though Rongyi had grasped its essence, still required rigorous training to overcome each tribulation and enhance his corporeal strength. Engaging in the consumption of elixirs, he settled into meditative repose, channeling the ancestral technique, the shattering heaven decision. The gap between the perfected condensation realm and the celestial aspect realm was but a thin sheet of paper. It necessitated the use of star elixirs to commune with the heavens and invoke the tides of celestial spirits, thereby constructing a stargate that would enable cultivators to more swiftly absorb the celestial essence of the cosmos. This would significantly enhance both the innate celestial essence within and its replenishment. On a singular day, he consumed the 10 or so 7th grade Tianqing elixirs acquired from the Linjian sect and, through the exchange of his imperial fortune, procured 27th grade Zhejuan Tenghua elixirs. After thoroughly consuming and refining them, he finally attained the pinnacle of the condensation realm. Like water coalescing, an imperceptible, hazy radiance descended from the starry river beyond the 9 heavens into Rongyi's Dantian. Utilizing the star elixirs as a medium, he forged a portal to the celestial essence, linking it with the starry river. The essence flowed like a tide, refining the stargate, which grew increasingly solid and robust. At long last, the celestial aspect realm began to take shape. With the stargate established, Rongyi clenched his fists, feeling the surging celestial essence within him, an inexhaustible power. With a mere thought, he found himself soaring into the air, breaking free from the shackles of the world. Next, he turned his focus to the 9 calamities of the dragon and elephant, circulating the celestial essence, refining his blood, and invigorating his vitality, stimulating his corporeal form from within. The roar of the dragon and elephant echoed within him, incessantly colliding, yearning to break free from his flesh. With each impact, A thunderous rumble reverberated through his body, his veins bulging and muscles knotting. Upon reaching the zenith, a shadowy visage burst forth from Rongi, transforming into a colossal ancient elephant, spanning dozens of feet, dominating the entire hall. With a mighty trunk, it swung down towards Rongi. This was the calamity of the dragon and elephant. The trunk struck Rongi with a resounding crash, sending shockwaves that nearly collapsed the entire palace. His garments were torn asunder, leaving only tattered remnants clinging to him. Immediately following, the massive ancient elephant raised its forequarters, its legs as sturdy as colossal pillars. Wielding a force capable of obliterating all, it stomped towards Rongi. The ground could not bear the weight, fracturing like a spiderweb, and the palace's supporting columns splintered under the strain. Before the ancient elephant, Rongi appeared as insignificant as an ant, yet he faced the onslaught of the trunk and legs with unwavering resolve, ready to clash head-on. Enduring the calamity of the dragon and elephant, he tempered his flesh. The trunk slammed down, the legs stomped. Rongi was like a fragile boat tossed upon a tempestuous sea. To the west, a figure shrouded in thin silk darted through the air, swiftly approaching. None other than Tingzhu, who had come to deliver the invitation. Detecting the tremors of the Rong nation's palace, her brows furrowed slightly. Was there a conflict? Was the Rong nation still unstable? In the blink of an eye, having traversed hundreds of miles, she arrived at the palace, only to hear a resounding crash as a grand hall collapsed into ruins. Tingzhu immediately turned her gaze, and from the swirling dust of the debris emerged a figure. Coughing lightly as he soared into the Ian the next instant, a bare-skinned man, wearing a bitter smile, stood before Tingzhu. You? Their eyes met, and Rongi glanced down at himself, a gust of wind brushing past, bringing a chill that caused his lips to curl in surprise. Behind the veil, Tingzhu's beautiful face flushed crimson, extending to her neck and behind her ears. Scoundrel, she muttered under her breath, hastily turning away. Rongi, flustered, scrambled to retrieve clothing from his system space to cover himself. He had instructed everyone not to disturb him in the rear palace during his cultivation, never anticipating an interruption. Yet, upon reflection, he realized the gravity of the situation. The woman before him was floating in mid-air, evidently at least at the celestial aspect realm. Fair lady, may I inquire your identity? Rongi asked, now clad. Fair lady? Tingzhu's complexion turned beet red once more. He truly was a scoundrel. In broad daylight, he dared to tease her. Angered and humiliated, her aura erupted, celestial essence cascading like a waterfall, enveloping the entire palace, deep and vast like the depths of the ocean. Why apologies? I misspoke. Please, quell your anger. Rongi hastily retracted his words, well aware that he had erred. This realm was not as open as his previous life, and a mere compliment could easily be construed as an affront to a respectable maiden. Humph! Bring forth your Tianyi Emperor, Tingzhu declared frostily. That would be me, Rongi replied, discerning her lack of malice, and bowed in acknowledgement. You? Tingzhu's brows knitted. This was the man lauded by the sect master for his decisiveness. The Tianyi Emperor who established the Rong nation 9,000 years prior? Hesitating briefly, she produced an invitation and tossed it toward Rongi from a distance. This is the invitation from the Wan Ho division of the empire. Rongi caught the invitation, four gilded characters catching his eye. The hunt of all nations. Was Zhang Kai the one who sent you? He inquired, raising an eyebrow at Tingzhu. In an instant, she sensed a profound shift in Rongi's aura. His expression resolute, a stark contrast to the earlier supplicant demeanor, causing her previous disdain to dissipate. No, it is not the Dong Wan Ho division. It is the master of the Wan Ho division inviting you to participate in the hunt of all nations. In the past, it was the Zhao nation that took part, but now that the Rong nation has vanquished the Zhao, it is only fitting that you take their place. Oh, I see. Rongi initially suspected it was Zhang Kai's scheme. But upon hearing Tingzhu's explanation, he realized he had overthought it. Just then, Tingzhu's gaze shifted, a glint of cold light flashing as she looked westward. Rongi's eyelids twitched, an instinctual warning flaring within him. Immediately, he beheld 7 figures clad in crimson robes appearing on the horizon, streaking through the air with a blood-red gleam, rapidly approaching the palace of the Rong nation. It is the blood-killing pavilion. Tingzhu's voice remained steady as she waved her hand. unexpectedly enveloping Rongyi and soaring beyond the city limits. Hey! The people from the blood-killing pavilion are clearly after you. Why are you dragging me along? Do you intend for me to accompany you to your doom just because you caught a glimpse of my body? Rongyi exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief at Tingzhu's audacity, his mind racing with a torrent of thoughts. Perceiving Rongyi's inner turmoil, Tingzhu offered a hint of apology, explaining, I didn't anticipate they would follow. However, upon seeing me converse with you, if I were to abandon you, they would undoubtedly capture you. This is truly a calamity from the heavens, Rongyi lamented, feeling utterly helpless. Chapter 33. The plan ahead. Take this token. Tingzhu handed Rongyi a jade token, on which the words Wan Ho were intricately carved, and the reverse bore complex patterns resembling array formations. In a moment, I will stop. You must continue forward if I triumph in this battle. There will be no issues if I lose. You must take the token to the capital's Wan Ho division. Under no circumstances should you return to the Rong nation, for it may soon face destruction. By the heavens! Rongyi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling utterly entangled in a situation he had not anticipated. Meeting Tingzhu's apologetic gaze, he understood the urgency of the matter. Perhaps in Tingzhu's eyes, Rongyi was merely a fledgling cultivator at the initial stages of the celestial aspect realm. Yet, he possessed the mightiest system for the rise of an empire. Silently accepting the token from Tingzhu, he noted the deepening regret in her eyes. I am sorry. It is all due to my carelessness. With a sigh, Rongyi looked at Tingzhu, who might meet her demise here, and chose not to speak further. The two swiftly soared through the skies. Tingzhu's profound cultivation allowed her to traverse distances at astonishing speeds, covering thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. However, the 7 crimson-clad figures were not far behind, evidently tailing Tingzhu closely, having chosen this remote border of the Marquise to strike. The distance between them rapidly diminished. Tingzhu descended sharply, landing upon a vast mountain range that undulated for at least 10,000 miles. Upon landing, she urged Rongyi to flee while she remained in place, awaiting the arrival of the 7 assassins from the blood-killing pavilion. Without hesitation, Rongyi turned and fled, employing the falling star steps to distance himself as swiftly as possible from the impending battlefield. Simultaneously, he directed his thoughts inward. System. With the imperial fortune I have left, to what level can I elevate my cultivation through elixirs? Rongyi was determined not to abandon the Rong nation, for it was the foundation of his aspiration to establish the mightiest empire. The immediate plan was to enhance his cultivation with elixirs, and fortunately, as a 9-hole Divine Lotus avatar, he faced no foundational issues and could directly refine the elixirs. Ding! The host possesses 2,730 points of Imperial Fortune. Exchanging them for elixirs will elevate cultivation to the perfected celestial aspect realm. The system remarked that the Tianxiang realm was exceedingly weak. Rongyi furrowed his brow, for he had sensed that Qingzhu was at least at the Xingfu realm, and possibly even beyond. The cosmic realms consist of 4 levels: the Ningdan realm, the Tianxiang realm, the Xingfu realm, and the Xingjie realm. In the Ningdan realm, one refines star elixirs to commune with heaven and earth. Constructing star gates to enter the Tianxiang realm. In the Tianxiang realm, one opens star gates, drawing upon the essence of the celestial rivers, channeling it into the Dantian, thereby gathering star essence to transform into the Xingfu. A cultivator at the Xingfu realm can connect with the celestial rivers, seizing vast quantities of star essence, which they can manipulate in volumes hundreds of times greater than that of the Tianxiang realm. With his cultivation at the pinnacle of the Tianxiang realm, even employing the Shura secret technique, Shablood Shura, he could not confidently claim victory against the 7 assassins from the blood-killing pavilion. As his thoughts raced, Rongyi's fleeting figure abruptly halted as he turned back. On the spot, Qingzhu silently circulated her cultivation technique, mobilizing star essence to elevate her state to its zenith, preparing to confront formidable foes. Suddenly, sensing a returning aura, her gaze flickered as she turned to see Rongyi dashing toward her at remarkable speed, already shouting from a distance of several dozen zhang. Do you have elixirs on you? The higher the grade, the better, and the more, the merrier. Upon hearing his call, Qingzhu's delicate brows knitted together, a wave of inexplicable disgust washing over her. It became clear that this man, insatiably greedy, sought to claim her elixirs now that she seemed on the verge of downfall. A flash of anger passed through her apricot eyes, and behind the veil that partially concealed her face, she managed a bitter smile, thinking it was ultimately her burden that had ensnared him. And thus, the elixirs could serve as compensation. With a flick of her wrist, dozens of vials of elixirs appeared in her jade hands, along with several 8th and 7th grade star weapons, as well as multiple scrolls of techniques. With a wave of her hand, she cast these items toward Rongyi. Rongyi was taken aback. Wasn't he only asking for elixirs? Why was she also throwing weapons at him? And what were those scrolls about? Yet, seeing the 7 blood-clad figures rapidly approaching, he had no time to ponder. These star weapons could enhance the grade of his killing blade, so he quickly stored all the items in his system space. "Hold on," Rongyi commanded Qingzhou sternly, suddenly turning to flee. His words implied that he wanted Qingzhou to endure until he could elevate his cultivation and come to her aid. The moment Qingzhou fell, it would be the time when the 7 assassins from the blood-killing pavilion would seek out Rongyi to annihilate the Rong Kingdom, an event he was desperate to prevent. Hence, he urged her to hold on. However, Qingzhou was unaware of his intentions to return for her rescue. The 3 words echoed in her ears, and her immediate reaction was to interpret Rongyi's request as a signal to delay. For the longer she delayed, the farther and safer he could escape, deepening her disdain for him. Rongyi, having soared several dozen miles away, was oblivious to Qingzhou's thoughts. His consciousness entered the system space to assess the elixirs Qingzhou had provided. 10 vials of 9th grade elixirs, which were of little significance for enhancing his current cultivation, could be disregarded. 20 vials of 8th grade elixirs, each containing 10, totaling 200, could barely elevate his cultivation by 2 levels, bringing him to the pinnacle of the Tianxiang realm. 6 vials of 7th grade elixirs, each containing 5, summing up to 30. To his surprise, there were even 13 6th grade elixirs, granting Rongyi confidence to break through to the Xingfu realm. The elixirs were sufficient. All that remained was time. To refine these elixirs would normally require at least 2 to 3 days, but Rongyi had no such luxury. He immediately inquired of the system. "System, are there any methods or treasures that can expedite the elixir refining process?" Ding. 7 methods to enhance elixir refining speed have been located for the host. The chaos transformation method requires 300,000 imperial luck. Skip that. The evolution golden phase requires 200,000 imperial luck. Rongyi's expression darkened as his gaze fell to the bottom of the mental display. The 4 symbols refining chi array requires 1,000 imperial luck. The Great Sect meditation method requires 500 imperial luck. These 2 were acceptable. Rongyi examined them closely. The 4 symbols refining chi array doubled the refining speed, while the Great Sect meditation method enhanced it by half. Both could be stacked. With less than 3 hours, Rongyi could refine all the elixirs. Exchange. Uncertain how long Qingzhou could hold out, he opted to redeem both for the fastest enhancement of his cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging the 4 symbols refining chi array. Would you like to construct the array? Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging the Great Sect meditation method. Would you like to practice it? The system's voice then rang out. Not for now. The distance was still too close. In the event of battle, it was inevitable that he would be affected. Rongyi needed to find a safe location to enhance his cultivation undisturbed. He continued to dart forward. Behind him, the 7 blood-clad figures had already reached Qingzhou, and without a word, they immediately engaged in combat. The star essence surged ominously, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to fracture with every gesture. Rongyi sensed the battle gradually distancing itself from him, knowing that Qingzhou was intentionally leading the fight away to shield him from harm. Glancing back, the sky erupted with star essence. The blood-clad figures enveloping the heavens, transforming the realm into a sea of blood, while the 7 shadows relentlessly attacked. Qingzhou stood amidst the blood sea, her star essence burning fiercely. She remained steadfast against the 7 blood shadows, refusing to yield. However, as time elapsed, her defeat became inevitable. Moments later, Rongyi had soared 1,000 miles away, seeking refuge in a cave, sealing the entrance, and immediately constructing the 4 symbols refining chi array. Practicing the Great Sect meditation method. Chapter 34. Qingzhou's grueling battle. The 4 symbols refining chi array coalesces the essence of blood to form the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, creating an array that externalizes elixirs, accelerating their absorption. Rongyi arranged the array within the cave, situating himself at its center, as the 4 beasts floated around him. The azure dragon coiling, the white tiger roaring, the vermilion bird soaring, and the black tortoise guarding. Simultaneously, he circulated star essence, employing the Great Sect meditation method, a secret technique of the Buddhist sect. The star essence coursed through his meridians, refining the elixirs, dispersing their potency throughout his body for quicker absorption. Having just swallowed an 8th grade elixir, it was fully refined in the blink of an eye, thickening the star essence within him and solidifying the star gate in his dantian. The effects were remarkable. At that moment, Romy focused his mind solely on enhancing his cultivation, continuously consuming elixirs, one after another, as if indulging in candy. After a brief period, the sound of a tumultuous surge echoed within him, indicating he had solidified the star gate, as the star essence from the celestial river flowed inward. Romy seized a handful of 8th grade elixirs, swiftly chewing them before swallowing. A massive wave of star essence surged from his stomach, permeating his meridians and gathering in his dantian. The speed of refining the elixirs accelerated as his cultivation progressed. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the battle intensified. Qing Zhu, her face veiled, with resolute apricot eyes, stood amidst the blood sea, her demeanor unwavering and calm. Her figure darted, striving to create more distance. For beings of their cultivation level, a distance of 10,000 miles was akin to a mere mile for mortals. The proximity was still too close. Though she harbored disdain for the insatiable Tiani Emperor, this predicament was entirely her doing, embroiling both him and the Rhone Kingdom in peril. Since the Rhone Kingdom could not be preserved, she at least wished to ensure the Tiani Emperors escaped. As for herself, she had already resigned herself to death. Star essence overflowed around her, her garments billowing without wind, her graceful figure resembling a celestial maiden from the heavens. Seal the blood hands. The 7 members of the blood-killing pavilion surrounded Qing Zhu, the vast blood sea seemingly endless, as they roared in unison, boom. Instantly, 7 colossal blood-red arms erupted from all directions, crashing towards the center where Qing Zhu stood. I may not be able to match all 7 of you, but at the very least, I shall take 1 or 2 of you down with me. Qing Zhu's figure surged forth, unexpectedly unguarded, charging towards the left-side assassin from the blood-killing pavilion. Phoenix S. Cry Seal. Qing Zhu exclaimed, her hands forming a seal. In that instant, the star essence surrounding her ignited like flames. And with a piercing cry, a flaming phoenix soared into the air, colliding with the incoming blood hand. Bang! The flaming phoenix collided with the blood hand, its power far surpassing that of the blood hand, nearly shattering it and fracturing it into countless cracks. Just then, the other 6 blood hands struck from behind with ferocity. Heavenly Phoenix S. Long Cry. Another flaming phoenix materialized, enveloping Qing Zhu at the center, its wings flapping as it confronted the blood hands. Qing Zhu did not look back. Her focus remained unwavering on the left-side assassin. Break for me. With hair flowing wildly and eyes ablaze, Qing Zhu bellowed, channeling all the star essence within her into the Phoenix S. Cry Seal. Boom! In an instant, the blood hand shattered, and the flaming phoenix pierced through the blood mist, rapidly charging towards the left-side assassin. Swish behind her, the 6 blood hands that had struck her suddenly dissipated, merging into the rolling blood mist, blending into the blood sea. Before the left-side assassin, a towering blood wall, 100 zhang high and 10 zhang thick, materialized, withstanding the impact of the Phoenix S. Cry Seal, remaining utterly unyielding. The flaming phoenix shattered into dust, transforming into star essence, returning to the heavens and the earth. United as one, a heavy weight settled in Qing Zhu's heart. With the 7 working in unison, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to take down even one of them. Blood Sea Demons. The assassins from the blood-killing pavilion called out, and from the suddenly risen blood wall, blood energy surged forth, transforming into malevolent spirits, their faces twisted and fanged mouths bared. There were at least 20 of them. As soon as the malevolent spirits emerged, they vanished into the boundless blood sea, stealthily approaching Qing Zhu under the cover of the blood mist, launching a surprise attack. Qing Zhu dared not let her guard down, remaining vigilant, and in the blink of an eye, 4 of the malevolent spirits lunged at her. Fortunately, Qing Zhu had been cautious, managing to evade their strikes. Swish! At that moment, the 5th malevolent spirit unexpectedly leaped from above, its sharp claws descending like blades. Qing Zhu instinctively recoiled, Yet she was a fraction too slow. The wicked spirit's claws grazed her face, tearing away the delicate veil that obscured her features, leaving 3 crimson streaks upon her exquisite visage. Beneath the veil, her delicate nose and lips, her jade-like countenance. And her fair, smooth skin made the bloodstains all the more shocking. Surely any man who beheld such a sight would be filled with deep sorrow. However, Qingshu remained unfazed, allowing the blood to flow freely down her cheek. The malevolent spirits, hidden in the shadows, showed no mercy, continuing their relentless ambush. The 7 assassins of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion circled around her, unleashing their martial skills to besiege her alone. This cannot continue. If they drag me down like this, I will exhaust all my strength and be unable to harm any of them. Qingshu's gaze sharpened. She resolved to fight back. While my star essence is still abundant, I must take down one of them first. Great Desolation's opening hand. She raised her jade hand, and the star essence swirled into her palm, forming a black hole that appeared both deep and terrifying. As if it could swallow everything whole, the vast sea of blood was drawn toward the black hole, tendrils of sanguine energy rushing in its direction. Yet, those strands of blood could not approach within 100 feet, dissipating into nothingness as if they had never existed. Suddenly, amidst the blood sea, a void manifested, returning the surroundings to a state of clarity. As Qingshu's jade hand descended, the black hole, now expanded to 100 feet, swiftly enveloped one of the assassins. The sea of blood roiled violently, and an enormous malevolent spirit materialized, letting out a silent roar as ripples spread across the blood sea. At that moment, the attention of the 7 assassins was fixated on that strike, and Qingshu seized the opportunity. Like a flash of lightning, she darted towards the nearest assassin. This is bad. A feint. The assassins of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion shouted in unison. The blood sea trembled, and suddenly, the massive spirit, summoned by the Great Desolation's opening hand, appeared right in front of the assassin Qingshu was targeting. Ice-binding talisman. Qingshu produced a talisman, her jade hand sweeping through the air, causing a chilling wave to envelop the surroundings, freezing the roiling blood sea in an instant, and the colossal spirit was likewise immobilized. I must sacrifice one to save myself. The Great Desolation's opening hand struck down upon the earlier assassin of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion, whose corporeal form crumbled at an observable rate, disintegrating into dust in the blink of an eye. Boom! The ice-binding talisman shattered. The blood sea surged once more, and the massive spirit's claws descended, with Qingshu using herself as bait to eliminate one assassin from the Blood Slaughter Pavilion. Yet, there was no time for her to retreat. He must have escaped by now, she thought, a twinge of guilt for Rongyi lingering in her heart as she forced a bitter smile. I should not have resented him for asking for elixirs. It was I who entangled him in this mess, and I, too, am a dying person. Holding on to wealth would only benefit the Blood Slaughter Pavilion. Alas, if I had known, I would have given him everything. Suddenly, from the periphery of the blood sea, a figure soared through the air, black hair flowing, a dragon robe billowing. How could he have returned? Qingshu's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 35. Blood-Soaked Azura. After consuming 200 8th-grade elixirs, 37th-grade elixirs, and 13 6th-grade elixirs, just in case, he also exchanged his remaining Imperial Luck for 3 5th-grade elixirs. Rongyi managed to elevate his cultivation to the great completion of Star Mansion within just half an hour. The brevity of time astounded even Rongyi himself. This was undeniably linked to the 4 symbols alchemy array and the Great Sect meditation method, but more importantly, Rongyi's cultivation speed in refining elixirs had vastly surpassed his previous pace. When he emerged from his dwelling and soared towards the blood sea, he spotted Qingshu beneath the claws of the towering spirit, seemingly resigned to her fate, no longer evading. He could not help but feel grateful for his rapid advancement in cultivation. Falling star step, Rongyi dashed forward at an astonishing speed, his right hand clenched, star essence swirling around his arm as layers of frost crystallized, causing the temperature around him to plummet. Frost burst fist. From 1,000 feet away, he unleashed a punch, the icy force coalescing into a pillar that crashed down upon the colossal spirit. Get away! Seeing Qingshu staring at him wide-eyed, Rongyi shouted loudly. Qingshu quickly regained her composure, retreating swiftly, sensing the true essence of Star Mansion emanating from Rongyi, her heart filled with astonishment. Just half an hour ago, he had merely been at the celestial aspect realm. The resentment she had harbored towards Rong-yi was swiftly replaced by shock. It turned out, his request for elixirs was not born of greed. It turned out, when he urged her to hold on, he truly meant for her to persevere. Boom! At that moment, the frost-burst fist collided with the descending claws of the colossal spirit. The spirit's claws froze, their descent slowing as though mired in mud. As Qingshu retreated 100 feet, the frost covering the claws shattered, revealing gaping wounds where the blood energy had solidified. Yet the claws did not collapse, still aiming to strike downward. Tianyi Huang. Be careful, Qingshu urgently warned. Naturally, Rong-yi would exercise caution. His own combat experience was limited, and having just elevated his cultivation to the Star Mansion realm, he preferred to err on the side of caution. Azura secret technique, blood-soaked Azura. With a thought, he felt the blood within him boil in an instant, channeling his vital essence into steam that seeped from his pores. A blood-colored phantom enveloped him, solidifying into a suit of blood essence armor. Adorned with scales, horns protruding from its head, fangs bared, and spikes covering his arms, his eyes turning blood red in an instant. His mind thundered, and a surge of battle intent erupted within him, soaring to the heavens. Simultaneously, as the ghostly-faced Azura took form, the entire blood sea trembled violently, manifesting a whirlpool that seemed to swallow the entirety of the blood sea. With Rong-yi at its center, the overwhelming blood energy surged toward Rong-yi, solidifying the ghostly-faced Azura armor around him. What is happening? The assassins of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion were taken aback. How could he devour our Blood Slaughter Pavilion's blood sea formation? What kind of technique is that? The blood sea visibly shrank at an alarming rate. Quickly, kill him! The assassins of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion all charged at Rong-yi in his blood-red eyes. The flames of battle surged fiercely, and a blade appeared in his hand as he dashed toward one of the assassins. Striking out Blood Wall. The assassin immediately summoned the blood energy of the sea, attempting to form a blood wall for defense. Is that effective? Rong-yi scoffed, as the strands of blood energy detached, preventing any formation of the blood wall. Blood Demon Seed. The assassin's expression shifted slightly, a glimmer of crimson light flashing across his brow, swelling in the wind, transforming into a swaying blood-colored demon flower, its bud resembling a giant carnivorous mouth. Sharp teeth bared, lunging at Rong-yi. Swish! Rong-yi swung his blade down. He cleaved the blood-colored demon flower in two. Behind him, the other 5 assassins had already launched their attack. Qingshu immediately intervened, halting 2 of the assassins. There were still 3 assassins who approached Rong-yi from behind, one striking out with a palm, blood-colored star essence surging forth, forming a gigantic hand measuring 100 feet. Another made a hand gesture. Fingers poised like swords, unleashing piercing sword energy aimed directly at Rong-yi's face. A third summoned a circular blood cauldron, intending to suppress Rong-yi within. One palm could flatten a mountain. One finger could pierce the heavens. One cauldron could suppress mountains and rivers for miles. Just a mere trick. Rong-yi laughed heartily, spinning around to strike with his blade. Swish! One strike shattered the palm. Another slice severed the finger. Yet another blow sent the cauldron reeling. Since the treasures have been brought forth, do not think to reclaim them. Rong-yi's form flickered as he gripped his blade, pursuing the circular blood cauldron. Bang! The moment his blade fell, it struck the cauldron, and a blood shadow emerged from within, letting out a deafening roar, a futile struggle. In an instant, Rong-yi unleashed over 100 strikes upon the same spot of the cauldron. Crack! The circular blood cauldron could no longer withstand the assault. The blood shadow crumbling, and a fissure appeared on its surface, which quickly spread in all directions, covering the entire cauldron. Crash! The circular blood cauldron shattered into countless fragments. My precious cauldron. The assassin who had summoned the cauldron cried out in anguish. If you value it so dearly, then accompany your cauldron to the grave. Rong-yi pursued, his blade aimed directly at the 3 remaining assassins. You dare to kill us? The 3 assassins threatened. We are the Blood Slaughter Pavilion of the Imperial Capital. If you kill us, it will be an unending feud with the Blood Slaughter Pavilion. Ha! So you claim it's only permissible for the Blood Slaughter Pavilion to kill, while others cannot retaliate against your kind. Rong-yi chuckled coldly, his blood-red eyes ablaze with battle intent. An unending feud? Then let it be an unending feud. The killing blade fell. Swish, a head soared into the air. Without pause, Rongyi continued his assault. The blade dancing like a reaper of souls. Ding, congratulations, host, for shattering the 7th grade Star Soldier Blood Cauldron. The killing blade absorbs star essence. Ding, congratulations, host. You have slain a practitioner at the great completion of Star Mansion. The killing blade absorbs vitality, star essence. Ding, congratulations, host. You have slain a practitioner at the great completion of Star Mansion. Ding, congratulations, host. You have slain. Ding, congratulations, host. The quality of the killing blade has successfully risen to 5th grade Star Soldier. The system's notifications echoed in his mind. The once mighty Blood Sea was now utterly cleared. The 5 assassins of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion all beheaded. A figure brimming with bloodlust stood aloft, resembling the sovereign of heaven and earth. Gazing down with a piercing glare, beside him, Qiongzhu, draped in a martial attire that accentuated her exquisite figure and breathtaking beauty, regarded Rongyi with an air of uncertainty. "Are you all right?" she inquired. "I am perfectly fine," Rongyi replied, his internal battle fervor boiling like instinct. Yet, just as he finished speaking, the sanguine armor enveloping his body rapidly dissipated, and the crimson light in his eyes swiftly faded. A wave of weakness washed over him, and his body softened, plummeting straight downward. "Tianyi Huang!" Qiongzhu exclaimed in alarm, hastily reaching out to support him. However, having exhausted considerable energy in battle, she was slow to react and only managed to grasp the fabric of his clothing. With a rip, the heavily burdened garment, strained by the immense pressure of battle, tore apart, revealing a flash of white before Qiongzhu's eyes. Her expression froze, and her delicate face flushed a deep crimson. "Oh my!" Rongyi blurted out, feeling a sudden chill. With a thud, after a brief moment, his body crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater. Chapter 36. The seed of Shura having fallen from the sky and left a crater upon impact. Rongyi felt as if his bones would shatter. Fortunately, as a 9-hole divine lotus avatar with a physical strength far surpassing that of an ordinary person and possessing the cultivation of the Star Mansion realm, he was shielded by the star essence at a crucial moment, preventing any severe injuries. Qiongzhu hurriedly flew over, her cheeks still flushed, her gaze averted, and she asked, "Are you all right?" I am fine," Rongyi replied, taking a moment to compose himself before retrieving a black dragon robe from his system space and climbing out of the crater. Upon seeing Rongyi, Qiongzhu's face flushed even deeper. Yet she did not shy away from his gaze. Instead, she inquired, "Why have you returned? And what about your cultivation?" As the lady said, "If you are alive, there is nothing to worry about. However, if you fall, the Rong nation may cease to exist." Rongyi stated, "The Rong nation is the culmination of my efforts. How could I stand idly by and watch it perish?" A sense of inexplicable disappointment welled up within Qiongzhu. It turned out he had only returned for the sake of the Rong nation. However, since their meeting had only lasted less than 2 hours, her fleeting disappointment quickly dissipated as she noticed that Tianyi Huang had not mentioned anything regarding his cultivation. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and she would not pry further. Silently resolving not to report anything about Tianyi Huang's cultivation to the Lord of the 10,000 Marquis, she considered that, although he had not come specifically to save her, he had indeed saved her life, which had inadvertently revealed his strength. Otherwise, given his combat prowess, he could have easily waited until she was slain by the blood-killing pavilion assassins before stepping in to eliminate witnesses. And his cultivation would have remained a secret. "I am grateful for your intervention. Tianyi Huang, I owe you a great debt of gratitude," Qiongzhu said, clasping her hands in respect. "It is of no consequence. I was merely saving myself," Rongyi thought, not as she imagined. The reason he had acted immediately upon his cultivation's recent advancement was due to his ignorance of the blood-killing pavilion assassin's strength. Fearing he could not handle them alone, he felt that with Qiongzhu's presence, he could at least share the burden as for having saved Qiongzhu and exposing his power. That was far from Rongyi's concerns. Not responding to Qiongzhu's inquiry about his cultivation was solely due to his uncertainty on how to articulate it. He certainly could not tell her, "I possess a system for the rise of the mightiest empire, and I can enhance my cultivation merely by consuming medicinal pills." Far to the west, a myriad of miles away in the imperial capital, the dimly lit secret chamber was illuminated only by a flickering candle in the center. Suddenly, several shadowy figures materialized, standing around the chamber. "They have failed," the foremost figure spoke gravely. He then flicked his fingers, sending a beam of blood light forth, causing the flickering candle to blaze brightly, revealing an image within its flame. A man clad in blood armor, his eyes a vivid crimson, exuding a fierce battle intent, standing aloft with a long knife, his black hair billowing like a Shura war god. It was none other than Rong-yi. Who is this person? A figure on the left scrutinized the image. Is he a powerhouse arranged by the 10,000 Marquis Division to be beside Xiongju? The figure on the right slowly shook his head. Such a young powerhouse. I suspect he is a genius disciple from some sect or academy, and no matter who he is, I will scour the empire to find him. How dare he kill someone from the blood-killing pavilion? I will ensure he is ground to dust, another figure declared with malice. Investigate. If we can uncover his identity, that would be splendid. However, if we cannot, the foremost figure glanced at the candle in the chamber. If we cannot, with the Shura fire seed present, as long as he approaches the imperial capital within 100 miles, he will be detected. Unless he never sets foot in the capital again. Otherwise, his life shall be forfeit. After a pause, the foremost figure added, As for Xiongju, we must proceed. This woman holds the trust of the Lord of the 10,000 Marquis. Only by eliminating her and searching her soul can we uncover the secrets of the 10,000 Marquis Division. Understood, the other figures replied in unison. The candle in the center of the chamber gradually dimmed, the image vanishing, returning to its flickering state, as if a mere breath could extinguish it in the Rong nation. Xiongju had departed. Rongyi returned to the palace, where the collapsed hall lay in ruins, and he moved to another palace. Having cast aside thoughts of the blood-killing pavilion, he turned his hand to retrieve the invitation for the 10,000 nations hunt from his system space. His gaze wavered. He was reluctant to attend, yet he understood that this invitation, seemingly innocuous, was akin to a command. He had to go, whether he wished to or not. With a sigh, Rongyi resigned himself. Ding! Side quest triggered. Participate in the 10,000 nations hunt and amplify the prestige of the Rong nation. Quest completion will yield a reward package. Just as Rong-yi made his decision, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Announcing the side quest it appeared the system too wished for him to attend, and it was a perfect opportunity to observe the strength of the other 3 vassal nations during the 10,000 nations hunt. The Western Qing Empire controlled hundreds of vassal nations, divided into 4 sections: Eastern Sea, Southwest, and so forth. The Rong nation lay in the east, its overall strength the weakest among the 4. The strongest individuals in each vassal nation were merely at the heavenly aspect realm. The most powerful was in the west. According to the memories of the original Rong nation's ancestral emperor, the mightiest vassal even possessed a half-step innate cultivator. Such a being had already condensed the essence of heaven and earth. With an indestructible soul and undying body, their life force was formidable, making them exceedingly difficult to kill. Rong-yi's cultivation was still far from adequate. The rise of the mightiest empire was a daunting task ahead. With 2 months remaining until the 10,000 nations hunt, Rong-yi had ample time to solidify and enhance his cultivation. Furthermore, in just 3 days, the 10,000 people pavilion would open, where the Zhao royal family would pay tribute to the deceased. And Rong-chi would ascend the throne, granting amnesty to the world and convening the assembly of the 100 clans. If all went smoothly, Rong-yi would acquire significant imperial fortune, enabling him to exchange for numerous items in the system shop, which served as his source of confidence. Thus, time passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days had elapsed. Representatives from the great clans of the Rong nation had arrived, and elders from 12 sects were also present. Rong-chi, adorned with a crown and golden dragon robe, respectfully bowed to Rong-yi before proceeding to ascend the throne. Hundreds of heads lay before the 10,000 people pavilion, all belonging to the Zhao royal family, including the head of Zhang Puyuan among them. A priest recited the misdeeds of Zhang Puyuan in detail, leading to the public scorn. The atmosphere among the populace surged to its peak. With tens of thousands of citizens before the 10,000 people pavilion crying and laughing, crying for the deceased, laughing for the prosperity of the Rong nation, Rong-chi successfully ascended the throne, granting amnesty to all. The young monarch had once shed blood for the people, defending the Yushan Pass valiantly, safeguarding countless citizens, and protecting the vast territory of the Rong nation. The populace knelt in reverence. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gained Imperial Fortune 9999. Imperial Fortune 9999, 9999, 9999. By heavens! After enduring hardship, prosperity has come. I am wealthy. Observing Rong Qi's ascension from afar, Rong Yi's mind was filled with the system's alert. Causing a surge of excitement, he had struck gold this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Imperial Fortune has surpassed 100,000, unlocking the intermediate system shop. The host can use Imperial Fortune in the system shop to exchange for items. For specific items, please check the system shop. With Imperial Fortune continuously accumulating, surpassing the critical threshold of 100,000, the label for the intermediate shop appeared alongside the initial shop on Rong Yi's consciousness screen. He immediately clicked to enter. Chapter 37. Sects and clans, 4th grade water and fire fusion pills could be exchanged for 1,000 Imperial Fortune each. 4th grade Tiger Soul Body Refining Pills could be exchanged for 1,000 Imperial Fortune each. 3rd grade 100 Condensation Pills could be exchanged for 2,000 Imperial Fortune each. 5th grade Star Soldiers and 5th grade Talismans and Martial Techniques were available as well. The offerings were broadly similar to those in the initial shop, with the only distinction being the higher quality die in the initial shop. The highest grade was 5th. In the intermediate shop, the pinnacle was unexpectedly 1st grade, however. When Rong Yi looked further, he discovered the most significant difference between the intermediate and initial shops. Han Xin, the Western Han's Ward General, Star Mansion Realm Cultivation, exchangeable for 30,000 Imperial Fortune. Li Guang, the legendary archer of the Western Han, Star Mansion Realm Cultivation, exchangeable for 30,000 Imperial Fortune. Zhuge Liang, the strategist of the Three Kingdoms, Star Mansion Realm Cultivation, exchangeable for 30,000 Imperial Fortune. Dian Wei, in the realm of the Three Kingdoms, invincible in battle. With the cultivation level of the Star Mansion realm, one can exchange 30,000 Imperial Fortunes. Surprisingly, the intermediate marketplace offers the ability to exchange for great generals like Elbu, Zhao Yun, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei. Currently, Rong Yi possesses 130,000 Imperial Fortunes. Should he exchange them all for generals, he would command 4 formidable warriors of the Star Mansion realm. The system is indeed magnificent. Rong Yi cannot help but anticipate the advanced marketplace, where he might even be able to summon innate realm powers, thus effortlessly overpowering the Western Qing Empire. Just the thought brings him immense pleasure, though it remains a mere fantasy. Meanwhile, Rong Yi thoroughly examined the intermediate marketplace, while Rong Qi's coronation had concluded. Esteemed families from across the Rong nation, along with 12 elders from various cultivation sects, gathered for the 100 Clans Conference. Thousands arrived at the Imperial Palace, taking their seats, with Rong Qi seated prominently, while the central dragon throne remained unoccupied. Guards approached the representatives of each family with paper and pen, requesting their signatures. This was, of course, Rong Yi's idea. He wished to ascertain which families were present and which were absent. Although the crowd was puzzled, they dutifully filled in their family names. "What does His Majesty Tiani mean by this?" murmured some after signing. "He seems to wish to discern which families have not attended." One astute observer speculated. "But what if they haven't come? I reckon at least several hundred families are absent. The law does not punish the masses." A light laugh ensued. Hearing this, another raised an eyebrow. "If that's the case, then why is your Zhu family present?" A member of the Zhu family replied with a forced smile. "We merely wish to see what His Majesty Tianyi intends." Others chuckled but remained silent. At that moment, the ground trembled as if 10,000 horses were charging forth. The murmurs of the crowd ceased, and all heads turned to see a figure atop a black tiger steed, flanked by tens of thousands of iron-clad cavalry. These soldiers, robust and grand, donned battle armor, wielded long halberds, and bore sabers, marching in perfect formation, exuding an extraordinary aura that captivated all present. This was none other than the Zhao Iron Cavalry summoned by Rong Yi. The purpose was twofold: to maintain order amidst potential chaos and to showcase the might of the Rong nation, thereby tempering the pride of the esteemed families. Indeed, the majestic Zhao Iron Cavalry left the distinguished families in awe. When did the Rong nation possess such formidable cavalry? Even Rong Qi appeared somewhat dazed, though he had grown accustomed to the sudden appearances of mysterious armies by the side of the ancestral emperor. The 5,000 Zhao Iron Cavalry split to either side, advancing toward the council hall. The vast square, once bustling with noise, now fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. Rongyi soared through the air, prompting Rongqi to rise and respectfully greet him. His Majesty Tian-Yi has already attained the strength of the celestial realm. This revelation left the representatives of the esteemed families astounded, stirring a tempest within their hearts. Just days prior in Linjian City, had he not been unable to break through his shackles? In mere days, His Majesty Tian-Yi had ascended to the celestial realm. Compared to the nation's strength and the might of its army, a celestial realm expert held unparalleled deterrent power. Rong-Yi, hearing the gasps of astonishment, silently chuckled. The celestial realm, that was a thing of the past. They would be astounded to learn of my cultivation in the Star Mansion realm. Esteemed guests, Rong-Yi began, and the assembly fell silent again, the tension palpable. I have summoned you here to convene the 100 Clans Conference in order to discuss methods for strengthening our nation. I wonder if any of you possess clever strategies to share with me? There shall be generous rewards. He delved directly into the matter at hand. Not a single voice rose in response. These individuals, astute members of noble families, were well aware that His Majesty Tian-Yi already had plans in mind. Thus, there was no need to genuinely offer counsel. After a brief pause, Rong-Yi continued. Then allow me to share my thoughts. His gaze fell upon the 12 elders of the cultivation sects, who occupied the territory of the Rong nation, not safeguarding its borders, but instead accepting only the scions of wealthy families, hoarding wealth and oppressing the common folk. The faces of the 12 elders darkened ominously. Rong-Yi pressed on. I shall overlook the past, but from this day forth, first, the cultivation sects shall be required to pay tribute to the Rong royal family annually. Second, the cultivation sects shall establish academies in each prefectural city, enrolling the offspring of the common folk, fostering universal cultivation. That is impossible. An elder from the cultivation sect sprang to his feet, vehemently opposing. Both demands would incur enormous expenses, and moreover, the state has no right to interfere with the cultivation sects. North Sword Mountain, is it? Rong-Yi inquired, glancing at the elder's attire. You claim it is impossible? The elder's eyelids fluttered, fearing Rong-Yi might take action. However, in the gaze of the assembled crowd, he could not afford to appear weak and maintain the dignity of North Sword Mountain, so he insisted. Impossible. The state cannot interfere with the sects. Furthermore, the expenses for cultivation are considerable, and our sect lacks sufficient resources, let alone the means to contribute to the Rong nation. The children of commoners have no right to cultivate. Oh, so that is how it is. Then I shall trouble the elder to take a seat. Rong-Yi nodded knowingly at the elder's remarks. The elder was taken aback, thinking Rong-Yi would sever ties, especially since the latter could easily annihilate a sect like Linjian. However, to his surprise, Rong-Yi nodded understandingly and invited him to sit down. It appeared that this Tian-Yi emperor still feared a complete rift with the cultivation sections. The destruction of Linjian's sect was due to their prior transgressions, yet he dared not provoke the other cultivation sections, casting a glance of pride and disdain at the Tian-Yi emperor. The elder from North Sword Mountain sat down. Hmph, what of your celestial realm status? What of your countless troops? What of being the ancestral emperor of the Rong nation? You still dare not confront our cultivation sects. Rong-Yi smiled silently and turned his attention to the representatives of the esteemed families. The previous 2 points were his thoughts regarding the cultivation sects, and now he would share his thoughts regarding them. The Rong nation is home to thousands of affluent merchants, yet the impoverished populace numbers in the hundreds of millions, and the tax burden on the common folk is the same as that on every wealthy household. Is this reasonable? Therefore, I have decided. First, to reduce the tax burden on the common folk by 80%, while increasing the taxes on the wealthy by 20 times. Second, for wealthy families, half of the income from their lands shall go to the national treasury, to be distributed among the common folk for agriculture. Third, Your Majesty Tian-Yi, following the example set by the elder from North Sword Mountain, the representatives of the esteemed families began to show their disrespect toward Rong-Yi. Before he could finish speaking, someone stood up. Your Majesty Tian-Yi, such conditions may be difficult for our families to accept. Indeed, if this continues, our family members may starve on the streets. Your Majesty Tian-Yi, please reconsider. Immediately, thousands voiced their agreement. Your Majesty Tian-Yi, while our families may appear prosperous, we too have unspoken hardships. Yes, Your Majesty Tian-Yi, these demands are truly unbearable for us. Your Majesty Tian E, we earnestly request you to retract your commands. The family representatives clamored in a cacophony. Rongyi had anticipated immense resistance and remained unperturbed, calmly observing the ruckus below, a mere troop of clowns. Moments passed, yet the uproar continued unabated, escalating to the point where they nearly leaped up, pointing fingers at Rongyi and outright declaring their refusal. Seeing the right moment had arrived, Rongyi activated his cultivation, unleashing a surge of star energy that reverberated through the air. The faces of the family representatives shifted, and they fell silent, gazing up at Rongyi on the dragon throne. Very well. Rongyi chuckled lightly. You have expressed the difficulties faced by your families. I shall not make it hard for you. However, I wish to confirm once more. Are there any families willing to agree to my proposals? Ha! The crowd could not help but scoff inwardly, let alone confirmation, even if he were to ask 8 times. None would consent. As expected, not a single person stood forth. Thus, it can be inferred that all are in disagreement with my proposals. Rongyi's lips curled into a smile, his handsome visage suddenly shifting, his gaze becoming indifferent as he looked down upon the 1,000-strong assembly, like a sovereign gazing upon mere mortals, surveying ants. Since that is the case, I have but one requirement for you. 3 days. Within 3 days, all families and sects must vacate the Rong Nation. What? The elder from North Sword Mountain slammed the table. What right do you have to demand we leave the Rong Nation? Your Majesty Tian E, we are the pillars of the Rong Nation. How dare you order us to depart? You have no authority to expel us. The chorus of voices erupted in unison. Pillars of the Rong Nation? Ha! If you truly are the pillars of the Rong Nation, where were you when the Zhao army breached the Yushan Pass? Where were you when the Zhao army entered the capital? The rise and fall of the realm is the responsibility of every individual. Who among you stepped forward? Rongyi's voice turned frigid, empowered by star energy, causing the eardrums of the 1,000 representatives to ache and their heads to throb. You sects and families occupy the territory of the Rong Nation, exploiting its populace, hoarding its wealth, using the resources of the Rong Nation to sustain your own power. As the ancestral emperor of the Rong Nation and its founder, do I not have the authority to expel you parasites? Remember, you have 3 days. After 3 days, anyone daring to remain on the land of the Rong Nation shall be executed without mercy. With that, an eerie silence fell over the assembly. Rongyi soared into the air, preparing to depart. At that moment, the elder from North Sword Mountain called out coldly, Your Majesty Tian E, you are forcing our hand. Do not overstep your bounds. Otherwise, do not blame the cultivation sects for withholding their respect. Face? Rongyi's figure paused, his icy gaze directed at the elder of Beijian Villa. Pray tell, when has your sect ever shown favor to the Rong Nation? Even you, a mere cultivator at the Dan formation stage. Exhibit no reverence before this emperor. Is it the backing of your sect that emboldens you? Tiani Emperor, do not go too far. Are you attempting to incite discord between the nation and the cultivation sects? The elder of Beijian Villa questioned sharply. Go too far? Rongyi revealed a bemused smile. Allow this emperor to demonstrate what true tyranny is, men. This individual has repeatedly insulted this emperor and shown blatant disrespect. Execute him immediately as a display of imperial authority. Yes, obeying the ancestral emperor's decree. The 18 riders of Yin Yun, who had been awaiting orders nearby, swiftly advanced, closing in on the elder of Beijian Villa with lightning speed. Rongyi, how dare you? I am an elder of Beijian Villa. The elder's complexion shifted dramatically as he directly called out Rongyi's name. Daring to utter this emperor's name, your crime is doubled. Rongyi coldly retorted. Swish, swish, the 2 riders reached the front. One struck the elder's chest with an open palm, while the other drew a curved blade. Someone save me, the elder of Beijian Villa cried out to those around him. The other sect elders hesitated, their expressions wavering. In that fleeting moment, a loud thud echoed as the elder was struck in the chest, clearly not a match for the riders, his sternum shattered and caved in. Resembling a handprint, swish, the blade glimmered as it sliced through the air. The elder's head flew into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Truly, a beheading had occurred. The crowd's expressions morphed in horror, fear gripping over 1,000 souls. You have 3 days. If you do not vacate the Rong Nation by then, you shall meet the same fate as this man, Rongyi declared before departing. As everyone gazed at his receding figure, it felt as though a massive stone weighed down upon their chests, rendering them breathless. They silently rejoiced that it was the elder of Beijian Villa who had spoken out, or else misfortune could have befallen any one of them. The representatives of the most defiant families were drenched in cold sweat, their faces pallid with terror, fearing Rong-yi might claim their lives. The situation revealed that Tianyi Emperor's intentions toward the sects and the great families of the Rong nation were unmistakably clear. Either submit or depart. Of course, there was a third option, resistance, but the outcome was singular and without doubt, extermination. Yet, if they were to leave, where could these illustrious families possibly relocate? Other nations had their own families, and they would only face exclusion wherever they went. Furthermore, their residences, fields, and mines were not things they could simply uproot and take with them. At this moment, their only glimmer of hope lay in observing how the cultivation sects would respond to this crisis. If the sects could suppress Tianyi Emperor, it would undoubtedly be a cause for celebration. Everyone, if you do not disperse, do you expect me to treat you to a feast? Rong-chi, having risen, spoke in a grave tone as Rong-yi exited. If Rong-yi acted for the enhancement of the Rong nation's strength against these noble families, then Rong-chi harbored a deep-seated resentment toward them. Rong-yi remained ignorant of the actions of these esteemed families, but Rong-chi was all too aware. These individuals were nothing but leeches feeding off the Rong nation. In fact, when Rong-chi defended Yushan Pass against the Zhao army, he had sought assistance from those families, yet all he received was delay until Yushan Pass fell, with not a single soldier sent to aid him. The remaining disciples of Beijian Villa carried their elder's head and body, silently departing with suppressed rage in their eyes. When had they ever endured such humiliation? The crowd exited but did not disperse. Following closely behind the elder of the cultivation sect, a great throng moved forth, leaving the city. Too much oppression. Having walked for several miles, the leading elder of the cultivation sect suddenly bellowed. Instantly, the crowd erupted in uproar. Tianyi Emperor thinks he can oppress us with sheer force. We shall fight back. How dare he demand we leave the Rong nation? Does he not realize it is our presence that allows the entire Rong nation to function? At that moment, they released their pent-up frustration and fear, fiercely shouting in unison. Elder Tai, Elder Wang, what are your thoughts? What should we do next? The crowd turned to the two leading elders of the cultivation sect. These two were the elders of Taisher City and Tianqing Pavilion, both ninth-tier sects, alongside the now-destroyed Linjian sect. The other sects were of lesser standing. Naturally, the crowd surrounded these two like stars orbiting the moon. Elder Tai, Elder Wang, Tianyi Emperor seeks to eradicate us. Indeed, he has annihilated Linjian sect and no longer cares for relations with the cultivation sects. No cultivation sect in the world would act as he has. He even desires to establish academies in various cities to educate the offspring of commoners, and expects us noble families to cede half our fields for them to cultivate. The crowd clamored, each contributing to the discourse around the two elders. The two elders exchanged glances. Elder Tai of Taisher City spoke, I understand your concerns. The cultivation sect will not compromise on this matter, but we must deliberate further. Elder Tai, what is there to deliberate? The root of the issue lies with Tianyi Emperor. He possesses the heavenly aspect realm. If the cultivation sect can suppress him, we noble families shall follow the sect's lead. Someone interjected. Rong-yi had given them only 3 days. Time was of the essence. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Elder Wang's eyes as he observed the crowd awaiting their words. He then asserted, since you are all so resolute, the cultivation sect has a request. Let us handle Tianyi Emperor, but you noble families should be able to suppress his subordinates, should you not? The representatives of the noble families immediately expressed their agreement, stating that if the cultivation sect could take down Tianyi Emperor, then everything else would be manageable. Moreover, they could leverage the situation. The nations to the west, Tu and Yin, and to the south, Qi, had all mobilized their armies to attack the Rong nation. They suggested that the 3 nations send their strongest individuals to assist them. Thus, once Tianyi Emperor was eliminated, the vast Rong nation would fall under their control. One lean elder spoke slowly. Excellent. Ha ha ha. Does Tianyi Emperor not realize that the Rong nation is besieged on all sides? How dare he target us? If Zhao nation has not destroyed the Rong nation, then we shall be the ones to do so. With their plans set, the crowd seemed to foresee the demise of Rong-yi in 3 days, and they all shared sinister smiles. They agreed to reconvene in the capital in 3 days. and the responsibility of contacting the Tu, Yin, and Qi nations for assistance would fall to the families that had previously engaged in trade with those nations. Once the 1,000-strong assembly had departed, a figure suddenly emerged from the nearby woods, clad in a black dragon robe, with long black hair casually tied back. It was none other than Rong Yi. He had been secretly following these individuals, absorbing every word of their discussion without missing a beat. How audacious of them to seek assistance from the Tu, Yin, and Qi nations. Rong Yi chuckled softly. In 3 days, they shall know the true meaning of disparity. With a swift motion, Rong Yi vanished, covering 10 miles in an instant, returning to the palace. The following afternoon, the nations of Tu, Yin, and Qi received delegations from the noble families of the Rong nation. Upon hearing the request from the Rong nobility, they wasted no time in consulting their respective monarchs. The 3 monarchs, not daring to delay, immediately contacted the envoy from the Eastern Wanhou division, sent by Zhang Kai, who had dispatched the gray-clad middle-aged man to eradicate the Rong nation after Rong Yi had slaughtered the Zhao monarch. The gray-clad middle-aged man ordered the 3 monarchs to dispatch their strongest cultivators, and he himself hastened to the Rong nation, preparing to take action personally. On the 3rd day, various forces converged. The cultivation sect deployed several heavenly aspect realm experts. The representatives from the noble families had varying levels of cultivation, with a dozen at the Dan formation stage, over 100 at the foundation building stage, and the rest at the transformation origin stage. The Tu, Yin, and Qi nations each sent 3 heavenly aspect realm cultivators and 10 at the Dan formation stage, clearly investing heavily in this endeavor. Finally, there was the gray-clad middle-aged man, Yuan Shikai, from the Eastern Wanhou division. He possessed a minor mastery in the Stellar Palace realm. A heavenly aspect realm cultivator from Yin Nation respectfully introduced the gray-clad middle-aged man to everyone. Wow! Instantly, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. A Stellar Palace realm expert. How astonishing! Lord Yuan's cultivation is profound. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. They had rarely encountered a Stellar Palace realm cultivator. For most of them, even the heavenly aspect realm was an unattainable aspiration, let alone the Stellar Palace realm. The gray-clad middle-aged man, Yuan Shikai, wore a cold expression, embodying an air of superiority, while inwardly he scoffed at the ignorance of those around him. These proverbial frogs at the bottom of a well were utterly unacquainted with the vastness of the world. In the imperial capital, Stellar Palace realm cultivators were as numerous as the stars in the sky. He, Yuan Shikai, would hardly even make the list. With Lord Yuan present, Tian Yi would be no match for Rong Yi, once standing with an air of indifference, disdainful of mingling with the crowd. The cultivator of the Tianxiang realm from Ironstone City now shamelessly trailed alongside Yuan Shikai, wearing a forced smile that he, Rong Yi, is merely a practitioner of the Tianxiang realm. What does it matter if he annihilated the Lingjian sect? For Lord Yuan, it would take but a mere flick of his pinky to crush him. A cultivator from the Tianxing Pavilion remarked, even the Eastern Wanhou office has taken action against the Rong kingdom. The heavens have decreed its downfall. Today, the Rong clan will surely be extinguished. Enough of this delay. Let us proceed to the royal palace of the Rong kingdom, Yuan Shikai declared, leading the way, with the crowd closely following. Rong Yi had already issued orders for the city's guards to allow these individuals to pass without obstruction. Moments later, they arrived at the palace. Rong Yi, Dog Emperor, come forth to meet your death, a follower of Yuan Shikai bellowed. Swish, from within the harem, Rong Yi emerged, his figure flashing as he beheld the thousands gathered, with Yuan Shikai standing prominently at the forefront. The elite cavalry of Yinyun closely followed, and the newly appointed sovereign, Rong Qi, also rushed out. Do you dare invade the royal palace? Such audacity! Rong Qi's face darkened. Intrude upon your royal palace? Not only do we invade, but we also intend to slaughter your Rong royal family, a voice shouted from the crowd. This esteemed individual is Lord Yuan from the Eastern Wanhou office, a formidable figure of the Xingfu realm. Do you still wish to resist? I advise you to surrender. We shall grant you a complete corpse. Otherwise, prepare to be torn asunder. Eastern Wanhou office, Xingfu realm. Rong Yi gazed at Yuan Shikai, sensing that the aura emanating from him was significantly weaker. Suddenly, Rong Yi shot forth, his star essence swirling around him as he clenched his fist for a powerful strike. Frost Collapse Fist. A torrent of icy mist surged, causing the temperature to plummet. Yuan Shirkai's expression changed dramatically as he immediately redirected his star essence for defense. Bang! Even from several dozen yards away, a frozen ice pillar akin to a dragon lunged forth, crashing into Yuan Shirkai. The frost invaded, and he was instantly encased in ice, which shattered upon a violent jolt of star essence. This was the true might of the frost collapse fist. Yuan Shirkai had no strength to retaliate, meeting his demise in an instant. Is the Xingfu realm truly that formidable? Rongyi withdrew his fist, casting a cold gaze upon the 1,000 onlookers. The turn of events transpired too swiftly for them to comprehend. Yuan Shirkai had already been reduced to an ice sculpture, now shattered point one by one. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and after a moment, fear seeped into their expressions. He has slain Lord Yuan. A single strike to kill. He is also of the Xingfu realm, yet he surpasses Lord Yuan. Chapter 40. Subjugation through force. Once brimming with bluster and bravado, the crowd was suddenly stripped of their arrogance. Gazing at the blood-red shards of ice scattered across the ground, their hearts plummeted into despair. By the heavens, the Tiani Emperor! Someone gasped, their complexion turning pale, lips quivering. I had offered you a chance, yet you squandered it and colluded with enemy nations, deserving of a death most grievous. Rongyi's voice rang coldly, and with a swift motion, he drew forth his blade, launching himself into the throngs of thousands. Swish, swish, swish. The blade fell as if slicing through vegetables, claiming life after life. However, Rongyi only targeted those of the Tianxiang and Ningdan realms, sparing the lives of the lower-tier cultivators. Ding, congratulations, host. You have slain a Tianxiang realm cultivator. The blade absorbs their vitality and star essence. Ding, congratulations, host. You have slain a foundation-building realm cultivator. The blade absorbs their vitality and star essence. In the blink of an eye, he had harvested hundreds of lives, leaving a sea of corpses and a flood of blood, the system's notifications ringing incessantly. Yet, Rongyi had not even unleashed half of his strength, and not a drop of blood stained his garments as he sheathed his blade. In the aftermath, only those of the foundation building and transformation realms remained alive. The scent of blood became pungent, causing a few faint-hearted individuals to tremble in fear, while several others retched uncontrollably. Tiani Emperor, spare us! Tiani Emperor, we dare not. We were wrong. We shall comply with all your demands. The remaining individuals knelt upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Ding, congratulations, host. Imperial Fortune 100, Imperial Fortune 190. More Imperial Fortune has been accrued. You are not yet worthy to die by my blade. Rongyi gazed down at the crowd. Return and inform your sects and clans that you have half a day left to vacate the Rong Kingdom. Why yes, we shall deliver your message. Thank you, Tiani Emperor, for your mercy. Thank you for your grace. The remaining individuals fled in haste. Stop, Rongyi barked. They halted immediately, turning in fear to face Rongyi, not daring to take another step. Tiani Emperor, is there any further command? The three clans colluding with the Tu and Yin nations are guilty beyond redemption. Their entire families shall be implicated, Rongyi declared. Among them, several individuals turned pale, their bodies swaying as if on the verge of collapse. Please, Tiani Emperor, those were decisions made by our clan. We were powerless to refute them. Have mercy, deal with them. Rongyi waved his hand, and the Yinyun cavalry advanced, swiftly taking down and executing those individuals. The others hurriedly scurried home to deliver the news. Yinyun cavalry, divide into 3 squads and proceed to the 3 clans. Eradicate every last one of their kin. Rongyi commanded. Understood. The Yinyun cavalry galloped away. That day, the Dong family of Lu Jun, the Wu family of Sanhe, and the Fu family of Luo Shui were obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Meanwhile, outside the palace of the Rong Kingdom, dozens of individuals had gathered, their numbers steadily increasing. Reporting to the Ancestor Emperor, the head of the Long family requests an audience. Reporting to the Ancestor Emperor, the City Lord of Ironstone City requests an audience. Reporting to the Ancestor Emperor, the head of the Fei family requests an audience. Reporting to the Ancestor Emperor, the head of the Tianqing Pavilion requests an audience. The guards had run back and forth between the palace gates and the harem countless times. Yet none were granted an audience with Rongyi. Those once towering figures now stood obediently at the palace gates, none daring to utter a word of disrespect. What a jest! Seeking death, let alone the Tiani Emperor. Should anyone dare to speak out of turn, the others would likely tear that individual to shreds. As dusk fell, over 1,000 people stood at the palace gates. Observing the situation, latecomers no longer required the guard's announcement. Recognizing the Tiani Emperor was unavailable, they instinctively fell in line behind the crowd. Even the heads of hundreds of families who had not attended the 100 Clans conference hastily arrived. Joining the throng, not a single soul departed, nor did anyone dare voice a complaint. Until noon the following day, creak. The palace gates swung open. The guards addressed the crowd, "Esteemed guests, the Ancestor Emperor summons you." The crowd, anxious and apprehensive, filed in. A moment later, they found themselves standing in the same plaza where the 100 Clans conference had taken place, surrounded by ironclad cavalry, with Rongyi seated upon the dragon throne. The Yinyun cavalry standing at either side. However, the seats for the cultivation sects and prominent families were conspicuously absent. Evidently, you have all resolved to relocate your sects and families from my Rong kingdom. Rongyi surveyed the crowd, his voice gentle yet firm. Tiani Emperor, we were the ones who overstepped. Please forgive us. We are citizens of the Rong kingdom, and we cannot abandon it. We are willing to dedicate ourselves to the strength of the Rong kingdom. We beseech you to command us. The Lord of Ironstone City deeply bowed before Rongyi. The others followed suit, bowing in reverence to Rongyi. Hemph. Rongyi could see through their thoughts. They were merely concerned about being forced to leave the Rong kingdom with nowhere to settle. These individuals dared to conspire against the Rong kingdom, yet if they had any means of retreat, they would not agree to Rongyi's plans for strengthening the kingdom. However, Rongyi was not a merciless killer. He desired the prosperity of the Rong kingdom. Since these individuals had now humbled themselves, there was no need for him to persist in his demands. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Rongyi flicked his sleeve, rising to speak. That day, I had yet to finish my address before being interrupted. Please, Tiani Emperor, continue, the crowd implored. The cultivation sects must train soldiers for the Rong kingdom. Each prominent family must also send their young members to serve in the military and protect the Rong kingdom. No family may maintain private armies exceeding 500. Oppression of the common folk shall not be tolerated. Rongyi spoke slowly, supplementing the uncompleted plans for strengthening the kingdom from the 100 Clans conference. Concerning soldiers, Rongyi realized that he could not solely rely on the system to generate armies and generals. The Rong kingdom must cultivate its own, which was of utmost importance. For a full half hour, Rongyi articulated 139 directives. Some were drawn from his memories of the past, while others were deliberated upon with Rong Ruizong and Rong Qi before he made his decisions. Though still not entirely refined, these measures would undoubtedly propel the kingdom's development at a pace surpassing that of other feudal states. The very notion of universal cultivation would rapidly enhance the nation's strength. The various cultivation sects and prominent families were deeply afraid of Rongyi, a being of the Xingfu realm capable of shattering mountains with a single strike. Who would not be terrified? Upon hearing Rongyi's proposals, although their hearts ached, they recognized that their lives were at stake, prompting them to comply. Moreover, not only did they comply, but they did so with alacrity, fearing the displeasure of the Tiani Emperor. Esteemed guests, I must remind you that the northern Zhao kingdom has already been conquered by me, and its territories have been annexed into the Rong kingdom in the days to come. The kingdom of Rong shall undoubtedly grow even stronger. I implore you all to broaden your horizons and not to fixate solely on the trivial gains of the present. The world is vast, and the journey ahead remains long. Rongyi possesses a faint understanding of the principle of the carrot and the stick. Having eliminated numerous individuals from the cultivation sects and esteemed clans, he now dangles the prospect of prosperity before them as a form of inducement. Indeed, the initially coerced multitude, upon hearing that the territory of Zhao is now part of Rong, their eyes instantly gleamed with hope at the thought of the kingdom's future strength. Is this not an opportune moment for their families to rise? The loss of 1 or 2 lives is inconsequential. Even if the highest cultivator within their ranks is merely at the Dan formation stage, their families may still flourish and give birth to formidable beings of the celestial appearance realm in due time. We pledge our unwavering allegiance to Emperor Tiani. To ensure the might of the kingdom of Rome, we shall spare no effort. The strategy for the kingdom's ascendance shall be pursued with utmost dedication. Chapter 41. The anguish of Zhang Kai. To repel external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. The cultivation sects and esteemed clans have now fully submitted. the next step is to address the nations of Tu, Yin and Qi. Among these, Yin, with its strength comparable to the erstwhile Zhao, stands formidable. The southern nation of Qi, situated near the sea, boasts a navy, primarily comprising maritime troops. As for Tu, it is significantly weaker than the previous Rong, warranting no concern. Rongyi summoned the undefeated General Li Mu to lead 50,000 Zhao cavalry in a counterattack against Yin. He gathered private soldiers from various noble families, amounting to as many as 200,000, under the command of the 18 riders of Yin Yun, to confront the nation of Tuesday. Ultimately, lacking a navy, Rongyi commanded 12 cultivation sects to dispatch disciples, resulting in over 30,000 disciples arriving. The weakest among them barely at the initial enlightenment stage, while the strongest had just attained the transformation of essence stage. In addition to these disciples, several dozen elders and stewards at the Dan formation stage, and over 100 at the foundation establishment stage, also joined the fray. 3 battlefronts ignited simultaneously. The armies stationed at the borders of the 3 nations were thrown into chaos. The 30,000 troops of Yin, caught in the onslaught of the Zhao cavalry, scattered and were unable to mount an effective counterattack. Tu, struggling to muster 20,000 soldiers, found its ranks filled with the elderly, sick, and weak. Their only elite force, a heavy infantry of 50,000, was no match for the private soldiers of the Rong family. The most tragic of all was Qi, whose 30,000 valiant naval forces faced off against merely 30,000 disciples from the sects. Although these disciples were weak in the eyes of Rongyi, to the 30,000 naval soldiers of Qi, each one was a skilled fighter. There was no doubt. The Qi navy relied on coordination, not individual combat, yet this time, they were unable to coordinate at all, resulting in a one-sided massacre. The front lines were in dire straits, and the military situation was relayed directly to the capital. The rulers of Tu, Yin, and Qi were immediately struck with the thought, did Yuan Shikai not set out to kill Emperor Tianyi? Soon after, their expressions turned to one of fear. Had Lord Yuan Shikai been defeated? The rulers of the 3 nations broke out in a cold sweat. After all, he was a being of the Star Mansion realm. How could he be defeated without a trace of news returning? They quickly produced communication jade talismans to contact the Eastern Marquess office. Lord Zhang, the forces of Rong have proven too strong. Having already taken 10 cities from Yin, Lord Zhang, our nation of Tu has lost 20 cities. Lord Zhang, with the assistance of the cultivation sects, the 30,000 naval forces of Qi have been annihilated. The rulers of Yin, Tu, and Qi all sought aid from Lord Zhang Kai of the Eastern Marquess office. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Zhang Kai erupted in fury. Not only had the 3 nations suffered a crushing defeat, but even his trusted subordinate Yuan Shikai had perished in Rome. How could he not be enraged? I will kill him. I will kill him. I shall grind him to dust to quell the hatred in my heart. Yet the reality was that Zhang Kai found himself utterly powerless against Rongyi, and he also had to address the impending annihilation of the 3 nations. You 3 nations, seek peace. Zhang Kai sighed in resignation. The rulers of the 3 nations were immediately taken aback. Seek peace? After all this turmoil, after so many lives lost, to end up with such a conclusion? Fear not, in 2 months, the Grand Hunt of Nations will commence. And then I shall surely eradicate Rongyi and annihilate the kingdom of Rong. Zhang Kai promised by then, the territories of Rong and the fallen Zhao will be annexed into your 3 nations. Upon hearing this, the rulers of the 3 nations had no choice but to accept their fate and sent a peace treaty to the kingdom of Rong. Initially, the rulers had thought that if Zhang Kai personally intervened to suppress Rongyi, the cultivation sects and esteemed clans would surely turn against him. At that point, bringing about the downfall of Rome would be a mere formality. However, Zhang Kai had never intended to act personally. If he did, it would be irreversible. Should word of his actions reach the empire, his position as the elder of the Eastern Marquess office would be at risk. This was the reason why. Despite his fury, he refrained from storming into Rome to kill Rongyi to Zhang Kai. He was akin to a precious jade, while Rongyi was but mere porcelain. How could a jade piece collide with porcelain? Rongyi naturally perceived Zhang Kai's mindset, and he was not genuinely intent on annihilating the 3 nations. Though he longed to take a small step towards the rise of the mightiest empire, he must remain patient until he possessed sufficient strength to contend with the empire, avoiding drawing its attention for now. Upon receiving the peace treaty, Rongyi promptly ordered a cessation of hostilities across the 3 battlefronts and invited the rulers of the three nations to Rome to sign a ceasefire agreement. None dared to take the risk, and Zhang Kai had no choice but to personally accompany the rulers to Rome to ensure their safety. I shall cease hostilities, but the agreement entails but one stipulation. Your three nations must cede 10 cities. In the hall of morning deliberation, Rong Yi sat upon the dragon throne, while Zhang Kai occupied the lower seat, and the rulers of the three nations were not even afforded the privilege of sitting. The expressions of the three rulers shifted as they glanced at Zhang Kai. Lord Tianyi, the three nations have already suffered losses and paid a price. Surely, we need not cede any more cities? Rong Yi did not even cast a glance at Zhang Kai, focusing solely on the three rulers. Have you three considered carefully? If you agree to cede the cities, the remaining territories shall still belong to your three nations. Should you refuse, it is likely that there will be no further existence of Tu, Yin, or Qi in the eastern regions. A blatant threat. A blatant slap in the face. Zhang Kai's lips trembled in fury as he suddenly stood up. Emperor Tianyi, you are treating this elder with such disdain. Rong Yi met Zhang Kai's gaze, their eyes clashing like sharp blades, sparks nearly igniting between them. Rong Yi scoffed, do you think you are worthy? You, who assisted Zhao in annihilating Rome, sheltered its king, incited the three nations to besiege Rome, dispatched your subordinates to kill me, and surely will intervene during the grand hunt of nations. This is what the Eastern Marquess Elder Zhang Kai has done? You didn't even have the guts to strike at me directly, yet you expect me to show you any respect. Rong Yi dismissed him entirely, yet he kept Zhang Kai in mind, placing him firmly on the list of those to eliminate. Emperor Tianyi, I am an envoy of the empire. Your actions are a blatant affront to imperial authority. Zhang Kai's voice was frigid, a threat laced in his words. By all means, go and report me to the empire. Rong Yi replied nonchalantly, how I relish watching you seethe with anger yet remain powerless against me. It infuriates you. Zhang Kai's rage boiled over, his blood surging, his eyes turning crimson. You, I will kill you. During the grand hunt of nations, I shall claim your head. The facade shattered, yet Rong Yi remained unfazed, his demeanor exceptionally calm. That remains to be seen in 2 months. For now, your three lackeys must cede cities to me. The rulers of the three nations turned pale, humiliated by Rong Yi's words, feeling an unbearable shame. Yet they were powerless to retort. Zhang Kai, seething with rage, shouted, what of giving you the cities? In 2 months. I shall divide your kingdom of Rome. Do not think that 10 cities suffice. Even 100 or 1,000. I will ensure you have no power to command. You are courting death. Zhang Kai flung his sleeve, storming off in a fit of rage. The rulers of the three nations, faces filled with despair, resigned themselves to signing the ceasefire and city cession agreement. Chapter 42. Visitors from Wanyan Valley, have you heard? The nation of Tu has ceded 10 cities to our kingdom of Rome. A group of Rome citizens, their earlier sorrow from Zhao's assault now replaced with joy, gathered together in celebration. Indeed, not only Tu, but the western nation of Yin and the northern nation of Qi have also ceded 10 cities to us, and furthermore, I have heard that Emperor Tianyi has commanded the cultivation sects to establish academies in each city to teach the children the methods of cultivation. Heaven bless the kingdom of Rome. With Emperor Tianyi at the helm, who would dare to infringe upon our kingdom? Such scenes unfolded throughout the entirety of Rome. Ding, congratulations, host. Imperial Luck 1000. Imperial Luck 1000, 1000, 1000, 1000. The system notification rang continuously in Rong Yi's mind. As Rong Yi delved into his consciousness, he observed the imperial luck that had been nearly depleted just days prior now surging upward once more. Ding! Congratulations, host! Side quest completed. Defeat the besieging feudal states and demand war reparations. Reward. A gift package. Will you open the gift package? When Rong Qi sent personnel to formally take control of the 30 cities, integrating them into the governance of the Kingdom of Rome, the gift package arrived. Open. Rong Yi opened it directly. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a 7th rank Star Soldier in the Gluttonous Robe. The Gluttonous Robe can alter its appearance based on the host's needs, can devour any attacks from celestial appearance cultivators, and can withstand a full force strike from a Star Mansion cultivator. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring a Qingyu Sword Butterfly larva. The Qingyu Sword Butterfly, endowed with a naturally sword-like form, possesses boundless strength and can unleash sword energy with the flapping of its wings. Even in its larval stage, its sword energy is comparable to a strike from a practitioner of the heavenly aspect realm. Ding, congratulations, host, on obtaining the indomitable warrior, Elbu. Ding, congratulations, host, on acquiring the ancient terror, the fierce General Dian Wei. This time, the gift pack has yielded 2 formidable generals, yet no army. Rong Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The system remains remarkably user-friendly. After Rong Yi's clothing was torn twice, it bestowed upon him a 7th-grade Star Soldier's Taodai robe. Among the treasures in this gift pack, the Qingyu sword butterfly stands out as the most valuable. Its strength is limitless, presently merely a larva, a single release of sword energy rivals that of a practitioner in the heavenly aspect realm. Once it matures, it may surpass even the mightiest of innate realm experts. Ah, the thought of taking down an enemy from 1,000 miles away is no longer a mere dream. As for the indomitable Elbu and the ancient terror Dian Wei, exchanging them in the intermediate system shop would cost an astounding 60,000 imperial fortune. This significantly saves Rong Yi's resources. He could convert this into elixirs, enough to elevate his cultivation by a small tier. In the 3 kingdoms, Elbu is unmatched in cavalry, while Dian Wei is invincible in infantry. Rong Yi couldn't help but muse that if Elbu were to ride Dian Wei, they would indeed be invincible across the land. Just a jest, of course. Ding, does the host wish to summon the rewards? The system inquired. Summon? As the words fell, ripples spread through the space before him, and 2 figures materialized from thin air. Both stood at an impressive height of 9 feet, robust and imposing. 1, pale-faced with a resolute demeanor. Piercing tiger-like eyes and soaring sword-like brows, wielded a Fangtian Huaji, exuding an extraordinary aura. Indeed, the indomitable warrior, Elbu, the other, dark-skinned with a fierce gaze, a face of rugged flesh, and a tiger's beard, held aloft a black garment, the ancient terror. Dian Wei, this subordinate, Elbu, pays respects to the ancestor emperor. This subordinate, Dian Wei, pays respects to the ancestor emperor. Both men knelt in unison. Dian Wei raised the garment high, proclaiming, Ancestor Emperor, this is your Taodai robe. At that moment, a surge of emerald light shot forth from the ripples in space. Rong Yi promptly reached out to receive it. The emerald light settled into his palm, transforming into a green caterpillar approximately the length of his index finger. Well, it would be more fitting to call it the Qingyu sword bug rather than the Qingyu sword butterfly at this point. Thus, these are all the items unveiled by the system gift pack. Releasing the Qingyu sword bug, it floated quietly beside Rong Yi, akin to a beast of the heavenly aspect realm, capable of soaring through the heavens, having broken free from earthly shackles. Taking the Taodai robe from Dian Wei, the black robe was intricately embroidered with golden threads, depicting a ferocious beast roaring upwards, its gaping maw seemingly ready to devour the world. For a considerable time, the garment would remain intact. Upon donning the Taodai robe, it transformed into the style of a black dragon robe in accordance with Rong Yi's wishes. In truth, Rong Yi's clothing had only been torn twice, and on both occasions, it had been seen in its entirety by Qing Zhu. Reflecting on this, Rong Yi couldn't help but recall Qing Zhu, her veiled face, delicate willow-like brows, and graceful figure. He then pondered, isn't she supposed to repay my life-saving grace? Why hasn't she sent some fine gifts my way? Surely, she wouldn't dare to stand me up. Indeed, such pragmatism. Meanwhile, a dozen individuals soared from the west. The leader was an elderly matron, her visage weathered, leaning on a wolf-headed cane, her demeanor icy and her gaze indifferent. The middle-aged and younger members trailing behind wore expressions of disdain, as if they were repulsed by the sight before them. Is this truly the eastern part of the empire? How desolate! The star essence in the air is far too thin. Heh! Merely a group of lowly commoners inhabiting this place. Had it not been for the sect's task, I would never have set foot here in my lifetime. Their sense of superiority was palpable. They hailed from the 8th-grade cultivation sect of the Empire, Wanyan Valley, sent to investigate the annihilation of the Linjian sect in Rong country. Initially, they visited the Amoli Mountain, where the Linjian sect was located, only to find it a charred ruin. They subsequently visited the remaining 2 9th-grade cultivation sects, Taisher City and Tianxiang Pavilion. The lords of those sects were at their wits' end, unable to offend either side, and thus shifted all blame onto the deceased. The dead cannot be resurrected, nor can they cause trouble. They spoke at length about how the Linjian sect had committed heinous acts and how they had humiliated Rome country, ultimately leading to their destruction. Their spittle flew for nearly half an hour, yet the leading matron remained unfazed, only uttering a final sentence that nearly terrified the lords of Taishan City and Tianxiang Pavilion into submission. If that is the case, you shall take me to the Rome royal palace to conclude this matter. The lords of Taishan City and Tianxiang Pavilion were well aware of how Rongyi had dispatched Yuan Shirkai, a practitioner of the Star Mansion realm, with a single blow. The entourage from Wanyan Valley was evidently there to cause trouble for Rongyi. They were in no position to involve themselves in such matters. They repeatedly delayed, yielding no results. The two lords, feeling despondent, exchanged sympathetic glances, mentally preparing their explanations for the Tiani Emperor. The group swiftly flew onward, and after half a day's journey, they arrived at the capital of Rome country. The lords of Taishan City and Tianxiang Pavilion intended to caution them to behave appropriately when approaching the royal palace and to have the palace guards announce their arrival. However, before they could voice their concerns, they beheld the haughty expressions of the group as they gazed down upon the capital. The leading matron's eyes glinted with coldness as she declared, "The Rome royal palace is over there. Let us proceed directly. I wish to inquire of the Rome ancestor emperor what right he has to annihilate the Linjian sect." The group immediately soared forth. "Rongyi, come forth and pay your respects to Elder Hua of Wanyan Valley." A middle-aged man behind the matron summoned with a bellow. "Rongyi, pay respects? Elder Hua of Wanyan Valley." Inside the palace, Rongyi, just adorned in the Taodai robe, raised an eyebrow, his mind racing as he deduced the identity of the newcomers. He had anticipated that the cultivation sects of the empire would send someone following the destruction of the Linjian sect, yet he had not expected them to arrive so belatedly. "Ancestor Emperor. The newcomers are exceedingly disrespectful. This subordinate is willing to eradicate them on your behalf," the fierce General Dianwei declared, his eyes ablaze with killing intent, embodying the ancient terror. "No need for haste. You shall accompany me to meet them." Rongyi beckoned with his hand, leading the two generals and the insect into flight. Chapter 43. The ignorant are fearless. The lower-grade cultivation sects must pay tribute to the upper-grade sects each year, and the rules are strictly enforced. The state and the cultivation sects maintain a respectful distance from one another. The annihilation of the Linjian sect resulted in a loss of tribute for Wanyan Valley, which is part of the reason for their visit. However, more importantly, they must not allow Rome country to set a precedent that disrupts the established order. They need to demonstrate to all the vassal states of the East the consequences of breaking the rules. Of course, they arrived with a document from the 10,000 Lords' office. Because this matter only pertained to a minor vassal state in the East, the clerks of the 10,000 Lords' office did not pay it much heed and promptly approved the document with a seal. Had the clerk given it even a modicum of attention and reported it to higher authorities, perhaps the current situation could have been avoided. Nevertheless, the clerk's negligence was not solely to blame. Matters concerning vassal states, especially those in the East, were often treated with such casualness. The primary responsibility lay with Zhang Kai of the Eastern 10,000 Lords' office and Qing Zhu. Zhang Kai failed to report the affairs of Rome country to the 10,000 Lords' office, resulting in the upper echelons being unaware of the changes in the eastern vassal states. Qing Zhu, being part of the upper echelons of the 10,000 Lords' office, had her own channels of information. She was well aware of events in the eastern vassal states, but after reporting to the sect leader, she could not disclose it to her subordinates. This led to the personnel of the 10,000 Lords' office remaining oblivious to the affairs of Rome country, hastily approving the document and indirectly pushing the people of Wanyan Valley into a perilous situation. The group of individuals exchanged disdainful glances, their faces twisted in scorn, while the lords of Taishan City and Tianxiang Pavilion trailed behind. Appearing timid and apprehensive, upon seeing Rongyi emerge, the two lords felt a tremor of anxiety. Rongyi, accompanied by the warrior Elbu, the fierce General Dianwei, and the Qingyu sword bug, flew forth to confront the group. "Are you Rongyi?" the middle-aged man who had called out earlier inquired, looking down from his elevated position. Rongyi neither confirmed nor denied, surveying the crowd. The elderly matron's aura was but a fraction weaker than his own, possessing at least minor mastery in the Star Mansion realm, while the others were considerably weaker, mostly at the Heavenly Aspect realm. "Elder Liao is addressing you. Are you mute?" a young man interjected, stepping forward with malicious intent. "You lowly peasant, upon encountering Elder Hua of Wanyan Valley, you ought to promptly bow and pay your respects. Such disrespect warrants the breaking of your legs. Seeking death? Roared Elbu, pointing his Fangtian Huaji at the youth. Ancestor Emperor, allow this subordinate to slay the insolent one to uphold your authority. Slay me? You lowly peasant possess such audacity. The youth retorted coldly, channeling star essence around him to display his minor mastery in the heavenly aspect realm. Let me show you who will be slain. Rong-yi, observing the youth's arrogant ignorance, calmly replied, Granted. Granted. Allow the warrior Elbu to carry out your request. In accordance with the Ancestor Emperor's decree, Elbu bellowed. His figure suddenly bursting forth, leaving a fleeting shadow in the air. PFF. The Fangtian Huaji swept upward, piercing through the youth's chest. It was only at that moment that the youth realized the gravity of his situation. So fast. He looked down in disbelief, the Fangtian Huaji having pierced him through completely. You dare to take my life. As the words left his lips, the young man's vitality vanished entirely. Elder Hua's expression turned frigid, while the others from Wanyan Valley glared with fury. The previously mentioned Steward Liao lunged towards the war general Elbu, shouting, You dare to kill a disciple of Wanyan Valley. You seek death. Steward Liao channeled his star essence, transforming it into a colossal hand that reached out to grasp Elbu. With a resounding crash, Elbu flicked his wrist, discarding the young man's lifeless body from his halberd, and swiftly retaliated, cleaving the star essence hand in two. With a chilling sound, the body of Steward Liao was sliced open from his forehead down through his nose, jaw, chest, and abdomen, splitting him in half. The scene was gruesomely bloody. Your Majesty, leave the remaining ones to me. The fierce General Dian Wei, witnessing the sanguinary spectacle, felt an immediate surge of bloodlust and requested to take action. Humph! Do you truly believe you can disregard my presence? Elder Hua scoffed, her wolf-headed staff halting in mid-air. An immense wave of star essence emanated from her, enveloping the entire palace. Elder Hua was making her move. The others from Wanyan Valley seethed with indignation. The Rong family was far too arrogant, daring to murder in front of Elder Hua. They should annihilate the Rong family. Only with the blood of the lowly can they cleanse their sins. The members of Wanyan Valley shouted in unison. Meanwhile, the Lord of Ironstone City and the Master of Tianqing Pavilion shrank back, whispering to one another, Let us not provoke them further. If we do, Emperor Tianyi may take action. As the ancestral emperor of Rong Nation, you oppress my cultivation sect and annihilate the Linjian sect, violating the rules. You rightly deserve punishment, even if the Linjian sect strikes first. They have breached the rules, and you should report to the Wanhou office for us to take action, not for you to exterminate the Linjian sect. I come bearing the decree of the Wanhou office. And you incite your subordinates to slaughter my Wanyan Valley's stewards and disciples. You show utter contempt for the empire, for Wanyan Valley, and for the laws governing the nation and cultivation sects. Today, I shall cleanse the Rong family with blood, for the sake of the empire, Wanyan Valley, and all cultivation sects. Elder Hua spoke fervently, ensuring that Wanyan Valley appeared righteous, casting the Rong family as deserving of death. The Lord of Ironstone City and the Master of Tianqing Pavilion exchanged glances, both thinking, It's over. Emperor Tianyi is about to act. This old woman is courting death and dragging us down with her. Elder Hua, kill them to avenge Steward Liao and Master Hao. With Elder Hua taking action, their demise was inevitable. Elder Hua possessed the cultivation of the perfected star realm. She could crush the Rong family with a mere finger. The members of Wanyan Valley observed Rong-yi and his two fierce generals as if they were mere mice before a cat. Those two were clearly naive, believing that by killing Steward Liao and Master Hao, they had become invincible. Little did they know, their cultivation was worlds apart from that of Elder Hua. The members of Wanyan Valley mocked. Wanyan Valley truly wields great power. Elder Hua indeed possesses remarkable cultivation. Rong-yi laughed heartily at these ignorant fools. If you seek trouble, at least inquire about your opponent's strength. What is the difference between your foolishness and offering yourselves up for slaughter? I almost feel embarrassed. Upon hearing the laughter, the Lord of Ironstone City and the Master of Tianqing Pavilion felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their faces turning pale. Something terrible is about to happen. Lives are at stake. Boom! 3 powerful auras erupted simultaneously. The War General Elbu and the fierce General Dianwei both possessed perfected star realm cultivation. The system would never present inferior products. When the system intervenes, it guarantees excellence. Although Rongyi practiced the ancestral level technique, the shaking heaven decision, and was merely at the minor success stage of the star realm, his formidable aura firmly overshadowed Elder Hua. In an instant, Elder Hua's expression changed dramatically, and the mocking smiles of Wanyan Valley's members froze. Suddenly, two figures sprang forth from behind. "Your Majesty Tianyi, spare us. We were forced into this situation. Please, Your Majesty. Show mercy." It was the Lord of Ironstone City and the Master of Tianqing Pavilion, tears streaming down their faces as they pleaded for their lives. Chapter 44. War and Uncertainty. Rongyi had long noticed the Lord of Ironstone City and the Master of Tianqing Pavilion behind the members of Wanyan Valley. At this moment, the two were weeping profusely, recounting how they had been coerced by the members of Wanyan Valley to approach and beseech Rongyi for clemency. "Fear not. I understand your predicament." Rongyi waved his hand dismissively. The Lord of Ironstone City and the Master of Tianqing Pavilion were taken aback, quickly rising to their feet. On the other side, Elder Hua from Wanyan Valley and the other stewards and disciples were expressions of utter despair. Elder Hua, relying on her star realm cultivation, had presumed it sufficient to crush the entire Eastern lordships, deeming a mere Rong nation inconsequential. Yet reality had proven shockingly different upon the first move from Rong nation. Three perfected star realm experts emerged, their auras firmly surpassing that of Elder Hua. Elder Hua's face, weathered and rough like dried bark, instantly lost its haughty demeanor, replaced by fear and a desperate desire to appease. But before she could speak, Rongyi interrupted her. "Elder Hua of Wanyan Valley, is it? You are a star realm expert, are you not? Do you consider yourself strong? Is Wanyan Valley truly powerful? I am the ancestral emperor of a nation, and you have trespassed upon the palace with great disrespect, repeatedly offending me. You deserve death." His final words, cold as ice, dripped with murderous intent. Elder Hua's heart trembled. "You cannot kill me. I am an elder of the 8th grade sect." Wanyan Valley. Wanyan Valley? The fierce General Dianwei, having caught sight of blood, was eager to take action. Having received Rongyi's command, he would not let this opportunity slip away. With a roar, he transformed into a streak of black light. Charging towards Elder Hua. "Eat this punch." Dianwei unleashed a punch, channeling his star essence. The black light swelled, rapidly expanding to 10 zhang in size, enveloping Elder Hua entirely. "Spare me." Elder Hua's eyes widened in horror. She knew she could not withstand this strike. Summoning her full strength, she attempted to form a defense while retreating. Boom! Crack! The 10 zhang fist descended, shattering the defense Elder Hua had mustered. The fist struck her, and she felt her organs rupture. The shadow of death enveloping her. It was as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. In an instant, Elder Hua was obliterated, exploding into a rain of blood that showered the surroundings. Too easy, too easy. Dianwei withdrew his fist, relishing the moment as he cast a fierce gaze towards the other stewards and disciples of Wanyan Valley. They were paralyzed with terror, and a timid young girl fainted at the sight. This man just killed Elder Hua with a single punch. Elder Hua was a star realm expert. At that moment, the two figures behind Rongyi, the Lord of Ironstone City and the Master of Tianqing Pavilion, appeared entirely unsurprised. Just days prior, Emperor Tianyi had slain a star realm expert from the Eastern Wanhou office with a single strike. Now, one of his subordinates had done the same to Elder Hua of Wanyan Valley. What was so surprising about this? Emperor Tianyi was that formidable, and Rong Nation was that powerful. I had warned you to approach the palace and request the guard's announcement, but you refused to listen. Look where that has led you. Rongyi observed the blood rain falling around him, clicking his tongue in disappointment. Had the blood and star essence been absorbed by my blade, while it wouldn't have improved its quality, it would have at least accumulated. However, with Elder Hua obliterated, there was nothing Rongyi could do. He shifted his attention to the remaining members of Wanyan Valley. Though they are all at the Tianxiang realm, the blade cannot absorb much blood and star essence, making it not worth using. Forget it. The 5th grade blade should at least absorb star realm cultivators. I cannot lower my status. Rongyi mused inwardly. The remaining members of Wanyan Valley were unaware that they had narrowly escaped death in Rongyi's mind. Listen well, Rongyi commanded. Return and inform your valley master that while I do not concern myself with other lordships, within the borders of Rong Nation, all sects must adhere to the laws of Rong Nation. Yes, yes. We will surely convey the words of Emperor Tianyi to the valley master. The members of Wanyan Valley, initially anxious about losing their lives, now felt a glimmer of hope upon realizing that Emperor Tianyi intended to let them leave. They nodded eagerly, eager to depart. This cursed Rong Nation, this cursed Emperor Tianyi. How could the Eastern lordships possess such power? Rong Yi waved his hand, and the members of Wanyan Valley, as if granted a reprieve, fled as if their lives depended on it. The Lord of Ironstone City and the Master of Tianxing Pavilion also requested to take their leave. Rong Yi did not hinder their departure, allowing them to exit. What remained was to see what sort of powerful figures Wanyan Valley would send next, preparing for either war or peace. Rong Yi gazed longingly at the retreating figure of the person escaping from Wanyan Valley. If Wanyan Valley possessed even a modicum of rationality, they would not engage in a relentless battle with the Rong Kingdom. With the imminent commencement of the multinational hunt, the ongoing conflict between Wanyan Valley and the Rong Kingdom would undoubtedly provoke the Western Qiong Empire, exacerbating the tensions between nations and sections. Furthermore, the slaying of Elder Hua from Wanyan Valley revealed the profound heritage of the Rong Kingdom. At the very least, it would take a practitioner surpassing the Star Mansion realm to extinguish the Rong Kingdom. As for Rong Yi's mention of thorough preparations, it merely referred to the state of unyielding warfare. He needed to enhance his cultivation as a precaution, for during that time, he might even elevate the quality of his killing blade. Additionally, Rong Yi had to prepare for the multinational hunt, which would occur in just over a month on August 23. The events of the multinational hunt would undoubtedly be far more thrilling than the troubles brought by Wanyan Valley. Accompanied by 2 individuals and a bug, he made his way back home. Days turned into nights, and time passed by. With the progression of time, Rong Yi's cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the Star Mansion realm. He paused his cultivation advancements to hone various martial skills, training alongside the valiant General Elbu and the fierce General Dian Wei, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. However, contrary to Rong Yi's expectations, the matter concerning Wanyan Valley had come to an abrupt halt, seemingly fizzling out without consequence. A few days prior, the deacons and disciples of Wanyan Valley returned to their sect and promptly reported the incident. The death of an elder was a matter of great consequence that shook the sect. Thus, the Valley Master convened a gathering of the high-ranking elders. Did the Rong Kingdom truly possess 3 powerful practitioners in the Star Mansion realm? Was there one stronger than Elder Hua? Some elders found it hard to believe. Who among them was unaware that the strongest practitioners in the eastern vassal states were merely at the heavenly manifestation realm? How could there possibly be a practitioner at the Star Mansion realm? Moreover, the Eastern Empire was notoriously barren, lacking in Star Yuan. Otherwise, a mere 8th-grade sect like Wanyan Valley would not even be managing affairs. Could it be that someone truly defeated Elder Hua with a single punch? The deacon from Wanyan Valley who had previously visited the Rong Kingdom nodded gravely, stating, "Valley Master, esteemed elders, I assure you that every word I speak is true." That day, Emperor Yi proclaimed that all cultivation sects within the borders of the Rong Kingdom must comply with its rules. Bold, arrogant, overbearing. An elder, irate, scolded. Does he think that having 3 practitioners in the Star Mansion realm grants him the right to disregard us at Wanyan Valley? Ignorant. We at Wanyan Valley have nearly 50 elders at the Star Mansion realm. Why should we fear a mere Rong Kingdom? But can any of those 50 elders truly crush Elder Hua with a single punch? The Valley Master slowly spoke, posing a question that rendered the elders' expressions stiff. Before they could even respond, a cold splash of reality hit them. I see you all living in comfort, neglecting your cultivation, and instead, allowing your minds to turn to mush. The Valley Master scolded. When you issue sect missions, do you not investigate the backgrounds of your opponents? To obliterate Elder Hua with a single punch, one must at least possess the cultivation of the perfected Star Mansion realm. Who among you dares to fight, ah? Are you only capable of boasting within the sect? Humph, just wait. Once the Supreme Elder emerges from seclusion, the matter will be decided by him. With a flick of his sleeve, the Valley Master left behind a group of elders with flushed faces. Chapter 45. The ivory from a dog's mouth. Wanyan Valley did not seek out Rong Yi, much to his delight as he focused on preparing for the multinational hunt. The multinational hunt involved the selection of the 10 most powerful vassal states from the east, west, south, and north of the empire. Led by royal descendants, forming a team of 30 participants. The Rong Kingdom, with Rongqi ascending to the throne, was no longer eligible to participate. Rongyi chose 9 individuals from other royal descendants. And together with the valiant General Elbu, the fierce General Dian Wei, and the 18 knights of Yinyun, they formed a 30-member team. Among the 9 royal descendants, Princess Pingyang had slightly stronger cultivation, having reached the transformation origin realm, while the other 8 were at the nascent origin realm. Given their inferior skills, it was clear that the 9 could not be relied upon for the multinational hunt. In Rongyi's words, it was merely about participation. After all, with Elbu, Dian Wei, and the 18 knights of Yinyun, everything would be manageable. Furthermore, in recent days, Rongyi had upgraded the cultivation of the 18 knights to the perfected heavenly manifestation realm, expending 800 imperial fortune on each, which caused him a slight pang of heartache. Yet, witnessing 18 perfected heavenly manifestation knights alongside 18 horses at the small success level of the heavenly manifestation realm brought him great satisfaction. It was a buy one get one free offer, a gesture of warmth from the system die in the blink of an eye. A month had passed. Even though the Dongwon Marquis Zhang Kai held a grudge against Rong Yi, he dared not delay the empire's significant matters and sent word 2 days early on this day. Rong Yi, accompanied by those participating in the multinational hunt, as well as the new monarch Rong Qi and the former monarch Rong Ruizong, headed toward the Dongwon Marquisate. Upon their arrival, the teams from the other 9 powerful eastern vassal states were already present. Among them was the state of Yin, which had suffered defeat at the hands of the 50,000 Zhao Iron Cavalry, who had pressed them down into the ground. As soon as the Yin monarch laid eyes on Rong Yi, his expression shifted repeatedly, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. The news of Rong Yi's confrontation with the 8th grade sect Wanyan Valley had spread throughout the eastern vassal states. Who did not know that after Wanyan Valley lost an elder, they did not seek further trouble with the Rong Kingdom, clearly indicating their submission? If you are so stubborn, why should I avoid you? The Yin monarch pretended not to see and turned his gaze aside. Unlike the Yin monarch, the other 8 nations were rather curious, casting glances at that legendary figure. Established 9,000 years ago, the Rong Kingdom had turned the tide 9,000 years later, decisive in battle, unyielding, and extraordinarily domineering. Yet, that slender figure, with cascading black hair and an almost ethereal countenance, resembled a pretty boy, completely devoid of the aura of dominance and strength. Only the cold and resolute expression gave others a hint of his martial prowess. At the forefront, Zhang Kai, upon catching sight of Rong Yi, felt a flash of anger in his eyes, quickly replaced by a cold smirk. Just wait, during the multinational hunt, you will undoubtedly meet your demise. Zhang Kai did not regard Rong Yi favorably, and with a wave of his right hand, a streak of light shot forth from his sleeve. Swelling in the wind in an instant, it transformed into a massive flying wooden ship, towering 100 feet. Please board, everyone. Zhang Kai leaped aboard, standing at the ship's bow. Once everyone was on board, the flying wooden ship took to the skies, soaring westward at a speed rivaling that of a practitioner in the Star Mansion realm. The flying wooden ship pierced through the white clouds, the gale surging as it broke through the vast expanse of the sky. It took a full day of flight to reach their destination, where 3 flying wooden ships awaited. Princess Pingyang observed with curiosity, comparing their 3 flying wooden ships, luxurious and imposing, with gleaming varnish, to the one they were on, which resembled a fishing vessel at sea. The disparity was evident at that moment. Laughter echoed from the distant 3 flying wooden ships. Ha ha ha, once again, the Eastern faction arrives last. In my opinion, the East should refrain from participating in the multinational hunt in the future, as they are always at the bottom. What difference does it make whether they participate or not? On the left, a black flying wooden ship bore several figures, among whom was a middle-aged man clad in a white robe with a golden dragon design. The others chimed in with light laughter, their faces flushed, spirits high, and their auras profound, clearly indicating their formidable prowess. Zhang Kai's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he dared not retort, lacking even a hint of anger, and stammered in reply, "Esteemed Western monarchs, you jest. The Empire's significant affairs are not to be neglected by the Eastern vassal states. The West, being the strongest of the 4 divisions of the Empire, was precisely why Zhang Kai dared not challenge them." Rong Yi stood at the side of the ship, scrutinizing those individuals, silently perceiving their auras and assessing their strengths. Unbeknownst to him, the conversation shifted to him. The man in the white robe with the golden dragon design remarked, "Lord Zhang, I have heard that the ancient relic of the Rong Kingdom has returned to life after 9,000 years. I wonder who it is? Ancient relic." Rong Yi's brow furrowed slightly. As a monarch, is this the quality of discourse expected? The Rong Kingdom had not participated in the multinational hunt for several thousand years. This time, having vanquished the Zhao Kingdom, they presumably aimed to take their place in the hunt. A monarch from the west chimed in. "What? Are you afraid we will accuse you of bullying the weak? Dare you not show yourselves? Ha ha, we fear being labeled as those who oppress the elderly." The Western monarchs exchanged banter, their gazes filled with mockery. "Bold. How dare you offend the ancestor emperor?" The valiant General El Bu's brows furrowed as he pointed his halberd at the 10 Western monarchs. "Ha ha ha, offend? An ancient relic. Do you think he can offend me?" The monarch in the white robe with the golden dragon laughed lightly. "If he is dead, let him remain dead. Why return to seize the throne from his descendants? Ah, so you cannot let go of the throne, which is why you have returned." Someone beside him chuckled. The fierce General Dian Wei's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Zhang Kai hastily interjected, "Rong Yi, this is not the place for violence. Do not disrupt the empire's decorum." Rong Yi remained unfazed and replied nonchalantly, "If a dog bites you, would you bite back?" The 10 Western monarchs, led by the one in the white robe with the golden dragon design, suddenly darkened their expressions. "Ancient relic, whom do you call a dog?" Rong Yi paid no heed. "You called him an ancient relic. That is not my title. If I were to accept it, would it not be admitting to being foolish?" Rong Yi feigned ignorance as the monarchs of the Western 10 kingdoms delivered a blow that, though aimed fiercely, struck only at the soft cotton of his resolve, leaving him feeling light and powerless. As if he might bleed from the heart. At that moment, the monarch clad in a white robe adorned with golden dragons spoke again. "I perceive that the Grand Emperor of Rome is naught but a pretty face, skilled only in the art of sharp tongues. Sharp tongues, indeed. Were they not all incessantly chattering, each droning on about their own longevity? If anyone were to be accused of wielding a sharp tongue, they were the prime exemplars of such. Yet, being called a pretty face was not without its charm. Who does not relish the flattery of being deemed handsome?" Rong Yi, pleased by the remark, retorted, "You, little pup, have managed to spit out ivory from your mutt's mouth. A rare feat indeed. You seek your own demise." The white-robed monarch of the great Qian kingdom had never before been so insulted. Relying on his status, he had sought amusement at the expense of the eastern vassal states. But now, having found no merriment and lost face in the process, he vowed to extinguish all of Rong's people once they entered the mountains. The rulers of the western states bellowed in agreement. Zhang Kai, standing nearby, felt a flicker of joy in his heart. This was indeed a fool's errand, to provoke the might of the western 10 kingdoms. Such ignorance of danger was astounding. Originally, Zhang Kai had intended to approach the southern or northern vassal states to solicit assistance in eliminating Rong Yi, knowing that it would incur some cost. Now, with Rong Yi daringly challenging the strongest of the western vassals, how could he not revel in this folly? "Fool, do you think you can provoke the western 10 kingdoms? The mightiest among them will obliterate you as easily as one swats a mosquito." Chapter 46. Observers. The man in the white robe adorned with golden dragons was none other than the monarch of the great Qian kingdom of the west. He cast a cold glance at Rong Yi before turning to return to the ship's cabin. Flanked by 9 other monarchs whose expressions were equally grim as they exchanged harsh words, speaking of the intent to slay Rong Yi and annihilate his forces. Inside the cabin, over 300 individuals were divided into 10 teams. The white-robed monarch of the great Qian kingdom walked directly to the front of the central team, where among the 30 individuals were royal descendants of the Qian dynasty alongside powerful figures of the kingdom. Upon seeing their sovereign, they immediately bowed in respect, but upon noting the monarch's displeased countenance, they hastily parted to reveal a woman standing at the edge of the cabin. "Little demon, did you hear all that?" The great Qian monarch spoke in a low voice. The woman gazed outside through the window, lost in thought. With a delicate face, long black hair, and eyes that shimmered like water, she exuded a captivating charm. Her fiery figure accentuated by a long gown with black trim and red edges that failed to conceal her perfect curves, unwittingly radiating an allure that stirred the imaginations of those nearby. Hearing the great Qian monarch's words, She did not turn around, but instead let out a playful laugh filled with mockery, saying, "The Grand Emperor of Rome is rather amusing." A cold sweat broke out on the brows of those around her. The great Qin monarch commanded, "Kill him for me. I desire his head to serve as my night pot." The woman did not respond, but the great Qin monarch knew that after the grand hunt of the nations, she would undoubtedly bring him the head of Rong Yi. She must, outside. As the rulers of the Western 10 kingdoms turned to enter the cabin, the Eastern vassal states, including Zhang Kai, visibly relaxed, exchanging pleasantries. The Southern and Northern vassal states, comprising 20 monarchs, soared towards the Eastern vassal states aboard their flying wooden ships. Zhang Kai hurriedly donned a respectful smile, realizing that he could only flaunt his authority before the Eastern vassal states. Not to mention the might of the Western vassal states, even the slightly weaker Southern and Northern states were not to be trifled with. As the 20 monarchs conversed with Zhang Kai, their eyes scrutinized Rong Yi with an expression akin to that of gazing upon a corpse, tinged with mockery, deriding his audacity to offend the Western vassal states, particularly the formidable Great Qin Kingdom. The other 9 nations of the Eastern vassal states clustered nearby, sharing laughter and jests. The new Grand Monarch, Rong Qi, explained to Rong Yi, "The Southern and Northern vassal states have come here to merge their forces with those of the Eastern vassal states in pursuit of better rankings, from which they will undoubtedly reap some benefits." Oh, is that so? Rong Yi, who had been somewhat perplexed, instantly understood upon Rong Qi's explanation. They were merely trailing behind others to gather the leftovers. After a pause, he inquired, "In previous years, which of the Southern or Northern states did Rong ally with?" The former Grand Monarch, Rong Ruizong, felt a flush of embarrassment, stuttering, "When it comes to previous years, Rong allied with the Northern fierce martial Marquis Kingdom." Rong Yi followed Rong Ruizong's gaze and nodded, choosing not to press further at that moment. They beheld the West Marquis Secretary Elder gliding gracefully towards them, landing beside the group as he addressed them. "Esteemed lords, this year's grand hunt of the nations differs slightly from the past. I have just received word." "What is different?" Zhang Kai and the elder secretaries of the Southern and Northern Marquis inquired simultaneously. Their sources of information, after all, were not as reliable as that of the West Marquis Secretary. All eyes turned to the West Marquis Secretary. With a gentle smile, the West Marquis Secretary announced, "This year, the esteemed Miss Qingzhu shall be attending the grand hunt." "What? Miss Qingzhu is coming? Is it truly so?" Zhang Kai and the elder secretaries of the Southern and Northern Marquis gasped, their expressions shifting drastically as they pressed for confirmation. The monarchs of the nearby vassal states wore expressions of confusion, unaware of the significance of Miss Qingzhu that warranted such attention from the elder secretaries of the Eastern, Western, Southern, and Northern states. A monarch from the Southern vassal state clasped his hands and inquired, "Might I ask, West Secretary Elder, who is Miss Qingzhu?" The West Secretary Elder's expression darkened at the question. Glaring at the Southern monarch who dared to inquire, "Miss Qingzhu is not someone you can speak of casually. You ought to refer to her as Lady Qingzhu. Do not blame me for not warning you. Should anyone dare to disrespect Lady Qingzhu, I shall annihilate your nation." He cast a warning glance at Rong Yi, as if to emphasize his point. The other monarchs fell silent, nodding in submission. Rong Yi, however, found amusement in the situation. Qingzhu? Had she not seen his body twice already? According to the customs of this realm, should their identities switch, he would be the female and she the male. Thus she ought to take responsibility for him. Contemplating Qingzhu's enchanting figure and exquisite visage, Rong Yi stroked his chin, thinking that if she were to take responsibility, he could begrudgingly accept it. A chuckle escaped him. Grand Emperor, why are you grinning like a fool?" The fierce General Dian Wei's boisterous voice shattered the reverie, drawing the attention of everyone aboard. Rong Yi's face turned crimson with embarrassment as he insisted, "This is not a lewd smile. It is a mischievous grin." Rong Yi, the West Secretary Elder finally extended his ominous grasp towards Rong Yi, his icy gaze piercing through him. "Let me remind you, do not presume upon your status from 9,000 years ago to act with arrogance. I will not intervene in your affairs with the Western vassal states, but should you dare to offend Lady Qingzhu, I will not spare you." This statement irked Rong Yi. The secret between him and Qingzhu was not something the elder could comprehend. "Hemph! You sycophantic pup! It is none of your concern." Rong Yi rolled his eyes and turned away, choosing to ignore the West Secretary Elder. "You, The West Secretary Elder's fury rose, ready to unleash a tirade, but then he restrained himself, reasoning that it was not worth his while to lose his temper over someone who would not live much longer. Once he encountered Lady Qingzhu, he would not dare to offend her even if given 10 lives. The Elder Secretary of the Northern Marquis hastily interjected, "Calm down. Just calm down, humph." The West Secretary Elder scoffed, flicking his sleeve as he left a parting remark filled with ire. "Lady Qingzhu shall arrive in half an hour. You all prepare to welcome her." Yes, no one dared to defy him. Once the West Secretary Elder departed, the gazes of the gathered individuals turned towards Rong Yi, filled with disdainful smirks. This Grand Emperor of Rome was treading ever closer to the path of self-destruction. The one most pleased in the gathering was undoubtedly Zhang Kai, who eagerly anticipated the moment when Lady Qingzhu would arrive, hoping to see Rong Yi offend her and thus be swiftly eliminated. Thus, the affairs of the grand hunt of the nations are settled. Esteemed lords, Lady Qingzhu shall be here shortly. You must lead your respective nations to welcome her," the Elder Secretary of the Northern Marquis instructed. The monarchs of the southern and northern vassal states dispersed to lead the teams from the cabin, standing in neat formation facing the west, while Zhang Kai urged the eastern vassal states to join in the welcome, prompting immediate action. Only Rong Yi remained unperturbed, thinking to himself that half an hour was ample time for everyone to stand ready to receive her. It seems that Lady Qingzhu has quite the grand entrance planned. "Rong Kingdom, will you not step forth immediately?" Zhang Kai called out, seeing Rong Yi's in action. "I can't be bothered," Rong Yi lazily replied, remaining still. "Are you not eager to see me offend Lady Qingzhu? Very well, I shall satisfy you with a splendid show. You seek your own demise." Zhang Kai feigned anger, but inside he was elated. Rong Yi, indeed, thought he could rely on his status from 9,000 years ago to act with disdain. Zhang Kai could not be happier. After a mere scolding, he left Rong Yi behind and joined the other 9 nations to form ranks for the welcome. Chapter 47. Little Demon. The southern and northern vassal states had arranged 60 teams in neat formation, while the 9 eastern vassal states, under Zhang Kai's leadership, soared forth. Why hasn't the eastern Rong Kingdom emerged? The monarchs of the southern and northern vassal states remarked, noting the absence of Rong Kingdom. It seemed the West Secretary Elder's suspicions had borne fruit. The Grand Emperor of Rome truly intended to rely on his past prestige. The world of today is vastly different from that of 9 millennia past. What qualifications does the ancestor emperor of the Rome nation possess to rely on his age and experience? This is tantamount to courting death, even if the esteemed Lord Qingzhu refrains from intervening. The ancestor emperor of the Rome nation cannot escape the consequences. This ancestor emperor is indeed audacious, provoking the Western feudal lords upon his arrival, showing utter disregard for Lord Shiga, and seeking to challenge the authority of Lord Qingzhu. The 20 monarchs engage in hushed conversations, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. At that moment, 10 fleets of flying wooden ships from the western feudal states sweep forth. Behind the monarch of the great Qian nation, a captivating little demoness strides gracefully, her every smile and frown entrancing all who behold her. The remaining 29 individuals, clad in black armor and wielding long blades, stand tall, exuding an aura of formidable power. Suddenly, the attention of those who were just speaking of Rong Yi shifts to the little demoness and her accompanying fleet. Indeed, it is the entourage of the great Qian nation, the little demoness of the great Qian nation. Every year during the Grand Hunt, she leads her nation to victory. It is said that she has achieved the pinnacle of the Star Mansion realm, just a step away from entering the Star Realm. That enchanting figure instantly becomes the center of attention. Ancestor Emperor, this little vixen is truly alluring. Even the fierce General Dian Wei, standing beside Rong Yi, can hardly contain his gaze. At this moment, the little demoness has donned a form-fitting leather armor that accentuates her voluptuous figure. As all eyes are drawn to her, she gazes at Rong Yi aboard the eastern flying wooden ship, her delicate tongue gliding over her crimson lips. Ancestor Emperor, that little vixen is licking her lips while looking at you. She clearly has an interest. The fierce General Dian Wei looks at Rong Yi with envy. Look, the little demoness is fixated on the ancestor emperor of the Rong nation. With the little demoness' attention, the ancestor emperor is surely doomed. The lords of the feudal states scoff. Upon hearing these words, the fierce General Dian Wei senses something amiss. Wasn't she interested in the ancestor emperor? How could it be that he is doomed? Realization dawns, revealing his fury. This little vixen intends to kill the Ancestor Emperor. Ancestor Emperor, I shall strike her down this instant. There's no rush. We have ample time. Rongyi replies nonchalantly, his gaze never leaving the little demoness. That slender waist, straining against the tight leather armor, seems on the verge of bursting with a single breath. Her captivating gaze and beguiling features are utterly irresistible. Yes, Ancestor Emperor. Once the grand hunt commences, I shall eliminate her on your behalf, the fierce General Dian Wei states with grim determination. Rongyi wishes to knock some sense into Dian Wei, urging him to cherish beauty and to observe a moment longer before striking. However, with Rong Ruizong, Rong Qi, and Princess Pingyang at his side, Rongyi must maintain the dignity of the Ancestor Emperor. He nods subtly and remains focused on the captivating sight. At that moment, Lord Shiga emerges from behind the 10 fleets of the western feudal states and immediately notices the absence of a welcoming party for Rongyi. His expression darkens. Has his previous warning fallen on deaf ears? He casts a discontented glance at the Eastern Marquis, Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai, filled with trepidation yet elated, realizes that Lord Shiga is preparing to take action. Indeed, they witness Lord Shiga unleashing a formidable aura, his immense power and surging star essence enveloping the crowd like an overwhelming tide, threatening to engulf them all. Lord Shiga's cultivation has evidently reached new heights. A century ago, he had already entered the Star Realm, and now he must be at least a master of the Star Realm. The 10 monarchs of the western feudal states exchange glances. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lord Shiga fixes his cold gaze upon Rongyi and speaks icily. Rongyi, do you dare to provoke my authority today? Creak, creak. The flying wooden ships struggle to withstand Lord Shiga's oppressive presence. Nearly collapsing under the weight of his might, the overwhelming pressure crashes over Rongyi's royal kin, causing them to collapse one by one. Princess Pingyang, resolute, grits her teeth and desperately attempts to rise. But the pressure pins her down mercilessly. The elite cavalry of Yinyun also falters, trembling and unable to move in the face of such terrifying force. Only Rongyi, the valiant General Elbu, and the fierce General Dian Wei stand unperturbed, resolutely defiant. Rongyi, do not assume that being the Ancestor Emperor from 9,000 years ago grants you the right to disregard the Marquis of the 10,000 Lords. Lord Shiga declares, I command you to descend immediately, and if I refuse, Rongyi retorts. Lord Shiga's eyes twitch violently, veins bulging on his forehead. I shall annihilate your Rong nation. As soon as the words leave his lips, a colossal hand made of swirling star essence materializes behind him, aimed to strike down upon the flying wooden ship. Lord Shiga, Lord Qingzhu has arrived. Suddenly, the monarch of the great Qian nation exclaims urgently. Everyone turns their gaze to the west, where a golden flying wooden ship swiftly approaches. Upon its mast flutters a banner adorned with the characters Shiqing in a majestic script. Lord Shiga's expression fluctuates as he witnesses the massive hand dissipate. He casts a cold glance at Rongyi before turning to greet Lord Qingzhu. Ancestor Emperor, perhaps we should proceed to greet them, Rong Ruizong suggests, a hint of apprehension in his voice. Not necessary. Rongyi gestures dismissively. Rong Ruizong silently parts his lips, choosing not to speak further as the flying wooden ship draws near. It comes to a gentle halt. Several figures leap from the vessel at first glance. All eyes are drawn to a woman clad in martial attire, her face partially veiled in delicate gauze. Lord Qingzhu. Compared to the alluring little demoness of the great Qian nation, Lord Qingzhu exudes an aura of resolute elegance. Her tall figure radiating a sense of gallant strength. With finely arched brows and clear, bright eyes, she addresses them. I humbly welcome the Marquis of the 10,000 Lords, Lord Qingzhu. The assembled crowd bows in unison. Acknowledging her prestige, she is a favored figure before the Lord, a prodigy who has achieved mastery in the Star Mansion realm at such a young age, holding limitless potential. Even the esteemed Lord Shiga treats her with utmost respect. Among the bowing crowd, the enchanting little demoness gazes at Lord Qingzhu, her eyes revealing a mix of admiration and longing for the first time. Please rise, there is no need for excessive formalities. Lord Qingzhu instructs, surveying the crowd before her. Her gaze lands on Rongyi aboard the eastern flying wooden ship, momentarily pausing. Lord Shiga notices Lord Qingzhu's unusual reaction and mistakenly assumes she is filled with anger. Lady Qingzhu, that is Rong Yi, the ancestor emperor of the Rong nation, who dares to show disrespect by failing to welcome you, thus provoking the Marquis of the 10,000 Lords. Lady Qingzhu, I shall eliminate them this instant and obliterate the Rong nation to establish the authority of the Marquis. Chapter 48. The punishment of Qingzhu. It is over. The Rong nation is doomed. How blind can this ancestor emperor be? Does he truly believe the Marquis of the 10,000 Lords would tolerate his arrogance? As Lord Shiga's words fade, the other monarchs cannot contain their derisive laughter. Even the royal kin surrounding Rong Yi, Rong Ruizong, Rong Qi, and Princess Pingyang display pale faces, their eyes filled with trepidation, and no matter how powerful the ancestor emperor may be, with his mysterious abilities that once vanquished the Zhao nation and triumphed over the Tu, Yan, and Qi nations, and even intimidated the 8-rank sect, Wanyin Valley, he now faces the Marquis of the 10,000 Lords of the Shi Qing Empire. Ancestor Emperor, Rong Ruizong's lips quiver. Rong Yi maintains a calm demeanor, quietly observing. However, Lord Qingzhu, upon hearing Lord Shiga's words, displays a flicker of astonishment in her bright eyes. After a brief pause, she inquires, "Why must you kill the Tianyi Emperor and annihilate the Rong nation?" Lord Shiga, oblivious to Lord Qingzhu's true sentiments, assumes she is advocating for righteousness in the name of the Marquis of the 10,000 Lords. He responds with righteous fervor, the ancestor emperor of the Rong nation, upon his arrival, has provoked the feudal states, seeking to disrupt the rules of the Grand Hunt. Furthermore, he has shown utter contempt for the Marquis of the 10,000 Lords, which is utterly unacceptable and warrants annihilation. Having said that, he glances at Rong Yi with cold indifference. "Kill him, quickly!" Zhang Kai exclaims, excitement coursing through him, his lips curling into a cold smile. "Let him be arrogant now, for he shall not even get the chance to participate in the Grand Hunt, but will instead perish here." As everyone awaits the spectacle, anticipating a slight nod from Lady Qingzhu that would signal the demise of the 30-odd individuals aboard the flying wooden ship, the Rong nation will soon be divided among the Tu, Yan, and Qi nations. Yet, Lord Qingzhu furrows her brow and retorts, "Is it merely for this reason that an entire nation must be annihilated? Lord Shiga, the feudal states are vassals of our Shi Qing Empire. Such capricious destruction would only serve to instill fear in the hearts of the feudal lords." Lord Shiga, already prepared to act, nearly stumbles in disbelief. Shouldn't he be declaring the Rong nation's transgressions and preparing for its destruction? The conversation has taken an unexpected turn. Before Lord Shiga can comprehend the situation, Lord Qingzhu suddenly leaps forward, directly alighting upon the eastern flying wooden ship. "Tianyi Emperor, are you truly unaware that Lord Shiga's words are entirely accurate?" Lord Qingzhu locks eyes with Rong Yi, and memories of those tender moments flood her mind, causing a blush to rise to her cheeks, fortunately concealed by the veil. What is happening? The scene of the assassination of the Grand State did not unfold as anticipated. Instead, Miss Qingzhu swiftly approached the Emperor of the Grand State, corroborating the words of the Elder of the West Pavilion. Could it be that the Emperor of the Grand State was indeed correct in his wager? Showing respect for the elderly and love for the young, a bewildered lord of a vassal state exclaimed. Rong Yi's lips twitched. Respect for the elderly and love for the young. How could my father appear so old? Does he not see that I am in the prime of my youth, blind fool? Before Rong Yi could utter a word, the Princess of Pingyang interjected, "Miss Qingzhu, the Emperor has not offended the 10,000 Lords' office, nor provoked the Western vassal states. It was upon our arrival that they began to insult the Emperor. Little girl, sharp-tongued and confused, you dare to slander the Elder of the West Pavilion and us." The Emperor of Deqian retorted coldly. "Was it not you who first insulted the Emperor? You dare to act yet deny your actions, presuming to be a ruler." The Princess of Pingyang, in a state of urgency, thought that without a clear explanation, Miss Qingzhu would be dissatisfied, and the Grand State would surely perish today. Without regard for the status of the Daqian Emperor, she cried out, "Little girl, defying me, do you seek death?" The Daqian Emperor's expression darkened, his aura erupting as he soared into action. "Stand down," Miss Qingzhu commanded icily. "Daqian Emperor, return. Do not offend Miss Qingzhu." Elder of the West Pavilion had not anticipated that the Daqian Emperor would act so impulsively, and he hurriedly shouted, "Miss Qingzhu, This little girl has defied me, violating the 10,000 Lords' office. Today, I shall take her life in the name of the 10,000 Lords' office. The Daqian Emperor unleashed a punch, the star essence swirling into a roaring tiger. Someone, capture her. Miss Qingzhu's eyes gleamed coldly. With a single command, several individuals accompanying her flew out, surrounding the Daqian Emperor from all sides. Point one cast a spell. A streak of star essence shattered the roaring tiger, while others closed in on the Daqian Emperor, their star essence pressure surging like a tempest, instantly suppressing him. The actions of the 10,000 Lords' office require no assistance from you. Miss Qingzhu's voice was frigid. Daqian Emperor, should you wish to commit violence before me today, I shall punish you on behalf of the 10,000 Lords' office. Do you dare to object, Miss Qingzhu? The Daqian Emperor has momentarily lost his senses. I beseech you to show mercy. The elder of the West Pavilion interjected immediately, seeking leniency for the Daqian Emperor. Once the hunt is concluded, you may go to the 10,000 Lords' office to receive your punishment. With a wave of her delicate hand, those suppressing the Daqian Emperor immediately released him. This matter ends here. I shall lead my people to commence the hunt. Prepare yourselves. Miss Qingzhu descended swiftly with her companions. That moment, Rongyi muttered something incomprehensible. Alas, this imperial black dragon robe is indeed a 7th-grade star treasure. It will be difficult to shatter in the future. With a long sigh and a teasing tone, the crowd was left bewildered, while Miss Qingzhu trembled slightly, her face flushing crimson. Yet she did not turn back, and none could see her embarrassment. The gathered lords, however, were more preoccupied with the Daqian Emperor and the elder of the West Pavilion. I asked this how it ends. Wasn't the plan to annihilate Rongyi and overthrow the Grand State? The outcome instead saw the Daqian Emperor penalized. Emperor, is everything all right? The Princess of Pingyang cautiously inquired. All is well. You performed admirably, Rongyi praised, affectionately ruffling the hair of the Princess of Pingyang. Indeed, this is the 24th generation of descendants. The Daqian Emperor's face darkened. Being penalized was trivial, but losing face was a grave matter. How could you be so impatient? The elder of the West Pavilion reproached. The Daqian Emperor furrowed his brow, realizing that the elder of the West Pavilion had not discerned that Miss Qingzhu was favoring the Grand State. The elder of the West Pavilion, with a perplexed gaze, replied, I have not heard that Miss Qingzhu respects the elderly and loves the young. Regardless, I want Rongyi dead, the Daqian Emperor declared, waving his sleeve. Approaching the entranced little demoness, he commanded, Little demon, I demand that you dismember Rongyi into 1,000 pieces. Only then can my heart's resentment be alleviated. The little demoness, coming to her senses, flashed a charming smile, her voice melodious as a nightingale. And his head, do you still desire it? Yes, I still wish to use his head as a chamber pot, the Daqian Emperor replied. He then addressed the other lords. Gentlemen, regardless of who you may be, should you kill Rongyi, I shall reward you handsomely. Ha ha, Daqian Emperor, you jest. Not to mention a reward, even without one, should you command, we would brave fire and water without hesitation. A lord from the western vassal states flattered. In an instant, thousands of eyes in the gathering were filled with murderous intent directed at Rongyi. The kingdom of Daqian, being the foremost vassal state of the Western Qian Empire, was renowned for its wealth, igniting fervor among the crowd. Meanwhile, Miss Qingzhu had already descended, unaware of the unfolding events. As for Rongyi, he regarded the rabble with disdain, deeming them unworthy of his attention. Chapter 49. The hunt begins. Rongyi did not even glance at the vassal states' teams, completely dismissing them. Below lay a continuous range of mountains, dense with forests. Suddenly, as if illuminated by the sun's reflection, a layer of light emerged, radiating outward from a central point, swiftly covering thousands of miles. This was a barrier, sealing off the mountains for the 10,000 nations hunt. Now, as the barrier was lifted, the woods erupted with the sounds of flapping wings and the roars of beasts, imparting a sense of life to the mountains. A moment later, Miss Qingzhu and her companions soared upward, the previously hostile expressions of the gathered individuals transforming into respectful stances. The mountains have been opened, Miss Qingzhu announced slowly, her gaze sweeping across the faces of the crowd, naturally bypassing Rongyi.as in previous years. This 10,000 nations hunt would feature 10,000 fierce criminals, the strongest being cultivators of the stellar realm. while the weakest possessed the strength of the opening realm. Additionally, 10,000 beasts would be unleashed, including 30 stellar realm beasts, 2,000 celestial realm beasts, 3,000 essence-condensing realm beasts, and the remainder divided among third, fourth, and fifth tier beasts. The final rankings among the vassal states would depend on the results of the hunt. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Then I declare the 10,000 nations hunt officially begins. As Miss Qingzhu's voice fell, the teams that had been standing behind the lords immediately descended. Let us proceed, Rongyi remarked, casting a glance at Miss Qingzhu, who unexpectedly returned his gaze. Their eyes met, and a fleeting expression of embarrassment crossed Miss Qingzhu's face before she swiftly turned away. Rongyi chuckled inwardly as he led his companions down. The princess of Pingyang and other royal kin, being of lesser cultivation, could not soar, and were thus escorted by the 18 riders of Yenyun. Descending 100 feet, they encountered the shimmering barrier. Upon entering, the month-long hunt commenced. Rongyi's group descended rapidly. Nearby, a team suddenly approached, led by the alluring little demoness, accompanied by 29 individuals clad in black armor. Your Majesty Tianyi, you are quite intriguing, the little demoness declared, her natural allure evident as her nimble tongue playfully circled her lips. Remember, your life is mine. Do not perish at the hands of others. Rongyi regarded the little demoness. After her words, she cast him a flirtatious glance before breaking through the barrier and entering the mountains. This little vixen? Emperor, I shall slay her, the fierce General Dian Wei exclaimed fiercely. No need to rush. Let us see. Once we enter the mountains, Rongyi almost let slip the truth, needing to maintain the dignity of the emperor. Indeed. We shall obey the emperor's decree, the fierce general replied. And the group descended, the barrier rippling with layers of waves, creating a watery membrane that enveloped Rongyi and his 30 companions. Suddenly, Rongyi and the others found themselves tumbling from midair into the forest. Surrounded by 100 miles with no other teams in sight. This mountain barrier had effectively separated all the groups. Having studied the true essence of formations, although Rongyi had never constructed one, he had some knowledge. Emperor, what shall we do now? The princess of Pingyang asked. Naturally, we shall seek out the beasts and fierce criminals, and eliminate them all, Rongyi replied, producing 7th-grade Thunderfire talismans, golden armor talismans, and flowing cloud talismans, distributing them to several royal kin for self-defense. All those people are targeting us. What should we do? The princess of Pingyang expressed her concerns. Haha, fear not, Rongyi chuckled. Outside the barrier, the eastern, western, southern, and northern vassal states had all dispatched 40 teams into the mountains, sealing the area. 40 images emerged, each displaying the scenes of the respective teams. Originally, the teams had agreed on methods of communication to coordinate their efforts. Among the 10 vassal states of the east, only the Grand State remained unallied, and the image depicted 30 individuals meandering through the forest. Haha, my Jinyu has encountered the first celestial realm beast. It seems this year's first kill will belong to my Jinyu. Suddenly, a lord from a neighboring vassal state laughed. Following his gaze, the image revealed that the 30-person team had surrounded a celestial realm wild boar beast. That may not be the case. My Daxian kingdom has also cornered a fierce criminal. On the other side, a ruler of a western vassal state promptly remarked as the scene unfolded before them. At the forefront of a 30-strong team, a middle-aged man clad in prison garb was hastily fleeing. However, he had not escaped far before being surrounded. Other teams soon discovered their prey as well. He has already slain 10 demon beasts. Zhang Kai's exclamation rang out suddenly. The rulers of the various vassal states, who had previously been engaged in comparisons, immediately changed their expressions and turned to look. They then beheld the team from the Rong state. In Rongyi's hand were 10 black iron tokens, inscribed with the characters for beast, 5 or 3, indicating 3rd and 5th tier demon beasts. These tokens served as the basis for the final tally in the grand hunt. The character for beast denoted a demon beast, while criminal was marked with the character for criminal. A fleeting displeasure crossed the faces of the rulers. The ruler of the Daqian state sneered. It's merely luck that he encountered a few small fry. Even 103rd and 5th tier demon beasts cannot compare to a single criminal of the Star Mansion realm. In the footage from the Daqian Kingdom's team, a minor demon was already engaged in a fierce battle with a criminal of the Star Mansion realm. The minor demon, fierce and agile as a ghost, left trails of afterimages, rendering the criminal utterly defenseless. In mere moments, the minor demon claimed the criminal's life and secured the token inscribed with criminal and Star Mansion. The rulers of the vassal states collectively inhaled sharply. This minor demon is even stronger than last year. No wonder it is the foremost vassal state of the Dacian Empire. The crowd exchanged words, while the Dacian ruler wore a smug smile, convinced that this year's champion would undoubtedly be his kingdom. With a minor demon like that, which vassal state could possibly surpass Dacian? The elder officials from the south and north turned to the elder from the west, expressing their contentment at the prospect of a western vassal state claiming the championship. Upon hearing the flattering remarks from the southern and northern elders, he chuckled subtly. Look, the Rong state is about to encounter the northern Huayu state. A western vassal state official noticed the impending clash between the teams from Rong and Huayu and promptly alerted the others. Everyone turned their gaze. The ruler of the Huayu state glanced sideways at the Dacian ruler, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. Dacian ruler, should my Huayu state's team cross paths with Rong, I shall surely eliminate them on your behalf. Do it. Rest assured, I shall reward you handsomely. Oh, and remember to bring me the head of that Rong state emperor. I still need it for my night pot. The two exchanged glances, their silent communication reflecting a deep mutual understanding. Chapter 50. Not enough excitement, Emperor. A team has been spotted approaching rapidly. A scout from the Yin Yun 18 riders quickly returned with the report. The Princess Pingyang expressed her concern, as all other teams in the Grand Hunt were adversaries of the Rong state. Any encounter with another team would inevitably lead to battle. With a flourish, Rong Yi handed the 10 iron tokens to Princess Pingyang, a playful smile gracing his lips. Excellent, let's go meet them. Before the Grand Hunt had even begun, the various vassal states had mocked and belittled them. Although Rong Yi remained unfazed, aware that due to imperial regulations, they could not engage in combat, he now reveled in the fact that in these mountains, no rules applied. Only the victors would prevail. Emperor, let me take action this time. The fierce General Dian Wei glanced at the tall warrior Lu Bu beside him, eagerness radiating from him. Since his summoning, he had only struck once, defeating an opponent with a single punch, leaving him craving more, as if a million cat claws were scratching at him. Given their cultivation, you mustn't obliterate them with a single punch. This emperor still has use for them. The use, of course, was to absorb their vitality and stellar essence. Rong Yi had not forgotten the killing blade. I will certainly show mercy. The fierce General Dian Wei grinned maliciously. Outside, in the footage of the Huayu state, a team advanced swiftly, led by a short-haired, muscular young man with a gaunt face, prominent cheekbones, and sharp, cold eyes. No need for the minor demon to intervene. The Rong state will surely perish at the hands of the Huayu state. The rulers of the vassal states chuckled lightly, appearing relaxed and self-assured, confident that Huayu would easily defeat Rong. Alas, why couldn't it have been my vassal state that encountered them? Lamented one ruler. Zhang Lintian of Huayu state is quite remarkable. I recall he had just reached the initial stage of the Star Mansion realm last year. This year, he must have progressed even further. Someone remarked with a smile towards the ruler of the Huayu state, who chuckled modestly. Though Huayu did not rank among the top 10 vassal states, the impending clash with Rong had suddenly placed them in the spotlight. If they could annihilate Rong and align themselves with the Dacian kingdom, they would undoubtedly enter the ranks of the top 10, or even the top 5. Luck is a form of strength and opportunity. The first to encounter Rong would be Huayu's chance. Rong State Emperor, I shall borrow your head to serve as a stepping stone for the might of Huayu. Wait, why is the Huayu state team turning in another direction? Suddenly, a voice pulled the Huayu state ruler from his reverie. Upon glancing at the footage, the Huayu ruler furrowed his brow. Why is Zhang Lintian leading the team in a different direction? What about our luck? Our opportunity? Look, Rong State is also changing direction, heading the same way as Huayu. At this rate, the two states are bound to encounter each other. The crowd followed the sound, discovering that indeed, Rong Yi was guiding his team in the same direction. It is undoubtedly Huayu's opportunity. The furrowed brow of the Huayu ruler gradually eased. This Rong State, even the heavens wish to extinguish them. The rulers of the vassal states mocked. Huayu has turned away, yet they continue to pursue. Isn't that courting death? The crowd's disdainful gazes swept over the two figures before Rong State. Rong Qi and Rong Ruizong wore serious expressions, feeling a sense of urgency to warn the emperor against heading that way. Yet they could only watch helplessly. But little did they know that Rongyi's change in direction was due to the report from the Yin Yun 18 riders about a team ahead altering their path. Rongyi aimed to catch up. An already cooked duck, can it still fly away? We must pursue. The distance between the two teams swiftly diminished. That moment, the Huayu State team also spotted the Rong State team a mere 10 miles away. It's Rong! Zhang Lintian's eyes lit up as he swept his hand through his short hair, elated by such a significant surprise so early in the grand hunt. Let us go. Annihilate Rong. We will exchange Rongyi's head for rewards from the Daqian kingdom. With a grand gesture, Zhang Lintian charged towards Rongyi. With Zhang Lintian's cultivation at the minor stage of the Star Mansion realm, he could be considered a young talent, and the rest of the team were all at the Tianxiang realm. In a swift procession of 30, they sped forward in the blink of an eye. They traversed the 10 miles. The two teams were now merely 100 paces apart. Ha ha, Rong State. Who would have thought that my Huayu State would cross paths with you? Zhang Lintian let out a long roar, unleashing his stellar essence as he lunged towards Rongyi with ferocity. Outside, the ruler of the Huayu State, relieved at not missing the opportunity, felt a wave of confidence wash over him. With Zhang Lintian's strike, the Rong State team was doomed. It's over. Rong State has met its end, the rulers of the vassal states declared. Rong Qi and Rong Ruizong's expressions darkened. Even after their emperor's fierce general had obliterated an elder of the 8th grade sect Wanyan Valley, they remained anxious. Zhang Lintian of Huayu State was certainly not comparable to the aging elder of Wanyan Valley. It is said that youth is formidable in combat. How much strength can an elderly cultivator exert compared to a young one? Here it comes, witness this punch. The fierce General Dian Wei laughed heartily, leaping forth, his fist akin to iron and gold, swirling with stellar essence as he unleashed a powerful blow. Rongyi regarded Zhang Lintian. Noting that despite Zhang Lintian's minor stage in the Star Mansion realm, the aura he projected was several times greater than that of the elder from Wanyan Valley. The difference in foundation and cultivation levels was stark. Rongyi silently acknowledged that while Huayu was merely a northern vassal state, its depth far surpassed that of an 8th grade sect. If this were the case, then the mightiest western vassal state could surely rival a 7th grade sect. In this light, the eastern vassal state, Rong, seemed woefully weak. Yet Rongyi possessed the strongest imperial ascendant system and cultivated the unparalleled ancestral technique, the shaking heaven decision, with unfathomable depth, and the fierce General Dian Wei was no less formidable. Rong State, daring to clash with me? Ha ha ha, seeking death. Zhang Lintian clenched his fist, his cultivation erupting, radiating an aura of invincibility, akin to a war god, as he infused stellar essence into a singular, terrifying punch. It's finished. It's finished. This person from Rong State is doomed. Outside, the rulers of the vassal states shook their heads in disbelief. How overly arrogant. How could Huayu State be something Rong could confront head-on? The ruler of the Huayu State felt a swell of pride, as Zhang Lintian performed magnificently at a critical moment, bringing honor to his state. In the next instant, the two fists collided, boom. A powerful shockwave radiated from the point of impact, sweeping in all directions. Trees within 100 paces were uprooted, leaving a scene of devastation and chaos, as the ground shattered like dried twigs, and then, a figure was sent flying from the center of the collision. Insatiable! Insatiable! The imperial edict from the ancestral emperor forbids your execution. Otherwise, with a single punch, I would reduce you to mere pulp. The fearsome general, Dian Wei, exclaimed in astonishment. How can this be Zhang Lintian? Zhang Lintian has been defeated? In a single move. How is that possible? Outside, the sovereigns of the vassal states stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. The expression on the ruler of Huayu Marquisdom was one of sheer terror. Chapter 51. A chaotic slaughter on the screen depicting the Huayu Marquisdom. Zhang Lintian's form was sent flying, soaring over 100 feet before crashing into numerous large trees, finally coming to a stop. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face ashen, his breath weak, unable even to stand. In the scene from Ronghua, the fearsome General Dian Wei wailed in frustration. This is utterly unsatisfactory. Who is this formidable general? How can his prowess be so extraordinary? Defeating Zhang Lintian with a single strike. Is this the reliance of the ancestral emperor of Ronghua? In the grand hunt, perhaps only a minor demon could slay this individual. The sovereigns of the vassal states exchanged glances, their expressions turning grim. The ruler of Huayu Marquisdom wore a particularly dark expression, clouds of despair gathering over him, his heart sinking to the depths. Luck? Opportunity? Nonsense. A few sovereigns gazed at the ruler of Huayu Marquisdom with glimmers of glee in their eyes. Rong Qi and Rong Ruizong gradually relaxed, a hint of smugness evident on their brows. Your Majesty, I have shown mercy and spared him, the fearsome General Dianwei reported, somewhat disgruntled. It was hardly satisfying. Rong Yi nodded, glancing at the battle general Lu Bu beside him. Do you not wish to take action? Perhaps stretch your muscles? In that instant, the fearsome General Dianwei looked on eagerly, a hint of tension in the air. These individuals were not accustomed to being restrained. If you took action, would that not strip away my enjoyment? Fortunately, Battle General Lu Bu clasped his fists in salute, saying, I shall guard the safety of the ancestral emperor, and will refrain from striking. The fearsome General Dianwei visibly sighed in relief. A balance of offense and defense is quite commendable. Rongyi chuckled lightly, flipping his wrist to draw forth the killing blade from the system's space. The Yinyun 18 riders had already surrounded the forces of Huayu Marquisdom. Rong Yi, accompanied by the fearsome General Dianwei, Battle General Lu Bu, and the Royal Scions, sped toward that direction. Look, it appears Ronghua intends to massacre the forces of Huayu Marquisdom. Outside, the imagery of Ronghua and Huayu Marquisdom gradually aligned, both scenes mirroring each other. Rongyi wielded his blade, his smile reminiscent of a malevolent specter from the depths of hell. The ruler of Huayu Marquisdom clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Ronghua, how dare you? The sovereigns of the vassal states also fixed their gazes intently. Come, line up. Rongyi brandished his killing blade, gesturing, Did you not wish to slay this emperor? Here I stand. Who among you dares to act? None in the Huayu Marquisdom dared to utter a word, their faces pale, legs trembling. Do not think this emperor lacks compassion. Those who do not resist shall have their corpses intact, while those who dare to resist shall be butchered without mercy. Rongyi declared fiercely, Is this what you call showing mercy? To drive people to the brink of annihilation and still speak of leaving their bodies whole? As his words fell, Rongyi's killing blade swung down. Thud. Zhang Lintian's head soared into the AIR.in that instant. Rongyi froze, as did the royal scions behind him, and the remaining 29 members of the Huayu Marquisdom stood in shock. Wasn't it said there would be no resistance, and that their corpses would be left intact? The emperor's word is law. I'm accustomed to it, a mere slip of the hand. Rongyi awkwardly explained Ian Ronghua. How many times had he struck down his enemies? Just now, he had momentarily lost focus and habitually severed Zhang Lintian's head. Everyone, flee! Charge out together! The ancestral emperor does not keep his word. Suddenly, a loud cry erupted from the Huayu Marquisdom's ranks, the 29 individuals' eyes reddening, fighting like cornered beasts, all unleashing their star essence and rushing outward. Rongyi's face darkened. It was not that this emperor's words held no weight, it was merely an oversight. The scene immediately descended into chaos. The 29 from Huayu Marquisdom surged forth, scattering in all directions. Surrounding them, the Yinyun 18 riders readied their bows. Fire! Without needing further command from Rong Yi, the Yinyun 18 riders had already drawn their bows. Arrows soaring through the air, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows aimed directly at the lives of the Huayu Marquisdom's people. As a few managed to break through, the Yinyun 18 riders unsheathed their curved blades. In the end, it was indeed a chaotic slaughter, gruesome and unbearable to witness. The least injured was Zhang Lintian, who had been beheaded in a single stroke. The others bore numerous arrows embedded in their bodies, with some suffering hundreds of deep gashes from the curved blades. Rong Gua, the ruler of Huayu Marquisdom, was seething with rage. Before him, the screen depicting Huayu Marquisdom gradually faded away, with the annihilation of the entire force. The image naturally ceased to exist. Surely, it would be too cruel to present the hellish scene continuously, wouldn't it? This ancestral emperor of Ronghua is ruthless and tyrannical, unworthy of being a ruler. Some sovereigns decried, to eradicate the forces of Huayu Marquisdom without leaving a single survivor is utterly barbaric. Others glared furiously at Rong Qi and Rong Ruizong. Yet, they likely never considered that if Ronghua had been the one to fall, their fate would have been even more tragic. Perhaps, in their hearts, they believed Rongwa deserved such an end and should not emerge victorious. But it was destined that Rongyi would slap the faces of all the sovereigns of the vassal states. Huayu monarch, my forces shall surely avenge your Huayu marquisdom. I will not forget the aid Huayu marquisdom provided to the Daqian kingdom. On the other side, the voice of the Daqian monarch resonated softly. The ruler of Huayu marquisdom was taken aback, hastily bowing to the Daqian monarch, expressing his gratitude. This matter arose due to my Daqian monarch. The losses of the various vassal states shall be borne by my Daqian kingdom. The Daqian monarch, with grandiosity, announced to all, evoking immediate emotion from the sovereigns. The Daqian monarch is profoundly principled. We are in admiration. The wealth of the Daqian kingdom, as the foremost among the imperial vassal states, received lavish praise, softening the impact of Rongyi's massacre of Huayu marquisdom's forces on the assembly. Below, in the forest, a chime echoed. Congratulations, host, for killing a star realm cultivator. The killing blade absorbs vital essence and star essence. Ultimately, a system notification rang in Rongyi's mind, indicating that the killing blade had only absorbed Zhang Lintian's vital essence and star essence. He was still far from upgrading the blade's quality to a 4th-grade star weapon. At that moment, from the nearby thicket, rustling sounds emerged. Following the scent of blood, a few 3rd-tier and 4th-tier demon beasts approached. The 3rd-tier beasts were akin to cultivation practitioners of the nascent essence realm, while the 4th-tier beasts were comparable to those of the transformation essence realm. Rongyi allowed the royal scions behind him to take action. They could not come to the grand hunt and do nothing. A bit of practical experience would be beneficial. The royal scions did not bring shame to Rongyi. Perhaps buoyed by the presence of higher-level cultivators like him, they felt secure from peril and fought fiercely, successfully slaying several demon beasts. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air as a massive black eagle, 100 feet in size, soared overhead. Do not let it escape. Use your skills to hinder it, a voice shouted from behind. A 30-member team chased after the colossal eagle, while another team closely followed on the ground. Rongyi's eyes lit up. Here was another opportunity for vital essence and star essence. Observing the southern iron scale marquisdom ruler's expression turn ashen as their image began to overlap with that of Rongwa, it became clear they had encountered a dire situation. The iron scale marquisdom's strength was inferior to that of Huayu marquisdom. Their prospects appeared grim. Other sovereigns cast sympathetic glances at the ruler of iron scale marquisdom. Simultaneously, the ruler of the eastern vassal state, Fu Kingdom, paled as well. Before the grand hunt commenced, the Fu Kingdom monarch had conferred with the iron scale monarch to follow their lead. Upon entering the forest, the two teams quickly merged for the hunt, but now both seemed doomed to perish together. Compassionate glances were directed toward the ruler of iron scale marquisdom by several sovereigns. The same pity was mirrored among the eastern vassal states directed at the Fu Kingdom monarch. Such tragedy unfolded. Chapter 52. Arrogance lasts but 3 breaths. Block that giant eagle, Rongyi commanded. The fearsome General Dianwei surged forth, intercepting the massive eagle just as it attempted to swoop past. With a piercing cry, the 100-foot giant eagle flapped its iron-winged feathers towards Dianwei, its wings slicing through the air like blades, generating a fierce gust. Old bird, prepare to meet your end, Dianwei called out. Extending his claw-like hand, fingers curling as protective star essence swirled around him, disregarding the wind blades conjured by the giant eagle. The star essence erupted, transforming into a colossal hand. In an instant, the giant hand seized the eagle by its neck, akin to grasping a mere chick, and twisted abruptly. A crisp sound of bones cracking echoed through the air. The giant eagle seemed to deflate, its once flapping wings now drooping limply as the hand dissipated. The massive form of the eagle plummeted from the sky. Who was this? The leader of the pursuing iron scale marquisdom forces bellowed. This celestial iron-wing eagle is our quarry. The towering giant eagle descended, revealing the formidable warrior Dianwei. The third prince of the Rong Kingdom. It appeared that he was indeed one of their own. A member from the iron scale marquisate immediately spoke beside the leader. Recognizing the third prince of the iron scale marquisate, his gaze sharpening, he too was familiar with the fierce General Dianwei, having witnessed the moment when the sovereign of the Great Qian Kingdom declared his intent to take Rongyi's life. Like the others, he had turned his attention to the Rong Kingdom, understanding that Dianwei was a trusted aide of Rong Yi. This was a fortuitous opportunity for the Iron Scale Marquisate. In an instant, his eyes gleamed with fervor. If they eliminated the people of the Rong Kingdom, they could attach themselves to the might of the great Qin Kingdom. Outside, the ruler of the Iron Scale Marquisate, upon seeing his third son exhibit such a gaze, felt his heart plummet to the depths of despair. It was over. The third prince of the Iron Scale Marquisate remained oblivious to the strength of the Rong Kingdom. His eyes darted, and he shouted, "Rong Kingdom, you possess immense audacity. How dare you seize the prey of the Iron Scale Marquisate? You seek death." The onlookers, the rulers of various nations, cast pitying glances at the monarch of the Iron Scale Marquisate. "Surround the Rong Kingdom's forces, spare not a single one," commanded the third prince, gesturing with his hand, causing those beside him to swiftly take flight, intent on encircling the Rong Kingdom. Following closely behind were the forces of the Fu Kingdom, eager to join the pursuit. "Rong Kingdom, be sensible, do not resist, and this prince shall grant you a complete corpse. Those who dare to defy shall be met with a brutal demise." The third prince of the Iron Scale Marquisate quickly spotted Rong Yi, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Excellent. I, the Iron Scale Marquisate, shall be the first to encounter the Rong Kingdom." Heaven bless the Iron Scale, however. Rong Yi's expression momentarily froze. Why did that sound so familiar? "Rong Yi, I shall borrow 30 lives from the Rong Kingdom for my use." The third prince of the Iron Scale Marquisate swiftly approached, unsheathing his long blade with a swift motion, aiming a slash at Rong Yi. "Do not act recklessly. How dare you offend the Ancestor Emperor? I shall slay you," roared the fierce General Dianwei. In that moment, another figure, even quicker and more ruthless than Dianwei, surged forth, Lu Bu, the war general by Rong Yi's side. With a swift flick of his famed halberd, he launched a relentless strike, the tip aimed directly at the third prince of the Iron Scale Marquisate. The third prince swung his blade in retaliation, yet to the onlookers, it seemed as though he intentionally collided with the sharp tip of the halberd. With the long blade still raised, he was pierced through. Feeling a chilling sensation? Ugh! The third prince emitted a muffled groan, blood gushing from his mouth as the long blade slipped from his grasp. He gazed in disbelief at the halberd before him. "You wish to borrow my life? How fortuitous, for I too desire your head." Rong Yi's killing blade slashed forth, severing the third prince of the Iron Scale Marquisate's head with a swift motion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a practitioner of the Star Mansion realm. The killing blade absorbs vitality and star essence. Within his mind, the system's alert resounded. You have slain the third prince," exclaimed a member of the Iron Scale Marquisate in terror. "What? Do you intend to avenge your third prince?" Rong Yi retorted, turning his gaze. "You are opposing the Iron Scale Marquisate," a member of the Iron Scale Marquisate shouted defiantly. "Does the Iron Scale Marquisate even have the right?" Rong Yi's voice was devoid of emotion, and in the instant his words fell, the head of the speaker soared into the air. "Does the Iron Scale Marquisate even have the right?" Outside, the ruler of the Iron Scale Marquisate watched this scene unfold, his demeanor darkening to an extreme, fists clenched, eyes blazing with fury. "Rong Kingdom, you are far too audacious." The ruler of the Fu Kingdom fixed his gaze intently on the unfolding scene, observing as 30 members of the Fu Kingdom trailed closely behind the Iron Scale Marquisate, all of them seemingly destined to follow in the footsteps of the Huayu Marquisate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a practitioner of the Celestial Alignment Realm. The killing blade absorbs vitality and star essence. As the head of a member from the Iron Scale Marquisate flew off, the system's prompt echoed. Yet Rong Yi could distinctly feel that the vitality and star essence from a practitioner of the Celestial Alignment Realm were negligible in enhancing the quality of the killing blade. Indeed, practitioners of the Celestial Alignment Realm were no longer worthy adversaries for the killing blade. Titani Emperor, spare us. We are merely following orders from the royal family. Grant us mercy. The remaining 28 members of the Iron Scale Marquisate immediately pleaded for mercy. Kneeling on the ground, too fearful to raise their heads, outside, the ruler of the Iron Scale Marquisate felt his situation worsen. These individuals truly disgraced the dignity of cultivators. The sovereign of the great Qin Kingdom spoke coldly. The ruler of the Iron Scale Marquisate's expression darkened further. Even if Rome Kingdom spared them, once the great hunt concluded, he vowed to show no mercy. The sovereign of the great Qian Kingdom nodded slightly, not uttering another word, yet his countenance was far from pleasant. Seeing that you sincerely plead for mercy, I shall spare your lives. Rongyi sheathed his killing blade, yet within his mind, a plan was already forming, a plan to ensnare them all. The few individuals begging for mercy trembled, tears streaming down their faces, profoundly grateful. Thank you, Tiani Emperor. Thank you for your mercy. The Ancestor Emperor has spared your lives. Do not linger. If you tarry, do not blame my fists for showing no mercy. Dian Wei bellowed. The individuals hurriedly rose, fleeing in a panic. The Fu Kingdom was fortunate, trailing behind the Iron Scale Marquisate without suffering any casualties. The ruler of the Fu Kingdom quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Maintaining his composure, careful not to reveal his anger to the furious ruler of the Iron Scale Marquisate. Ancestor Emperor, why did you let them go? They will expose our secrets, Princess Pingyang questioned, a hint of urgency in her voice. Neither the Huayu Marquisate nor the Iron Scale Marquisate held significant standing among the feudal lords. The most formidable among them were the 10 kingdoms of the western region, as well as the strongest lords from the southern and northern territories. Rongyi was immensely powerful, capable of confronting any of the most formidable feudal lords. Yet if their secrets were unveiled, those lords would likely unite against the Rome Kingdom. Moreover, a small demon from the Great Qian Kingdom posed a significant threat. Rest assured, everything is within my calculations. Rongyi, possessing memories from his past life alongside those of the original Ancestor Emperor of the Rome Kingdom, fully understood that sparing those individuals would expose his strength. Yet, who could discern that what was revealed was but a fraction of the true power of the Rome Kingdom? Rongyi had firmly resolved to achieve a thorough and decisive resolution. Upon seeing Rongyi's confidence, Princess Pingyang ceased to speak further. Rongyi glanced at Princess Pingyang, recalling the time she had knelt, pleading for him to save Rongqi. She was compassionate and principled. Having accompanied him these past days, displaying thoughtful consideration, a person of both intellect and strategy, this 24th generation descendant seems quite promising and worthy of nurturing. Chapter 53. A plan without equal. Having acquired the iron plates from the towering giant eagle, Rongyi led his companions onward in their hunt. Just as he had surmised, the remaining 28 members of the Iron Scale Marquisate, along with the 30 from the Fu Kingdom, fled in disarray for 1,000 miles before finally easing their pace. Is the Rome Kingdom truly this powerful? One individual murmured. With the third prince slain, we remain alive. When the great hunt concludes, our sovereign will surely show no mercy. Another furrowed his brow, feeling the weight of despair. As a mere minor Eastern feudal lord, how could they contend with a practitioner of the Star Mansion realm? The third prince had been at the initial stages of the Star Mansion realm. Yet he was slain with a single strike by that individual. Surely, that person possessed at least the prowess of a perfected practitioner in the Star Mansion realm. At this juncture, our only recourse is to eliminate the Ancestor Emperor of the Rome Kingdom and annihilate their forces. Only then might our sovereign consider sparing us. The individuals, bereft of any gratitude for having escaped death at Rongyi's hands, now wore expressions of malice, as though Rongyi were not their savior, but rather a sworn enemy. The strength of the Rome Kingdom was evidently well concealed, and the other feudal lords likely remained unaware. However, under the orders of the Great Qian Kingdom's sovereign, all forces sought to subjugate the Rome Kingdom. Yet, aside from the small demon from the Great Qian Kingdom, any force that faced the Rome Kingdom would find no advantage. If we simply disclose the true strength of the Rome Kingdom to all forces and unite them. Even without the small demon, we can still take the life of the Ancestor Emperor of the Rome Kingdom. We shall redeem ourselves. Good. Let us proceed as such. The group finalized their strategy, entirely unaware that they had already fallen into Rongyi's trap. Of course, the foundation of this trap lay in an absolute crushing superiority in power. Days passed. Rongyi had amassed a total of 90 iron plates, the majority being of the 3rd and 4th tiers, with a few bearing the marks of practitioners from the Celestial Alignment and Star Mansion realms. Meanwhile, the feudal lord forces had yet to make a move. Rongyi remained patient, for a true hunter must possess the patience of one. One day, he encountered another feudal lord force, which immediately harbored murderous intent toward the Rome Kingdom. The outcome, as expected, mirrored that of the Iron Scale Marquisate. The leader was obliterated in a single strike. While the remaining members fled for their lives, that moment, atop an unnamed peak within the mountains, hundreds had gathered. On the summit stood the leaders of various feudal lord forces, numbering over 20. "Are you all speaking the truth?" inquired the 8th prince of the great Qian kingdom. The 8th prince, the 8th son of the Golden Light Marquis, possessed the cultivation of a perfected practitioner in the Star Mansion realm at a young age. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, he was strikingly handsome. His inquiry was directed at the individuals from the Iron Scale Marquisate whom Rongyi had spared 2 days prior. The members of the Iron Scale Marquisate. Their expressions grave, nodded solemnly. That individual killed our 3rd prince with but a single strike. Thus, it seems the Rong kingdom indeed harbors hidden strength. In a wonder they dared to challenge the sovereign of the great Qian kingdom. They possess such backing. The 8th prince nodded, considering that even with the inclusion of the ancestral emperor of the Rong kingdom, they would at most possess 3 fully realized Star Mansion realm cultivators. With 20 teams at our disposal, we can effortlessly crush them. Beside him, a robust young man, towering like a small giant, spoke in a deep, resonant voice. He was none other than Wu Qianba, the leader of the strongest vassal state in the north. The Wu Chun. The 8th prince wore a serious expression and shook his head. "Brother Qianba, we must not be careless. Even though our numbers are greater, who knows what means the Rong kingdom, which dares to provoke the Daqian kingdom, might employ. We must exercise caution." "You are far too cautious, 8th prince," Wu Qianba replied gruffly. "I've heard it said that had you not been so overly prudent, your current cultivation level would likely have already reached the pinnacle of the Star Mansion realm, rivaling that of the little demons of the Daqian kingdom. Brother Qianba, you overestimate me," the 8th prince said with a modest smile, a flicker of unusual light dancing in his eyes. "The little demons are extraordinary women of the world. I am but a mere shadow in comparison." Meanwhile, the leader of the strongest vassal state in the south, the Tiancheng, Ling Yizong, noticing the conversation had drifted, promptly inquired, "8th prince, how do you suggest we deal with the Rong kingdom?" "Let us set up a formation." The 8th prince's eyes gleamed with depth, his voice steady as he declared, "Invite the gentleman into the trap." His thoughts raced as he shared various details with the others. Moments later, several leaders glanced at the Iron Scale members, who forced a smile upon realizing that the Rong kingdom's intention was to use them as messengers, and they had unwittingly taken the bait. "8th prince, your wisdom is truly unparalleled," Ling Yizong of the Tiancheng remarked with admiration. Wu Qianba still appeared puzzled. "8th prince, do you truly believe he will come? He is fully aware that we have gathered such a formidable force against him." "He, that is precisely the plan," the 8th prince replied with a sly smile. "His method is to catch us all in one net. He will undoubtedly come. We merely need to prepare for the unexpected." "8th prince, your strategies are indeed remarkable." The crowd could not help but feel deep admiration, acknowledging that if one disregarded the differences in cultivation levels, the great Qian kingdom would undoubtedly take the lead in this grand hunt. One must not overstep their bounds. The vassal states should take the Daqian kingdom as their leader, the 8th prince said with a solemn expression. He then turned to Ling Yizong of the Tiancheng. "In 3 days, I will trouble Brother Yizong to lead the Rong kingdom into the formation, and of course, Ling Yizong readily agreed. 3 days passed, and a formation gradually took shape within the mountains. A team flew forth from the depths of the mountains. Rongyi had been waiting for the various vassal state teams to arrive, yet to his surprise, 3 consecutive days passed without a single sighting or encounter with any team. Could it be that he had overestimated them? Perhaps the previous discord among those vassal states was too great for them to unite. Rongyi pondered the reasons when suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "Ancestor Emperor, I have broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm." After slaying over 10 4th-tier demon beasts, Rongyi had bestowed several medicinal pills upon Princess Pingyang, elevating her cultivation from the Transformation realm to the Foundation Establishment realm. Her face was filled with joy as she reported her progress to Rongyi. "Excellent. Your future achievements will far surpass those of your father," Rongyi replied with a smile. Princess Pingyang's father, Rong Ruizong, had practiced for decades and had only just reached the Foundation Establishment realm. The future accomplishments of Princess Pingyang would undoubtedly eclipse his, and more importantly, she would receive Rongyi's nurturing. The Rong kingdom could not rely solely on the strength of one individual. The entire populace must be empowered. A strong citizenry leads to a strong nation. At that moment, a distinct breath of 30 individuals approached from afar. deliberately manipulating their star energy to reveal their presence. Rong Yi's heart leaped with joy. They had come, however. A moment of realization struck him, and he murmured, "Since they are coming, why are they so late? And the number and cultivation level seem off. Rong Yi, did you not intend to capture us all in one fell swoop? Dare you to fight?" The booming voice of Ling Yizong from the Tiancheng resonated. Rong Yi raised an eyebrow, realizing they had deduced the reason he had spared a few lives. Yet they had only arrived now, which suggested a hidden scheme was at play in an instant. Rong Yi discerned that the only potential weakness he possessed lay with the 9 royal offspring. Were they attempting to lure him away to slay his royal kin? Unbeknownst to Rong Yi, he was miscalculating their intentions. "Rong Yi, dare you to battle at the solitary mountain 3,000 miles to the north?" Ling Yizong declared with immense confidence, eagerly awaiting Rong Yi's response to lead him to the solitary mountain and commence the battle. However, "I do not dare," Rong Yi rejected outright without a moment's hesitation. Ling Yizong stumbled, nearly losing his balance in midair. This is not right. This does not align with the 8th prince's predictions, he thought. Frustration etched across his face. Amidst the ongoing events, the rulers of various states observed for 3 days as the 8th prince of the Daishian kingdom orchestrated his grand formation with 20 teams. With time, the expressions of joy on their faces grew increasingly pronounced. Even the usually sullen ruler of the Iron Scale Kingdom exhibited a hint of improvement in his demeanor. On the other side, Rong Ruizong and Rong Qi felt as though their hearts were leaping into their throats. These vassal states had the strength to overwhelm the Rong Kingdom, and now they were setting up a grand formation. If the Tiani Emperor fell into their trap and entered the formation, it would spell disaster. The Daqian king cast a glance at Rong Ruizong and Rong Qi, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. This young man from the Daishian kingdom is quite capable. He handles matters with great steadiness. The Daqian king chuckled in agreement, adding, "This lad lacks the prowess of the little demons and can only rely on his wits." If the little demons were to intervene, things would not be so troublesome. As the conversation unfolded, the focus shifted towards the images of the Daqian kingdom, where the little demons were engaged in relentless battles, already possessing over 1,000 iron tokens. The Daqian king then turned to a corpulent ruler beside him and remarked, "This time, Ling Yizong of the Tiancheng has also made a significant contribution." Knowing that the Rong kingdom had slaughtered the teams of the Hua Yu and Iron Scale, he still dared to venture forth. Such valor is commendable. The ruler of the Tiancheng kingdom smiled, declaring, "The Rong kingdom stands against us, and we will not hesitate to confront them. The Tiancheng will naturally contribute our share." Subtly, the ruler of the Tiancheng kingdom cast a glance at the ruler of the Wuqian, who was as tall and robust as Wu Qianba. The Wu Qin king flushed red with anger, secretly clenching his fists as he thought, "You little brat. All you do is follow the 8th prince around, flattering him. With such good fortune, you should at least consider your own interests, fool. Just wait until I deal with you upon your return." As long as they could lead Rong Yi into the formation, his death would be assured. Zhang Kai's eyes turned crimson with fervor, his desire to slay Rong Yi reaching its zenith. Yet, within the mountains, the plan was not proceeding smoothly. Ling Yizong, upon hearing Rong Yi's firm refusal, stumbled in shock, nearly falling from the air. Something was amiss. The 8th prince had clearly analyzed the situation accurately, predicting that the Rong kingdom would release information to ensnare the other vassal states' teams. According to the arrangement, Rong Yi should have readily agreed, but was it his posture or momentum that was incorrect? The 8th prince had specifically instructed him to be more arrogant. Could it be that he hadn't been sufficiently boisterous? Perhaps he should change his demeanor and try again. Taking a deep breath, Ling Yizong began to laugh maniacally. "Ha ha ha, have I consumed a mouthful of mirth?" Hearing that laughter, Rong Yi felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Moments later, Ling Yizong boisterously shouted, "Rong kingdom, did you not proclaim you would annihilate us? Do you dare to say you are bold enough to act? For days, our 20 teams have gathered at the solitary peak, eager to confront you. Let us see if your Rong kingdom dares to make such grandiose claims. Indeed, I must emphasize that our 20 teams have gathered gradually, not 3 days prior to set up a formation to deal with the Rong kingdom. Rong kingdom, do you dare to battle us at the solitary peak?" Ling Yizong pressed once more. "I do not dare," Rong Yi replied with even greater conviction than before. Ling Yizong choked back his frustration. Nearly suffocating in his own indignation, struggling to maintain his bravado, he retorted, "It seems the Rhone kingdom truly possesses the audacity to speak without the courage to act. You are merely skilled in verbal sparring." Using a provocation tactic was rather juvenile. Rong Yi's eyes flickered with determination as he formulated a plan, a smile gracing his lips. Ultimately, whether the Rhone kingdom was merely posturing mattered little. What was crucial now was that he might lose his life. "What?" Ling Yizong was taken aback. "Capture him," Rong Yi commanded, his gaze turning icy. With a low growl, the fierce General Dian Wei received his orders. With a punch, the ferocious General Dian Wei lunged forward, his form akin to lightning, and his fist, coalesced with black star energy, surged toward Ling Yizong in an instant. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Ling Yizong's chest. Crack! Ling Yizong's chest caved in instantly, his 8th-tier star soldier attire shattering upon impact. Ling Yizong had come unprepared for a fight. His intent was merely to draw Rong Yi into the formation. He had never anticipated that Rong Yi would take the offensive, and with a single blow, he lost all power to resist. Ling Yizong found himself at the mercy of the fearsome General Dian Wei. The rulers of various states, who had been eagerly anticipating a spectacle, widened their eyes in disbelief. Why had the fighting commenced? On the screen, Rong Yi brandished his killing blade. While the fierce General Dian Wei captured Ling Yizong and dragged him back, the others from the Tianqing stood frozen in fear. With a swift strike, Ling Yizong's head was severed. Instantly, the expression of the monarch of Tianqing turned ashen, while the lords of other states felt a nauseating sensation akin to having swallowed a fly. Rong Ruizong and Rong Qi exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with a newfound vigor. In the arena, aside from Rong Ruizong and Rong Qi, who felt uplifted, the mood of the ruler of Wuqing transformed from disbelief to relief. A fool's fortune indeed. Thankfully, it was not that scoundrel Wu Qianba, or he would have been the one to lose his head. With a sigh of resignation, he resolved to let Wu Qianba be. Allowing events to unfold naturally, at the foot of the mountains, a chime echoed. "Congratulations, host, for slaying a star realm cultivator. The killing blade absorbs the essence and vitality." The system was never absent. Rong Yi glanced at the dismembered corpse of Ling Yizong and remarked, "What difference is there between this and a gift?" He then turned his gaze to the remaining members of Tianqing, who all lowered their heads, unable to meet Rong Yi's eyes. After all, Ling Yizong was a fully fledged Star Realm expert. With a single blow, he had met his demise. The highest cultivation among them was merely at the initial stage of the Star Realm. They dared not flee, nor resist, only hoping that Rong Guo would show them mercy. As it had with the Iron Scale. "Heavenly Yi Emperor, spare us," they pleaded. "We are willing to divulge all the strategies of the lordly states." They had resolved that if Rong Yi spared them, they would return and inform the 8th prince, claiming that Ling Yizong had revealed their plans before his death. After all, the dead do not speak, and there would be no witnesses. The 8th prince would surely alter his plans. This understanding passed silently between them with a mere glance, and they eagerly awaited Rong Yi's dismissal. "I have no interest in your plans." Rong Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Nor do I care for your lives. Return and tell those who sent you that I shall remain here, waiting. Let those with courage come forth. I will slay you as if you were mere ants." The group stood stunned. One of them ventured, "Heavenly Yi Emperor, perhaps we should tell you the plan after all. Did you not hear the Emperor express disinterest? He has already spared your lives, so leave at once," barked the fierce General Dian Wei. "Thank you, Heavenly Yi Emperor, for your mercy. We shall take our leave at once." They trembled and hastily fled. Rong Yi watched their retreating figures, his eyes glinting with determination as they began to disappear into the distant horizon. "General Dian, do you have any desire to join me in a thrilling hunt?" Chapter 55. The cautious 8th Prince. "General Dian, are you interested in accompanying me for an exhilarating hunt?" Rong Yi spoke coolly. Observing the Tianqing figures vanishing into the horizon. A thrilling hunt? The fierce General Dian Wei's spirits lifted instantly, his eyes shining with excitement. "I would very much like that. General L, protect them. I shall return shortly with General Dian." He instructed the battle General Elbu to safeguard the royal offspring. With that, Rong Yi and the fierce General Dian Wei set off in pursuit of the Tianqing team that had vanished into the distance. "Be careful, Your Highness," Princess Pingyang urged anxiously. "Fear not. Rongyi reassured her with a brief reply, soaring into the air alongside General Dian Wei. You wish to lure the tiger from its mountain lair? I shall catch you unawares. Together, they kept a low profile, moving stealthily through the forest, ensuring they remained undetected. Both were of the Star Realm, moving with remarkable speed, and soon caught up with the Tianqing team. Meanwhile, the actions of Rong Yi were under the watchful gaze of the monarchs of various states. Witnessing Rong Yi and the fierce General Dian Wei in hot pursuit left them in a state of shock. Their hearts chilled. The 8th prince of Dashuan Kingdom, in terms of strategy, was likely to be outmaneuvered by Rong Yi. This ancestral emperor of Rong is too cunning, remarked the elder from Shiga, a shiver running down his spine. The ruler of Dashuan wore a grim expression, forcing a smile that it should be fine. The 8th prince merely set up formations for caution. With the strength of 20 teams, it should be sufficient to obliterate Ronghua. Especially considering they are only two, I fear that Rong Yi may not dare to engage in open combat and resort to underhanded tactics, cautioned the monarch of Tianqing, his demeanor dark and anxious. He must be trailing the Tianqing team for a surprise attack. He will not confront the 8th prince directly, the elder from Shiga added. The other monarchs, their faces grim, gazed at the unfolding scene. With the Tianqing team minus the deceased Ling Yizong, the remaining 19 teams comprised formidable powers from the south, north, and west. If they were to suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of the ancestral emperor of Rome, what would that mean for their dignity? Yet, now they were filled with trepidation. Could it be that only the minor demon of the Dacian kingdom could contend with Ronghua? How could a small eastern lordly state be so formidable? Above the clouds, on a flying ship of the Shiqing Empire, Qing Zhu and the other commanders returned to the vessel, where 40 screens displayed the various lordly state teams. Observing Rong Yi slaughtering the forces of Huayu, killing the 3rd prince of Iron Scale, and now tailing the Tianqing team, they wondered why these individuals had provoked the heavenly Yi Emperor. Qing Zhu mused silently, recalling the massacre of the blood-killing pavilion assassins, who had stood no chance against Rong Yi's relentless blade. Among the 40 teams in the Great Hunt, who could stand against Rong Yi? Pausing, Qing Zhu shifted her gaze to the Dacian Kingdom screen, where the enchanting minor demon was effortlessly harvesting lives, slaying fiendish beasts and criminals, her tally of iron tokens steadily increasing. She is about to encounter that Star Realm minor criminal, Qing Zhu observed, reflecting on past years when she could challenge and defeat such foes. This year, however, she wondered if she would succeed. The Star Realm minor criminal had already claimed the lives of an entire city in the Empire, and it was unlikely the minor demon could best him. One wonders why the master has deployed such a criminal this year, someone remarked beside her. The master's arrangements are surely for a reason. Qing Zhu replied, while those around her fell silent, their attention fixed on the screens. The Tianqing team had returned to the solitary peak, dispatching a representative to recount the events, embellishing their tale. 8th prince. That individual from Ronghua was merciless. We had only just revealed ourselves and had not even spoken when they attacked. We still had fighting strength, but their assault was too swift, catching us off guard. The 9th Prince Ling Yizong was captured by them, and he? The speaker hesitated, struggling to articulate the next words, but pressed on with gritted teeth. The 9th Prince Ling Yizong, in a bid to save his life, divulged the 8th Prince's entire plan to Ronghua. What? The 8th Prince of Dashuan Kingdom's eyes widened in shock. Brother Yizong betrayed us. Yes, and then that ancestral emperor of Rome commanded us to return and inform the 8th Prince. The speaker, seeing the 8th Prince's disbelief, quickly added, he awaits you there, demanding that you come to him for a showdown. This Ling Yizong, appearing so respectable, yet he sold us out for his life, even if Ronghua spares him. I shall make him pay dearly, Wu Qianba seethed, his eyes wide with fury. Brother Qianba, our immediate concern is not Ling Yizong's betrayal, but how to deal with Ronghua, the 8th Prince said gravely. I underestimated Ronghua, which led to Brother Yizong's demise. What now? He has called us over for a confrontation. Wu Qianba roared, there are so many of us. Why should we fear him? That would be unwise. The 8th Prince shook his head. His brazen invitation indicates he is prepared. Just as we set up formations against him, he must have traps waiting for us. What should we do now, Wu Qianba? Not a fool, recognized the wisdom in the 8th Prince's words and hesitated. This solitary mountain has been exposed. We must leave with our people and find a new location to strategize. The 8th prince replied with steady determination. The others, in agreement, swiftly dismantled their formations, gathering their materials, and a throng of individuals followed the 8th prince as they swiftly departed, at a distance of several miles from the solitary peak. Rong Yi and the fierce General Dian Wei observed as the Tianqing individuals settled at the solitary peak. And they immediately halted, quietly observing. Upon closer inspection, they noticed something amiss with the solitary peak. It was eerily still, as if the wind had ceased to blow, with the flora appearing frozen, ensnared within an unknown force field. Without careful scrutiny, one would surely overlook it. This is a formation, Rong Yi thought to himself, noting that the one who set it up lacked sufficient mastery, causing the formation to lack a natural feel, thus revealing the flaw of the windless solitary peak. They intended to lure me here and use the formation to eliminate me. At this moment, Rong Yi realized how absurd his previous suspicions were. The intricate strategy of drawing the tiger from its mountain lair was certainly beyond the imagination of those individuals. He had been overly concerned. They had never contemplated diverting Rong Yi to eliminate the royal descendants of the Rong nation. Look, someone has flown down from the mountain. A moment later, the fierce General Dian Wei reminded him. Rong Yi lifted his gaze, and what met his eyes were hundreds of individuals from various vassal states, all hastily soaring southward. Moreover, they flew exceedingly low, skimming the treetops like Rong Yi and the fierce General Dian Wei, concealing their forms and moving silently. General Dian, let us go forth and strike decisively. Rong Yi instantly recognized that this was a perfect opportunity to act. Without hesitation, he revealed his presence to the fierce General Dian Wei, both advancing towards the hundreds of people. As for the disparity in numbers, they were merely fodder to enhance the quality of his killing blades. Do you not wish to slay me? I have arrived. Rong Yi let out a long howl, his voice echoing like thunder throughout the mountains. Chapter 56. The ferocity of General Dian Wei. Rong Yi, accompanied by the fierce General Dian Wei, charged directly towards the 20 teams led by the 8th prince. Do you not wish to slay me? I have arrived. A thunderous roar erupted, startling the hundreds of individuals skimming the treetops, who all halted in unison and turned to look. It is the ancestor emperor of the Rong nation. In an instant, everyone recognized Rong Yi. The 8th prince furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with disbelief and questions. Beside him, Wu Qianba was momentarily stunned before a look of joy spread across his face. Dare he approach us? All, seize him. No. 8th prince cried out urgently. Flee. He has followed the people of the Tianqing Marquisate. He must have set a trap. Let us retreat. After shouting, the 8th prince led the Daishin kingdom's forces, galloping forward in flight. In an instant, among the hundreds, a few hesitated, still considering attacking Rong Yi, while the majority, heeding the 8th prince's words, scattered in all directions to escape. 8th prince. Wu Qianba shouted, but the 8th prince did not look back, leaving Rong Yi and the fierce General Dian Wei bewildered. A trap? There is none. It is just the two of us. For heaven's sake. You 600 people are fleeing like this, utterly lacking in dignity. Outside, those watching the scene saw Rong Yi and the fierce General Dian Wei appear directly before the 20 teams. The rulers of the various nations immediately recognized this as a golden opportunity. Even the ruler of the Daqian nation displayed a gleeful expression. This ancestor emperor of the Rong nation truly seeks death, daring to show himself with only one companion before the 8th prince and his men, simply courting demise. The ruler of the Huayu nation sneered. He overestimates his strength by challenging 20 teams head-on. The ruler of the Tai-Lin nation concurred. The ruler of the Dacian nation seemed to envision Rong Yi's demise, proclaiming, should Rong Yi fall, it would resolve our grievances. The various rulers were in high spirits, shaking off their previous gloom. Individuals from the Huayu Marquisate, Tai-Lin Marquisate, and Tianqing Marquisate had perished at Rong Yi's hands, and now they breathed a sigh of relief, avenging their grievances on the other side. Zhang Kai wore a slight smile, his eyes betraying his joy, just as the rulers of the nations were laughing and enjoying themselves. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The 8th prince had taken the lead in fleeing. Among the 20 teams, only Wu Chun Marquisate, led by Wu Qianba, along with 3 other teams, remained in confrontation with Rong Yi. The other teams, like the 8th prince, flew away in haste. The smile of the ruler of the Dacian nation froze on his face, while the ruler of the Dacian nation's expression turned cold. The other rulers stared in disbelief. Zhang Kai was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "How could they flee? This scoundrel." After a pause, the ruler of the Dacian nation had guessed the reason and immediately scolded. "They can see the live scene. Knowing Rongyi has only brought the fierce General Dian Wei, without any traps or schemes, he is simply confronting the 20 teams head-on." However, the 8th prince, with his cautious and suspicious nature, could not help but doubt that Rongyi had laid a trap. People are like this. They project their own nature onto others. The 8th prince, fond of deceit and cunning, assumed Rongyi would be the same, never considering that Rongyi was there for a direct confrontation. The scene descended into chaos as hundreds scattered like locusts fleeing. Wu Qianba, leading 3 teams, still sought to capture Rongyi. "General Dian, deal with them." "I shall pursue." The urgent shout of the 8th prince made it clear to all that he was leading the 20 teams. Rongyi commanded the fierce General Dian Wei to handle Wu Qianba and the others while he intended to give chase. Meanwhile, 100 yards away, Wu Qianba was astonished. The 8th prince had fled without looking back, and the leaders of the 3 teams beside him wore grim expressions. The ancestor emperor of the Rong nation seems intent on pursuing the 8th prince. One person suddenly remarked, "There are only 2 of them. We have 4 teams. What is there to fear?" Wu Qianba glared with wide eyes and shouted, "I will intercept him." Before his words fell, Wu Qianba soared forth, darting towards Rongyi the other 100 individuals. Their expressions hardening, surrounded the fierce General Dian Wei. "Leave him to me," Wu Qianba bellowed, energy surging through him as he raised his palm to strike at Rongyi. Boom! The energy coalesced into an enormous hand, crashing down upon Rongyi. Rongyi's target was the 8th prince, unwilling to entangle himself with Wu Qianba. Frost-shattering fist. Suddenly turning, the energy surged like icy mist, a punch unleashed, and an ice dragon roared through the heavens, emitting a silent howl as it smashed towards the enormous hand. The colossal hand was immediately encased in ice, and the overwhelming force shattered it into fragments, while Rongyi had already chased 10 miles away. "Do not let him escape," Wu Qianba roared, pursuing relentlessly. The fierce General Dian Wei attempted to intercept, but the hundreds of individuals employed their martial skills to hold him back, rendering him unable to break through. Helplessly watching Wu Qianba give chase, his eyes flashed with ferocity, and a chilling intent surged forth as he bellowed. A bunch of insignificant birds, seeking death. The black energy surged like demonic mist, and the fierce General Dian Wei unleashed a barrage of punches, each one landing with devastating effect. Those struck were either dead or grievously injured. Great grief, Demon Emperor! Desolate Sky Demon Finger! The fierce General Dian Wei roared, the black energy surging uncontrollably, enveloping 100 yards around him. In the next moment, a finger emerged from the demonic energy. The finger, dark as the void, swelled in the wind, rapidly growing to 1,000 feet in size, blocking out the sun and casting the heavens into darkness. As the fierce General Dian Wei thrust his finger downwards, the enormous finger, suffused with demonic energy, descended upon the 100 individuals. "Quick! Use your strongest martial skills. We must stop it." The 100 individuals' expressions changed dramatically, urgently shouting as they employed their martial skills to resist. Yet, the desolate Sky Demon Finger, like an unstoppable arrow, bore down upon them with relentless force as if it were descending from the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Various defensive techniques shattered one after another, and the immense pressure from the desolate Sky Demon Finger nearly crushed their bodies. However, their collective resistance was not without effect. The finger, visibly diminishing in size, was rapidly reduced from 1,000 feet to 100 feet, then to 10 feet, before finally crashing down before them. Boom! As the finger landed, a shockwave swept across 100 yards, leaving destruction in its wake, uprooting trees and collapsing half of the solitary peak where the 8th prince and others had previously formed their formation. The 4 teams suffered heavy losses, with several dozen casualties, and the survivors' hearts sank into despair. So powerful! Outside, the rulers of the various nations watching the scene gritted their teeth in frustration. Zhang Kai's heart was tumultuous. There's such a formidable cultivator in the Rong nation. As Rongyi chased after the fleeing 8th prince, he was already aware of the fierce General Dian Wei's might, yet he had not anticipated such ferocity. He could not help but glance back, seeing Wu Qianba hot on his heels. Behind Wu Qianba, 100 miles away, the figure resembling a demon lord towered between heaven and earth. Hee, the system is truly reliable. With General Dianwei's ferocity, I shall not fall behind. With a light chuckle, Rongyi ignored the pursuing Wu Qianba and continued his pursuit of the 8th prince. At most, it was merely 1 against 31. The 8th prince's team, along with Wu Qianba, posed no significant threat. Chapter 57. The fiery Yama, do you still wish to flee? Leave him to me. In but a brief moment, Rongyi had nearly caught up with the 8th prince and his entourage. It was said that the 8th prince was a formidable figure, standing at the threshold of the stellar realm. His cultivation profound, and his speed in flight remarkably swift. Rongyi should not have been able to overtake him so easily. However, the party from the Great Xian Kingdom was not composed solely of the 8th prince. The remaining 29 members, while not weak in their own right, were evidently not of the same caliber as the 8th prince, thus hindering his progress. The 8th prince could effortlessly abandon the forces of other vassal states. Yet he could not forsake his own men. Upon seeing Rongyi in pursuit, the 29 urged the 8th prince to flee swiftly, but without a moment's hesitation, he silenced them. He had pursued for at least 1,000 miles. And with Wu Qianba behind him, there was undoubtedly no trap. Should he turn back to confront them, he would also have to guard against Wu Qianba's other tactics. The 8th prince's mind raced, and he resolved to change direction, escape another 1,000 miles, and then prepare for battle. He calculated that joining forces with Wu Qianba would give them a 70% chance of victory, which was worth the risk. With a determined strategy in mind, the 8th prince led his group slightly off course, swiftly advancing. Outside, the eyes of the monarchs from various nations were fixed intently on the scenes involving the Rong Kingdom, Wu Qinho Kingdom, and the Great Xian Kingdom. Even the ruler of the Great Xian Kingdom stole a glance, his gaze as frigid as a frozen lake. No one noticed that within the Great Xian Kingdom scene, a conflagration of overwhelming flames raged, painting the entire tableau in hues of crimson. In the midst of the grand hunt across the mountains, 29 figures clad in black armor dispersed around the area. A small demon, dressed in leather armor, found herself amidst a sea of fire, her black hair billowing, and her eyes aglow with the reflection of the flames, lending her an enchanting allure. Why must you pursue so relentlessly? I merely wish to survive, she spoke, her voice laced with an alluring charm. At the heart of the inferno stood a figure, his visage resembling a charred mask, obscured and twisted by the flames. His hair danced like tongues of fire as he faced off against the small demon. Beneath their fierce confrontation, the land for thousands of miles lay scorched, filled with countless ravines and signs of battle. A desolate wasteland permeated with the scent of charred earth. The small demon smiled sweetly, a hint of mischief in her expression, her nearly bursting leather armor revealing her fair skin and captivating gaze. Fire Yin Luo, when you slaughtered an entire city, you should have known that survival was no longer an option. As her words hung in the air, the small demon's form flickered, appearing before Fire Yin Luo. Her jade hand raised as she struck towards the flames. The grotesque features of Fire Yin Luo betrayed no emotion as he prepared to counter her strike, flames swirling around him like a torrent, condensing into a fiery spirit with a human visage that charged towards the small demon. With a resounding crash, the fiery spirit exploded upon impact with the small demon, engulfing her in a surge of flames. Yet in the next instant, she burst forth from the conflagration, unscathed. Your body is compromised. You are not my match, Fire Yin Luo intoned gravely. Do not compel me to slay you and add to the cycle of bloodshed. The small demon paused, momentarily taken aback, then smiled brightly at Fire Yin Luo. What a jest, you, Fire Yin Luo, who laid waste to cities and spared no one, now fear incurring further bloodshed? Fire Yin Luo's fiery gaze flickered with anger as the flames around him intensified. Thousands of fiery spirits crawling forth from the inferno, shrieking as they surged towards the small demon. These spirits, each varying in form, some towering, others with grotesque features, were nearly all at the threshold of the celestial realm. They swarmed towards the small demon with relentless ferocity. With a thunderous roar, the fire spirits converged upon her, exploding in a chaotic eruption. One solitary spirit would pose little threat, but thousands would be insurmountable. The air resonated with the sound of thunder, the flames bursting forth in a cacophony, distorting the very fabric of space as the scorching winds threatened to consume all in the distance. The 29 figures in black armor furrowed their brows. Fear gripping their hearts. Even from such a distance, they felt the searing heat singeing their skin, their black armor nearly glowing red with the inferno's intensity. They could scarcely imagine the immense heat the small demon was enduring at the center. "Surely, she hasn't he perished?" one murmured, his throat dry with trepidation. The others held their breath, their eyes fixed on the scene. As the flames danced and all flammable materials were consumed, the inferno slowly began to extinguish. Seizing the moment, Fire Yin Luo prepared to advance. Then, the 29 figures beheld the massive pit left in the wake of the conflagration. The flames had seemingly carved a gaping chasm into the earth, 1,000 feet wide and unfathomably deep. The small demon was nowhere to be seen. Panic surged within the 29 as they rushed forward. Though the flames had died down, the residual heat lingered. Refusing to dissipate as they surged ahead, the weakest among them, caught in a sudden wave of heat, cried out as the scorching air seared his face, blistering his skin. In an instant, the blisters burst, mingling blood and fire, leaving his visage grotesquely marred. "Quickly, retreat!" one shouted urgently, leading the group back. Despite all being perfected in the celestial realm, even the one whose face had been ruined could not withstand the sheer intensity of the heat. The battle between Fire Yin Luo and the small demon proved to be utterly terrifying. At that moment, from the depths of the smoldering pit, a graceful silhouette emerged. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, flowing freely, her figure alluring yet slightly disheveled, her skin reddened from the heat, resembling a perfectly ripe peach, exuding a mature charm. It was the small demon, who had managed to escape by sacrificing a portion of her innate energy. Fire Yin Luo was indeed stronger than the average cultivator of the stellar realm. "However, you are destined to be my prey. Nowhere can you flee." With a whisper, the small demon smiled once more. Akin to the blooming of peach blossoms, "Let's bypass this place and pursue northward." She commanded the 29 behind her, then took the lead in the charge. The 29, visibly relieved, regarded her with even greater reverence than before. Meanwhile, the 8th prince and his companions, who were fleeing at full speed, halted in formation, fanning out to confront the advancing Rong Yi. "What? No longer fleeing?" Rong Yi twirled his wrist, brandishing his killing blade, and mockingly inquired. "8th prince, I have overestimated you. You are even more foolish than I imagined," the 8th prince retorted. If he were Rong Yi, having trailed the forces of the Tianqing Ho kingdom, he would have seized the opportunity to set a trap and easily annihilate the enemy, rather than recklessly confronting them head-on. Such actions lacked prudence. At that moment, Wu Qianba, who had pursued relentlessly from behind, arrived, flanking Rong Yi. However, he cast a dissatisfied glance at the 8th prince. "8th prince, you could have easily slain both of them and escaped. Why linger?" A fleeting moment of awkwardness crossed the 8th prince's eyes before he replied, "Brother Qianba, let us first eliminate this monarch of the Rong kingdom, and I will explain afterward." Wu Qianba grunted in response. "Are you finished?" Rong Yi raised an eyebrow, standing firm with his blade. "Then come, you, the monarch of the Rong kingdom, who dares to provoke the great Qin kingdom and slay the vassal states. Today, Brother Qianba and I shall enact justice on behalf of heaven and bring an end to you," the 8th prince proclaimed, establishing a moral high ground to justify the killing of Rong Yi. Wu Qianba was more direct, swiftly appearing before Rong Yi, wielding 2 colossal hammers, and aimed to strike at him. "Receive my blow." Chapter 58. Defeating one. First, the azure hammers, with their circular heads and 3-foot handles, were wielded with great might by Wu Qianba. "Take this." He swung his right hand, sending the giant hammer crashing down towards Rong Yi's head. Behind him, the 8th prince, having finished his declaration of righteousness, surged towards Rong Yi, his star essence erupting as arcs of blue and violet electricity crackled around him. A thunderous dragon materialized, fierce and unparalleled. Roaring as it lunged toward Rong Yi. "Come forth, blade of condensation." Rong Yi brought his blade down in a slicing motion, channeling his star essence into the weapon, unleashing a blade of star essence that extended 10 zhong. Meeting the colossal hammer in a violent clash, boom! The hammer shattered the blade of star essence, momentarily halting Wu Qianba's advance. In an instant, Rong Yi pivoted, his left hand forming a seal as his star essence flowed seamlessly through his body, traversing 3,000 miles in an instant. Mountain opening seal. The space trembled, and a hazy illusion of a colossal mountain manifested. Then, the mountain erupted, a mystical seal bursting forth from within. It collided with the thunderous dragon overhead. Crackle! The blue and violet arcs of electricity flickered incessantly, the dragon's form dissipating into countless bolts of lightning, creating an unstable maelstrom. Boom! The mountain-opening seal shattered under the onslaught of the lightning. The gathered star essence exploding in a whirlwind, sending a fierce gust of wind surging outward. At the point of collision, the very space seemed unable to withstand the immense pressure, twisting and folding under the strain. You dare to come alone. You indeed possess some skill. Wu Qianba tossed his hammer into the air, the star essence surging, and the hammer grew 100-fold, resembling a meteor plummeting from the outer realms. Nine Heavens Hammer. With overwhelming force, Wu Qianba unleashed the colossal hammer, its mournful whistle echoing as it descended, as if it aimed to crush Rong Yi into a pulp, frost-shattering fist. Rong Yi's gaze turned steely as the killing blade vanished from his grasp. His fists clenched as a white mist of frost enveloped him, rising from below as he unleashed a powerful punch. Swish! The air instantly froze. The sound of frost freezing crackles like the silken threads spun from countless ice silkworms. A massive ice pillar, 10 zhang in diameter, materializes out of thin air, soaring skyward, directly colliding with the descending giant hammer. Bang! In an instant, the ice pillar meets the giant hammer in midair. The hammer is sent flying backward, while the towering ice pillar trembles, filling with cracks, only to explode moments later into a flurry of shards. Behind him, another storm of thunder and lightning erupts. The eighth prince's eyes are infused with arcs of lightning, his pupils a deep blue-violet. With every movement, thunder rumbles, thousand thunder. With his fingers splayed, arcs of lightning burst forth from his fingertips, coalescing into 5 intertwining bolts, each 10 zhang thick, weaving a net of electricity that engulfs Rong Yi. Blade condensation. Rong Yi channels his star essence, instantly manifesting hundreds of colossal star blades, each at least a dozen zhang in size. As he swings his hand, these blades descend like a celestial storm. Bang, bang, bang. The star blades strike the thunderous electric net, sparks flying as they collide. Every single star blade hits the interwoven junctions of the lightning net. Boom. As the 100 star blades fall, the electric net is torn asunder. No longer can he remain passive. Rong Yi, defending both front and back, feels an increasing sense of pressure within mere moments after exchanging a few moves with his opponents. His battle experience does not match that of the fearsome General Dian Wei, and his cultivation is slightly inferior to that of the formidable warrior. The two opponents, 8th Prince and Wu Qianba, are among the elite figures of the 40 teams in the Grand Hunt. Their strength formidable and their foundations profound. Without invoking the Shura secret technique, Blood Shura, Rong Yi finds himself at a disadvantage against two foes. He must swiftly defeat one, and then the other will be easier to handle. Rong Yi's gaze fixates on Wu Qianba. Through their exchanges, he has discerned that Wu Qianba's combat prowess is inferior to that of the 8th Prince. So it shall be you, falling star step. Resolute in his decision, Rong Yi employs his martial skill, his figure resembling a falling star, suddenly darting towards Wu Qianba. Wu Qianba stands firm, unyielding, his towering physique resembling an iron tower, muscles bulging, straining against his garments as if they might tear. 9 Heavens Hammer. He swings his right hand forward, sending his giant hammer hurtling forth. The hammer quivers slightly, stirring the air into a resonant hum, generating layers upon layers of shockwaves, culminating in a thunderous roar akin to a 1,000-foot waterfall crashing down. The hammer, like a shooting star, rushes forth with tremendous force. Mountain-splitting seal. The power of the ancient dragon and elephant, the might of the dragon and elephant. Rong Yi forms a seal, an illusory mountain appearing, crumbling under the pressure, and a seal bursts forth. Behind him, an ancient elephant and an ancient azure dragon materialize. Roar. The ancient elephant, with its grayish skin shimmering like the light of a 1,000-year-old iron tree, stomps with sturdy hooves, its long trunk swinging like a whip, letting out a long, resonant call. Roar. The ancient azure dragon, its scales resembling indestructible armor, coils with a serpentine grace, its sharp claws gleaming coldly, whiskers flowing. Eyes ablaze and its mighty jaws roaring. In an instant, the elephant and dragon surge forth, transforming into two streams of azure light, intertwining around the mountain-splitting seal, enhancing its power. The roar of the dragon and elephant shakes the heavens. Bang! Instantly, it sends the oncoming hammer flying. The azure lights surrounding the mountain-splitting seal dim, the roar of the dragon and elephant fading as the seal continues its relentless assault. Whoosh! Wu Qianba catches the hammer that has been sent reeling backward. And instead of retreating, he advances to meet the mountain-splitting seal. Crack! His muscles swell, and the fabric of his 8th-grade Star Warrior attire cannot withstand the explosive force he unleashes. Tearing apart, boom! The hammer crashes down upon the mountain-splitting seal. Erupting with a deafening roar, the seal shatters instantly, exploding into fragments. Wu Qianba's form is also sent flying by the shockwave. Rong Yi's gaze sharpens. He immediately pursues. Have you forgotten my presence? Behind him, the 8th prince bellows. Thunder and lightning filling half the sky. Thunder pool. Lightning owl. From the tempest of thunder, a massive owl emerges, its form entirely composed of lightning, screeching fiercely as it hurtles toward Rong Yi. Yet, Rong Yi does not even glance back. He presses onward toward Wu Qianba, frost-burst fist. With a single punch, a blast of frigid air surges forth. The frost solidifies, freezing the surrounding space within 100 zhong. In the blink of an eye, the chilling gust reaches Wu Qianba, layers of solid ice forming around him, encasing his form. Bang! The explosive force follows swiftly. The freshly frozen body shatters as the surface ice breaks apart. Wu Qianba's skin tears as he screams in agony. Instantly transformed into a bloodied mess, fortunately, his formidable strength and star essence protection shield him. Otherwise, a weaker opponent would have been obliterated alongside the shattering ice. However, this momentary pause in Wu Qianba's movement allows Rong Yi to strike. Rong Yi lunges forward, grasping Wu Qianba with one hand and hurling him backward, tossing him directly towards the oncoming lightning owl. The star essence remains intact. At the same time, Rong Yi employs a defensive martial technique, wrapping his body in star essence for protection. Then, he watches as Wu Qianba faces the devastating onslaught of the lightning owl. Chapter 59. The Righteous One. Is this the ancestral emperor of the Rong nation truly this powerful? Witnessing Rong Yi defeat Wu Qianba with a single strike, seizing him and throwing him back, the 8th prince's eyes widen in disbelief at the incoming thunderous blow. King Wu Chun of the Wu nation stares in shock. Wu Qianba, the 8th prince roars, channeling the thunder pool to unleash the lightning owl at breakneck speed. However, he never anticipated that Wu Qianba would be so swiftly defeated by Rong Yi, becoming a mere shield. He hurriedly channels his star essence to redirect the approaching lightning owl. Puff! But the speed of the lightning owl is too swift. Wu Qianba's defeat was too sudden. Even as the 8th prince attempts to redirect the owl's trajectory, it is unavoidable that it crashes into Wu Qianba. The arcs of lightning find an instant breach, pouring forth uncontrollably, crackling. The overwhelming power of thunder cascades down in torrents, thousands of arcs of electricity flashing, sending chills down the spine from afar. Wu Qianba is completely engulfed in the electric storm, currents coursing through him, his body instantly charred black, resembling burnt charcoal, layers of blackened skin bubbling forth. Ah! Wu Qianba wails in anguish, his cries echoing in torment. Rong Yi merely watches, feeling a shiver run through him. It is utterly brutal. Whoosh! The lightning power drains away in an instant. Wu Qianba, gasping for breath, loses consciousness, his form resembling a charred corpse as he plummets from the sky. Next, it is your turn. Rong Yi's gaze shifts to the 8th prince. The 8th prince's expression darkens. He, who prides himself on unmatched intelligence, has never endured such a crushing defeat. From the very first step of plotting against Rong Yi, every move has exceeded his expectations. Now, in this final confrontation, he and Wu Qianba cannot suppress Rong Yi, who has already triumphed over Wu Qianba. Observing Wu Qianba's labored breaths, it is clear that death is not far off. Whoosh! Rong Yi suddenly lunges forth. The 8th prince instinctively retreats a step, fear flashing in his eyes. Why? Why is the ancestral emperor of the Rong nation so formidable? In the grand hunt, the only opponent he could not best was supposed to be a mere demon. The 8th prince's heart is filled with resentment as he halts, his feet hovering in the air. the lightning crackling around him, forming a Tinjong electric field filled with blue-violet arcs. I refuse to believe it. The eighth prince howls, launching a punch toward the advancing Rong-yi, unleashing a brutal lightning bolt the width of a barrel. Frost-burst fist. Rong-yi smirks, with only the eighth prince remaining, unencumbered by others. He charges forward with unrelenting force. Swoosh, the frost solidifies, and an ice pillar surges forth. On either side, a lightning bolt and an ice pillar collide. In an instant, they clash. Bang! White ice shards and blue-violet arcs intertwine, overshadowed by the deadly winds unleashed at the point of impact, creating a scene of striking beauty. Bang, bang, bang. The lightning bolt collapses at a visible speed, the ice pillar surging forward. This is the suppression of star essence. The weight of one's foundation. The technique Rong-yi practices, the heaven-shaking decision, is indeed an ancestral-level technique. Even though Rong-yi has achieved great mastery in the Star Mansion realm, facing the eighth prince, who is nearly at the peak of the Star Mansion realm, he still manages to overpower him decisively. Boom. A layer of faint frost forms upon the eighth prince. The force of the impact does not tear him apart, but rather sends him hurtling backward. Flee! Scatter and escape. The eighth prince realizes he cannot match Rong-yi in a single exchange and, while being propelled away, bellows urgently. Then, using the momentum of his flight, he turns and bolts southward. The 29 members of the Daishian Kingdom team, witnessing the eighth prince being sent flying and hearing his command, momentarily freeze in shock before swiftly scattering in all directions. Can you truly escape? Rong-yi bellows, pursuing the eighth prince. Unburdened by others, the eighth prince unleashes his full cultivation, his form darting like lightning as he races southward. Falling star step, Rong-yi relentlessly chases after him. Employing his martial skill, his form soaring like a meteor, covering 1,000 zhang in an instant. Something is amiss. Suddenly, Rong-yi senses the eighth prince's aura fluctuating erratically, at times surging as if about to break free from his mortal coil, and at other times retracting and dimming, resembling a winter insect lying dormant. He is attempting to forcibly break through to the star realm. With relentless pursuit, the innate energy continuously emanated, and the aura of the eighth prince grew increasingly substantial. Boom! In an instant, a beam of light erupted from the eighth prince, the dense innate energy soaring into the heavens, piercing through the skies. The eighth prince's presence became overwhelmingly majestic. Whoosh! Immediately, he halted, swallowing several pills in succession. Rong-yi, arriving in haste, furrowed his brow. Forcibly enhancing one's realm through elixirs significantly damages one's foundational principles. However, when weighed against the loss of life, the damage to one's foundation is but a trifling concern. The eighth prince, conversely, revealed a smile, declaring, at last, "You have been defeated once." What? Rong-yi did not comprehend. Did he really believe that by elevating his cultivation, he could best him? Everyone possesses hidden cards, and Rong-yi still had his most formidable move unplayed. "As you pursue me, others may live," the eighth prince said, his laughter innocent. Rong-yi was momentarily taken aback, his heart stirred. The eighth prince intended to sacrifice himself to buy time for the 29 members of the Dashuan kingdom to escape. Yet, from the very beginning, Rong-yi had never contemplated the necessity of annihilating those individuals. His blade sought only the blood and star essence of the mightiest. Unless those individuals were foolish enough to seek death themselves, he would not hesitate to act. Nonetheless, the eighth prince's actions evoked a measure of admiration within Rong-yi. Although he had initially not intended to kill anyone else, he refrained from voicing his thoughts to avoid wounding the eighth prince's pride. "You are quite commendable." Rong-yi's tone softened unexpectedly. "Then let us engage in battle." The eighth prince's momentum surged, and as his voice fell, he charged at Rong-yi with a force tenfold stronger than before. "To show my appreciation for you, this prince will exert his utmost." Bloodthirsty Azura. A scarlet mist enveloped Rong-yi, instantly transforming into a fearsome Azura armor, encasing his body. The two collided violently, arcs of electricity flickering, and blood surged explosively. Bang! Their fists and feet clashed, producing a thunderous roar. Each strike was flesh against flesh, each move splattering blood. The Azura armor on Rong-yi was shattered, riddled with countless cracks, while the eighth prince found his arms bruised, nearly fracturing from the onslaught. Thud! thud. A punch and an elbow. The two separated. Rong-Yi's chest armor exploded, leaving an imprint on the 8th Prince's chest. Call of thunder. The 8th Prince bellowed, dark clouds roiling. And lightning descended. Mountain-splitting seal. Rong-Yi formed a seal, and a phantom of a great mountain split apart, unleashing a powerful imprint. Boom, boom, boom. Rong-Yi braced against the falling thunder, the mountain-splitting seal crashing towards the 8th Prince. Bang! The 8th Prince plummeted like a meteor. Rong-Yi's Azura armor was utterly obliterated, wisps of black smoke rising from his body. Thud! The 8th Prince was sent flying 3,000 zhong, crashing into a colossal mountain, creating a massive crater halfway up the slope. Rong-Yi swiftly darted over. The 8th Prince lay limply within the crater, his face contorted in pain, revealing a bitter smile upon seeing Rong-Yi approach. You are far too powerful, he managed to utter. Rong-Yi landed, observing the somewhat disheveled 8th Prince, and slowly spoke. This prince may choose not to kill you. No. You must kill me. I have been defeated. The 8th Prince declared with fierce intensity. Rong-Yi's lips twitched. Was he truly begging for death? At that moment, Rong-Yi suddenly sensed a gaze upon him. He immediately turned to look and beheld a pair of flame-like eyes, along with a grotesquely disfigured, burned face. Fire Yanluo, what the hell? A ghost! Rong-Yi exclaimed, his hair standing on end. Fire Yanluo blinked innocently, clearly taken aback. Chapter 60. Whose prey Fire Yanluo felt quite helpless, since he could remember. Misfortune had dogged his steps. Without delving into past events, even entering the hunting grounds of the myriad nations had been fraught with peril. Half an hour ago, he had encountered the Dacian Kingdom's team and engaged in a fierce battle with a minor demon, whose strength was indeed formidable, fighting above their level without yielding an inch. He had no choice but to self-destruct a strand of innate energy and flee northward. It seemed this unfortunate soul was destined for bad luck. Even drinking cold water could lead to trouble. After fleeing 100,000 li to the north, he stumbled upon the clash between Rong-Yi and the 8th Prince. Go avoid detection. Fire Yanluo dove into the forest. Retreating over 10,000 li, quietly hiding on the slope of a massive mountain, suppressing his aura and remaining still, he thought to himself, let them fight. It would be best if they attracted the pursuing minor demons, allowing me to escape unscathed. However, he never anticipated that amidst their battle, the center of conflict would shift towards him, culminating in a dramatic showdown just 10 zhong away from where he lay. The 8th Prince was struck down, hurtling towards Fire Yanluo. By sheer coincidence, he landed just 10 zhong in front of him, until Rong-Yi swiftly followed, discovering him there. Fire Yanluo felt a whirlwind of emotions. Contemplating his own mortality, you all continue. If he wishes for you to kill him, just do it. I'll take my leave now. Ignoring Rong-Yi's shout of ghost, Fire Yanluo awkwardly smiled to himself. Turning to leave, however, his disfigured face, with charred skin and a twisted smile, appeared horrifying in the eyes of both Rong-Yi and the 8th Prince. Coupled with his hoarse voice, Rong-Yi instantly conjured a vivid image. The enemy's sinister laughter, urging them to turn on each other, allowing him to reap the benefits. Fire Yanluo, the 8th Prince called out, instantly identifying him. Stop, Rong-Yi bellowed. Fire Yanluo, feeling helpless, replied, I'm merely passing through. A passing criminal? Rong-Yi noted the iron plate hanging from Fire Yanluo's wrist. Inscribed with the word criminal in the Star Realm, he immediately understood that the individual before him was the infamous Star Realm criminal. I only wish to survive. Esteemed sir, could you spare me? Fire Yanluo implored, not wanting to engage with Rong-Yi, lest he attract the minor demons. Before Rong-Yi could respond, the 8th Prince interjected, You wish to survive? Yet you slaughtered an entire city, countless men, women, and children. Do they not deserve death? Fire Yanluo's grotesque features slightly contorted, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. They deserve to die. I believe you are the one who should die, the 8th Prince retorted coldly. The 10,000 Marquis office dispatched you to the myriad nations hunt for the express purpose of eliminating you. Fire Yanluo retracted the cold light from his eyes, realizing that the 8th Prince lay incapacitated in the crater, unable to act against him. Only Rong-Yi remained capable of striking. He bowed respectfully to Rong-Yi, stating, Esteemed sir, may we act as if we have never met. Do you truly believe that is possible? Rong Yi coldly countered. Massacre, 1,000,000 innocent lives. Rong Yi's heart surged with anger. This criminal, having committed numerous heinous acts, deserved death. Today, you shall not escape. Boom. Rong Yi channeled his star essence, his aura exploding as he launched a fist towards Fire Yinluo. Fire Yinluo's eyes flickered. A moment of hesitation replaced by fury as flames erupted. With a similar punch, engulfed in flames, Fire Yinluo roared, bang. Their fists collided, flames erupting, star essence swirling. Fire Yinluo was sent flying back 10 zhong, while Rong Yi was propelled 100 zhong. Ding! The system detected the heavenly fire Dao body. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Rong Yi's mind. The heavenly fire Dao body, one of the ancient sacred bodies, is an innate fire essence body. Cultivating the way of fire yields greater results with lesser effort. Those who achieve mastery condense fire patterns, boasting overwhelming combat power. No wonder Fire Yinluo's single punch had placed Rong Yi at a disadvantage. He was indeed one of the ancient sacred bodies. The heavenly fire Dao body. Rong Yi realized he had to employ the Azura's secret technique. Stealing his mind, he swiftly soared into the air. Blood essence surged forth, crimson mist coalescing behind him, forming the Azura armor. Bloodthirsty Azura. To battle! Rong Yi roared, charging at Fire Yinluo. Aware that battle was inevitable, Fire Yinluo did not attempt to conceal himself. Flames erupted, a roaring inferno spreading forth, a sea of fire extending 1,000 zhong. Fire technique, fiery sword formation. He bellowed, the inferno rising, unleashing thousands of flaming swords aimed at Rong Yi. Bang, bang, bang. Rong Yi swung his fists, creating a storm of punches that shattered the flaming swords, the fiery explosions casting a red glow upon his form. In that moment, Rong Yi, engulfed in flames, truly resembled a vengeful Azura from the far east, descending upon them. In an instant, as the myriad flaming swords fell, Rong Yi shattered them all, his eyes brimming with battle intent. Charging headlong at Fire Yinluo, fire technique, demon of fire. Fire Yinluo formed a seal with one hand, the sea of flames roiling, unleashing a piercing howl as a towering 10 zhong flame demon emerged from the inferno. The flaming specter raised its massive fiery foot, preparing to stomp down on Rong Yi. Such mere martial skills cannot thwart me, Rong Yi roared, raising his palm to strike. Their forces collided, creating a violent shockwave that destabilized the very fabric of space. Sending shockwaves rippling through the air, bang! The flaming specter's colossal foot exploded. Staggering back, it regained its footing, the flames reforming and restoring the massive foot to its original state. Capture the king before capturing the thief, Rong Yi thought to himself. Falling star step, with a swift motion, Rong Yi darted behind the flaming specter, launching an attack directly at Fire Yinluo, who retaliated with a fierce kick, engulfed in scorching flames. Aiming a powerful strike towards Rong Yi's face, Rong Yi swiftly dodged backward, narrowly avoiding a fierce kick, yet the flames trailing the foot singed his hair, transforming his once sleek black locks into a wild, curly mane. Before Rong Yi could fully comprehend the situation, the fiery Yinluo unleashed another kick, turning his back to Rong Yi, only to raise his other foot in a swift backward strike. The combat experience of Yinluo was exceedingly rich. Amidst the skirmish, he remained composed and unfazed, executing his moves with unwavering calmness. The backward kick, imbued with searing flames, struck with a resounding boom. Rong Yi hastily crossed his arms to shield his chest. But Yinluo's foot collided with his crossed arms, sending him hurtling backward. At that moment, a brilliant streak of light shot across the sky, accompanied by a melodious laughter. I wondered where the fiery Yinluo had fled, only to find him here bullying others. A captivating figure emerged amidst the shimmering afterimages, a petite demon clad in leather armor that accentuated her flawless physique. She then turned her gaze towards the combatants, her eyes lingering on Rong Yi, momentarily captivated, her gaze turning flirtatious, her smile blooming like a flower. Ah, it is the esteemed Tiani Emperor. Today truly brings fortune. Both of you shall serve as my quarry. The petite demon playfully licked her lips, her tongue dancing delicately. Yinluo's expression shifted slightly, his aura surging as if prepared for a fierce battle. With a roar, he unleashed a torrent of flames toward the petite demon, only to turn and flee. You wish to escape? she cried, elegantly waving her jade hand to disperse the fiery onslaught, swiftly pursuing Yin Luo. He is my prey. Rongyi leaped into action, his own aura flaring. The Azura armor appearing even more formidable. Boom, boom, boom. The petite demon and Yin Luo clashed fiercely ahead, flames dancing wildly as scorching heat rose. Rongyi immediately followed suit, unleashing the frost-shattering fist aimed directly at Yin Luo. Ice pillars surged forth, striking with great force. There is no prey for you here. You are both mine. The petite demon suddenly turned her head, her jade fist clenched, transforming into a fleeting shadow, and with a single sweep, shattered the ice pillars. Rongyi's fist came crashing in, colliding with the petite demon's. Boom. The petite demon shuddered, her arm slightly tingling, while Rongyi felt a tremendous force surge through his arm, compelling him to stagger back 10 paces. Ding! At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Rongyi's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chapter 61. The Past of Yin Luo. Rongyi's gaze towards the petite demon shifted dramatically. It was no wonder she appeared so enchanting yet maintained a certain coldness towards the emperor of the Great Qian. It was not out of respect but rather an ominous intent to eliminate the emperor. Unbeknownst to the petite demon, Rongyi's thoughts were tumultuous. She shook her tingling jade hand and remarked, "No wonder you dared to defy the emperor. It seems you have some backing." As she spoke, her eyes remained fixed on Yin Luo, ensuring he did not escape. The three of them stood in a standoff. Yin Luo sought to flee, while Rongyi and the petite demon would not allow it. The petite demon also wished to keep Rongyi, resulting in a tense stalemate. "Petite demon, let us join forces to subdue Yin Luo first. Then we shall settle our own contest," Rongyi proposed, his mind made up. The petite demon blinked her beautiful eyes and suggested, "How about a duel between the two of you while I observe?" Rongyi chuckled, saying, "If that were your intention, wouldn't it have been better not to reveal yourself earlier? I understand your mistrust. Allow me to make the first move as a gesture of goodwill." With that declaration, Yin Luo's eyes narrowed, his expression grave, as if he were facing certain death. Rongyi surged towards Yin Luo, executing the mountain opening seal. The massive imprint descended. Boom! Yin Luo immediately summoned flames, a tempest of fire enveloping him as he conjured a towering wall of flames before him. The mountain opening seal crashed against the fire wall, sending a myriad of flames scattering, both forces locked in a fierce struggle, before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. At that moment, a resonant roar akin to thunder echoed forth. As two azure figures, one resembling a dragon, the other an elephant, charged forth. Yin Luo continued to manipulate the flames, his heart as still as dead water, his eyes reflecting despair. "I only wish to survive. Why can't you grant me that?" The sin of slaughtering a city was not his alone. His gaze caught the petite demon, who seemed poised for action, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, as he prepared to defend himself, exhaustion washed over him, and the flames he had summoned dissipated without warning. The dragon and elephant lunged forward in an instant. What? Rongyi's heart trembled. What was Yin Luo scheming? As the two azure figures approached, Yin Luo remained motionless, lost in a daze. In that moment of bewilderment, he perceived a slender silhouette in the void, turning back with a gentle smile, though her face remained obscured. "I have tried so hard. Yet, the heavens grant me no path to survival. I shall soon join you." Yin Luo murmured softly, his eyes glistening with tears, two streams cascading down his face, revealing a vulnerability that softened his once fearsome countenance. Evoking a sense of pity, boom, the dragon and elephant struck, colliding forcefully with Yin Luo's form. Not only was there no defense, but even the protective star energy surrounding him vanished. Yin Luo's body was sent crashing backward. Plummeting rapidly toward the ground, upon impact, the force of his descent obliterated the surrounding terrain, the earth cracking and collapsing, leaving a pit 10 paces deep at its center. Puff! Yin Luo's flesh contorted grotesquely. His ribs shattered, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain as he lay half-conscious, gazing up at the sky. The blue was so pure, the clouds so white. "If I die, this world shall remain as it is." Rongyi and the petite demon exchanged glances, then flew towards the spot where Yin Luo had fallen. "Why do you not retaliate?" Rongyi asked, bewildered. Looking at Yin Luo seemed to regain a glimmer of life, a sinister grin spreading across his twisted features. "If you deny me life, then I shall embrace death. What is the meaning of this? Rongyi frowned. How could a notorious criminal, responsible for the slaughter of an entire city, face death with such calmness? Yin Luo seemed intent on leaving his final words in this world, his gaze turning icy. Everyone in Bai Yi City deserves to die. Bai Yi City, the very city he had laid waste to. The venom in his words sent chills down Rongyi and the petite demon's spines. The massacre was a consequence of the actions taken by all the inhabitants of Bai Yi City. Yin Luo's family had once thrived in Bai Yi City, owning 300 shops selling elixirs, star soldiers, and various cultivation resources. The city lord's household was engaged in similar enterprises, yet their reputation and product quality paled in comparison to Yin Luo's family. Leading to fierce competition, as Yin Luo's cultivation talent emerged, the city lord's household, fearing future retribution, resorted to ruthless measures. They publicly dishonored Yin Luo's fiancé Yi, secretly murdered his parents, and incited the citizens to seize the 300 shops owned by Yin Luo's family. Yin Luo was pursued relentlessly, leading to his disfigurement, yet he miraculously survived. The final straw was when his dishonored fiancé Yi was captured, falsely accused of crimes against the city lord's household and sentenced to death. On the day of her execution, the townsfolk mocked him mercilessly, even children threw stones at him. Despite having witnessed the public humiliation of his fiancée Yi in her dying words, she implored Yin Luo to abandon his hatred and escape Bai Yi City to live a good life. Standing at the execution grounds, surrounded by jeers, he saw his fiancée Yi's head severed from her body. Landing at his feet, in a fit of rage, he unleashed an inferno, spilling rivers of blood. Bai Yi City was left with no survivors. Thus began his ceaseless flight until he was captured, imprisoned by the empire, and subjected to torment by those in power connected to Bai Yi City. From that day forth, he had never known ease. Yet he fought to survive, not for himself alone, but for his family and his fiancée Yi. Even amidst the treacherous hunts, he longed for life. He avoided harming the petite demon, choosing to endure further torture rather than succumb. But the world was filled with malice. No one ever asked him why he committed such a massacre. When they saw him, it was merely the butcher of Bai Yi City, a heinous criminal. He was weary. Perhaps it was better to perish in this treacherous hunt, surrounded by mountains and forests where he could see the blue sky, 100 times better than the confines of a prison. The petite demon's eyes glimmered with 2 flickers of light upon hearing this. Rongyi's heart was shaken, his gaze complex. You cannot die by my hand. This sin is too great for me to bear. System, he called out in his mind. Is there any elixir that can save him? Ding. The system responded, detecting the heavenly fire Dao body of Yin Luo. His meridians are severed, vital organs destroyed, and his skeletal structure shattered. A 3rd-tier elixir, the sacred blood bone rejuvenation pill, is required for healing. With each word from the system, Rongyi's expression shifted. What a calamity! Upon hearing that a 3rd-tier elixir was needed, he felt as if he wished to press himself into the ground in despair. I cannot afford that. The emperor's fortune was insufficient. I'll have to extend credit. Rongyi, accompanied by a sycophantic laughter, cleared his throat and inquired, might I procure a sacred bone refining pill on credit? Akin to saving a life in a dire situation? Chapter 62. Awaiting justice from this emperor Ding. The system cannot extend credit. However, this system shall continue to serve the host as per the host's needs. Items can be pledged. The system's voice reverberated gently in his mind. Rongyi felt a tightening in his heart. If credit were not an option, the injuries of the fire Yin Luo might prove fatal. This sin, whether he wished it or not, would be his to bear. Yet upon hearing the word but, a twist of fortune sparked joy within Rongyi. The system remained, as always, remarkably humanized. Splendid. He resolved to pledge an item in exchange for a 3rd-grade pill. The sacred bone refining pill. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, yes, Ding, a reminder to the host. Currently, the host possesses only 2 items for pledge, the 9-hole divine lotus clone and the killing blade. Which item shall the host pledge? The system inquired. Rongyi chuckled lightly. Was there any need for choice? By pledging the 9-hole divine lotus clone, he would render himself a mere soul entity. Naturally, he would opt for the killing blade. Ding! Does the host wish to pledge the killing blade in exchange for the 3rd-grade sacred bone refining pill? The system operated with meticulousness and reliability. Exchange. Rongyi nodded affirmatively. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully acquired the third-grade sacred bone refining pill. Instantly, the killing blade vanished, replaced by a pale blood-colored pill that appeared in the system's space, resembling a dragon's eye in size, adorned with intricate pill patterns, and enveloped in a wisp of ethereal pill mist. The patterns and mist unequivocally signified the pill's exceptional grade. The third-grade sacred bone refining pill. With a swift motion, Rong-yi retrieved the sacred bone refining pill, eager to administer it to the Fire Yin Luo. The little demon, upon seeing the pill, experienced a sudden constriction of her pupils, unable to discern its grade. Yet the pill's fragrant essence, intricate patterns, and mist revealed its extraordinary nature. She understood that it was unlikely for the entire Shiqing Empire to possess such a high-grade pill. How could the Tiani Emperor so easily offer a life-saving remedy to a mere stranger? Was it of the fourth grade or the third grade? Such details were inconsequential. What mattered was the deep-seated foundation of the Rong nation and the Tiani Emperor. Had the Tiani Emperor, after 9 millennia, not perished but instead ventured into broader realms, striving to transcend himself and pursue a stronger existence? This pill could undoubtedly save the Fire Yin Luo. However, even as Rong-yi positioned it at the Fire Yin Luo's lips, he refused to consume it. He wished to narrate his past, to ensure the world knew that he, the Fire Yin Luo, was not a mindless killer, not a being steeped in sin. His eyes, once glowing with fierce determination, dimmed rapidly as he weakly gazed at Rong-yi. Thank you for killing me. Thank you for hearing my words, and thank you for saving me. No, you must survive, Rong-yi insisted, forcing the sacred bone refining pill into the Fire Yin Luo's mouth. The little demon, with utmost seriousness, stated, Fire Yin Luo, as you mentioned, you do not live for yourself alone. Now, an opportunity to survive lies before you. If you refuse it, would that not be a betrayal of your fiancée's wishes? Surely, she in the heavens wishes for your survival. Even as the little demon spoke sternly, her innate enchanting voice sent shivers down the spine of those who listened. The Fire Yin Luo's dim eyes flickered with hope. Rong-yi sensed a glimmer of success and continued, Do you wish for her to depart this world with regret? After all these years, you have endured. Are you truly willing to give up now? Then, Rong-yi uttered a somewhat audacious declaration, revealing a mere glimpse of his ambition to the world. Persevere. One day, this emperor shall seek justice for you. The little demon, upon hearing this, cast a sideways glance at Rong-yi. A sovereign of a vassal state, seeking justice for an empire? Indeed, the Tiani emperor had returned after 9 millennia, and his ambition was evidently far from trivial. If justice were not upheld in this world, there would come a day when nations would crumble. The Fire Yin Luo's lifeless gaze flickered, shaken not by the promise of justice, but by the hope his fiancée held for his survival. Pausing, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye, and he opened his mouth to swallow the sacred bone refining pill. With a crackle, the effects of the sacred bone refining pill surged through him. His body visibly contorted, bones realigning, and he began to grow anew. The vitality within him surged. Even the burns that marred his once handsome face began to restore, revealing exquisite features. Suddenly, a flare of flames erupted, engulfing the Fire Yin Luo's face, once again scorching his features. Rong-yi and the little demon exchanged glances, both understanding the Fire Yin Luo's resolve. After a moment, the Fire Yin Luo's injuries were nearly healed. The lingering effects of the pill still present, enabling him to rise. With heartfelt gratitude, he bowed deeply. Thank you both. Go now, and live, Rong-yi gestured, relieved that he would not bear the immense hatred and the sins of a million souls. The Fire Yin Luo bowed again, then, with a swift motion, vanished into the depths of the forest. In the aftermath, only the little demon and Rong-yi remained. Outside, the countenance of the Emperor of Deqian was dark, as if a storm were brewing, ready to unleash thunder and torrential rain. Kill him. Seeing Rong-yi and the little demon allow the Fire Yin Luo to escape, the Deqian Emperor felt displeased. Yet what weighed more heavily on his heart was the desire for the little demon to eliminate Rong-yi. The little demon, adhering to the Emperor's command, prepared for battle. As soon as the Fire Yin Luo departed, an alluring aura radiated from her. With eyes like peach blossoms, she gazed at Rong-yi, declaring, Now, it is your turn to face me. Tension crackled between them, swords drawn. Well, I too have my grievances. Do you believe me? Rong-yi blinked and asked, I believe you, but I will not listen. The little demon replied with a soft smile, suddenly launching herself with overwhelming force, unleashing a powerful strike towards Rong-yi. Either you die, or I perish. Even with my grievances, I must choose your demise. Strike first and gain the advantage. Rong-yi, equally prepared, sensed their shared understanding of the impending clash. Boom. They unleashed their powers simultaneously, with Rong-yi enveloped in the blood Shura technique, clad in Shura armor, channeling energy to clash with the little demon's attack. Swish, swish, both were sent flying, soaring into the air. The little demon, with a flick of her finger, caused the entire space to tremble, conjuring blossoms of demon spirits that swayed with a grace akin to her own. Each flower, towering 100 feet, resembled a carnivorous plant, opening its giant maw filled with sharp teeth, lunging towards Rong-yi. Ice frost smash. With a surge of chilling energy, ice pillars surged forth, freezing and shattering the demon's spirit blossoms. In the distance, 29 figures clad in black, armored in ebony, soared towards the battlefield. Those were the demon's spirit blossoms of the little demon. Someone in the back exclaimed, the opponent is not the Fire Yin Luo. They are employing ice-based techniques. Another, puzzled, asked, did we not pursue the Fire Yin Luo? Why are they battling someone else? That someone appeared to be an even match for the little demon. In the grand hunt across the nations, aside from the annual notorious offender of Star Realm, who could rival the little demon? Who was this individual? These 29 figures were the swift pursuers from the Daqian kingdom. They rapidly approached, drawn by the violent energy of the battle, stopping at a distance of 100 miles from the fray. I asked that the emperor of the Rong nation. Someone squinted, recognizing the black dragon robe and the almost demonically cold countenance of Rong-yi. Encountering the emperor of the Rong nation, an excited voice exclaimed, we can fulfill the emperor's orders. The little demon shall claim the head of the emperor of the Rong nation and present it to the emperor. At this moment, the emperor might very well be watching, and upon witnessing the little demon slay the emperor of the Rong nation, he would surely be filled with delight. Chapter 63. Poisoned Boom. Boom, boom. The demon's spirit blossoms were all shattered, and fine shards of ice rained down from above, resembling delicate snowflakes. Rong-yi, undeterred, pressed forward, launching an aggressive assault. Starfall steps. He dashed forward, closing the distance with explosive speed. Condensed blade slash. With all his might, he conjured a colossal star energy blade, accompanied by the roar of a dragon, entwined in azure light. The most powerful strike since he began practicing the condensed blade slash erupted. Iron tree blossoms. The little demon instinctively suppressed the allure in her gaze. The Tiani Emperor, sensing his aura, was indeed at the pinnacle of Star Realm, yet the power he unleashed was already an even match for her. Truly, he had returned from his ventures. The little demon concentrated her star energy with all her might, summoning a towering, iron-blue giant tree that sprang into existence, standing firm and unyielding. Almost immediately, the iron tree bloomed with vibrant flowers, which floated through the air, transforming into a sea of blossoms. As the colossal star energy blade descended, the flowers seemed irresistibly drawn towards it, all rushing to meet the blade. Upon contact, the flowers dissolved, merging into a pink radiance that pierced the star energy blade. One flower, two flowers, no visible effect, but when thousands upon thousands merged, the dragon's shadow shattered. An uncountable number of flowers surged forth, and the star energy blade splintered into countless fragments. Hiss! Rong-yi inhaled sharply. Such a bizarre phenomenon? Before he could finish his thought, tens of thousands of flowers rushed towards him. The star energy remained steadfast. Rong-yi hurriedly summoned his star energy, forming a protective sphere around himself. The flowers dissolved, shooting forth radiant beams. Even the steadfast star energy could barely withstand the rapid onslaught, collapsing swiftly. Swish! At that moment, behind the countless flowers, a lithe figure darted forward. None other than the little demon. Boom! The precarious star essence remained unchanged as a swift strike from the diminutive demon sliced through the air, elbow bent and poised, unleashing the concentrated star essence towards Rong-yi's cheek. The approaching elbow strike, akin to a razor, cleaved the very air in two. Rong-yi's gaze sharpened. He immediately bent his legs and crouched low. Whoosh! The blade-like elbow grazed past his head, sending a chill down his scalp. In an instant, Rongi retaliated, his half-crouched legs forcefully stomping upon the void as if standing upon solid ground, creating two deep imprints in the space around him. Boom! Rongi leapt into the air, drawing his knee towards the diminutive demon's waist. The demon's form was supple, swaying like willow leaves, and as agile as a swimming fish. She slipped close to Rongi's raised knee, twisting her body to press her back firmly against his chest. Were it not for the overwhelming force and the myriad petals dancing in the air, one might have mistaken them for a couple engaged in a clandestine embrace in broad daylight. Bang! At that moment, the demon, pressed against Rong-yi, struck down with her elbow, landing a blow to his ribs. The immense impact sent Rong-yi hurtling backward, the sound of cracking ribs echoing as several broke. Damn, that hurt. What remarkable agility, Rong-yi thought to himself, but before he could descend, his broken ribs had already returned to their original state. The nine-hole Divine Lotus clone should not be underestimated. One may lose a battle, but never the war, Rong-yi jested. So, you prefer to burrow into someone's embrace during a fight? I shall have to be cautious. The demon's eyes flickered with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, only to be replaced by a sultry smile. Indeed, I most enjoy nestling into Tian-yi Huang's arms. That gaze, that grace, that allure ignited a warmth within Rong-yi's lower abdomen. Goodness, even the nine-hole Divine Lotus clone was developing a mischievous inclination towards the demon. Wretched little demon, Rong-yi murmured, hurriedly reciting 2 lines of Buddhist scripture. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. The demon, rich in combat experience, recognized Rong-yi's expression as a prime opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, her jade hand formed a seal, and she unleashed a dazzling flower in the air. The bloom was modest in size, merely 10 zhong, yet its speed rivaled that of lightning. Roar! The flower's massive maw opened wide, aiming to engulf Rong-yi. How dare you exploit my moment of vulnerability, you scoundrel! Well, you are a little demon. Rong-yi's eyelids twitched as he swiftly retreated, his hands moving in a flurry, conjuring countless seals. Mountain-splitting seal. The ethereal mountains crumbled, and the condensed seal shot forth. Boom! It collided with the oncoming flower. Both erupted in a violent explosion, transforming into powder and raising a fierce gale, rippling through the air. Even at the epicenter of the clash, tiny black fissures appeared, so minuscule they resembled strands of hair. Yet if one were to behold them, it would be utterly shocking. The battle between 2 Star Mansion realm cultivators could indeed rend the very fabric of space. How terrifying! Crack, crack, crack! The fierce wind swept through, causing the black dragon robe of Rong-yi to rustle dramatically. Whoosh! From the front, a sound of air being torn filled the atmosphere as the little demon charged forth once more. Again! A smirk graced Rong-yi's lips. He had to admit, in close combat, he could not best the little demon. He hastily retreated. The demon pursued relentlessly, blade slash, frost-breaking fist, mountain-splitting seal. A series of martial techniques were unleashed to impede the demon's advance. The demon effortlessly countered and pressed forward with unwavering determination. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens resonated with continuous reverberations as the sky was engulfed in a tempest, and the earth lay in ruins, in the blink of an eye. The two had exchanged countless blows. What level of cultivation technique was this Tian-yi Huang practicing? It had been half an hour, yet he showed no signs of fatigue, the little demon pondered, feeling increasingly drained, while Rong-yi appeared as vigorous as ever, exhibiting an escalating fervor in battle. The fluidity and application of his techniques grew ever more refined. It's all in jest. If you strike the same move 3,000 times, you will surely master it. Practice makes perfect. If Rong-yi, who cultivated the ancestral-level technique, the earth-shattering decision, were aware of the little demon's thoughts, he would be elated to inform her, in a war of attrition. You are no match for me. Thus, while executing martial techniques, he simultaneously replenished his star essence through the earth-shattering decision, persisting for 3 days and nights without pause. This illustrates a significant disparity between high-level and low-level techniques. I cannot defeat you, but I shall outlast you. As their confrontation continued, martial techniques detonated, leveling hundreds of mountain peaks and leaving the earth scarred for miles around, riddled with countless ravines and gaping wounds. After another half hour, Suddenly, the little demon faltered, appearing to struggle with her strength, her attacks losing their rhythm. Rongyi recognized it was his turn to counterattack. The call for retaliation sounded. Dragon and elephant rampage, the seal erupted. A mountain-splitting seal was hurled forth, bang. The little demon hastily defended herself, her delicate face flushing. The tremendous force of the collision sent her body hurtling away. Had the little demon been defeated? In the distance, 29 figures clad in black armor exchanged incredulous glances. Rongyi did not take a step back, while the little demon was sent flying 1,000 zhong. It was evident to all that she had fallen into a disadvantageous position. The 29 exchanged glances, hastily rushing forth. Rongyi pursued, and the 29 shielded the little demon, yet she effortlessly separated them with star essence. Stepping forth to face Rongyi, "You have been defeated," Rongyi declared. "Come again," the little demon retorted, her gaze resolute. Rongyi shook his head. "You are utterly drained of star essence and possess no fighting strength left." Ding! "Congratulations, host. You have defeated the little demon." The system's voice confirmed the outcome of the battle. Rongyi's gaze swept over the 29 figures behind the little demon, finally resting upon her. And he spoke slowly, "Little demon, you are poisoned." "What?" The 29 stared wide-eyed at the little demon. The little demon shuddered, clearly indicating to the others that Rongyi's words held truth. Poisoned? The young prodigy of the great Qian kingdom. How could she possibly be poisoned? Unless the 29 turned their eyes towards Rongyi, and someone's expression turned icy. "We wondered how you defeated the little demon. It turns out you resorted to despicable means, poisoning her. You, the ancestral emperor of the Rong kingdom, are indeed a base scoundrel. Your Rong kingdom deserves to be obliterated. The poison kingdom should perish." The 29 buzzed like flies, clamoring incessantly. Rongyi ignored them, focusing solely on the little demon. Previously, during their initial clash, the system had rang out 3 times in his mind. Ding! Detected that the little demon is afflicted with Shura fire poison. The host can resolve it with blood Shura. Ding! Detected that the little demon bears the heavenly might divine talisman, which has yet to awaken. The system can activate it. Ding! A time-limited mission has been issued. Defeat the little demon, subdue the little demon, with a time limit of 1 day and a reward of a super gift package. The little demon's strength was formidable, owing to the heavenly might divine talisman and her exceptional aptitude. However, without activation and awakening, she had yet to unleash her full potential. Moreover, her Shura fire poison restricted her abilities. A portion of her star essence was required to suppress the poison. Should she divert that essence for other uses, the Shura fire poison would surely claim her life. The Shura fire poison was the little demon's greatest secret, and yet Rongyi had discerned it at a glance. It was noteworthy that even the fiery Yama of the star realm had only perceived her ailment without grasping the specifics. "How did you know I was poisoned?" the little demon inquired, her voice trembling with anticipation. The 29, still berating Rongyi, froze at the little demon's words. This implied that it was not the ancestral emperor of the Rong kingdom who had poisoned her. That poison was administered by the monarch of the great Qian kingdom to control you, was it not? Rongyi remarked with a gentle smile, his gaze fixed on the little demon. The revelation that the monarch of the great Qian kingdom had poisoned the little demon caused the 29 to turn pale. Their initial suspicions now confirmed. A young noble from the great Qian kingdom suddenly unleashed his star essence, demonstrating cultivation at the minor completion stage of the Star Mansion realm, and charged at Rongyi. "How dare you slander our monarch? You seek death." The star essence surged like a torrent, aimed directly at Rongyi. "Everyone, attack! Kill this insolent fool!" cried the others, a swarm of flies. "Do you think you are all little demons?" Rongyi retaliated with a punch. The first noble to strike was instantly frozen, his body bursting into fragments, leaving no trace behind. "How dare you attack the ancestral emperor? You seek death?" A black streak flashed across the sky, revealing a towering figure with a fearsome visage. Dianwei, the fierce general. He had swiftly dealt with those obstructing him and was now in hot pursuit of Rongyi as he drew near. His fists swung like hammers, obliterating several nearby foes into a bloody mist, rain falling from the sky. The remaining onlookers, filled with terror, fled in all directions. "Trying to escape? Not on my watch," the fierce general, filled with murderous intent, pursued those fleeing without leaving a single survivor. Rongyi halted, retracting his star essence, and amidst the falling blood rain, he approached the little demon, erecting a star essence barrier to shield her from the blood. The little demon awaited, her delicate face tense, her heart racing. Indeed, I can resolve the Shura fire poison. Rongyi candidly admitted that the little demoness let out a sigh of relief, casting a sidelong glance at him. Her charm captivating enough to momentarily leave Rongyi spellbound. With a playful laugh, she remarked, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Was it necessary to engage in battle?" Coughing lightly, Rongyi thought to himself that he couldn't possibly disclose to the little demoness that the system's task necessitated her defeat. Hence the confrontation. This sovereign merely wishes to test your prowess. He casually fabricated an excuse, allowing a sweet smile to flit across his face. The little demoness' expression turned serious as she replied, "I assume you wouldn't poison me without a price. What are your demands?" After a brief pause, she raised her delicate brows with a flirtatious smile and added, "I wouldn't mind if you let me snuggle into your embrace. Your age of 9,000 years is of no concern to me, for you appear quite agreeable. Are you implying that this sovereign is old? I assure you, I am not 9,000 years old." That is merely a disguise, Rongyi thought, feeling a surge of frustration. He then met her gaze and said, "This sovereign's intention in curing your poison is not without conditions." Before he could finish, the little demoness interjected with a seductive grin, "Do you require me to warm your bed, your majesty?" "No, that is unnecessary." Rongyi found himself flustered at her alluring demeanor, feeling a surge of heat within. This sovereign wishes to recruit you, not for warming a bed, but as a subordinate. He felt the need to clarify, "Your potential is boundless, and this sovereign has great expectations of you. Are you not concerned that once I am cured, I might flee?" the little demoness inquired. Rongyi rolled his eyes internally, thinking, "Does this sovereign not know how to gradually cure a little at a time?" However, he knew he could not act in such a manner. He needed to win her over. "This sovereign believes that once you come to understand me and the depth of my capabilities, you will never wish to leave, for only by following this sovereign can you witness a broader expanse of opportunities." With the confidence bestowed by the system, Rongyi spoke with an imposing presence. The little demoness' eyes sparkled in response. Indeed, the famed Tiani emperor, who had roamed the world for 9,000 years, possessed an aura far beyond that of the ruler of Deqian. In truth, had Rongyi cured her poison, the little demoness would likely have proposed to follow him, for as Rongyi had stated, he would lead her to experience a world beyond her imagination. Moreover, once the little demoness was freed from the poison and distanced from Deqian, she would find herself in a precarious situation, akin to facing the Empire's pursuit alongside the fiery Yin Luo. Her only sanctuary would be Ronghua and the Tiani Emperor. "Very well, I accept your terms," the little demoness nodded eagerly. "What?" Rongyi nearly lost his balance, almost straining his waist. She agreed so readily. This sovereign had prepared grand promises like ensuring your satisfaction after a decade of following me. Now, those words were evidently unnecessary. Rongyi eyed her suspiciously. "You wouldn't be deceiving this sovereign, would you?" "You may test me," she shot back with a flirtatious wink. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have completed the time-limited task. Defeat the little demoness. Recruit the little demoness. A super gift package has been awarded to you." The system's notification chimed in at just the right moment. "This sovereign believes in you." Rongyi confidently addressed the little demoness. "Tonight, I shall warm your bed," she declared. Rongyi felt a rush of heat. "That will be for later." The little demoness blushed, retorting, "You shameless rogue." Rongyi's expression darkened. He found it increasingly difficult to clarify. Fortunately, at that moment, the fierce General Dianwei returned, reporting that all 29 adversaries had been vanquished. "Your Majesty, are you unharmed?" Dianwei cast a wary glance at the little demoness, well aware of her beguiling beauty and lethal intentions. "I am well. Have you eliminated those who obstructed you?" Rongyi inquired. Dianwei shook his head. "No, they fled during the battle. It was unsatisfying. Let us return," Rongyi declared, leading the little demoness and Dianwei back towards the site where the valiant Lubu, the royal offspring of Ronghua, and the Yenyun 18 riders awaited. "Your Majesty," Dianwei glared fiercely at the little demoness. "Oh, she shall henceforth serve as this sovereign's bed warmer," Rongyi stated nonchalantly. Not daring to look back, fearful that his burning desire might reveal his true feelings. Dianwei stared at the little demoness, internally exclaiming, "Your Majesty is indeed formidable, majestic, and invincible." The little demoness, with her peach blossom-like complexion, offered no rebuttal. The group sped back. "Ding, host, would you like to open the super gift package?" "Open it." The trio sped away, waving their sleeves without taking a single cloud with them. A half-collapsed mountainside. A wretched, immobile figure cried out in despair, "Kill me! Please, kill me! If not, at least rescue me. Do not leave me here to become the prey of the beasts." Chapter 65. Continuous rewards. The little demoness was defeated by the Emperor of Ronggua. Upon witnessing the scene where the little demoness was repelled by Rongyi's single strike, nearly every monarch from the vassal states rose in disbelief. The little demoness, a paragon of Deqian, had reigned supreme as the champion of the international hunt for 5 consecutive years, unmatched by any other nation's talents. Yet now, she had fallen. How outrageous! The Dacian monarch shouted, lacking any semblance of decorum. If the little demoness could not best the Emperor of Ronggua, who then could threaten his life? Zhang Kai was left in a daze, pondering whether Ronggua was destined to soar to new heights. All eyes were riveted on the scene, anticipating the moment when Ronggua and Deqian would irrevocably sever ties, waiting for Rongyi to slay the little demoness and the remaining 29. However, as time passed, Dianwei pursued and eliminated all 29 foes. Yet the little demoness appeared to be in cordial conversation with Rongyi. What is the meaning of this? The monarchs were perplexed. Their expressions a mix of astonishment and confusion. It was only when they saw Rongyi departing with Dianwei and the little demoness, who obediently trailed behind him, that the Dacian monarch's eyes nearly erupted with fury, his entire being teetering on the brink of explosion. The other monarchs dared not even glance, bowing their heads in silence. Unbeknownst to Rongyi, who was blissfully unaware of the unfolding turmoil outside, he eagerly activated the super gift package. The items revealed from the super gift package were of immense value. Rongyi recalled the first time he opened a super gift package, receiving several ancestral-level techniques and a killing blade. To his astonishment, this time, for subduing the little demoness, the system rewarded him with a super gift package. Ding! Super gift package successfully opened. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 5 chances to alter the physique and bloodline of cultivators. Among the options are 10 varieties of the eternal holy body and 10 ancient bloodlines. Wow! The ability to change the physique and bloodline of cultivators. 10 types of eternal holy body and 10 types of ancient bloodlines to choose from at will. Rongyi's spirit soared. To alter one's physique and bloodline is infinitely superior to merely washing the marrow and cutting the tendons. It fundamentally changes a cultivator's qualifications and strength. The eternal holy body and ancient bloodlines. With these 5 opportunities, would easily grant Ronggua 5 exceptionally strong cultivators, allowing them to effortlessly break into the innate realm. And that was not all. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Heavenly Might Divine Talisman, with 10 opportunities for bestowal and activation. The Heavenly Might Divine Talisman. During the ancient era, the human, demon, Azura, and heavenly races, 5 powerful beings, sacrificed themselves to the heavens, carrying the secret arts of their races, merging with the cosmos. Some fortunate cultivators, favored by this ritual of heaven and earth, were born with the Heavenly Might Divine Talisman. Upon activation, they would master a secret art whose power rivals that of the eternal holy body and ancient bloodlines. This, too, is the origin of the little demoness Heavenly Might Divine Talisman, an enigma of immense power. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 7th grade attacking martial technique, the 7 breaking blade technique. The blade was pawned 2 hours ago. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 7th grade movement martial technique, the thunder movement technique. Finally, a stronger movement martial technique has emerged, capable of keeping pace with Rongyi's cultivation growth. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 6th grade attacking martial technique, the Great Yin Demon Pillar. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 6th grade defensive martial technique, the Southernly Bright Fire Bell. This time, the super gift package has enabled Rongyi to reap tremendous rewards, enhancing his combat prowess with superior martial techniques. 5 opportunities to alter physique and bloodline, along with 10 opportunities to bestow and activate the Heavenly Might Divine Talisman, could create 15 super experts. Rong's overall strength is poised for a dramatic increase, surpassing the Western Qing Empire with a promising future ahead. Rong Yi's smile radiated genuine delight. However, to the fierce General Dian Wei, the sight seemed somewhat, "Your Majesty, why do you suddenly smile? Are you anticipating tonight's warmth from the little demoness? That would not be feasible. There are no palaces or grand beds in the international hunt," Dian Wei remarked solemnly beside Rong Yi. Rong Yi's lips twitched as he glanced at the little demoness, who was blushing with embarrassment, glaring at Dian Wei in indignation. Dian Wei, oblivious to the nuances, earnestly stated, "Why are you glaring at me? I am merely speaking the truth. There are indeed no palaces or beds here. Even if you are eager to warm the bed for your Majesty, you must wait until we return. It is not your fault for being too straightforward. It is merely this sovereign's penchant for pretense." Rong Yi replied, his face flushed with embarrassment, adopting a serious tone. "General Dian, this matter must not be spoken of to anyone else." "Understood. I shall ensure the dignity of your Majesty is maintained." The honest and straightforward Dian Wei nodded in acknowledgement, while Rong Yi merely gave a slight nod and refrained from further comments. Who could foresee how the well-meaning Dian Wei might let his imagination run wild? The three individuals, possessing profound cultivation, swiftly traversed the terrain and soon arrived at the location where the valiant General Lu Bu and his companions were stationed. Casually, it was mentioned that the little demon would henceforth accompany the Rong Nation's team for hunting. Princess Pingyang blinked her large eyes but chose to remain silent. What followed was a focused endeavor on the hunt. Rong Yi led the team as they navigated the mountain ranges, seeking out demonic beasts and the notorious criminals. However, having learned from the previous incident involving the fire Yanluo, an additional step was taken before engaging the criminals. Rong Yi, bearing a stern expression akin to that of a judge, inquired about the crimes committed by the offenders. Notably, the remaining criminals did not share the tragic fate of the fire Yanluo. They had undeniably committed heinous acts and were dealt with swiftly. In a matter of days, Rong Yi had collected over 10,000 iron tokens. Outside, apart from Rong Qi and Rong Ruizong, the expressions of the others were stiff, cold, and devoid of emotion. After several days, the grand hunt reached its conclusion. In the sky above, Qing Zhu, accompanied by several individuals, descended from the flying wooden vessel of the Wan Ho General Elder. She rose first, prompting the other sovereigns to pay their respects in unison. Qing Zhu cast a glance at the expression of the ruler of Deqian and then averted his gaze. "The grand hunt concludes today. We shall now impose the mountain ceiling restrictions." With that, Qing Zhu and his companions landed. In an instant, a shimmering barrier flickered, and the ceiling was lifted. From the lower forest, hundreds of individuals surged forth. The leader handed the iron tokens to the envoy of the Wan Ho General and then led his team back behind their respective sovereigns. All the monarchs wore grim expressions, their gazes fixed on the scene below. At that moment, a figure clad in a black dragon robe caught the eye, accompanied by a captivating woman with a graceful demeanor. Two formidable generals, one with a black face and the other with a white face. Closely followed and further behind were the elite Yinyun 18 riders, carrying royal offspring. This was the Rong Nation's team. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted within the arena. The ruler of Deqian swooped down like a hawk, exclaiming, "Little demon, do you dare to betray the Daqian kingdom?" The murderous intent radiated from his fiery gaze as he glared at the little demon. With a gentle smile, the little demon replied, "I was never a subject of the Daqian kingdom. How could I betray it? It is you who have used poison to control me, forcing me to serve you. During this grand hunt, I merely chose not to serve the Daqian kingdom. Poison? Controlling the little demon? What shocking news!" The various sovereigns stood agape, having only witnessed the grand hunt without sound, unaware of the conversation between the little demon and Rong Yi. Upon hearing the little demon's words, the truth became apparent. The ruler of Deqian's face turned ashen with rage. "You have betrayed the Daqian kingdom and even conspired with the Rong nation to frame me. You slanderous wretch! I shall kill you." With a sweeping motion, the ruler of Deqian unleashed a powerful strike that shook the heavens, as if the very sky were caving in. A massive hand of condensed air came crashing down, enveloping Rong Yi and the Rong Nation's team in its ominous shadow, intending to obliterate them with a single blow. Emperor Ancestor, Rong Qi and Rong Ruizong shouted in alarm. "Stop! How dare you!" Qing Zhu turned sharply, his almond-shaped eyes glaring at the ruler of Deqian. Chapter 66. Zhang Kai pleads for mercy. The ruler of Deqian swung his palm down without heeding Qing Zhu's warning. His eyes bloodshot and frenzied as he summoned his star essence to subdue Rongyi. A similar scene unfolded once more. Qing Zhu's companions darted forward. One intercepted the descending palm while the others unleashed their cultivation levels to suppress the ruler of Deqian. Get away! I am the ruler of Deqian. Do you dare to offend me? The ruler of Deqian openly defied them. Yet the outcome was inevitable. He was swiftly subdued. Release me. Are you seeking death? The ruler of Deqian struggled vehemently, shouting in desperation. TSK, TSK, TSK. Rongyi shook his head in disappointment. What a tragic spectacle. I will kill all of you. Annihilate you. The ruler of Deqian bellowed. Silence him. Qing Zhu commanded tersely. Immediately, one individual utilized star essence to seal the ruler of Deqian's mouth. The ruler of Deqian could only turn red in frustration, unable to utter a sound. In this confrontation, the ruler of Deqian suffered a devastating defeat, having lost both face and men. Qing Zhu raised his hand, directing a point downwards, causing the array surrounding the mountains to tremble and emit two faint beams of light, from which two figures emerged. Point one was charred black, resembling a corpse, with broken meridians and shattered bones. This was Wu Qianba, alongside the eighth son, both collapsing before the sovereigns of Wu Qian and Deqian. Qing Zhu spoke slowly. These two still possess a breath of life and can be saved. Sovereigns, please proceed with caution. Yes, indeed. The two sovereigns nodded urgently as they took charge of Wu Qianba and the eighth son. Qing Zhu continued, Next, I shall announce the rankings and rewards for each nation. Without needing to be told, everyone knew that the foremost position belonged unequivocally to the Rong nation. Then they heard him declare. In this grand hunt, the Rong nation claims the top prize. They have earned the qualification to enter the Xiqing Academy and may send one royal offspring to study there. The rewards were bountiful. 6 great elixirs, 100 pieces, 7 great elixirs, 1,000 pieces, 8 grade star soldier armor, 10,000 sets, 9 grade star soldier armor, 100,000 sets, and a plethora of 6 and 7 grade medicinal materials. After speaking, he immediately handed 10 Shinkuan bags to Rongyi, with one containing a spatial extent of 100 zhang, 4 with 50 zhang, and 5 with 20 zhang, all serving to hold the abundant resources for cultivation. Rongyi accepted them and stored them away. As Qing Zhu continued to announce the rewards for the second and third places, the last position was undeniably claimed by the Daqian Kingdom and the utterly defeated Huayuho Kingdom, receiving no rewards whatsoever, not even a participation prize. Elder Shi, you shall accompany me for a moment. Upon concluding the matters, Qing Zhu instructed the individuals from the Wan Ho General to escort the ruler of Deqian onto the flying wooden ship, directing Elder Shi to follow suit. Elder Shi's expression remained unchanged as he swiftly complied, boarding the Wan Ho General's flying wooden vessel. Qing Zhu turned to Rongyi, politely bowing. I invite your majesty to promptly select a royal offspring to send to the imperial capital for study at the Xiqing Academy. I shall await your majesty's arrival in the imperial capital. Very well. Rongyi nodded in agreement. With a flash, Qing Zhu departed, and the flying wooden vessel of the Wan Ho General took off towards the imperial capital. Come, little demon, return with me to the Rong nation, Rongyi proclaimed proudly, leading his group past the assembled crowd. This matter is far from over. The ruler of Deqian gritted his teeth. Ha! Do you also wish to visit the Wan Ho General for tea? Rongyi turned back with a light laugh, his demeanor provoking the ruler of Deqian, whose expression darkened. Rongyi disregarded him and boarded the flying wooden vessel, while Rong Qi and Rong Ruizong were filled with excitement, hardly believing that the Rong nation could participate in the grand hunt and claim victory. Moreover, it appeared their ancestor emperor had acquired another remarkable subordinate. Why are you not hurrying aboard? How long must I wait for you? Rongyi gently urged. The other 9 vassal states in the east, represented by their respective sovereigns, hastily boarded the flying wooden vessel, their 9 teams crowding together and leaving ample space for the Rong nation. Zhang Kai's expression shifted dramatically as he stood beside Rongyi, forcing a smile. Your Majesty, shall we return? Indeed. Rongyi replied succinctly, as the flying wooden vessel set sail eastward. Dozens of sovereigns remained behind, their faces filled with indignation, particularly the rulers of Deqian, Wu Qian, Tiancheng, Tai Lin, and Huayu, who were especially incensed If we do not exact revenge for this grievance, we are unworthy to be called sovereigns. The ruler of Wu Chun declared, casting a cold glance at the charred Wu Qianba. This Rong nation's ancestor emperor is far too arrogant. It is merely the top prize of a grand hunt. The ruler of Dexian stated solemnly. Nearby, Elder Bei cleared his throat. What? Do you all wish to visit the Wan Ho general for tea? We must devise a plan to eliminate him. Indeed, there are numerous ways to kill a man. The ruler of Dexian replied with a hint of resentment. That ancestor emperor of the Rong nation will soon send royal offspring to the Xiqing Academy. Such an opportunity should not be squandered by you. Sovereigns? Yes. We shall eliminate him in the imperial capital. The sovereigns seemed to find their direction, their eyes glimmering with murderous intent as they gazed at the distant flying wooden vessel of the Wan Ho general. On board the flying wooden vessel, Zhang Kai transformed, his demeanor markedly different as he ingratiated himself with Rong Yi. Your Majesty, I was blind before and offended you. Please overlook my transgressions. A wise ruler can forgive. I am no wise ruler. My patience is limited, Rong Yi retorted. Your Majesty, do try this Lei Ho Chun Jian tea. It is quite fragrant. Your Majesty, please do not stand. I have brought a stool for you to sit and admire the clouds. Zhang Kai continued, his tone overly solicitous. Oddly enough, it is indeed more comfortable to sit. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Zhang Kai continued to call out, though his voice became somewhat grating. With a swift motion, Rong Yi slapped Zhang Kai on the shoulder, causing him to tremble in fear, nearly collapsing to the ground, convinced that Rong Yi intended to strike him down. Yet, to his surprise, Rong Yi merely said, Rest assured, I have no intention of inviting you for tea with the Wan Ho general. Zhang Kai sighed in relief, but before he could fully relax, Rong Yi added, Rest assured, there will come a day when I shall take your head and present it at the Wanman Pavilion of the Rong nation, in tribute to the souls of the countless people. Heavens, may the Emperor Tianyi spare me. Zhang Kai's countenance changed dramatically, and with a thud, he knelt down, acknowledging his previous wrongdoings and pleading for mercy from the Emperor Tianyi. The eastern vassal states had never witnessed such a wretched and pitiful sight of Zhang Kai. Rong Yi barked, Silence. Zhang Kai could only bow his head in despair, not daring to utter another word. The flying wooden ship sped through the air, and Rong Yi remained unyielding, leaving Zhang Kai wishing fervently for the vessel to slow down, granting him more time to implore. Thus, they continued until they reached the Rong kingdom. Emperor Tianyi, spare my life. As Rong Yi led his entourage off the ship, Zhang Kai could not contain his desperate shout. Rong Yi turned back, his gaze cold and indifferent. Had I known this would be the case, why act so foolishly in the first place? With those words, he turned and departed. Zhang Kai's eyes dimmed in an instant, filled with a sense of impending doom. It was over, leaving no room for redemption. Given the strength displayed by the Rong kingdom during the Grand Hunt, not to mention Rong Yi's formidable prowess, Zhang Kai knew he was not one to provoke. Chapter 67. Physique and Bloodline. Have you heard? The Ancestor Emperor led the team to participate in the Grand Hunt and emerged as the champion. The entire Rong kingdom was in an uproar. Who doesn't know this? The Ancestor Emperor even took a subordinate. I heard it was a bed-warming maid. Oh, who told you that? Me, my uncle's second brother's little brother's elder sister's son, is a palace guard. He heard it firsthand while drinking with a dark-faced general close to the Ancestor Emperor. Ah, so that's the case. It must be the bed-warming maid. The citizens of the Rong kingdom celebrated with jubilation. The 12 cultivation sects secretly accelerated the establishment of academies. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Imperial Luck 1000. Imperial Luck 999,999. The Imperial Luck consumed during the Grand Hunt had replenished once more. The first order of business was to redeem the Killing Blade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Participate in the Grand Hunt. Elevate the prestige of the Rong kingdom. A reward package has been issued. Another reward package arrived. Delightful. Ding. Does the host wish to open the package? Open. Rong Yi did not hesitate for a moment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 7th rank defensive talisman. 10 golden armor talismans. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 7th rank offensive talisman. 5 Thunderfire talismans. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 7th rank offensive martial technique. Thunderclap palm technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 5th rank blood refining pills. In comparison, The items obtained from the ordinary package paled in comparison to those from the super package. Only the Thunderclap Palm technique and the 5th rank blood refining pills held any value. Nevertheless, this endeavor was undoubtedly fruitful. Ding. Does the host wish to practice all martial techniques? Practice. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the martial techniques. In an instant, Rong Yi's mind filled with methods to execute various martial arts, as if they were innate, awaiting future use to achieve perfection. As for the Shura fire poison on the little demon, it was a lethal toxin for her, but for Rong Yi, wielding the blood Shura was akin to conjuring a vast sea of blood against those assassins from the blood-killing pavilion. Once the Shura armor emerged, it absorbed the poison entirely, leaving not a trace behind. Following that, he activated the Heavenly Might Divine Talisman, a secret technique of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. With the Shura fire poison dispelled, the power of the Heavenly Might Divine Talisman erupted, and the little demon's cultivation soared directly into the initial stage of the star realm. Outside, it was rumored that she was merely his bedwarming maid. The little demon giggled beside Rong Yi. This General Dian, Rong Yi smirked. The little demon continued, have you selected the candidates for entering the Xiqing Academy? Let me guess, is it that little girl who participated in the grand hunt with you? The Princess Pingyang was indeed Rong Yi's first choice. However, before sending her to the Xiqing Academy, he needed to alter her physique and bloodline. 10 types of ancient saint physiques, 10 types of ancient bloodlines, and 5 kinds of heavenly might divine talismans left Rong Yi, who struggled with indecision, feeling somewhat dazzled. The innate saint physique of purple thunder law body, the azure lotus sword body, the Southly bloodline, the transformation bloodline, the devouring bloodline. What a difficult choice. Ultimately, observing Princess Pingyang's cultivation and considering her physique, he chose the Su Lei bloodline from the 10 bloodlines. Soft on the outside yet strong within, balancing yin and yang, awakening the power of the bloodline to command all thunder. It was extraordinarily powerful. The little demon summoned Princess Pingyang, who timidly entered the grand hall to pay her respects. Rong Yi pointed to the large wooden tub beside him and said, remove your outer garments and step inside. Princess Pingyang was taken aback, wondering if the Ancestor Emperor was displeased with the little demon and had extended his hand toward her. Trembling, she asked, Ancient Emperor, do you wish for me to bathe and change clothes, to warm your bed? But it was only noon. What the? Rong Yi's eyes widened, 1,000 black-backed tigers racing through his mind. Dianwei, you've ruined my reputation. What are you thinking, you little girl? I intend to grant you an opportunity, Rong Yi stated solemnly. Princess Pingyang remained skeptical. Then, why must I remove my outer garments? I merely thought that if your inner garments became wet, you would have another outer garment to put on. A gentleman. The heavens bear witness. Then you needn't remove your garments. Rong Yi pointed to the tub. Get in. Upon realizing the Ancestor Emperor was not as she had imagined, Princess Pingyang's face flushed, and she hurriedly jumped into the tub. It might hurt a bit. Bear with it, Rong Yi advised. Princess Pingyang nodded resolutely. System, alter the bloodline. Su Lei bloodline, Rong Yi silently commanded, causing the void to distort. As if a spring had opened, releasing a stream of liquid. The liquid was blood red, with black arcs of electricity flashing within it. It filled the tub. Princess Pingyang's body trembled, her pretty face paling instantly. She felt her blood being drawn away, replaced by another liquid coursing through her veins. Ugh! Princess Pingyang emitted a low growl but adhered to Rong Yi's words, enduring the pain. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, her lips turning blue and purple, her pupils slightly unfocused. Yet she gritted her teeth, remaining silent and enduring with the passage of time. Sounds of thunder echoed from within Princess Pingyang. Last, in the final moment, she persevered through the intense pain, which quickly subsided. Princess Pingyang sighed in relief, her vision going black as she fainted, her body slumping toward the bottom of the tub. Rong Yi hurried to support her. But just as his hand reached her, he abruptly halted. He swiftly moved outside the hall. Little demon, go in and take care of Pingyang. Understood. The little demon outside the hall immediately rushed inside, sensing the presence of a mysterious force filling the room. Her heart trembling. What other secrets does this Emperor Tianyi possess? With a sigh, she approached the tub, finding it filled with clear water. Princess Pingyang lay unconscious, languidly submerged, bubbles rising around her. The little demon smiled brightly. The rumors had driven Emperor Tianyi to such lengths that even his descendants were not to be touched. This smile was like blooming peach blossoms, breathtakingly beautiful. Unfortunately, no one was there to witness. Rongyi truly dared not lay a hand on her. The honest Yanwei had promised to uphold the ancestor emperor's dignity, yet merely a day after returning home, rumors had already spread far and wide. If he were to touch the little girl, who knew what scandalous gossip would ensue? Extra! Extra! The ancestor emperor of the Rong kingdom. Perhaps he won't spare even the 24th generation of descendants. Goodness, just thinking about it is terrifying. Days passed and Princess Pingyang gradually adapted to the Sule bloodline. After Rong Yi gave her some final instructions, he prepared to send her to the Xiqing Academy. Initially, Rong Yi intended for General Elbu to escort Princess Pingyang, sparing himself the embarrassment of being a grand ancestor emperor roaming about. However, the little demon had never visited the imperial capital and wished to explore. Agreeing to broaden her horizons, Rong Yi had no choice but to sacrifice his dignity once more. Before departing, Rong Yi granted Rong Qi a heavenly might divine talisman, altering Rong Rui's physique, reminding both to train diligently. He left the battle General Elbu and the fierce General Dianwei in the Rong kingdom as a precaution. Then, Rong Yi, the little demon, and Princess Pingyang set off for the imperial capital of Xiqing, accompanied by a plump, jade-green sword bug snugly perched on Rong Yi's shoulder. Chapter 68. Arriving at the imperial capital Xiqing Imperial Capital. Wang Fu, my lord, the fire Yanluo did not perish during the grand hunt. The gray-clad steward bowed respectfully at the door. Creak. The door swung open, revealing an elderly man clad in indigo brocade, youthful in appearance yet with hair as white as snow. His complexion rosy, and his eyes gleaming with vitality as he strode forth with a commanding presence. Such incompetence in the 10,000 lords' office? How could the fire Yanluo return alive? The elder furrowed his brow. You have jeopardized my grand affairs, my lord. Regarding the grand hunt? The gray-clad steward recounted the details of the grand hunt he had learned. After a moment, the elder raised an eyebrow. Is this ancestor emperor of the Rong kingdom the one from 9,000 years ago? Indeed, it is the Emperor Tianyi, the steward affirmed. Humph, a figure from 9,000 years ago, still thinking to command the winds and waves in this era? The elder let out a cold snort. Since he intended to send his offspring to the Western Celebration Academy in the imperial capital for study, you shall arrange for someone to meet with him and gauge his abilities. If he proves to be sensible, perhaps this prince may find use for him in the future. Yes, my lord, the gray-clad steward responded hastily. After a brief pause, he inquired, my lord, what about the fire Yanluo? As for fire Yanluo, I shall make separate arrangements, the elder replied, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, determined not to allow the DZ faction to rescue him. The imperial capital of Western Celebration lies countless miles away from the kingdom of Rong. A cultivator from the Star Realm would need to fly for several months without pause. However, aside from flying directly, there exists another method, the use of the instantaneous platform. The instantaneous platform stands 30 feet high and measures 100 feet in length and width, constructed from void law stones, inscribed with spatial array diagrams. By activating the array with star essence, one can achieve directional teleportation, making it exceedingly convenient. Rong Yi, the little demon, and Princess Pingyang, accompanied by a green jade sword insect, were on their way to the city of Dongwan, where the Dongwan Marquee office was located, to utilize the instantaneous platform and journey to the imperial capital of Western Celebration. This trip was to escort Princess Pingyang to the Western Celebration Academy for her studies. A reward from the Great Hunt of Nations. The Marquee office generously covered the travel expenses, upon presenting the token of the Western Celebration Academy to the soldiers stationed at the instantaneous platform. The three and the insect were invited aboard in a flash of brilliance. Rong Yi and the others vanished into thin air. That must be the ancestor of the Rong kingdom, one soldier remarked. Gazing at the empty instantaneous platform, I heard that Lord Zhang knelt before the ancestor of the Rong kingdom just days ago. Another soldier whispered. The Rong kingdom has turned its fortunes around. They were on the brink of destruction, and now the ancestor has appeared. Truly remarkable. Another soldier exclaimed. At that moment, a figure swept in swiftly, accompanied by a piercing cry. Tianyi Huang, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you. Before the speaker could finish, upon seeing the vacant instantaneous platform, their voice abruptly ceased. Lord Zhang, Lord Zhang. The soldiers hurriedly bowed. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Kai. Where are they? Zhang Kai demanded, pointing at the instantaneous platform. They've left, a soldier replied. Zhang Kai instantly slapped the soldier across the face, leaving him dazed. Did I not instruct you to notify me as soon as Tianyi Huang arrived? We didn't have time. Tianyi Huang was leaving, the soldier explained. You worthless fools. What use are you in Dongguan Marquis City if you cannot handle such a simple matter? Zhang Kai berated them frantically, using both hands and feet to kick and strike the soldiers, fortunately refraining from using his cultivation, or else a single punch would have likely killed them. Rongyi had no intention of paying Zhang Kai any mind. Currently, he was constrained by the authority of the Marquis office and could not directly kill him. Boarding the instantaneous platform, they awaited the flash of light. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over them. As if they had spun countless times in the vastness of space, in the next moment, a brilliant light pierced their vision, and before they could regain their composure, a voice nearby shouted, "Hurry down. Don't dawdle. Time is of the essence. The next group is coming soon." As their vision gradually focused, they found themselves in the imperial capital. The instantaneous platform was bustling with people, 100 times more lively than Dongguan Marquis City. The soldiers guarding the platform bore heavy auras, the weakest among them being at the celestial aspect realm. As Rong Yi and the others stepped off the platform, they noticed that the surrounding soldiers and male cultivators were all fixated on the little demon. "This woman is simply captivating," one soldier whispered. The little demon cast a glance around and immediately imitated Qingzhu, pulling out a thin veil to cover her face below the eyes. Rongyi was taken aback, casting a surprised look at the little demon but said nothing as the three continued walking. The streets of the imperial capital were broad and well-maintained, with each road measuring at least 10 feet in width. The shops on either side were mostly multi-story buildings, some as low as 3 stories and others soaring up to 7 or 8. The little demon, holding Princess Pingyang's hand, joyfully strolled about, exploring the streets. Initially, Princess Pingyang felt somewhat constrained with the ancestor following closely behind, but upon noticing that the ancestor was also curiously observing their surroundings, she relaxed a bit. Upon inquiring about the location of the Marquis office, the three, along with the insect, took their time exploring, ultimately arriving at the entrance of the Marquis office after a full 2 hours. After revealing their identities and requesting an audience, it took less than a cup of tea's time for Qingzhu to arrive swiftly. After exchanging pleasantries, Qingzhu and the little demon shared a knowing glance, typical among women. "Tianyi Huang, I sincerely apologize. I have some official matters to attend to that are yet unresolved. How about this? You have traveled a long way. I shall have someone take you to the Huanqi Pavilion. Half an hour should suffice for me to complete my duties, and then I will come to welcome you properly. That's fine. You carry on with your business? There's no need for anyone to escort us. Just tell me where the Huanqi Pavilion is, and we shall find our way," Rongyi replied with a smile. Qingzhu hesitated for a moment. Realizing that Tianyi Huang was likely concerned about the inconvenience of being escorted, so she revealed the location of the Huanqi Pavilion, repeatedly apologizing for any oversight. Rongyi waved his hand dismissively, leading the little demon and Princess Pingyang toward the Huanqi Pavilion. As they exited onto a street, the little demon suddenly remarked, "Tianyi Huang, I think Qingzhu wishes to be your warm bedmaid." Rongyi's expression darkened, shooting a serious glance at Princess Pingyang. "Oh, not speak recklessly. We have a child present." Princess Pingyang pouted in defiance. Although she was younger than Jichinsu, she was of appropriate age. Moreover, she intentionally puffed her chest out. Seeing her actions, Rongyi felt even more embarrassed, lamenting the loss of the ancestor's dignity. The little demon chuckled softly, choosing not to say more. The trio arrived at the Huanqi Pavilion and requested a private room. The waiter, upon seeing Rongyi's handsome features and imposing presence, and the little demon, whose beauty could not be concealed even with the veil, quickly welcomed them into the elegant chamber. "Oh, Brother Huan, that little caterpillar is so adorable. I want to roast it and eat it," a sultry voice chimed in from nearby. Rongyi and the others turned to see a group of people surrounding a young man and woman. The woman pointing at the green jade sword insect that was idly crawling on Rongyi's shoulder. The green jade sword insect thought to itself, "Who have I offended?" Just a glance from afar. "And you wish to roast me, miss? Your taste is quite peculiar." Chapter 69. Not lacking in wealth, Rongyi, the little demon, and Princess Pingyang turned back around. The young man, surrounded by admirers, immediately fixed his gaze on the little demon. Even with the veil, she exuded a deadly allure that captivated him. Humph! The beautiful woman beside him was clearly displeased, discreetly pinching the young man's waist. Brother Juan, I want that little caterpillar. Ouch, the young man winced in pain, quickly coming back to his senses. All right, I'll go get that little caterpillar for you. You're the best, Brother Juan, the beautiful woman cooed. Compared to the little demon's natural charm, the woman's pretentiousness and artificial allure were utterly nauseating. Even her brother Juan's gaze occasionally wandered toward the little demon. This little brother, I am Dongfang Juan from the Grand General's residence. I would like to purchase your little caterpillar for 10 star crystals. Dongfang Juan arrogantly approached Rong Yi, introduced himself, and then cast a smug glance at the little demon, seemingly conveying, look at my esteemed status. You should consider serving me, and you'll enjoy a life of luxury. Star crystals, refined from star essence ores, each contained pure star essence, usable for cultivation or as currency. 1 star crystal could buy 10 ninth grade elixirs, while 10 star crystals could procure a 7th grade elixir. Dongfang Huan believed he was extravagantly generous to offer 10 star crystals for a plump little caterpillar, flaunting the wealth of the Grand General's residence. Humph! We are not lacking in money. The green jade sword insect rose indignantly, glaring at the two small-eyed individuals. You think 10 star crystals can buy me? What a delusion! 10 star crystals, how grand of you! The little demon spoke with a teasing glint in her eyes. The mockery evident. The beautiful woman could no longer contain herself. You vixen! Brother Juan offers you 10 star crystals out of kindness. Look at your pitiful appearance. You must be from a vassal state. If Brother Juan desires, he can simply take your caterpillar, and your king wouldn't dare to utter a word. Strangely enough, the beautiful woman's words inadvertently revealed the origins of Rong Yi and the others. Dongfang Huan, however, raised his hand to silence the woman's insults. To showcase his refinement before the little demon and demonstrate his vast wealth, he declared, that young lady, name your price. I, Dongfang Huan, am not lacking in star crystals. Wow! Truly impressive, Dongfang family. Your words carry weight. Young Master Huan, you are indeed formidable. Hee, just a few vassal state peasants, and young Master Huan speaks so graciously. Surely it is for that woman. Nearby, several individuals had already begun to take notice of the unfolding scene. Hearing the flattery, Dongfang Huan strutted with pride. Although he was addressing the little demon, she instead looked at Rongyi with a demure expression. Suddenly, Dongfang Huan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, a shadow flickering in his eyes, yet he feigned an air of confidence. Rongyi raised his hand, gently stroking the body of the Qingyu sword bug with his index finger, chuckling softly, then it shall be 10,000 star crystals. What? Dongfang Huan was taken aback. The surrounding crowd erupted in commotion, incredulous. Was this lowly commoner driven mad by poverty? Had he never seen star crystals before? How dare he make such an outrageous demand? Did he not realize that 10,000 star crystals could crush him to death? Humph! With 10,000 star crystals, one could buy a life of a cultivator at the Star Mansion in the Blood-Killing Pavilion. Rong Yi merely smiled. Blood-Killing Pavilion? Ha! This prince has already slain 6 perfected Star Mansion assassins from the Blood-Killing Pavilion. You dare to speak of a cultivator's life to me? How naive! Dongfang Huan found himself both angered and amused by Rong Yi's audacity. Did you say how much? 10,000 star crystals? With that, I could acquire 3 celestial beasts from the Tianxiang realm. Did you not say that you are not in need of star crystals? Rong Yi countered lightly, delivering a lethal blow with his words. Giggling, the little demoness found the spectacle amusing, laughing out loud. You dare to seek death? Dongfang Huan's face flushed crimson as he unleashed his perfected Tianxiang realm cultivation, directing a powerful punch at Rong Yi's face. You shall perish, bang! Rong Yi lifted his foot, executing a swift and decisive kick to Dongfang Huan's abdomen, sending him flying. Young master! Young master! The accompanying guards rushed forward to catch Dongfang Huan. With bloodshot eyes, he pointed at Rong Yi, shouting, Seize them! Lock them in the dungeon. I will torment them for 10 days and nights. Yes. One guard complied, leaping forward with the prowess of a perfected Star Mansion cultivator. The little demoness took a step forward, but Rong Yi brandished his killing blade. Let me handle this. That is the nourishment of the killing blade. though he refrained from voicing this thought. The perfected Star Mansion guard lunged forward, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Rongyi's head. Rongyi raised one arm to block, the other gripping the killing blade, poised to strike. Hmph! Did you think you could block with just one arm? Such arrogance! The guard's eyes narrowed, coldly declaring, "This commoner possesses some strength, but he is unaware that there are greater powers beyond his own." The guard of young Master Huan was a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. With formidable combat prowess, how could these lowly commoners contend with him? Ridiculous. To think he would attempt to block with one hand. Seeking death, the crowd swelled, each onlooker casting derisive glances at Rongyi. A commoner daring to cause trouble in the imperial capital, where even the most inconsequential noble could easily subdue him. Bang! The perfected Star Mansion guard's kick landed on Rongyi's arm. Break it. The guard commanded coldly. However, contrary to expectations, no bone-cracking sound followed, and Rongyi's arm remained unperturbed. At that moment, a flash of cold light appeared. The killing blade pierced through the guard's neck, emerging from the back. Gurgling sounds escaped as the guard grasped at his neck, producing a sound akin to wind whistling through a gap, blood spurting uncontrollably. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have slain a perfected Star Mansion cultivator. The killing blade absorbs their chi and star essence. The system notification sounded. The guard ceased to breathe. The commoner has slain a guard of the general's mansion. The crowd stared wide-eyed, horrified, exclaiming, "He dispatched the guard of the general's mansion with but a single move. He must possess the cultivation of the star realm. So young. Could he be from the kingdom of Great Qian in the west? You dare to kill someone from my general's mansion?" Dongfang Huan exclaimed. Astonished, "You are seeking death. I assure you, you won't even make it out of the imperial capital." Rongyi retracted the killing blade, a cold smile gracing his lips as he approached Dongfang Huan. Dongfang Huan's body trembled. What are you doing? Rongyi raised the killing blade. Dongfang Huan's complexion shifted dramatically. No, don't kill me. My father is the Grand General of the Empire. Smack, smack. Rongyi slapped the killing blade against Dongfang Huan's face. Fear not, your cultivation is not worth my effort. Go. Summon the strongest from your general's mansion. This prince shall await you at the Huanxi Pavilion. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber somewhere in the imperial capital. The Shura flame burned brightly, illuminating Rongyi's visage. Shadows shifted nearby. Identity confirmed. The one who killed our blood-killing pavilion's assassin is none other than the Emperor of the Rong Kingdom. He is currently at the Huanxi Pavilion. He has also disrupted our plans in the kingdom of Great Qian. Have Wuxia take the Shura flame and eliminate him. The Shura flame flickered, a spark of fire landing before a shadow in the corner. Chapter 70. No worries, with Qingzhou present. In the residence of the Eastern Grand General, Master, it's bad. Cold Guard has been killed at the Huanxi Pavilion. The steward rushed to the study with great urgency. The Eastern Grand General, a towering figure with a resolute countenance, turned pale upon hearing the steward's words. Is Huaner all right? The Eastern Grand General inquired anxiously. The young master is unharmed. He has just returned home. Albeit shaken, the steward replied. Just then, another frantic set of footsteps approached, accompanied by a piercing wail from outside the study. I can't go on living. Huaner has been frightened outside, and the guard was slain by that villain. As a mother, I have failed to protect my son. The general's wife rushed in, tear-streaked and emotionally distraught, throwing herself into her husband's embrace, delivering a flurry of small punches to his chest. You heartless father. While our son is being bullied outside, you don't even inquire. The Eastern Grand General, helpless, patted his wife's shoulder. I was just listening to the steward's report. Please, stop crying for now. Let me ask the steward what transpired. What more is there to ask? A villain has killed Cold Guard. You should order the capture of that scoundrel and imprison him in the dungeon, sentencing him to death, the general's wife exclaimed. Do not rush, my dear. I will decide on the matter, the Eastern Grand General reassured. You truly are a heartless father. The general's wife retorted coldly. You disregard Huaner's safety, so as his mother, I shall have to seek justice from uncle. With that, she shot the general a glare of indignation before storming out. The Eastern Grand General sighed, then turned to the steward. What exactly happened? What was the cause? When the steward revealed that it all stemmed from a caterpillar. The Eastern Grand General was momentarily stunned, utterly perplexed. General, that individual claims to be a prince. He must be a king from one of the vassal states, the steward observed thoughtfully. The Eastern Grand General pondered. In that case, it would be unwise for me to intervene directly. Let my wife handle this matter. Sir, the people from the general's mansion are about to arrive. Would you like to avoid the storm? The manager of Huanxi Pavilion suggested with a smile, standing beside Rong Yi. No need. If anything is broken, it will be the responsibility of the general's mansion, Rong Yi declared, fully aware of the manager's underlying thoughts. The manager's lips twitched. While damaging property is a minor issue, I do worry about the potential harm to your esteemed self. That would be quite unfortunate, huh? Quite the smooth talker. Rong Yi chuckled lightly. Rest assured, once the general's mansion arrives, this prince will leave immediately. It will not affect your business at Huanxi Pavilion. The manager was taken aback. Many thanks for your understanding, esteemed guest. Now, please prepare the finest food and wine. Rong Yi waved his hand grandly. The manager was momentarily stunned. Esteemed guest, such confidence. Are you unafraid of the general's mansion, or are you simply unaware of its influence? This is not a concern for someone of my humble position. He replied, nodding. Please wait a moment. The finest food and wine will be ready shortly. With that, the manager quickly departed. Your Majesty, I assume you have a plan to deal with the general's mansion? The little demoness inquired once the manager left. Rong Yi dismissively waved his hand. A mere imperial general requires no elaborate strategy. I have only slain one of their guards. Should this escalate, it will ultimately be handled by the 10,000 Marquis office. With Qingzhou present, I will only need to compensate the general's mansion. So that's your thought process, the little demoness mused, noting the seemingly exceptional bond between Rong Yi and Qingzhou. Your Majesty, what exactly is your relationship with Qingzhou? She probed further. Rong Yi's lips twitched, thinking to himself, my relationship with Qingzhou is innocent. She merely saw me in a state of undress twice, and I saved her life. It's no big deal, of course. This was a sentiment he could only keep to himself. Rong Yi casually remarked, perhaps it's because Qingzhou is particularly respectful of her elders. Who would believe you? The little demoness rolled her eyes, exuding charm. Moments later, the food and wine had yet to arrive when Qingzhou made her entrance. Upon arrival, I was immediately informed of the incident involving Rong Yi's murder. After inquiring about the cause, I waved my hand dismissively, thinking to myself that Tian Yi Huang truly possesses a decisive and extraordinary nature, showing no fear even when confronted by the imperial general's mansion. My heart swelled with admiration. Rong Yi, brimming with pride, cast a glance at Xiao Yao, who merely rolled her eyes in response. Subsequently, Rong Yi introduced the Princess Pingyang, stating that she was a member of the royal family entering the Xiqing Academy for studies, and requested that she be looked after by Qingzhou. Qingzhou readily agreed. After the meal, Qingzhou presented Rong Yi with a Qinquan bag as a token of gratitude for matters concerning the Rong Kingdom. Xiao Yao, curious about what transpired in the Rong Kingdom, turned to Princess Pingyang, who appeared equally perplexed. Rong Yi unceremoniously accepted the Qinquan bag, channeling his mental energy into it, and was immediately met with the sight of 7 5th-grade pills, 100 6th-grade pills, 10,000 star crystals, and several red fruits, which were top-quality medicinal materials. Just as Qingzhou had mentioned, it was indeed a substantial gift. The value of those 7 5th-grade pills alone was remarkable. Rong Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity regarding Qingzhou's background. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Where is the murderer? We, the officials of the Xiqing mansion, are ordered to apprehend him. Several officers clad in dark uniforms, brandishing feathered blades at their waists, shouted loudly. Within the private room, the innkeeper pointed directly towards Rong Yi's chamber. The officers stepped forward, forcefully flinging the door open to gaze upon Rong Yi and his companions. As they were about to dine, Xiao Yao and Qingzhou had removed their veils, revealing their enchanting beauty, Xiao Yao exuding charm and Qingzhou radiating elegance, captivating the officer's attention. With a gulp, the leading officer regained his composure and bellowed. You dare feast here after committing murder? Arrest them all. Throw them into the dungeons. Inwardly, he thought, once in the dungeons, these individuals will be at my mercy. These 2 women are truly stunning. I wouldn't mind sacrificing 10 or 20 years of my life for them. Suddenly, Qingzhou sprang to her feet. The leading officer unsheathed his feathered blade with a clang. What? You dare resist? The other officers also revealed their formidable powers, each one surprisingly at the pinnacle of the Star Mansion realm. It seemed they were not ordinary officers, but rather all captains. What qualifications do mere officers have to imprison someone? Qing Zhu demanded. The captain chuckled lightly. If I say you will be imprisoned, then you shall be imprisoned. In this imperial capital, your crimes are subject to my decree. What audacity! Are there no laws in the imperial capital? Qing Zhu retorted. The captain laughed heartily. You lowly commoners dare to speak of laws. I am the law, seize them. Even the esteemed Fu Lianing of the Shiqing Mansion would not dare utter such words. You are truly bold. Qing Zhu's voice turned icy. If these officers were to take Rong Yi to the Shiqing Mansion for trial, Qing Zhu would have said nothing and accompanied him. But to directly throw them into the dungeons, only those condemned for serious crimes belong there. With a swift motion, Qing Zhu produced a palm-sized token, and instantly, a formidable pressure filled the Huanshui Pavilion, radiating authority and superiority, casting a disdainful gaze upon all. With a flick, she tossed the token before the officers. Upon it was inscribed a single character, Emperor. The Emperor's decree. The officers' faces paled instantly, and with a thud, they all knelt down. Chapter 71. The Emperor's Decree. The decree of the Emperor, the sovereign of the Shiqing Empire. The Emperor's decree is not to be impersonated, and the oppressive aura it emanates is unmistakable. The officers immediately knelt, prostrating themselves on the ground. The innkeeper, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback, realizing the guest held the Emperor's decree. Without hesitation, he followed suit and knelt. Outside, those who had gathered to witness the scene were equally astonished, all dropping to the ground. Summon your superior, Fu Lianing, Qing Zhu commanded. Yes, yes. The leading officer repeatedly bowed, cautiously rising and backing out of the Huanshui Pavilion, hastily making his way to the Shiqing Mansion. The Emperor's decree, once issued, commands eternal respect. Rongyi glanced at the token, secretly marveling at the Emperor's might, as formidable as a mountain. He aspired to one day possess such authority. In the rear courtyard of the Shiqing Mansion, Fu Lianing was entertaining two distinguished guests. Though he managed the trifles of the imperial capital, he was merely a sixth-grade official and rarely encountered these two high-ranking individuals. One was a man, the Minister of Justice of the Shiqing Empire, holding a second-grade position, wielding immense power. The other was a woman, the wife of the Eastern General and the sister of the Minister of Justice. Well connected with several princesses of the palace. Minister, I have arranged for the capture of the murderer, and he has been sent directly to the dungeons, Fu Lianing stated. The Eastern General's wife, the mother of Dongfang Huan, embellished the tale to her brother. Without hesitation, the minister, accompanied by his sister, visited Fu Lianing, leading to the attempt to apprehend Rong Yi. The Eastern General's wife lamented. The scoundrel is utterly despicable. Huan did not provoke him, yet he murdered her guardian. Such incidents occurring in the imperial capital is a failure on my part. Fu Lianing responded cautiously. This is the fault of the ruthless criminal, who is utterly lawless. It has nothing to do with you, Minister, I assure you. The criminal will be severely punished, made to suffer the pains of imprisonment, and executed come autumn. Fu Lianing spoke sternly. I appreciate your efforts, Minister. The Eastern General's wife replied graciously. No need for thanks. It is my duty, Fu Lianing declared earnestly. The Eastern General's wife nodded in agreement, falling silent as the minister and Fu Lianing exchanged idle chatter while awaiting the outcome. Moments later, an urgent voice interrupted. Sir, something terrible has happened. A figure rushed in hastily. Just from the voice, Fu Lianing deduced it was the captain he had dispatched to apprehend the murderer, his heart sinking. The leading officer barged in, disregarding the minister and the Eastern General's wife, and shouted directly at Fu Lianing. Sir, a grave matter has arisen. What impudence! Maintain decorum, Fu Lianing reprimanded. The officer exclaimed. The Emperor's decree. They possess the Emperor's decree. The Emperor's decree? The Minister of Justice's body trembled, and he hurriedly approached the officer, demanding, Who has obtained the Emperor's decree? The decree. In the entire Shiqing Empire, there are no more than 5 individuals who possess such authority, each one of them of noble status and high standing. Not even a mere Minister of Justice can compare, let alone the Eastern General. Sir, it was you who ordered us to apprehend the criminal. They have produced the Emperor's decree and demand your presence at the Huanshui Pavilion. the officer reported. The minister's heart sank, realizing he had stepped on a landmine. He turned to his sister. Did you not say they were merely lowly commoners from a feudal state? The Eastern general's wife, upon hearing the mention of the emperor's decree, understood the gravity of the situation and cautiously remarked, "It seems like it belongs to some feudal lord. You have truly made a grave error." The minister sighed, seeing Fu Lianying's eager gaze upon him, muttering to himself, if they possessed the emperor's decree, could it be that the ruler of the Daiqian kingdom is involved? Minister, this is not the time. Fu Lianying was utterly flustered. Let us go. I shall accompany you to see which noble is involved. The Minister of Justice, with a mournful expression, followed Fu Lianying, who was filled with uncertainty. Alongside the Eastern general's wife, as they departed the Shiqing mansion to head towards the Huanshui pavilion, the Eastern general's wife suddenly added, "Perhaps we should inform the general." The minister cast a glance and shook his head, saying, "In the face of the emperor's decree, what could the general do? If the general is unaware of this matter, let us not drag him into this mess." The group hastily made their way to the Huanshui pavilion. Upon entering, they were immediately struck by the overwhelming aura of authority, for within the pavilion, all present were kneeling, none daring to rise, as the door to the private room opened. Rong Yi and his companions caught sight of the Minister of Justice and his entourage, who in turn recognized Rong Yi and the others. That is Miss Qing Zhu. In an instant, the minister's eyes widened in astonishment as he rushed forward. Miss Qing Zhu? I am at your service, a second-grade official. The Minister of Justice humbly referred to himself as a mere small person, showcasing Qing Zhu's esteemed status. The minister exclaimed, "What a calamity! I was unaware that it was Miss Qing Zhu. I truly beg your pardon. You are the Minister of Justice, Qilian, are you not? Is it true you sought to apprehend Rong Yi under the orders of Fu Lianying, proceeding without due process and aiming to cast him into the dungeons?" Qing Zhu inquired lightly. "The truth is, I had no idea it was you, Miss Qing Zhu," the Minister of Justice said, forcing a smile. Rong Yi glanced at Qing Zhu, his curiosity regarding her identity deepening. A Minister of Justice was addressing her as if she were a revered sovereign, indicating her lofty status. "Do you know the cause of this incident?" Qing Zhu continued. The Minister of Justice wore a grim expression, hesitant to voice his thoughts. Qing Zhu pointed at the green jade sword insect that was crawling away on the table and exclaimed, Dongfang Huan, misled by the slander of his female companion, forcibly purchased the green jade sword insect. When his attempts failed, he was incensed and commanded his guards to commit murder. The Tianyi Emperor acted merely in self-defense. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the struggling green jade sword insect, the source of the imperial decree that implicated not only the Minister of Justice, but also the esteemed Yi Fu from the Western Celebration Prefecture. Truly, it was this mere caterpillar that had stirred such turmoil. At that moment, the Minister of Justice, Qilian, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Suddenly, Madame Dongfang interjected, "Regardless of the reasons, he has indeed committed murder. Self-defense is one thing, but to injure or repel is acceptable. Why resort to killing?" Qing Zhu furrowed her brow, thinking that Madame Dongfang was being rather ungracious. This prince possesses the power to take his life. Why engage in a prolonged struggle, wasting my royal energy? Rong Yi glanced at Madame Dongfang and stated coolly, "As the sovereign of this nation, my status is on par with your esteemed general, who grants you the audacity to label me a commoner." Madame Dongfang retorted sharply, You lowly commoner. What authority do you have to slay the guards of my general's estate?" Qing Zhu's delicate brows knitted tightly, while the Minister of Justice's expression shifted dramatically. Rong Yi's countenance hardened as he declared, "As a royal sovereign, my rank is equivalent to that of your esteemed general. Who dares to insult me as a lowly commoner?" The atmosphere crackled with tension, as Rong Yi's regal presence radiated an overwhelming authority that rivaled the imperial might within the decree, pressing down upon Madame Dongfang. "Miss Qing Zhu, this matter was indeed our fault. I implore you to show mercy." The Minister of Justice's face turned pale, and he urged hastily. Madame Dongfang, wishing to speak further, was silenced by her brother's intervention. "Do you think that your acquaintance with a few princesses grants you the power to influence imperial decisions? Absurd. Not even all the princes and princesses carry the weight in the emperor's heart that Master Xiaolong does. Master Xiaolong is not only the emperor's mentor but also a pillar of the Western Celebration Empire. having transcended to the innate realm with formidable combat prowess. Tianyi Emperor, I beseech you to temper your wrath. We are willing to offer compensation. The Minister of Justice, unaware of Rongyi's true identity, called out while inwardly vowing to investigate this person's background upon returning. Compensation? What do you intend to offer? The situation could not be allowed to escalate further. Rongyi seized the opportunity to gracefully lower himself into a chair. The Minister of Justice produced a jade box the size of a brick from his waist pouch and placed it upon the table. This is a 5th-grade medicinal herb, cold pool dragon saliva, which I acquired recently. I offer it as compensation to the Tianyi Emperor. Upon opening the jade box, Rongyi beheld a translucent liquid within, occasionally morphing into a dragon shape, darting about the box, and at other times coalescing into droplets, swaying gently. A chilling aura permeated the air, nearly freezing the atmosphere of the private room, while a faint, enchanting fragrance invigorated the senses. Ding! Congratulations, host. This is a 5th-grade medicinal herb, cold pool dragon saliva. The system's voice confirmed the minister's claim. I shall accept this gift of apology. Rongyi declared, you should consider yourselves fortunate that it was I who encountered you this time. Had it been someone else, the outcome might have been quite different. Yes, upon our return, we shall certainly discipline Dongfang Huan. The Minister of Justice nodded vigorously. Rongyi exchanged glances with Qingshu and gestured for the minister and his entourage to take their leave. Qingshu also retrieved the imperial decree, and those kneeling in the Huanshui pavilion expressed their gratitude and rose. Let this be a lesson learned. Upon exiting the Huanshui pavilion, the minister sighed and shook his head. Had it been anyone else, he might have been able to argue his case. However, with Qingshu, he truly dared not, especially since he encountered the emperor daily, acutely aware of the emperor's might. Brother, I have burdened you. Madame Dongfang lamented. Enough. Let us properly discipline Huan. The Minister of Justice waved his hand and departed in a flurry. Yi Lianying also returned to the Western Celebration Prefecture, acutely aware that should this matter reach the emperor, not only would he lose his position, but his life would also be at stake. Madame Dongfang, feeling somewhat dazed, made her way back home. Upon returning to her small courtyard, she spotted her son, Dongfang Huan, lounging leisurely in the pavilion, a purple clay teapot in hand, sipping tea while 2 maidservants massaged his legs and another kneaded his shoulders. He seemed utterly content. Madame Dongfang was instantly consumed with rage. How can you be so carefree? As if sensing his mother's ire, Dongfang Huan approached eagerly. Mother, did uncle take care of that assailant? What of the woman? He still had the audacity to think of that little demon. Slap! Madame Dongfang's frustration boiled over, and she struck Dongfang Huan across the face. Mother, you hit me? Dongfang Huan exclaimed in disbelief. Madame Dongfang strode into the house, retrieving a chicken feather duster, and unleashed a storm of blows upon Dongfang Huan. Did I strike you? Watch as I beat you to a pulp. Mother. This 5th-grade medicinal herb, cold pool dragon saliva. Please accept it in the Huanshui pavilion. Rongyi pushed the jade box toward Qingshu. She promptly pushed it back. It was given to you by the Dongfang family. You should accept it. I have no need for such things. Seeing Qingshu's resolute demeanor, Rongyi did not insist further and accepted the offering without protest. Shall we send Pingyang to the Western Celebration Academy now? Qingshu inquired. In a rush. We wish to explore the capital a bit longer. After a few days, once we send Pingyang to the Western Celebration Academy, we shall return directly. Rongyi had not forgotten the little demon's wish to explore the capital. Very well, I shall endeavor to make time for you all in these 2 days. Excellent, Qingshu responded with delight. The group prepared to settle the bill, with Qingshu leading the way to experience the splendor of the capital. Outside, a shadow flitted through the streets, making its way toward the Huanshui pavilion. Bang! Just as Rongyi and the others rose, the door was suddenly flung open. A pallid young man, appearing rather sickly and dressed in black, strode in, exclaiming, "No mercy!" Qingshu's eyes widened in shock, her aura surging as she swiftly directed her energy toward the black-clad youth. However, the black-clad youth was even quicker to act.